Welcome trainers, my name is Caleb Pang, and if you're a new player, I want to help you join in on the action of the Pokemon Go Championship Series. As you start to explore in Pokemon Go, you'll notice that your in-game trainer gains experience while doing most tasks in the game, such as catching Pokemon, spinning Pokestops, and evolving Pokemon. All of the experience you gather will help you eventually level up, allowing you to continue leveling until level 50. Corresponding with your own level are the levels of your Pokemon. You'll need regular candies to power up your Pokemon to level 40 and XL candies to power up your Pokemon past level 40. Regular Pokemon candies are mostly acquired through catching Pokemon, and XL Pokemon candies can be acquired through catching Pokemon once you reach level 31. Pokemon above this level 40 range are called XL Pokemon, and there are a number of them that are very powerful in the tournament circuit, such as Medicham and Lickitung.
Lickitung, so bulky, able to handle smashing even though it's a normal type into a fighting Pokemon.
To quickly level up to level 40 so that you can start making XL Pokemon, increasing friendship levels with in-game friends is the fastest way to gain experience. Oh, and let's not forget, be sure to pop a lucky egg to double the experience gained. Not only is befriending trainers at events a great way to build relationships in person, but it is also a fantastic way to build friendship in the game too. Although XL Pokemon are strong, the majority of meta-relevant Pokemon in the Championship Series don't require XL candies. In addition, some Pokemon such as Phantom cause 0 candies to evolve to Trevenant, their next evolutionary stage, after you receive the Pokemon from a trade from another trainer. This is a great way to build an affordable team very quickly. Trading in general gives you access to a specific Pokemon you're looking for, so be sure to talk to other trainers and see if they have what you're looking for.
Clearly, the trainers have found a way to outmaneuver the regular meta.
There isn't a level requirement for competing at official tournaments, but you want to make sure you have a team of 6 Pokemon that you're comfortable with using. Collecting the Pokemon for your roster and powering them up is the first step to your competitive journey. The Pokemon Go Championship Series takes place in the Great League, which means you can use Pokemon up to 1500 combat power. Even though it isn't required to have a specific combat power for the Pokemon you're using in competition, getting as close to the combat power cap as possible will help maximize your Pokemon for success. For tournaments, there are Pokemon Go challenges hosted in local communities, as well as regional and international championships hosted in various cities around the world. Many trainers battle in these tournaments for a chance to qualify for World Championships, which takes place at the end of each season. Whether you're aspiring for a top finish at World Championships or just looking to join in on the fun, trainers of all skill levels are welcomed at these events. To register for a tournament, visit pokemon.com/compete to create a Pokemon Trainer Club account. From there, use the event locator tool to find local tournaments near you to start your battling journey. For examples of top performing teams, be sure to check out what the latest champions brought in their tournament run. And if you're missing any Pokemon, befriending other trainers and trading with them can often help you fill in the gaps. Many of my best Pokemon were acquired through trades with friends. Even the best trainers in the world walk through these early steps to get to where they are now, so we hope to see you start your Pokemon Go adventure today. And soon, maybe you'll be the next champion crowned at a future event.
Hello trainers, this is Tuo Butters, and today we're going to talk about energy management. Energy management is a term we use to describe a player's ability to be efficient, accurate, and clever with the way they gain and spend energy. It is crucial to success on the battlefield. Let's start with the fundamentals. In Pokemon Go PvP, attacks are separated into 2 categories, fast attack and charged attack. They work in harmony with each other. You gain energy when you use a fast attack until you have enough energy to use a charged attack. Fast attacks are arguably the most important thing to pay attention to in trainer battles. Fast attacks can last as little as 1 turn or as long as 5 turns, depending on the attack. For example, Lick is an attack that will register damage and award 3 energy every 0.5 seconds, or 1 turn. Incinerate is an attack that will register a good amount of damage and award a grand total of 20 energy, but it takes 2.5 seconds or 5 turns to complete. Some of the most common and strongest fast moves are 2 turns, like Counter or Shadow Claw. They have a nice balance of damage dealt and energy generation. Next comes the fun part. Unleash all that energy you gained with a charge attack. Your Pokemon can hold a maximum of 100 energy. Charge attacks vary in energy costs depending on how powerful it is. A charge attack like Night Slash is not that powerful, so it has a low energy cost of 35. But something like Hyper Beam, that is an extremely powerful attack, has an expensive energy cost of 80. Here's an example to highlight the importance of charge attack energy costs. This is a top cut matchup at NAIC, and we are in the end game now. Let's focus on the Trevenant's perspective. It has the attack Seed Bomb, which costs 40 energy, and the attack Shadow Ball, which is 55. If both trainers only have 1 shield remaining, Trevenant is on the clock. It's already under half health as Kaiser uses his last shield of the game. But Trevenant has what we call shield pressure, because if Shadow Ball lands on the Talonflame, it will knock out. There is not enough time to use double Shadow Ball, so Kaiser has to use his lower energy attack to try to get a shield. Trevenant uses Seed Bomb, which Talonflame double resists, but it picks up Valor Ash's shield. That is what we call a bait. Trevenant reaches for it and gets to the Shadow Ball 1 turn before Talonflame's Flame Charge. That's a game-winning knockout. On the flip side of that, you can gain a huge advantage if you're able to no-shield a bait. The best way to help yourself do that is to pay close attention to your opponent's energy. A professional trainer will actually count every single fast attack their opponent does, and they use that information to know exactly how much energy their opponent has. The ability to count and keep track of the energy of not only your team, but your opponent's entire team is a tough skill to master. It is the fundamental ability trainers work on to improve their energy management. And some trainers get even more creative with ways to manage their energy. Next, we have the fast attack down. Throughout a battle, it is in your favor to be looking for opportunities to create momentum. One of the best ways to do that is to use your fast attack and fast attack only to knock out an opposing Pokemon. You typically can do this when the opposing Pokemon is low health and low energy. It's really the best of both worlds because you can knock out one Pokemon while at the same time gather energy to use against the next Pokemon. It's a powerful tactic to search out these situations, because unless the switch timer is up, your opponent can be helpless to stop it. Unless your opponent has the foresight to see this tactic coming, check out its action and put on the brakes here as he stops tapping for 2 turns. He then resumes tapping to knock out the opposing Pokemon. He controls the situation by leaving himself with less health for the opposing Altaria to fast attack down. It may seem strange to suddenly disrupt the rhythm of the game and take more damage than you needed to, but the reason for the pause is quite simple. Its action is actually managing his opponent's energy. By leaving himself with less health, he denies his opponent potential energy when they will eventually fast attack him down. Last but not least, we have probably the most difficult tactic in trainer battles: undercharging. Almost every single time you use a charged attack, you want to try to go for the excellent because this will maximize your damage. In this situation, the Pokemon Go World Champion Dancing Rob is facing a Skarmory that is already at about 45% health versus his full health Umbreon. Rob gets a little too greedy and uses his foul play that would most likely knock out the Skarmory on charge move priority. But check out this quick thinking. He knows that the opposing Skarmory is low energy after the Sky attack, so instead of knocking out the Skarmory, he only charges his foul play to Great. This leaves the Skarmory on the battlefield but low enough health to fast attack it down. He is then able to gain another 4 Snarls worth of energy to take into his next matchup. Energy management is key to success in battle, and when done just right, it's beautiful to watch.
But my favorite Pokemon that I've watched today is Lapras. Lapras I feel like, has really made a name for itself. Once again, we've not seen it for quite some time, and I'm really happy to see it back in the forefront.
And in the forefront is our losers finals match, which we're back to 0-0. Seemed like MW22 was granted that rematch there in the review. And we're going to be locking in for our next lines here. Guzzlord, as I said, I really, really enjoy playing it. And I think Saw does as well. We're going to see if he utilizes it here in game number 2. These players have seen each other's lines, and they have pretty much know what they've had quite a while to think about it, if I'm being completely honest with you, right?
Well, look, they've played each other once, and what is the chemical X of battling? Knowledge. If you've played your opposition already, you already have that base knowledge. You've also had quite some time to think about what I could have done better in that battle. So both these trainers will come in with the forefront of knowledge that they perhaps didn't have before coming into that first game.
I mean, information is the greatest weapon, especially in Pokemon Go tournaments. And it's nice to see all these trainers kind of adapting, switching up their lineups, and just getting a good feel of what they need to be bringing every game. Sadmanir here, though. Let's see if he has the right read. Let's see if he has brought the right thing. But if you're MW22, you know you've brought the Annihilate. So you're pretty comfortable with whichever line you bring, because you know you can always make that pivot if you need. And that's the exact read I expected.
They've had their time to think, and here we are. We've got Guzzlord into Furret, which is the more likely to come out the winner of this interaction.
This is interesting that we're throwing here instead of pivoting directly into the Annihilate. I wonder if we just wait for the Guzzlord to start throwing all of its energy, and then we make an immediate and aggressive swap into Annihilate.
Well, as you predicted before, Annihilate has been brought into this match. We've got Guzzlord throwing the Brutal Swing into Furret here, and Furret quite happily firms it.
Now, this can be a little bit awkward if you're Sod, right? Because if you are caught throwing a Dragon Tail and the Annihilate can counter you down in 2, it can be a perfect snipe setup, but doesn't look like he's going to opt for it. Double Brutal Swing is reached. This is going to be very awkward now, as if this Brutal Swing knocks out, you're going to have to take a Brutal Swing on your next Pokemon, whichever that is.
Well, it was a risky play. Would one counter have been enough in that moment?
You would only need to knock out in 2, right? Because you would get stuck in the Dragon Tail, and you can't actually throw the move if it's 3+1 turns.
Oh, well, very astute observation. We have a Brutal Swing being landed here on the Annihilate, and now the Scissor comes in. Scissor being met by Corviknight, but the Night Slash has already been hit and is going to be landing on this Corviknight.
Shadow Scissor, I mean, it's taken a bit of a counter damage from the Annihilate, so it's going to be perfect for this Corviknight to be able to get this Air Cutter down. Can it get it down before the Night Slash? It does, and now will be able to threaten a pretty close knockout. I think Scissor, depending on the HP of it, can barely hang on here, so it'll be able to reach this next Night Slash. It does! That's perfect for Sadmanir.
It was a really good move time from MW to throw it just before this Night Slash was reached by the Shadow Scissor, but the Night Slash ends up being shielded here, and it will come down to a farm down and some energy being held on the Corviknight.
Now it's going to be paybacks galore. MW22 doesn't go for the bait, straight for the payback, and it's going to be immediately shielded by Sod. That's a great shield call. No Air Cutter baits here. And now, how do you address the rest of this Corviknight? I feel like it's too healthy.
It's Corviknight versus Corviknight, an iron battle of the sky, and payback has been reached by MW. Sadmanir says, I am not having any of this. I am not reading that essay. I'm going to shield this up because that is going to be a hard-hitting move.
Wait, I wonder if you kind of let this Corviknight go and commit to the Annihilate. Is there a way you can actually win this game now?
Well, we have already mentioned earlier, it ain't over till it's over. The payback has landed, and we're back into the Corviknight. Now, there are no shields remaining on the side of Sadmanir, so all these will be connecting. The Rage Fist, the first one, does go through. There is still a shield on the side of MW, but this will be enough to knock out. So who's going to get to the next move first? That is what it comes down to.
Here's the Air Cutter coming down. Another Air Cutter is going to be reached. Just going to throw it off as soon as possible. There's game number 1 in favor of Sadmanir. It's a very clean set. Pretty much just trying to predict that Annihilate, understanding that, hey, if we see in the lead, we are in a lot of trouble. But if we can catch it on the back with a Corviknight, maybe chip it a little bit with a Scissor, we're in a absolute world of joy.
Well, you wouldn't be in a world of trouble if you saw it in the lead. You could do a little bit of dancing. You could try your best to try and switch out and then win the swap and end up having it back in your favor. It's always a risky play.
it's always risky to be playing against Wigglytuff and Annihilate teams. That's kind of what makes them so punishing, right? One wrong line call, one wrong read, and all of a sudden, you're playing a game number 3. Of course, MW22 has a lot of room to recover here. He does still have an opportunity to come back here. Understanding that his Annihilate is so strong, maybe, just maybe, is there a chance where you just completely pivot off the Annihilate and go hard after the Corviknight with the Shadow Steelix?
Well, it's anyone's game here. Sad Munir 1-0 up in this set in the losers finals, and we're going to find out if MW is going to be able to come back into this game.
Can he wiggle his way back into this game is the real question. You really like Wigglytuff. Does he like Wigglytuff? Last game we saw double steals, so I probably wouldn't be super convinced, but maybe he is. Corviknight, though, going to be really strong from MW22. As you see, again, Saw just doesn't really have a check for Corviknight, doesn't really have a check for Annihilate, so you almost have to expect those guaranteed every single game.
Well, the only thing I expect is the unexpected. Are we going to see Wiggly into Sad Munir?
No, it's Corviknight Mirror.
It's Corviknight Mirror in the lead. It is anyone's game here, and between these two, we'll find out who wins charge attack priority.
If you're Sod, you feel like this is the best case, right? Because you like seeing the Corviknight here. You know the rest of your team's weak to it, but at the same time, you need your Corviknight for your opponents. Annihilate.
Very interesting that both these teams have opted for an ABA steal line. I mean, there's a steal in the front and in the back.
Marowak, though, is probably going to be the possible aggressor. As soon as these 2 paybacks are landed, I could definitely see Saad Munir making a hard pivot, an aggressive pivot into his Kanto Marowak, getting an energy advantage so that it can better take on the Annihilate. But that Shadow Steelix is very, very menacing in the back, just as long as it doesn't connect with that Marowak.
The payback has been hit from Sad Munir, and MW deciding, I'm going to let this one go, perhaps trying to get the energy somewhere. Oh, just about lives that move and gets the payback off himself. This is anyone's game.
Now, I think MW22 pivots into Annihilate immediately, and Saad pivots into his Marowak immediately.
Ooh.
Let's see if that's the case. No, it's actually Scissor going to be pivoting in, and now this is going to be a bit of an issue, as the Scissor will get completely farmed down by the Annihilate.
This is a very, very nice situation for the Annihilate to be in. Just taking one shield here and should be able to counter it down before Scissor makes it to the next move.
Honestly, this is okay. We put into 1 Mudslap range. This is fantastic. All we have to do is bring the Marowak, sneak the Mudslap, and then it's going to be Shadow, Kanto Marowak aligned against the Shadow Steelix. Saad Munir, he doesn't look very confident here. He looks almost frustrated, but he's about to be absolutely celebrating when he sees this Corviknight brought in. He's confused for a second, but then he sees the Steelix. You can see the smile. You can see the
relief on his face. Absolutely. MW man. Ending up with that Steel type in the back, which has been completely counteracted by the Marowak. Marowak taking a victory lap here, and this will be enough to take Sad Munir into day number 2.
Taking down that Steelix.
Yes, it is.
Fantastic finish there.
Sad Munir taking it into day number 2. A very good run into what is a very formidable...
Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind.
and winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We are here for day 2 at the Birmingham Regional Championships. Birmingham is the city of jewels and industry, and I can tell you yesterday our stage was sparkling with some incredible creations as the meta was kicking off here in Birmingham. I am EUIC Promo, and I'm joined by an esteemed caster panel here today. We've got Farid, Eric, and Jay. I mean, we're here for day 2. Farid, how are we feeling?
I think it was pretty exciting, getting straight back into the championship series this calendar year. So many familiar faces, so many familiar Pokemon. And then we also saw a lot of new entrants to the scene, and I'm really excited to see how far they can go.
It's nice seeing all the new Pokemon kind of start to shine. We finally are seeing Clefable, it feels like, with that newly buffed Meteor Mash. And just seeing that against all these different, even Corviknight yesterday, just taking it down out of the skies, all resistant moves. What a cool moment.
You always got to expect the unexpected with this new meta. Last week in Toronto, we saw the addition of Licky Licky. We haven't seen as much of it this week, and we've seen lots of Annihilate to maybe counteract them, but we're not seeing as many Licky Licky, so there's all to look out for.
I'm glad you mentioned the Annihilate, because I think the ghosts were definitely out and about yesterday, and I'm sure we'll see a few more of those scattered around today. But as I've said, we are here in Birmingham on the EU regional calendar, but it's not the only event of the season. We're around the halfway point. Jay, do you want to talk us through what's left?
Absolutely. Well, coming up in a few weeks' time, we have the European International, where trainers from all around the world will come forward to try and get their important points towards where all the roads lead up to San Francisco Worlds at the end of the season. There's so much to come, so many opportunities for maybe even new and aspiring trainers to get their points to try and get the ticket to Worlds.
It truly is the pinnacle of Pokemon play at the World Championships, and it is going to be the end of the road for the 2026 season there. But in order to get to the World Championships, a lot of our trainers have to get those incredible championship points. Eric, do you want to talk us through a little bit about what championship points are and what they can do for our trainers?
As you can see, there's tons of championship points up for grabs, and the trainers who have the most championship points in each region at the end of the year are going to be invited to the World Championships. Here, we're in Europe, which means the top 65 players of championship points at the end of the season are going to earn a direct invitation to the World Championships.
As well, some of our trainers who are extra lucky can even earn travel awards, can't they?
There's so much on offer and so many things for these players to fight for. And so each season, you get to go for these travel awards between international championships. The top 4 players for each of those periods can get cash prizes to help incentivize them and help support them in traveling to all of these regions. So let's take a look at the current leaderboard, and you can see Stone Collection right at the top there, 1,480 points, a huge number, but it's Colin 6 and Pataman number 2 and 3 that are still in the tournament here in Birmingham. They might be looking to surpass him.
I love that we get to see some of the names that are going to be featured on today's broadcast as well. We're certainly in for a treat. Now, in order to be able to get these travel awards, you do get some travel prizing, don't you, Jay?
Absolutely. There is travel prizing on offer to those who do the best in their respective regions. First to fourth will get $3,500 towards their traveling towards the international competitions. Fifth to eighth will get that $1,000, and that is the traveling prizing.
Other than the travel awards, of course, our contenders here today can try and lock up some incredible prizes other than the championship points. And Eric, I know there are some of these that you like to get as well.
Lots of travel awards and lots of travel prizing, but of course, you get money just for placing at these regional championships. You even get booster packs here at this tournament. I think it's confirmed that there will be the Phantasmal Flames Mega Evolution expansion set, which is really exciting for trainers to get their hands on the newest set of Pokemon cards.
I knew you'd have the intel on that. You may be a Pokemon Go commentator, but you do like a little bit of TCG as well, don't you?
Here and there. I do a little bit of collecting.
That's why we keep them on board, folks. But of course, we're here in day 2, so maybe if you missed day 1, we'll talk a little bit about what the action was showing us and some of our favorite memories. Farid, I'm going to come to you first. Can you sum up day 1 for us?
I think it was really interesting, really exciting to be able to see a lot of the new meta and also the Europeans' interpretation of what we saw in Toronto from last week. So we had only 1 week ago the first impact of Precious Paths in-game, and I think we've seen a few changes actually from that. We knew Licky Licky was a popular pick last week. We saw more Jellicent. We've been speaking a lot about the water types, the ghost types as well. But there are some other random Pokemon here and there that are starting to surprise people. I think Guzzlord is going to be definitely one to watch this weekend.
I think a lot of people were thinking Altaria was the #1 dragon, but Guzzlord is certainly challenging it for that spot. Eric, what was the highlight that stood out to you?
Guzzlord is definitely one of those Pokemon that looks really strong because the steel types like Scissor, like Empoleon, don't actually do very good against it, having to throw Dropex or not even able to throw charge attacks at all. Guzzlord, such a nice sponge as a dragon type and really dominant in the current meta. We even saw it in Merida take the top usage as well.
I think as well, I'm glad you mentioned the steel types because we're seeing, Gourgeist with that Incinerate as a fast attack. Not something I was expecting, Jay.
Absolutely. Gourgeist, a new, since his move changes in the current season, it wasn't really used as much in Toronto, but I feel like so many trainers have brought it this week, and and we've seen it get so far in the competition alongside other Pokemon that we haven't seen in quite some time, like Corsola made it into day 2. We see Bastiodon made it into day 2. I'm really keen to see where these end up going.
Gourgeist obviously reminds us of the other ghost grass type Pokemon that used to be popular, Trevenant. That's no longer in the meta, so Gourgeist has a little bit of a different impact with that Incinerate. It's the only non-fire type Pokemon in Pokemon Go to have Incinerate.
Wow, that's a good statistic for that Gourgeist for sure. But of course, that was yesterday's game. We're going to be focusing on day 2 today. So let's have a little look at the bracket and look at what trainers are going to be in contention to become the Birmingham Regional Champion. We're going to start, of course, with the winner's side. And I have to say, that first match could indeed be a grand final.
What a way to kick us off. Pataman against Inadequance. And these players have played against each other a number of times before, not just this season, but also in previous years and on the biggest stages. So I'm really, really excited to see how they're going to fare and how much the mentality and the expectations of knowing your opponent are also going to weigh on their decision making.
Exactly. There's so many incredible matches on here. C. Leonardo and Fazberry, that's another one I'm looking forward to being able to showcase. Eric, what's standing out to you?
Just the fact that there's so many trainers here who are looking to win their first competition. Of course, Aerobubble, Snowman, for example, they've made a lot of top cuts, made a lot of appearances at these stacked tournaments, but they have yet to win a tournament for themselves. So it could definitely be someone's breakout event this time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing all of these matches. Tonton, Batus, and Maximilian as well. Incredible trainers we were able to showcase yesterday, and we will be continuing their journey today. But of course, this is just the winners' side of the bracket. We also have our losers' side of the bracket still in contention, and there are many trainers there waiting in the wings to go through that losers' bracket and try and make it back into those grand finals. Jay, what's standing out for you here?
Well, these trainers are down, but they are not out. Having already lost one set of 3, they are still in the competition. They've made it to day 2, but they do have to win double the amount of games to make it to the very end, where they might have the opportunity to overturn and win overall today.
And one of the key things to note is the number of matches that they will need to play as a result of going down into the loser side of the bracket. It's one of the key advantages to being on the winner side. Not only do you get an opportunity to lose and then you can lose again and then that's when you're out, but also you just play way fewer matches. And sometimes the pressure, sometimes you really want to avoid certain Pokemon, certain combinations. And so these players, backs against the wall, but I back them to succeed.
It does get a lot more relentless in that loser's side of the bracket for sure. But Eric, as one of these trainers here in these positions, what kind of mental fortitude do they need to be able to keep going and keep that dream alive?
One of the biggest things is not really tracking like how many matches you have left. A lot of these trainers need to just focus on what's in front of them and essentially say like, hey, I've got a lot of matches coming up, but this is going to be great for my momentum. If I make it all the way to the losers finals, then I would have already won 6, 7, or even 8 matches already that day. And then I can push myself through with that momentum to eventually win the entire tournament.
And we've seen that before. Remember, one of Inadequance's first ever wins in Utrecht was a huge losers bracket run, and he didn't drop a single game, but that momentum gave him confidence. But it also put a lot of pressure on each opponent when they looked at his record and thought, hold on a minute, no one's taking a game off him, and they were making mistakes all over the place.
It can be a true fairy tale story when we see that history being made out there. But of course, these are the contenders out there battling it out for the regional champion competition. But us casters have a little bit of competition amongst ourselves as well. Out of those remaining contenders, we have all picked a player that we think is going to be the champion and what their Pokemon MVP pick is going to be. I think it's no surprise which one I have picked. I was talking a lot yesterday about my unwavering support for Padaman and, of course, my undying love for Gastrodon. And I feel like Padaman is a trainer who is just so formidable. He knows the meta inside and out. And with a Pokemon like Gastrodon at his side that has so many medals around his little squishy neck already, I feel like it can take another one here today.
Well, I've gone for Aero Bubble and his Credilli. Aero Bubble, as a trainer, I'd really love to see him do really well in this competition. He's made it through on the winner's side. He's still got plenty of life in him yet, and I really hope to see him go well in this competition. Alongside his trusty Credilli, we saw it so much at the beginning of this season with its, at that point, newly buffed Rock Tomb, which can debuff your opponent, but we've kind of seen it phase out of the meta ever so slightly, so it's exciting to see it back.
And Eric and I have gone for two of our best Dutch battlers. Very, very capable players in Adequance and Colin 6. And Colin 6 with the Shadow Sizzle that we've seen so much of. It's so consistent, it's so reliable, and it puts out so much offensive pressure. And then in Adequance, who's actually opted for Grumpig, which also is a beneficiary of the Shadow Ball buff. And I think that this could be a really key pick because let's remember, there are almost no Pokemon in Pokemon whatsoever that resist both fighting and ghost type damage.
Exactly, and you know, Eric, I want to hear a little bit from you about that Shadow Sizzle. Why do you think it's going to be the standout on that team?
It's one of my favorite Pokemon, especially because when it's not faced up against a Shadow Talonflame, you have play in basically any matchup. One of its worst matchups is Gastrodon and the Unova Sunfisk, and it has Trailblaze for both those. So flexible when you can get an up a shield.
So what I'm hearing there is Gastrodon is pretty good into that matchup, right? Yeah?
I think that's the gist of it. That'll summarize it up.
You're catching on so quick, Eric. You're becoming my favorite very, very quickly. Of course, however, that is just part of the story. We'll have to see how the matches actually unfold. And so that you do not miss a single moment of that, you can catch all of the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts. This is where you can make sure you do not miss a minute, or you can even go back and maybe have a little look at some of the matches that you have missed. You know, not only do we have our Birmingham Regional Championships, but throughout the season, we are going to have many more. So you can follow the meta every single step of the way. Do not forget as well to follow the channel so that you can make sure you do not miss those updates, and you can engage with us on all of the social medias using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We really enjoy always looking through at kind of who you're rooting for, which Pokemon you're surprised to see, and you can always send us some photos of maybe some artwork that you were doing or of any pets and friends that you are watching the broadcast with. That's always a really fun thing to do.
Yeah, screenshots of your Pokemon, some of your favorite picks, whether it's a shiny, like 4-star Pokemon, those are sometimes quite exciting, but we really like PvP here, so if you've got any spicy picks as well, anything interesting that you would have liked to see in Birmingham or that you're going to use at local events near you as well, then definitely use that hashtag #PlayPokemon and we'd love to feature your posts.
Yeah, maybe if you couldn't obviously be here this weekend, what team would you have brought? You can always share that with us online as well. It's great to see. Well, I feel like we've got a tournament to go get running. Right, guys?
Let's go. Let's do this.
Brilliant. So we're going to kick it over to the desk, and in case you're new here, we've got a format video to catch you up on what the action's going to be like.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Let's get things kicked off here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. It is day 2. That means we are down to not very many players, but only one can take gold this weekend.
And who that trainer will be is yet to be decided. We now get to be in the second half of the tournament, and every single match is going to matter. Every single match is going to be monumental, and I, for one, cannot wait.
And what a way to kick things off. We've obviously mentioned we've got Inadequance and Pataman. They're getting ready now on the stage. Let's take a look at some of the things that happened yesterday so we can recap where we've been so far and what's led us to this point now.
So taking a look at the top 12 Pokemon from day 1, these were the Pokemon that trainers coming into the tournament thought were going to be in contention, and we certainly saw a lot of them yesterday. Free, that iconic core of Empoleon and Altaria side by side really worked incredibly well on the stage, but Furret was one of the standouts for me. Little Furret being able to apply pressure to the ghost types that we started seeing rising up. We did indeed have a lot of Jellicent, but we also got to see Gorgeist and Annihilate come back into the fold, and that's where those little sucker punches started stacking up.
But let's remember that day 1 usage only paints half the picture, because it could be the day 2 usage that really makes an impact. And when you look at Pokemon like Empoleon, Altaria and Furret, core breakers then start to emerge, and that's been the really interesting thing to watch when we see players take advantage of an established meta. Because let's bear in mind, this is very similar to what happened last season. The only new entrant is the Licky Licky that we've mentioned here, and so there's so much information to work with that it allows you to make really informed decisions.
It certainly does, and you have those fairy types in usage as well. We've obviously got the Wigglytuff, but the Florges as well has been so well positioned in a lot of matchups, being able to soak up lots of attacks coming its way, but critically have critical options with things like Trailblaze and Chilling Water to kind of mess around with some of the stats involved.
Okay, so let's take a look. We do have the day 2 usage, and this is such key information. I know it's one of your favorites to watch from at home, because look at that. Guzzlord, the most popular Pokemon for day 2 here in Birmingham. And exactly what we mentioned earlier, Empoleon, Altaria and Furret have so consistently been at the top of the meta. We saw that in the day 1 usage. Guzzlord is such a brilliant core breaker to those Pokemon, and I am absolutely not surprised to see it doing well here.
It took me a minute to find Altaria on that graphic, I'm not going to lie. Right down on that second row, only a quarter of the competition today still running with it, whereas over half of them have opted for Guzzlord as their dragon type of choice instead. Corviknight, again, a Pokemon that has fantastic utility to be able to force some shields to come through here and there, and of course the trusty Pokemon Azumarill. I think we spoke a lot yesterday about how water types have been very popular in the meta at the moment, and yes, there are Pokemon like the Lapras running around, Empoleon obviously, but Azumarill has been tried and tested. For me, it's one of the most consistent Pokemon of all time.
So many different options and so many familiar faces that we've honestly repeated time and time again. And I think what the key message with that is that you can invest in these Pokemon, you can build some of these Pokemon, and they will have such a long lifespan. Even if they're not top of the meta at a given point, they will come back. We've seen Guzzlord previously. It was retuned, Dragon Tail has changed, and then Brutal Swing has obviously given it completely different pacing. And the way that Guzzlord now operates is very different, but still very strong. Azumarill, as you say, it is inevitable.
It is a very consistent Pokemon, but there's definitely another one on that graphic I want to talk about, which is the Shadow Steelix, because that's a Pokemon I remember in previous regulations we were able to see. I think it was trainers like a Mind Joke and Paul Asher were using it to great success. Why is it back now?
I think it's just really exciting now that it's got Thunderfang as its fast attack and electric pressure, but without electric typing. Steel Ground is such a brilliant typing, is really strong, but there are a few Pokemon that it can't do quite as well against, and so some players have opted for different steel types. Pataman, for example, Fortress. Speaking of which, let's go take a look at the players who are ready on stage. Pataman on our left, Inadequance on our right, and if there's a story to tell about these players, I don't think it would be ever-ending.
I mean, this honestly could be a grand finals match. You have Pataman, our reigning European international champion, running a really interesting team, that Fortress that you just mentioned about, but also the Abomasnow, a Pokemon that has some really nice coverage as well and an interesting typing.
Really unique approach to this meta that Pataman is taking here. 2 core breakers, but both of them are double weak to fire. And Inadequance, yet again, has brought that Talonflame. So let's take a look at what exactly Pataman has to be able to counter that. Well, actually, quite a lot of answers.
Yes.
Univern, Stunfisk, Altaria, Azumarill, and that Gastrodon. But if I'm completely honest, I do think that Talonflame still has a lot of play into all of those. Gastrodon, although it's a water-type Pokemon, it's using resisted Mud Slap. Altaria, it's not very quick to pacing, and as soon as Talonflame gets ramped up, it can put out a lot of pressure. So Martine will have to, Inadequates will have to really think about the different ways that he can navigate around a lot of those picks, and he has two very, very interesting options here, Grumpig and Clefable, that are brand new to the meta, and that's overlooking the Shadow Giratina that is also on his team, which I would not be surprised if it features in this matchup.
I mean, we saw yesterday what Talonflame is capable of, going for an Incinerate, a full farm down into a Marowak, for example, so it definitely can contend even with some of its weaker options. But that Giratina, it's really a Pokemon that is synonymous with Inadequates. It's always side by side with him, doing incredibly well in competitive competition. And I feel like here, unfortunately for my little buddy Gastrodon, Giratina can give it a couple of problems. So that's something that Inadequates can maybe consider.
Let's remember that Giratina also had an adjustment recently. Shadow Sneak no longer as in terms of pacing, no longer as cheap as it used to be. So it's a little bit more of a harder hitting attack instead. But no one else uses Giratina Altered other than Inadequate, so let's really see what difference it can make.
Yeah, we're jumping out into the leads here. Fortress and Grumpig, two of the unique choices from these trainers, are on center stage.
Great lead for Pataman. That super effective Bug Bite forcing out the Giratina, immediately Look at this! There's an Abomasnow answer with a Fortress lead, which means Pataman played absolutely hard Aviator Shadow Talonflame, and Inadequate smiles because he knows that that is such a ridiculously aggressive tactic, and he was absolutely not expecting it.
And critically, there is no Talonflame on Inadequate's side in this game one, but Giratina now has that Dragon Claw, getting some good damage down to the Abomasnow.
Amazing read from Pataman to predict that Talonflame would not be in the lead for Inadequates because he did have so many answers, because it probably gave the impression with his team that he would prepare for a Talonflame, and I think Inadequates finds it just as funny as I do here because when these things happen, it's really hard to prepare because you have now no idea what might be in the back. So I think Pataman is in a great position in this game number one.
It's such a bold play to be able to make to kick off day two here. The Abomasnow does go down, so now Pataman does have the option to bring in a Pokemon from the back, and once again, it's going to be that Fortress. Look at that super effective damage going through.
That Grumpig is getting rinsed by those super effective Bug Bites, but Dynamic Punch, one of the most efficient attacks in the game. This would do heavy, heavy damage. Not surprised to see Pataman put up a shield, and now the opportunity to Rock Tomb this Clefable. So I think Pataman has now superbly set himself up for Gastrodon to come in to a debuffed Clefable here. Pataman very much in the driving seat.
Yeah, Pataman has to burn through these shields on Inadequate's side in order to enable Gastrodon to shine in the endgame. That's one shield down. You've just got another one to go.
Well, you don't even need to switch out of the Fortress at this point, because let's remember that Clefable's attacks are all resisted by this steel typing of the Shadow Fortress. So Pataman can choose to stay in, even though the Bug Bites are resisted by the Fairy typing. You're now at another Rock Tomb. This Clefable is being completely suppressed. Inadequate needs to retain the health on it, though.
And there goes that second shield. The Rock Tomb does come through. It finds the shield, but now there are no shields left on Inadequate's side. It is going to be a lot more vulnerable. Yes, the Clefable is farming up lots and lots of energy, but the Fortress is in a great spot.
Now, you saw Pataman gently leaning for the Gastrodon there, but he's going to take this Moonblast. Will this knock out? It is double debuffed. It's still enough. It's a Shadow Fortress, and Clefable has a decent attack stat, Moonblast with same type attack bonus, but now Clefable is going to bank the energy because it's got those debuffs. Grumpig is going to try and lean for an attack, but the shields are gone, and Pataman is going to wipe this Grumpig out. Maybe Body Slam could have been enough, but Pataman doesn't want to risk it.
Yeah, wants to guarantee that it can remove the Grumpig from play and now just leave Gastrodon looking down with these Mud Slaps into the Clefable, and it's going to be enough to get the knockout and take game one for Pataman.
Down goes Clefable. Let's remember that Meteor Mash, a steel-type attack, is resisted by the Gastrodon, so Inadequates would have needed to land a Moonblast at the very minimum, plus another attack to take out the Gastrodon. He didn't have the health to be able to do that, but he's smirking to himself because that was a very, very bold, very, very aggressive tactic from Pataman. But in these types of matches, you have to make big calls. You have to play in a way that your opponent will not expect, because for once, we are now seeing Inadequates on the back foot with almost no information as to what might happen in game number 2, because game number 1, on paper, made no sense.
Sometimes, though, being unpredictable can be the key to success, and I fully agree with you. Now Martine has to wonder if this is how Pataman wants to play right at the very beginning. Goodness knows what game 2 is going to bring forward. Is it a case of maybe having you know, another bold claim, or is it possibly going to be something a little bit more conventional? Inadequance has to make that decision.
Inadequance has so many options available, so many different play styles available in his team based on fast attack pressure, based on charge attack pressure, but also based on the different typings that he's brought, a lot of things that players won't have actually prepared for. But Pataman has now tried that Abomasnow and that Fortress pairing together. Do you consider bringing them again? Do you invite your opponent to think, oh, I'm disrespecting the Talonflame, so bring the Talonflame, and now I adjust for the Talonflame? Meanwhile, Inadequance thinks to himself, well, you're going to adjust for the Talonflame, so I won't bring the Talonflame again. And how many times do you second guess each other? Let's find out. Game number 2, we see the Abomasnow in the lead. A great lead for Pataman up against that Giratina. Looking at the back line, it's now better, more of an ABB, Gastrodon and Altaria available in the back. Clefable comes in, and I like this. The Abomasnow is going to reach the attack first. You can throw it. Now, if Pataman wants, he can go into his Gastrodon, which wouldn't be able to throw very effective charge attacks into the Giratina.
Yep, and that's exactly what's reading out here. We've got the Gastrodon in play. Doesn't have to worry so much about those medium mash, instead forcing this Clefable to have to use that energy on the Moonblast to get the damage down against that opposing Gastrodon. Gastrodon is letting this come through, however. That's a big amount of damage on it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You don't want to give up a shield, especially when once that Giratina comes back in, you can't really use your charge attacks to much effect against it. So you're going to take this Clefable really, really low and get one more Mud Slap through. So that's actually a really perfect undercharge. And now Giratina can start to sponge some of this energy, but Mud Slaps will still start to do some damage. So a Water Pulse, even though resisted, it's a good amount of chunk, a good amount of value that Pataman's able to get out of this matchup.
The thing is as well, the Giratina can use those Shadow Claws to farm up some good energy on its side as well, to give it a little bit more offensive pressure when something more threatening like the Abomasnow does come back in. Alternatively, you also have the Altaria. That's something Giratina also doesn't want to face.
Okay, so Giratina has an attack available for this Abomasnow, but here comes Talonflame, immediately met by Altaria, and Inadequance frowns slightly. He wasn't perhaps expecting an Altaria in the back, so this Talonflame can put on a lot of pressure, because in the 2-shield scenario, it depends on baits. Fly is going to land and do a ton of damage here, and Inadequance now probably wants to consider trying to get shields down so that Giratina can land attacks onto that Abomasnow.
Yeah, this makes things a little bit more difficult for the Altaria as well, because it has to deal with this Talonflame to give the Abomasnow a chance in this particular matchup.
Well, let's also remember that Giratina has an attack stored. So the time it takes to take the 2-shield scenario down means Inadequance can come in aggressively with the Giratina and what we call snipe that Altaria, take it out of the sky with the charge attack that's already banked.
Well, let's have a look. Charge attacks coming through from the Altaria. I believe that's the 2nd shield now utilized on this Talonflame for Inadequance. He knows that it is going to be the key Pokemon to get rid of that Abomasnow.
Can you reach it? You're going to take this Incinerate. You take the Incinerate, but you actually manage to take down the Talonflame before it can ramp up. Now the question is, how much value can Giratina get? Can it take out the Abomasnow and take out the Altaria with 2 Dragon Claws? And it looks like Inadequance has actually managed to do it, but there's a shield, so Pataman is going to be able to hold on. If Inadequance now throws the next Dragon Claw into the Abomasnow, which it's going to be charge attack priority event in any case.
Oh, this Abomasnow is able to get to that charge attack priority. Pataman celebrating because he knows this is the moment where you can take down that Giratina, take down Inadequance, and go one step closer, undefeated. Pataman takes the set.
Inadequance goes down, Pataman is flying, and he is absolutely over the moon. This is the first match of day 2 here in Birmingham, but this could well be a World's Grand Finals. Superbly played by the young Spaniard, the first player in so long to take a match off Inadequance, and he is absolutely over the moon.
Honestly, what an incredible effort from both of these trainers, but the way that Pataman was able to have that bold game 1, then in game 2 had such great preservation of energy, of shield, in order to just make sure he had the advantage. What incredible play.
Really, really superbly adjusted, and I think that this is part of the preparation that players are able to do the night before. They're able to really think, what will my opponent bring? What is he likely to lean into? And Pataman made the hard call. Not many players would do this.
Yeah.
Abomasnow in the lead and Fortress in the back. And let's take a moment to appreciate, this is not an accident. Okay, this is not an aggressive or an ignorant play where you're just overlooking the fact. This is calculated.
Very calculated.
He will have gone through every line that Inadequance is expected to bring, and he would have assessed how likely is Talonflame. It's not just a case of, I hope I don't see a Talonflame. He will have made a very hard read that Talonflame lead in game 1 doesn't make sense for Inadequance, and that's the reason that he's opted for that strategy. It worked in game 1, and then game 2, more traditional ABB style, weak to Talonflame in the lead, 2 answers in the back. And how often do you see an Abomasnow come into a Talonflame, take that Incinerate, which basically did half of its health, but once the Talonflame goes down, Giratina paces so slowly that it couldn't reach 3 attacks, 2 for the Abomasnow because of the shield, and then 1 for the Altaria.
That was the beauty of the synergy, though, of the 3 Pokemon that he was able to bring. Particularly in that game 2, Altaria was able to get so much work done onto the Talonflame that it just freed up the option for the Abomasnow to be able to get the knockout. This, again, was an incredible moment. Charge attack priority, bringing it down to the Abomasnow, getting that KO on Inadequance's partner, Giratina, in tremendous fashion. Padaman, you deserve to celebrate. You are doing incredibly well. And I do want it registered that Padaman was my #1 pick as a caster. I picked Padaman, and I picked him to have this little gentleman by his side, and we got to see it in both games. So I would say so far I'm doing quite well.
You called it perfectly. Gastrodon featured in both game 1 and game 2 for Padaman, and it was key as well because it was able to suppress what could otherwise be a very aggressive Clefable.
Yeah.
Meteor Mash has been buffed. It's a super efficient attack now. Moonblast hits so hard, but Gastrodon is bulky, and it just puts out that residual, consistent pressure with the Mud Slaps, and even against a Giratina, which resists Water Pulse, the Mud Slaps and the Water Pulse together really put pressure into that Giratina's overall health. And Padaman will now absolutely be flying. He's going to be so excited because a lot of players, and when we were having discussions about this yesterday, a lot of players felt that whoever wins out of that matchup has probably the best opportunity going forward for the rest of this tournament. They're still on the winner side of the bracket. That means for a player like Padaman, you need to take him down twice if you want to try and win, and that is not easy at all. But do not write off Inadequance. He's down in the losers bracket, but he's done it before, and I would not be surprised if he can continue all the way to the losers finals and maybe even break into the grand finals himself.
And we even saw it happen yesterday with Colin 6. I can't remember which trainer he was against, but the trainer who knocked him down into the losers bracket.
Sakori, yesterday,
that was it, against Sakori. They then faced again in losers, and Colin 6 was able to get the redemption. So it can happen. Sometimes having the loss, as long as you take the time to reflect and learn from it, you can adapt and be more prepared for next time.
And I think Colin, who's on the losers side of the bracket, has maybe already played his first match, and I think that he's won. Don't hold me to that, but he will also be looking. We've mentioned he hasn't had a gold medal at a regional event in a while, and he knows that he has the capability. He said to us yesterday, my team is good enough to win if I just play it properly. Loser side of the bracket means you can't afford to lose again, but no one wants to lose at all. So for a lot of these players, they don't mind. They go, I'm going to win everything. I've learned everything I want to learn. But the reality is, there's only one player that can take home that gold medal.
Yes, and Colin is indeed still in a position to be in contention to become that champion, so definitely a trainer to keep an eye on. Our next match, however, I believe is Air Bubble versus Snowman. Again, 2 trainers were able to feature yesterday off to tremendous starts.
And I think one of the really exciting things, we've spoken a lot about Colin, about Padaman, about Inadequance. Those are players that we've seen for so many years and years, established top names. Aerobubble and Snowman, they are players that have seen success, but they aren't quite at the same level in terms of accolades as those other players. And I think that these are really exciting times for newer players to the scene, players that maybe don't have the same number of trophies and medals, to understand that this meta is a great opportunity to get involved, a great opportunity to take down the Titans. And we saw that yesterday. Aerobubble beating Stone Collection, who is the #1 player on those European leaderboards, and really now shining, making one of his... He hasn't got a huge number of day 2s, but he is on the winner side of the bracket, which means that he could go really far.
Yeah, exactly. It already shows that you have that confidence and consistency to potentially become our Birmingham regional champion. Aerobubble running a really interesting team as well. You have the familiar faces from our current meta of Empoleon and the Marowak as well, but a few blasts from the past, as I like to call them. That Cradilly and the Galarian Moltres, Pokemon that we've seen featured previously very dominantly, but at the moment aren't in the top usage stats. Moltres running that Sucker Punch, though, with the same type attack bonus, does potentially give it over the edge that Furret has, for example.
Alolan Ninetales, definitely a standout for me, the Feraligatr as well, but Credilli, it was Jay's pick, his MVP, because it's just so consistent. It's not a Pokemon that we've seen a huge amount of in the recent meta, but it was so dominant only a couple of months ago, started to reduce in usage, but it has to avoid this Shadow Scissor that you can see in the bottom left side of your screen right there. And it's a really strong team here from Snowman, a really safe team, a really sensible team as well. It gives him a lot of flexibility and a ton of neutral play.
I think the Shadow Scissor looks great into Aerobubble's team as well. You know, you have the Cradilly, but you also have the Alolan Ninetales, two Pokemon that don't want to take those fast bullet punches either. They can really start not only farming up lots of lovely energy, but getting a lot of damage on the board for that Scissor as well. So you've got to make sure that you play around that, make sure you have an answer.
Let's get straight into game number 1. Aerobubble on the left, Snowman on the right. It's Galarian Moltres into Shadow Sizzle. Slightly favorable for the Galarian Moltres, but whilst shields are up, Scissor can still do a lot of pressure because Bullet Punch is such a strong, aggressive, fast attack.
Yep, fast attacks going left, right, and center. So much damage. Scissor already down into the yellow, but first to pace to that charge attack. The Trailblaze is going to be able to come through, and this will guarantee it an attack boost.
It's resisted, but the guaranteed attack boost puts so much pressure on these next bullet punches. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a shield from Snowman here. Oh, he's letting the Sizzle go. He's actually considered the matchup and decided that he can get more value from something else. And although sand attacks are doing little to nothing to this flying type Galarian Moltres, there is the catch when the Air Cutter comes in. So that Galarian Moltres has energy and a little bit of health. So well played there by Aerobubble.
Yep, Feraligatr easily able to take this Air Cutter. You do get the boost as well on that Corviknight side of things as well. So the attack is going to be even more threatening. It's banked that energy as Lapras joins the fray. The Psywave is going to start trying to tear through this Feraligatr, but the energy is on point on Aerobubble's side.
Again, Snowman is now the one that is banking up energy, coming in with the Lapras to sponge all of the Feraligator's attacks. Hydro Cannon still starts to chunk up, especially when paired with that aggressive Shadow Claw, but this isn't a Shadow Feraligator, so it's not doing as much as we've seen in the past.
Exactly, but it can still pace those Hydro Cannons very quickly. Even though they're not very effective, back-to-back can be something to be reckoned with. Lapras, however, can also get to these Sparkling Arias, so we're going to see a slower pace of play as these trainers just both can trade across their water-type attacks, but critically, at some point, one of them is going to have to blink. It looks like Aerobubble can bring in that Galarian Moltres. The Sucker Punch is trying to get the KO, but Lapras is already there.
One of the things I like about this play is that Psywave is double resisted by the Dark typing of Galarian Moltres, meaning you can really punish and start to Sucker Punch down, which is why Snowman comes in aggressively with the Corviknight to throw the Air Cutter. And now, Aerobubble needs to think, the sand attacks can't really farm me down, so do I want to stay in here or do I want to bank the energy and go into Empoleon? Going to throw one fly, and then it's the decision of, do you want to go... Remember, Empoleon is going to resist the Air Cutter, so it would force a payback from the Corviknight instead.
Yes, and you're forcing those shields to come through on Snowman's side as well. Empoleon in play. Does not want to have to take those paybucks, and that's exactly as you said, Fareed, that Corviknight has to lock in here. The Air Cutter is going to be resisted. No shields remaining on Aerobubble's side, so it is going to have to take this payback. That is a significant amount of damage.
You need to do 4 Metal Sounds if you want to really maximize your energy, but the reality is that the sand attacks are adding up, and Aerobubble doesn't really want to take that damage. Throws that high burst Hydro Cannon, goes shield by the Corviknight, and now the Corviknight's getting really, really close to an attack, and coming in with the Lapras to sponge this Drill Peck. But I think Snowman's in a decent position here, so there's going to be an undercharge from Empoleon in a brief attempt to try and get a little bit more energy for the end game.
Yep, you give yourself one extra Metal Sound there to get a little bit more energy to face down against this Corviknight. Corviknight needs to get to that payback, but before it does, the Galarian Moltres switches in to take this attack.
Now, the question for Aerobubble is, does the Empoleon have enough health to get 2 more Metal Sounds in? I think that that's how much it needs to be able to get to a Hydro Cannon, and it's not going to be able to do so. Corviknight sand attacks down. Snowman takes game number 1.
Yep, sand flying at that Empoleon blinds it from being able to get to that charged attack. Snowman able to take the advantage. I mean, that game had a lot of back and forth. We had some very slow interactions between the Feraligatr and the Lapras, for example, but then the end game, that Corviknight, I think, was a critical piece for Snowman to maneuver the victory.
There's a couple of moments in that game where perhaps more meticulous energy management could have made the difference. Really optimizing based on how much energy your opponents have can really, really be critical in these late game scenarios, especially. You saw that the energy wasn't quite there for the Empoleon, the energy wasn't quite there for the Galarian Moltres, and so there's a lot of information that Aerobubble can take away, because that game was not unwinnable.
It definitely wasn't, and I think with the Empoleon, you saw at certain times how much energy it had stored up, how much energy was banked, but then when you're contending against Pokemon that can also get to that energy nice and efficiently, Pokemon like the Corviknight, for example, it does just make it very, very difficult. And sometimes your speed is just not enough.
The players now need to think about Game 2. We are on the winner's side of the bracket here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. Aero Bubble is down 1 game. If he wants to progress, he will need to win the next 2 games back-to-back. Snowman, on the other hand, he has the advantage. 1 game up, it's a best-of-3 format, means 1 more win, and he will go further in this tournament.
I did like seeing the Galarian Moltres in here. I think it was good to have that sucker punch pressure. At the same time, Empoleon had, you know, the forcing of the Corviknight to make sure that it went for those paybacks, the charge attack that it takes longer to get to, just maybe buying a little bit more time for Pokemon to get damage locked in. But do you see Aero Bubble maybe changing up that 3rd slot?
It's interesting because we've seen him lean into the Empoleon and the Feraligatr, and I do think that they are really strong options. It's just curious because both of them rely a lot on the Hydro Cannon pressure, and Snowman has shown that Lapras. He also has the Azumarill available and that Guzzlord that can all sponge Hydro Cannon pressure. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see Water Pokemon 1 or maybe even 2 on Snowman's side, knowing that Aero Bubble likes his Hydro Cannon users.
Well, let's jump into Game 2, see if any adaptations haven't been made. We've got Empoleon versus the Lapras. It's another battle of the water types.
There we go. We see Lapras, and we do see an Azumarill. 2 water types on both players' teams of 3 here. Empoleon into this Lapras will resist all of the attacks from the Lapras, and it does have the Drill Peck available. So this is a slightly advantageous matchup for that Empoleon, but Lapras is so bulky that it honestly takes Empoleon relatively low as well. It's not a terrible lead for Snowman by any means.
Yep, Lapras doing his best with these Psy Waves to farm up so much energy. 1 Sparkling Aria that Aero Bubble is, of course, going to let through. But it looks like Lapras, I think, is only 1 or 2 more Psy Waves away from getting a 2nd one ready to go. Hydro Cannon, Drill Peck, both ready for this Empoleon. Going for the Drill Peck, this is certainly going to be able to get some good damage onto the opposing Lapras, put it in the danger zone.
And now these players have had a little bit of an opportunity to think, how do they want to approach, in terms of energy and shield management, the mid-game? You can see Lapras holding on there and able to reach a Sparkling Aria. This will threaten a knockout. It's not going shielded by the Empoleon, and the Empoleon is actually going to be preserved potentially for a catch later on as Feraligatr comes in for an aggressive farm down. And the difficulty here for Azumarill is that it doesn't often love a 2-shield scenario, particularly against a Feraligatr, where although the Hydro Cannons are resisted, the Shadow Claws and the residual pressure over time will add up.
And you can see that stacking up for sure. It was able to get those last couple of Shadow Claws in to already get the edge, pacing to those Hydro Cannons. And look, there's another one already because Shadow Claw, one of these fast attacks that can do good damage and farm up lots of energy, a great advantage for Feraligatr.
And the other thing that Feraligatr really likes about this matchup is it uses a 2-turn fast attack in Shadow Claw versus the 3-turn fast attack of the Azumarill. That gives Aero Bubble a little better control in terms of optimizing timing because you can continue to throw to make it more difficult for the Azumarill to throw on optimal timing.
Both our trainers critically holding on to their shields as well, letting that big play rough come through. Did put a dent into that Feraligatr, but as you mentioned, Fareed, able to pace very quickly to these Hydro Cannons. There's another one coming through. This time, Corviknight switches in. Now the Flyers, the battle goes to the sky.
A great matchup for the Galarian Moltres. The Sucker Punches are doing damage against the Corviknight, and Corviknight can't really throw a payback into the dark typing of Galarian Moltres. However, Galarian Moltres is running a double flying charge attack set, which means that the Corviknight will resist it, and because of that attack boost on the first air cutter, Corviknight can slowly start to add pressure up. Shield going up, shielding that first fly.
I feel like Moltres just needs to try and get these shields out of the way so a Pokemon like Feraligatr that has that energy in the back can come through and try and finish off this Corviknight, but it's certainly got a mountain of work to do. Another charge attack coming through from one flyer to the another. Aero Bubble lets this go through.
Makes sense. The sand attacks aren't going to be enough to farm down, so Snowman's forced to throw more air cutters, and Aero Bubble's now going to start shielding them while the Sucker Punches continue to add up. Both players still have at least 1 Pokemon in the back as catch opportunities because neither of them have a ton of health. And the first one, Azumarill, comes in, forcing a throw because Snowman had energy on that Azumarill, so the Galarian Moltres needs to throw this fly to be able to take it out.
Yep, utilizes the energy on the Moltres as well, makes things a little easier for Corviknight. They can come back in. Yes, the sand attacks aren't doing anything, but these charge attacks are paced to in relative speed, allowing Aero Bubble to have to use that second shield. Now the Moltres is the vulnerable one.
The Empoleon doesn't have enough health to really be used as a catch option, so Galarian Moltres is going to bank an attack, and now Feraligatr is going to come in, pull away the last shield, and Aero Bubble does have that fly banked on the Galarian Moltres. He should be in the driving seat in this game because I don't think that there is a way for Corviknight to win charge attack priority against the Galarian Moltres unless it has a massive amount of attack. Let's find out. Charge attack priority. It does go to the Galarian Moltres, and Aero Bubble, he's going to get game parity here, winning game number 2.
As it turns turns out the Feraligatr was able to come in and give the helping hand to the Moltres to enable it to get the knockout onto that Corviknight, evening up our score. 1 game apiece. Fareed, we got a game 3.
This is exciting. Best of 3, and we are down to game 3. Aerobubble and Snowman fighting tooth and nail to put their name further ahead on the winner's side of the bracket here in Birmingham.
I mean, you said at the end of game 1 that one of the ways that Aerobubble could potentially have won game 1, you know, it was close, was with better energy management. And I feel like in game 2, that's exactly what was showcased here.
Yeah, really, really brilliantly played. Aerobubble trusting the Feraligatr, Empoleon, and Galarian Moltres. He knew that the Corviknight was coming from Snowman. Galarian Moltres so important in that matchup, one of his best answers to the Corviknight that's otherwise very, very flexible for Snowman.
Yes, and one thing I'm really looking forward to seeing is whether the memo is going to stay the same in Game 3 as it did in Game 2. Game 2, both our trainers opted to bring 2 water types plus a flyer, and that seemed to be very consistent amongst them. They were facing down against each other, going for their Hydro Cannons, going for their flying charge attacks. Do you think coming into this Game 3 to stick with that same memo, or are they going to shake things up, maybe try and deal with these water types in a more offensive way?
I think from Aerobubble's perspective, the coverage and the efficiency of the Pokemon that he continues to bring is so strong that I wouldn't be surprised if at least 2 of them come again. He might make one adjustment, one harder call, because now that these players have 2 games worth of information on their opponents. And Snowman obviously has the same. On his side, he's seen his opponent leaning into all 3 of those picks. Does he start to think, I need to make a harder call now? I need to trust that my opponent likes those Pokemon enough that I can make a read that I can counter them? Or do you stick with what he knows, which is a Corviknight that has flexibility, and then 2 water types to sponge the Hydro Cannons, or at least force the Empoleon to throw the Drill Peck, which is slightly less efficient instead?
And you can see when it's water Pokemon versus water Pokemon, a lot of the time that shield preservation does go onto the Pokemon that doesn't fit into that theme. So in this case, it was our flying type Pokemon. The Moltres and the Corviknight were able to utilize those shields, because once that Pokemon goes away, you don't really have a way to hit those water types for decent damage.
Well, let's see if Aerobubble goes into that Cradily. We've mentioned it earlier, and it does have so much play into the water-type Pokemon. It also has play into the Corviknight. It has to avoid the Shadow Sizzle, but I don't think Snowman's been bringing it so far. We are ready. It's game number 3.
Yep, Corviknight takes the skies, and it's going to be the Moltres joining it. So once again, starting with an air battle here in game 3 of this match. Going to be just getting some fast attack damage, farming up all of that energy, but are they going to unleash it, or are they going to bank it for later?
I think this is a really, really good lead for Aerobubble, because the Corviknight is forced to just start spamming air cutters, and Snowman is now banking as much energy as possible just in case Aerobubble goes out. Aerobubble now gets to have a decision. Do you bank all of this energy into something that doesn't resist it, or do you start to throw it into the Corviknight and stay in this matchup? Even a boosted air cutter isn't going to threaten a knockout, so no shield goes up just yet, but Aerobubble needs to make a decision before a 3rd air cutter is reached.
Yep, good to note that boost though to the attack, because the sand attacks will hurt into Pokemon like the Empoleon in the back. Moltres is going to be able to go for this Brave Bird. Huge damage coming through onto the Corviknight, putting it into a very precarious situation. Moltres wants to get out of there though, as defenses are dropped.
Now Aerobubble would lose all of this energy if this air cutter lands, so he's going to put up a shield, because he knows that there are no other Pokemon on Snowman's side that can resist a Brave Bird. So he has a free opportunity to throw another Sucker Punch and Brave Bird this Azumarill if he wants to, but he's taking a lot of bubble damage in the process. Can he throw 2 flies here? Because that would be a really, really great amount of pressure that the Galarian Moltres has got out of this game.
So many mechanics in operation right now. That defense drop, meaning those bubbles dealing more damage. It went for the 1 fly, has the 2nd one banked in the back, and now Empoleon versus Lapras, slowing down the pace of play. The Psywave stacking up.
A good matchup for both players in a way, even though the Empoleon on paper looks like it should add up. We saw that in a Zero Shield scenario, Lapras can absolutely hold its own. The Psywaves slowly add up. The Sparkling Arias, even though resisted, still do a decent amount of damage, because Empoleon is not a particularly bulky Pokemon, even though it has brilliant water and steel defensive typing.
Exactly, Sparkling Aria trying to blind this Empoleon, but the Drill Peck is going to try and peck through the sturdy shell of this Lapras and find a way to deplete some of its HP. That's what Empoleon really has to utilize here. The Hydro Cannon's not going to be doing enough.
Now, if you could get this Lapras really, really low with the Empoleon, you could Sucker Punch it down potentially before the Psywaves take it down, but I don't know if that's a risk that Aerobubble wants to make, so he might come in with the Cradily instead at this point, get an aggressive farm down, put himself in an absolutely great position for the endgame. There's the Cradily. This is the matchup it wants to be in, because it can shield up this first Ice Beam and now put a ton of pressure. Super effective Acid, super effective Grass not available as well, but you could just go for Rock Tombs to debuff this Azumarill. So many options available for Aerobubble. Let's remember remember there is also still energy on that Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, the switch time is in Aero Bubble's favor as well. This Azumarill is pinned in. It's going to have to go for these shields. Snuma not going to be able to have this defensive utility going forward as Credilli is just able to absolutely go through this opposing Azumarill.
How do you take down the Credilli? It's going to need 2 Ice Beams or an Ice Beam and maybe 1 attack from the Lapras. The Lapras is on such low health as well, and Credilli just continues to residually bring down the attack of the Azumarill. Rock Tomb after Rock Tomb, shields are down. There is an attack banked, or at least very close to being banked on the Galarian Moltres. So what will happen here? There it is. It isn't banked, but you reach it because the bubble doesn't knock you out, and Galarian Moltres will land this fly, and it looks like Aero Bubble might just take this series.
Yeah, Snowman, I think, really hoping that bubble would come through and deal with the Galarian Moltres. The Psywave is going to be able to do it, but it's too little too late. The Moltres was able to deal with the Azumarill, and now the Credilli can just come through with an acid or 2 and leave Aero Bubble the victor.
Aero Bubble takes victory here. An English player winning in England, and the crowd cheers for him. This is one of the furthest he's ever got in the Championship Series, and he must be absolutely delighted. He played brilliantly. He stuck to Pokemon that he knew, and he brought out the Credilli. What a Pokemon to bring out when he did, and it had superb play to close out that end game.
Well, that was one of the things we were talking about, right? A lot through Game 1 and Game 2. It was all about the water types. And if you bring in a Pokemon like Credilli, with its coverage that it has grass and rock typing, rock can deal with the flyers in the sky, and the grass can deal with the water types on the ground. So it just gave Credilli a fantastic opening, and it was a fantastic call by Aero Bubble.
And the amazing thing about Credilli is you don't even need to throw grass knots. At that point in the game, your opponent has 2 shields, the acids will add up. The Rock Tomb is such a strong attack in general. Same time attack bonus as well, guaranteeing an attack drop. And when you start to put that pressure on, Credilli really showing why it is absolutely not out of the meta entirely.
And I think as well, when it's an Azumarill with that fairy typing and you have that poison type acid, that just adds a little insult to injury. Azumarill completely locked in there, forced to go through all of Snowman's shields, and it just wasn't able to get the job done with the bubble. I was a little worried, however, with the defense drop from Brave Bird, the bubbles that were allowed to come through.
I agree.
Because yes, you could think, oh, Psywave coming through from the Lapras at the end wouldn't have been enough normally into a dark typing, but with the extra damage bubble had done, I thought it was going to get dicey in the end game.
Well, one of the really interesting things is now that we have golden bottle caps and silver bottle caps available in the game, a lot of players are optimizing the stats on their Galarian Moltres, trying to give it a little bit more bulk. They want to have some attack for a lot of break points where they can do a little bit more sucker punch damage, but also a lot of defense and health when needed so that it can hold on to those bubbles, so that it can afford to throw a Brave Bird and still reach a number of attacks afterwards. And my goodness, the amount of value that the Galarian Moltres got across that series was pretty incredible.
I think for a Pokemon that we're not seeing as much at the moment, you know, we are seeing our Corviknights, we're seeing our Altarias as our flyers, and also the Talonflames. It's good to see Galarian Moltres back in style. It has great utility, great pressure, and the fact that Aero Bubble was able to bank so much energy time and time again did just show how flexible it can truly be.
Brilliantly played by Aero Bubble. We have had 2 matches already on the winner's side of the bracket here in Birmingham. We've got 2 more matches on the winner's side before we go down onto the loser side of the bracket. The loser side of the bracket, they've already been playing their first games. We've already seen a number of players on stream yesterday, but players like Arceus Aurelius and Colin Six, they played their first game of day 2. They've won, they're through. I think Jox also has gone a little bit further in this tournament. I'm really excited when we do drop down into the loser side of the bracket to see just who's still in this tournament.
And that is somewhere we will be going a little bit later on the broadcast. And don't forget Snowman that we just watched. He's not out of the competition either. He will just be dropping down into that losers bracket, but will continue a run, hoping to becoming the Birmingham Regional Champion.
Birmingham Regional Champion, the one event here in Europe as part of the Precious Paths meta, because let's remember that next month is the European International Championships that so many players are really excited for. And if you're not excited yet, you will be in a minute.
EUIC 2025 was the biggest Pokemon Go tournament to date, and it was something for the ages. 350 players came to London to compete for the championship title. This time, the meta was running wild. Annihilate and Primate demolished whole teams thanks to Ragefest. Dewgong and Azumarill cores brought the bulk, and a few surprise picks like Morpeko and Zapdos shocked the stage. Championship Sunday started with the winners finals, where CZ Wireless met the young prodigy Patoman. CZ Wireless dominated the first 2 matches with the help of his signature Primate, but the Spanish prodigy never gave up. and won the next 3 games. ZZ Wireless dropped to the losers finals, where Cuvia 0-0 was waiting for him. Even though ZZ Wireless came from a defeat, he held his ground and won 3-1 in a nail-biter match, advancing to the grand finals. Everyone was at the edge of their seats watching the final series. Switch after switch, catch after catch, Padoman and ZZ Wireless were giving it all on this stage. Just as it happened in the winners' finals, the German player won the first 2 games. But this time, ZZ Wireless had a plan and frustrated Padoman's attempt to come back, resetting the bracket and getting 1 step closer to the crown. Even though the momentum was against him, Padoman restructured his game strategy and generated some of the most impressive plays we've ever seen. The crowd went wild. Cheers from friends, peers, and trainers from every part of the world flooded the Excel London as Padoman became the new Pokémon Go European International Champion.
Padoman is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
Never miss another moment. Keep up with all the Pokémon Go action at Pokemon.com/compete.
Hope that gets you excited. European International Championships is just around the corner, but for now, we still have Padoman in the tournament himself, the EUIC reigning champion. Of course, we are directed towards some players who are looking to make a name for themselves, get that first tournament win on the board. Who do we have coming up?
Well, coming up, we have Fazberry on one side, and on the other side, we have
C. Leonardo, a grassroots tournament legend, someone who's been playing the game for so long, as opposed to Fazberry, someone who seems to have come out of nowhere, as in the last year, he made his first top cut in Bologna 2025, kind of making that last-second qualification for Worlds, and now he's in his second top cut ever, looking to get a little bit further, get his first top 8. We had C. Leonardo, of course, has made so many top cuts, has made it to a lot of top 8s even, but has never won one for himself, has that Shadow Charger Bug here. That seems to be a signature Pokemon, and he's up against a pretty standard line over there from Fazberry.
I was just about to mention, he also has that beautiful red-eyed Shadow Charger Bug that we didn't see much usage of on the stream yesterday. He probably used it a lot coming up to those finals, but I'm really keen to see if he will be wanting to use that here in this particular matchup. Can you see any use for Charger Bug? It looks pretty scary against the Shadow Talonflame.
One difference that Shadow Charger Bug is able to apply is something like an Azumarill and a Lapras, whereas the regular Charger Bug wouldn't actually output a lot of damage with the Volt Switch and Discharge combination. Shadow Charger Bug packs a punch and can Volt Switch down Lapras or Azumarill after landing those initial discharges. It just makes the matchup a lot more comfortable. On the other hand, gonna make those matchups like Guzzlord just a little bit worse for wear, as you're still not going to be able to knock out with one X-Scissor. You're going to need to commit 2 charge attacks regardless, while taking a little bit more from the Brutal Swing. Of course, both of these trainers have had no loss on the board just yet, so they have a lot to play for here and have a little bit of room to work with. So maybe we're going to see them take a couple of risks here in our game number 1.
Well, absolutely. When it comes to using these Shadow Pokemon, that is the cost. You do get that extra damage output, but at the cost of some damage, less resilience of the Pokemon. 20% extra damage, but it also takes 20% extra damage.
Fazberry, his teams in the past have been so interesting, for example. Well, here I guess C. Leonardo, Charger Bug Shadow. It's not a very standard pick. He was using the Primeape last year at the European International Championships, a Pokemon that wasn't really used at all at the time, so it's always a trainer who likes to innovate, likes to break out of the mold, and playing a pretty standard meta team outside of that Charger Bug, it seems like to be a good idea, right? You always have your safe option that you can bring to every match, but you have a little bit of an X factor, an X scissor to throw at your opponents, and he's going to be throwing that into his opponent here, Fazberry.
Fazberry on the other side with that beautiful Shadow Talonflame. Marowak, Shadow, we've seen that do so well yesterday. It's such a good ground type attacker. We're going to find out now what they are deciding to bring in.
It's Azu into Florges here and immediately makes the swap into Marowak. I'm very curious about this, as you're going to have to take this Chilling Water to the face. Perfect charge attack timing here, throwing on 6 Fairy Winds. And now, do you opt to shield this? I don't think you do. It's not going to do a whole lot of damage, but the Guzzlord pivot is now going to get a huge energy advantage here. I love this play because, you know, Azumarill is not going to be able to do quite so good into this Guzzlord if you're all loaded up with those Sludge Bombs. No pressure to shield anything here. You can go for the full fast attack down. I love the Rock Slide here. Rock Slide does just a smidge more than the Bone Club. It's a perfect recognition from C. Leonardo, knowing he only gets to 1 more charge attack.
And we've seen so many of these Guzzlords make it into day 2. The #1 usage on the graphic. This one's a beautiful, shiny white one, and you see how much energy it just pure gets to, because it blisters through those Dragon Tails and culminates so much energy. Throwing here onto the Azumarill.
Sludge Bomb #1 is going to be launched. Azumarill will get that bubble down. I don't think so. Sludge Bomb #2 is going to be reached. And at the same time, I don't mind having this energy on the Azumarill to threaten that Florges with. If you're C. Leonardo here, if you can get that shield out of this Florges, goes in directly into the Florges, brings that Credilli back out, maybe trying to get those debuffs on the board. But now, how is the Talonflame going to deal with that Azumarill in the backline? It's still got a little bit of health hanging on, so it's going to be pretty awkward to bubble it down in the future. Wonder if we attempt the Grass down here. Rock Tomb may be just not enough, but does Fazberry commit the shield? He goes for the undercharge. I love this. Great recognition, knowing, hey, this is not going to knock out. Let's try to farm back up. However, if this is not in 5 acid range, it could be Fazberry making it to another Chilling Water.
One thing I loved about Fazberry's play there is that he didn't want his Guzzlord to be farmed down. He saved it in the back pocket, but potentially for a catch towards the end of the game.
It's perfect. That's 5 acids. An absolutely huge undercharge from C. Leonardo here. Gonna let his Credilli load up on energy, and Talonflame is gonna be forced to come in here, but he goes to the Azumarill. Is this the play? Yes, I think if you get the shield here,
right,
you can get to 2 Rock Tombs on the Cradily.
Oh, that is so smart. And the Rock Tomb's doing that super effective damage.
Can he farm down?
Rock going onto the flying fire
does it
type.
take out? We can't get to the Ice Beam. Now, Fazberry is at almost 100 energy. It's going to be up to if he can get the Flame Charge through and incinerate down in 2 incinerates.
Really, really close game here. Depends which moves are going to be achieved first. Remember, there are 2 shields still on the side of C. Leonardo, and he is not going to be afraid to use them here.
I think Flame Charge is the correct play here, as you're just focused on getting the incinerates through. No pressure to throw another charge attack. You can just get these. Yeah. Now, it's up to if the Guzzlord can finish this off. They're both very low health. It's going to be absolutely down to the wire here. Cradily versus Guzzlord. It's just fast attack pressure. Can the Guzzlord farm down? No, it's going to be the Cradily beating an absolute buzzer beater there. Amazing first game here from C. Leonardo, making the swap into the Azumarill, knowing that, hey, I'm pretty close to the charge stack here. I don't need to worry about the Talonflame having extra incinerates, right? I have 2 shields on my side. All I have to do is get 2 Rock Tombs and an Ice Beam, and we're good to go.
Absolutely. Well, it's 1-0 now to C. Leonardo, but you've got to take into account both these trainers will know the opponent's team by now. They've all been shown on the stream. They've all been well known. It's all accounted for. So they were able last night to have practiced, maybe played against their friends a little bit to see the weaknesses and the strengths of their team against the opposing trainer's team. So Fazberry, I would say, is definitely not out of the count as of yet. There's lots of simulations that he may have done to see if his team is good against certain aspects of C. Leonardo's team. It was such a close game, and I'm really keen to see if Fazberry will be able to take a point back in this game.
Fazberry, he is backed by his local British community, probably practiced with a lot of his factions, made a lot of his friends from those team formats, and of course, C. Leonardo backed by the Italian community. Very, very strong group of players they have there. So interesting to see how maybe working with their friends, working with their teammates, culminates in those different ideas that they're going to bring into this game here, because this is the game that both trainers prepare the most for. Like, it's hard to look forward into your upcoming matchups, but it's really easy to see what's in front of you, take it game by game, and it's looking like we are going into a game 2 pretty soon here. I'd really expect to see that Shadow Charger bug, right? We didn't see the Empoleon being played from Fazberry, no. But I think we could expect it this game, as Empoleon really great against Cradily, really great against Azumarill, and honestly only has Shadow Charger Bug and the Kanto Marowak to worry about, but it has those heavy hitting Hydro Cannons that can give it a lot of pressure, a lot of play into both those matchups. So we're just gonna have to see what these trainers decide on. Ultimately, it's gonna lead all up to this game number 2. We see the leads in just a second here. Walk us through it.
Well, we're locking in here. We've got Florages into the Charger Bug that we've been very keen to see here with those beautiful big red eyes. Charger Bug having that Volt Switch that, with the Shadow effect, does so much damage, Eric.
Chilling Water is going to apply that first debuff, though, taking its damage down by just a notch. However, if you take a look at Fazberry's line, he is absolutely delighted to see the Charger Bug here. His backline, Empoleon and Guzzlord, don't really want to see this. At the same time, I think switch advantage is going to be very important here, as C. Leonardo needs to aim to keep his Cradily off that Empoleon.
Absolutely, Fazberry will be very keen to stay in this particular matchup. We're going to see an unloaded discharge here from the Charger Bug onto the Florigest, but Fazberry quite happy to take it.
I wonder if you're happy just to take this shield advantage here and come in with Cradily after, get a full fast attack down. If you can do that, it's going to force Fazberry to potentially make a pivot, because you don't want to let your entire floor just get farmed down. So Cradily comes in here, goes for the Chilling Water, and I wonder, does he make a pivot, or is he going to let his Cradily farm his floor just down fully?
Absolutely. What I do like about debuffing a Pokemon as soon as it comes in, it then puts into Leonardo's mind, do I want to substitute this out and maybe do more damage against whatever Fazberry has in the back, or do I want to stay in and go into the matchup?
But the Marowak with the shield advantage is so good against this entire team. If you just come in with the Marowak, Guzzlord is responding to it immediately, but with the 2 shields, we can just completely mudslap through this Guzzlord, come out with 2 Bone Clubs, and Empoleon, it doesn't have a Hydro Cannon. Can we just try to reach the 2 Bone Clubs for Empoleon in the back?
We're seeing the Brutal Swing get shielded here by C. Leonardo's Marowak. Marowak, in return, throwing this Bone Club, and it also goes shielded. Respect for both of these moves here.
I feel like if you're Fazberry, you don't have any other choice but to shield those charge attacks. At this point, your Guzzlord is the only thing that can help you get through this Marowak. Brutal Swing comes through. I think you elect to no-shield this. Perfect. Knowing that, hey, Hydro Cannon from the Empoleon is going to be the biggest problem here. Goes for that Rock Slide. We see him do it time and time again. Understanding that we just need that extra smidge of damage to break through this Guzzlord. Ooh. One more Mudslap is going to be needed, but we come into the Cradily.
Cradily throwing in the Rock Tomb. It won't do as much damage perhaps as the Grass Time move would, but it does give that debuff, which early on in the swap, with the clock timers all the way around, this will be beneficial towards C. Leonardo's Cradily.
The thing is here, it's most likely going to be within 1 Mudslap after this Grass Knot, and then it's just up to C. Leonardo to either acid this all the way down or just focus on getting that Mudslap through with the Kanto Marowak. Of course, he can elect to shield this. Honestly, doesn't really matter either way at this point. Just going to come in with that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Mudslap down on this Empoleon. Hydro Cannon goes through, but it's shielded, and the Mudslap is already going to register on the Empoleon, taking the knockout. Now, Guzzlord, no energy left to him. It's going to be taken out by the Shadow Kanto Marowak. C. Leonardo, very comfortable 2-0 victory here in Birmingham Regionals.
Congratulations to C. Leonardo. A very, very well-fought win against a new and upcoming trainer, doing very well last year for the very first time, and really proven himself to be a top competitor.
C. Leonardo has secured his place in the top 5 now, alongside a couple other trainers. Potaman, Aero Bubble, still also on that winner side. So as we have such a stacked group of trainers coming this morning, we're already whittling them down one by one. Couple of winners remain, but there's going to be one more winners match still coming up. If you're just tuning in, this is the 3rd match of our winner side here in the Birmingham Regional Championships. We are almost through with our first set of winners matches, and it's so exciting seeing what these trainers are able to pull off, the plays, the line reads that they're able to make. As we saw throughout this entire set, Shadow Charger Bug was an absolute menace the second game. No answer was brought from the side of Fazberry.
Absolutely. I was really unsure if we're actually going to see the Shadow Charger Bug, but it came through and it absolutely packed a punch. I really enjoy these little outsider spicy picks that prove to do so well against the current meta. As we saw, Fazberry's team was very much in the meta bracket Pokemon that we've seen last week very frequently. To have that one little outsider pick that ends up doing so well, it makes you feel good about watching a game like that.
Guzzlord gonna get taken out there, and C. Leonardo very, very comfortable with that win. It seemed like he wasn't too worried the entire time. That's like really impressive. Just being able to keep your emotions in check, just knowing that, hey, this was only one match of the day. There are still so many to go. And speaking of matches, we've had a lot of matches actually not played on stream, but still very relevant to our day number 2. We'll talk about those in a bit. But of course, I'd really like to hear from these trainers, just seeing what goes through their mind to make that read that, hey, Shadow Charge Bug, it's pretty heavily answered by a Shadow Kanto Marowak. And how do we make the call? How do we make the call that we're just not going to see it in this game number 2 and confidently make it as a lead?
Absolutely. It all comes down to what I like to call the mental test, the mental fortitude of each player and trying to make those reads. It's a level above that of my own, I'll tell you that right now. I love and seeing some of these games, watching the games previously as well, and watching each of their split-second decisions that really make the game. Maybe I'll switch a Pokemon out, so I'll win CMP later on at the end of the game, then that will win you the game. We saw that in Aero Bubbles game. I was really impressed, and all the trainers today are so well versed in the game and absolutely a masterclass to see.
And watching those split-second decisions in real time was one thing, but for now, let's hear from Lou and see Leonardo to see what happened in those games and hear a little bit more from the master himself.
Thank you very much, casters. I am here in the lounge joined by the master himself, C. Leonardo. Huge congratulations after that match. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling definitely fine. Finally top 8 and yeah, some extra points, some extra booster boxes. It's always a nice feeling.
I mean, when you looked at your opponent's team list, what were the things that you were worried about? What were you thinking about here?
Yeah, I felt it would have been a RPS matchup a little bit because Mike Credili was very strong into his team, but he had Empoleon and he kind of had to use it. And I had to stop Empoleon, but he had counters for my Empoleon's counters. So yeah, it's all a mind game matter at the end.
Yeah, well, you certainly were able to play those mind games very well with a particular Pokemon choice by your side, the Shadow Charger Bug. Everyone was talking about it yesterday. Talk us through why you brought that Pokemon to this tournament.
Well, I thought that an electric type was definitely mandatory because you need to put extra pressure on Empoleon. KUAC is not enough. And I guess I preferred the Shadow one because it just deals more damage, and people might not know the exact matchups because they're more comfortable with the regular one. So I guess, yeah, that's the rationale.
Well, it may be able to help Marowak get the job done against, Empoleon and things like that, but Marowak in Game 2 did some incredible energy management, and you played that so well with the Cradilly as well, going into the floor jazz, farming up lots of energy. How important was your energy banking and management in Game 2 for your win?
Yeah, I think that the key was once my opponent burned the shield at a very early stage, I guess, okay, I need to just farm down with Credillia and give 2 shields to Marowak, hoping, yeah, he can just pull it out. And because Upper Shield Marowak was pretty good. Yeah,
it's
definitely always pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good Pokemon to have by your side for sure. I mean, you say now already, you're making stages through the competition. You're currently undefeated. Do you think you can maintain that and become our Birmingham Regional Champion?
Well, yeah, that's the hope, but yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Yeah, definitely after a performance like that, you're a big contender to be able to go all the way. We'll let you go and get ready for kind of the next round, maybe have a little bit of a rest and a breather. But before we go, are there any shout-outs you would like to give, any words of wisdom for people at home?
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to my Italian friends who I shared a room with this weekend. So Aspercelto and Regintas, who talked me into Credili. I wasn't so sure about it until the very last moment. So yeah, shout out to them.
Oh, fantastic. I'm sure they will be supporting you every single step of the way throughout this tournament as well. Thank you for giving us a brilliant match here on day 2. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Pokemon trainers at home, we still have, I believe, one more match of the winner's side of the bracket to go, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Always nice. It's always nice seeing these trainers just be grateful for their friends and acknowledging, hey, I wasn't too sure about something, but my friend thought it was, so it's working out now. Also, Empoleon, it's so strong right now. The fact that he says, hey, Shadow Kanto Marowak isn't enough for Empoleon. if that's not enough for Empoleon, we may have a pretty strong Pokemon on our hands here.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just that, the Credilly that his friends inspired him to bring onto his team. I love that his community has come together and they're all helping each other make their teams. And I feel like friendship is what Pokemon is all about. You go to these in-person events, you go play against your local trainers, and you're all friends with each other, and you play against the same people over and over again, and they can help you decide what you are best with, what Pokemon brings out the best in you. Like I really enjoy playing Pokemon like Dartrix. Yeah, it may not be the best Pokemon to use in PvP, but I get some joy inside of me. Do you know what I mean?
Hey, I also have those same experiences. In Toronto, I was not super convinced on Corviknight, but my brother, he told me I had to run it, and it worked out. So
it's a pretty spicy pick.
Always have to trust in your friends, trust in your family even. And here, Tonton Batuz is trusting in something completely different. I'm pretty sure he came up with those on his own. I'm almost 100% sure.
That is a very, very spicy team, but to make it a winners rounds one in day 2 is a testament to his skill and ability, and maybe a testament to these Pokemon and growing the meta as time goes on. We're going to see how it ends up doing today. Tonton Batuz versus Maximilian P. What did he bring onto his team here? We got EUIC champion, Gdansk regional champion. He is a well-versed trainer, well-known by the community for being one of the hardest to beat.
I mean, there's so few trainers that you see a world, international, and regional level accomplishment on their page, but honestly, here we have another one. We have regionals galore and worlds. Most recently, a top 8 finish. 2 absolutely incredible trainers. Utrecht, I believe he actually got to the grand finals in 2025. So what an incredible trainer here we have in Maxi. Maxi bringing some more standard Pokemon, but Tonton Batuz, he's brought so many crazy things in the past. Stuttgart this year, he brought Shadow Dragonair. In Gdansk, he brought Gudra. Lille, he brought Shadow Dragonite. And the World Championships, he brought none other than Dragapult. Wow. So this is the Dragon trainer. He is the Dragon tamer. He won his original tournament at European International Championships with the Shadow Charizard and Shadow Dragonair combination. So always stick to what you love. And honestly, again, there's no good Pokemon. There are no bad Pokemon. There are only your favorites, only your best buddies. Here, we have a lot of best buddies. Of course, Maxi, on the other hand, his team feels a little bit inspired by something Pocket ran at a previous regional in Las Vegas with the Wigglytuff, the Steelix, and a Altaria, Annihilate. Just feels like a lot of those high pressure, high intensity, fast attack pressure Pokemon. But of course, it's got to go up against the Jellicent, a Dragonite core. We're going to see how we head into this first game. It's going to be Jellicent into Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff being definitely the favorite Pokemon in this particular matchup because of the charm damage going into the Ghost. The Ghost being negated by the normal typing on Wigglytuff.
However, Wigglytuff's charge attacks are all resisted on Jellicent. So this means that Jellicent actually has quite a lot of play here. In fact, it wins the zero shield scenarios here. We see these Surfs chunking away, and this Icy Wind is going to get that debuff that you always want to get with Wigglytuff, but it's just not going to put the damage that you really want it to.
Well, we're going to find out what Maxi decides to do with this Wigglytuff going on. Perhaps try to save up a move and then take it away and then use it later on in the game. We're going to find out as this Surf does come through on the side of Tonton Batuz.
As this Surf begins to land, you have to start thinking, hey, what are we going to do about that Shadow Steelix in the back? It almost feels that we brought a team that is, well, triple weak into the Steelix.
Well, it all comes down to these mind reads. Tonton Batuz maybe didn't see it coming, or maybe with the charge moves on his oh, what's happened here?
But wait, if he comes in here with the Clefable first, he may lure Maxi into bringing in the Steelix and actually allowing himself to align his Dragonite with the Marowak in the back.
A very, very smart play here. We're going to find out what Maxi P decides to do as his Wigglytuff does go down. Does bring out the Steelix, as you initially thought here.
Brings in the Dragonite to the Steelix. You don't have the Thunder Punch to hit back with. You don't even have Dragon Breath to chip away. You just have the superpower. This is going to become a fast and furious baiting game. Do you take the risk? Do you try to land the superpower? I think you just bait with the Thunder Punch, but it's so difficult. How do you address this?
He is not messing around here, going straight in with the superpower that would do that super effective damage. If it did go for the bait and it went unshielded, it would have been definitely costly, but this is something else.
Marowak actually comes in to absorb this superpower. It's going to get the Mud Slap through, but Are these Dragon Breaths going to start adding up? No, actually, that is probably the most damage I've ever seen a Mudslap do in the Championship Series. Meteor Mash going to be launched onto the Shadow Kanto Marowak. No reason to shield here. Maxi understands. Steelix is all he needs for the rest of this game number 1. Going to go for a full farm down here. No energy. No energy available for the Clefable really to hit back on the Steelix Moonblast. Would do quite a chunk of damage, but we all know Steelix is bulky, Steelix is fast, and Steelix is steady as it takes down Clefable. Maxi, a very, very comfortable Game 1 win here.
Very, very good win here in Game 1 from Maxi, having brought that Shadow Steelix, perhaps a Pokemon that Tonton Matusius really was hoping that he would not bring in the back line, as he was double weak to it in the back himself.
Let's see if Tonton Matusius can begin to strike back here. He's got Jellicent and he's got Dragonite, which is such a nice core, right? Because again, we noticed that Jellicent puts up quite the fight against Wigglytuff. And then Dragonite, it seems like it should be freed up in the back, but unfortunately here, it was that Wigglytuff and Steelix core that kind of put it to rest. Does Tauntaun elect to disrespect the Steelix once again? Or is he going to have to rely on his Unova Stunfisk, pretty much his only real answer to the Shadow Steelix?
Well, Tonton Matusius, he's been here before. I'm sure he's going to be here again at some point. He is a very, very well-versed player when it comes to these clutch situations. And having lost that first game, maybe he gets a little taste and a feel for the way that Maxi is deciding to play today, and he's going to really have a little moment here to think, what am I going to bring into this game number 2?
And the Dragon Tamer, he's backed by his Shadow Dragon, but he's also backed by his community. Something I noticed is earlier we had Fazberry with the Go Community Ambassador banner. So does Tonton Matusius here, and that's so nice to see that 2 community ambassadors who are such pillars in their own countries, in their own individual communities, can be representing them on the big stage here. Maxi, of course, a local to Great Britain, is also ready to go. He has his Steelix Wigglytuff core, which a lot of trainers consider to be one of the most challenging cores to go up against, because it feels like you need to play a guessing game when your opponent doesn't really feel the need to take those same risks. How do the trainers adapt? How do the trainers lock in their lines? And how are they going to move into this decisive game number 2? Maxi, everything to play for. Tauntaun needs to stay steady. He needs to keep himself in the winner's side of the bracket. He wants another tournament win on top of his already fantastic accolades, but Maxi is looking to make a mark for himself, get his first win on the board here in Birmingham.
Wow, that core that you've been talking about, the Wiggly and Steelix core, did so well for Maxi in that game 1. Do we expect him to bring it to game number 2? We're going to find out here as the trainers lock in. Maxi P versus Tonton Matusius. And we're seeing Wigglytuff against Furret. And yes, we are seeing that Steelix in the back again. The core that you have said is so strong.
The thing is here, we've kind of found ourselves in the same position, right? Like, we have not only led ABA weak to the Wigglytuff, meaning that we're weak in the front and weak in the back. While Jellicent isn't bad head-on against the Wigglytuff, if it's in the back, you can't necessarily swap it in either. So you're forced to stay here with the Furret. Icy Wind going to be reached by the Wigglytuff. And again, once we actually land these next Swifts, once our Furret gets taken out, how do we address the rest of this Wigglytuff? We're going to have very little fast attack pressure to actually get it down and out of the field, which is going to be so critical as our Jellicent can't really hex it down. We have to bring in the Clefable.
And we are seeing these Sucker Punches just do so little damage into the Fairy type. Deciding to go for a switch here and bringing in Clefable. Clefable being met by that big Steel Snake Steelix.
Steelix hits the field, and again, Tonton Matusius, it feels like he just doesn't have the right ways to address this Shadow Steelix. He has the Clefable, which does put on a pretty good amount of pressure considering it's fully resisted damage, but at the same time, Maxi doesn't actually have a great way to hit this Clefable in the short run. Only has Psychic Fang to kind of chip away slowly, and as the longer this matchup goes on, I honestly can start to see the vision. Like, Meteor Mash and Moonblast combination onto the Steelix isn't even too bad.
This matchup, definitely a battle of attrition. I will tell you that right here, right now. Meteor Mash coming through, not doing that much damage, and taking now another Psychic Fang, which may at this stage be enough to knock out.
I really like this shield decision here. However, it's going to be I feel like it begs Maxi to try to make a catch. No, he just stays in. He understands that, hey, we have perfect alignment. We get the Shadow Steelix onto the Jellicent. It's perfect for him. He's able to line up this Psychic Fangs, and Tonton Matusius has to make a decision. Do you shield this? No. You just let it go, but the Jellicent's going to be under so much pressure from the Shadow Kanto Marowak now.
Tontonpatus deciding I will throw the energy. I'm not going to go for a full farm down here at the cost of maybe receiving another charge type attack. And we're going to see Maxi P now bring back the Wigglytuff. No strong charge moves, as you were mentioning in the game previous, and this time it looks like Maxi P is just going to let this one go down too.
Needs to just get a surf off here and see if he can reach another one against the Shadow Kanto Marowak. If he can, there may be a little bit of life here, but no, the Fert's just too low. It can't get to a charge attack. Maximilian P has 2 shields on his side. Shadow Kanto Marowak with 2 shields, one of the most dangerous things in the entire game. It's going to fully mud slap down the Clefable, fully mud slap down the Fur, fully mud slap down the
He's already
Jellicent.
celebrating, coming towards the end of this game. The mud slap down has come through, and it is looking like Maxi P with a huge smile on his face. He had a really big game ahead of him in Tontonpatus, but he ends up taking it and making it into winners round number 2 on day 2.
Such a difficult situation for Tontonpatus, having to address that Shadow Steelix, which looked like such a menace from Maxi that entire set. It seemed like the Kanto Marowak put so much pressure on the Unova Stunfisk, just allowing the Steelix to completely roam free, do as it pleases, take its enemies as it wants, and Psychic Fangs everything.
Well, yesterday, Lou and I were talking about maybe a very dangerous pairing in Empoleon and Altaria, but you've really made me think in this game, maybe one of the most dangerous pairings that we're now seeing is a Pokemon that I kind of flew under the radar for me. This Wigglytuff and the Shadow Steelix. You can see the Shadow Steelix is just so strong. It holds on to its HP with every fiber of its being, and he ends up getting those Psychic Fangs off, lowering the opponent, and that's what it does. It tanks the moves and it lowers, it chips away at the opponent as fast as it possibly can, which isn't very fast.
Steelix is so bulky, it's so strong, and it's here to play in the Steel City, all in Birmingham, the industrial city, right? And we have Steelix kind of being like the force of industry, so bulky, it's just made up of rocks and steel, and it's like chomping away at its opponents, chomping away at the bit, and it's just so powerful when you don't have a ground type to address it, when you don't have a Mud Slap, or even Unova Stunfisk can struggle in certain situations when Earthquakes are being applied.
Absolutely. Well, Maximilian P wins that game. Tontonpatus did end up losing that game. He is down, but he is not out, as that was the winner's side of the bracket. We are now seeing Tontonpatus go down to the loser's side, where he has to play double the amount of games to make it to the end, but he can still make it to that elusive grand finals. It's still very possible for him.
The thing is, we're moving now onto the loser's side, and to give you all an update for those at home, we had a couple matches already occur off stream. Arceus Aurelius went 2-1 against Limefang. Jox went 2-0 against Jason. Saad Munir 0-2 against Colin 6. And then Smeyu coming off of a great win against Chris LB. We're going to be seeing up next against Inadequates. But all these trainers on the lower side, I almost argue that they may have an advantage going into these next matches because they've already put one on the board for the day, while their opponents just coming in from a fresh loss, maybe still thinking about what they could have done differently, how they could have adapted a little bit better. Everybody's mindset in a different place, but we're all going to be here on the stream for the rest of the tournament, bringing you the action directly from the Birmingham Regional Championships.
Very exciting. We're going to be looking over at the losers bracket over here now. Still in, we've got Arceus Aurelius taking that 2-1 win against Limefang. Jox taking that 2-0 win against Jason. Colin 6 taking that 2-0 win against Saad Munir, and we've got Smee who won 2-0 against Chris LB. But all these trainers are so fantastic. To see some of these well-known players end up losing in such early stages of day 2 is a testament to the ability and the raw skill that we are seeing here in Birmingham.
It makes you think, right? All these trainers have already gone through the ringer just to get here, and they're not even close to the finish line, it feels like. You just see this entire losers bracket, and you're like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matches left today. That is crazy. They have to win this losers finals, and then they have to flip the grand finals against someone who has won all their matches throughout the entire tournament. But of course, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't possible. We've seen trainers like Dunebug, like Elite, push their way through the entire of a tournament, go on like insane runs, 12, 13, 14 sets, just unfathomable amounts of wins to all do in one weekend. But Inadequates on the left-hand side, he is no stranger to making those losers runs. I believe in the Utrecht 2024 event, he flipped the grand finals on Pablo and Dinas. Smeyu, though, has a little bit more of a name to make for himself. Believe this is his first top cut appearance, and he is up against not only a strong player, I would say one of the titans of the European circuits, but everyone has to start somewhere. To be a grand champion, to be a finalist, you have to start by beating other grand champions.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, everyone is just another player, and you have to make your way through some tougher opposition sometimes to make it through to where you want to be towards that end finishing podium.
And this is just the beginning as we get into our first match. It's Grumpig leading into Unova Stunfisk. It's a pretty neutral lead here.
And we have seen Grumpig do so well, being able to have that coverage against pretty much everything in his charge type attacks. And he gets to those charge moves so quickly with the fast move, Psywave, which really is a fast type attack.
It really starts to shred away at any Pokemon, especially Unova Stunfisk, which has a little bit of a higher health stat. Still, it's going to take a lot here. Dynamic Punch coming through. I wonder if 2 Dynamic Punches is enough to knock out this Unova Stunfisk. I think it's just not going to be enough, so we'll maybe see Inadequates reach for that Shadow Ball next.
Well, it may be enough with the addition of the chip that is now getting away with from all these Psywaves. We're seeing Smee here now throwing this Mud Bomb, which does a significant amount of damage to the remaining health of the Grumpig.
Actually comes in directly with the Florges here. I like this play, trying to maybe bring out one of those Pokemon from Inadequates. I wonder what he's trying to lure out here. Looks like the Clefable is most likely going to come in. Oh, actually comes in with the Gastrodon. Well, I wonder what Inadequates is thinking here, as now the Corviknight's going to be aligned to that Clefable in the back.
Well, he doesn't know that, you see. It all comes down to this team reading. He doesn't know that the Corviknight is waiting in the wings, so to say. But Smee ends up going down, and we're going to see what Smee decides to bring in here. And it has to be the Corviknight, right?
I think Gastron got that Mud Slap down because Smeeyu, he threw one of the Fairy Winds and threw the Chilling Water on not the best charge attack timing. And thanks to that, Inadequates doesn't need to give up another shield for another Trailblaze, give up another shield for another potential Chilling Water, and it's going to start landing these Water Pulses onto the Corviknight. It's a perfect shield call, though, from Smeeyu, understanding that, hey, this is probably going to do the most damage out of anything that he's going to be able to hit me with for the rest of the game. I'm going to shield everything from the Gastron. If it's anything else, we may have a chance here. It's a Talonflame. It doesn't matter how I shield here. Talonflame's going to incinerate me all the way down. He's going to reach for the Air Cutter here. It's an immediate no shield from Inadequates, understanding that, hey, Payback's not going to knock me out. We have nothing to worry about. Does the Air Cutter apply the booster? That's the more important question, and it does. Ooh. This next Air Cutter now critically knocks out the Gastrodon.
Now we are going to see what Inadequates is going to be able to bring onto in the back against this Corviknight. But it doesn't knock out. Just about hanging in there. Almost at a move as well. Maybe being able to get to one if he gets brought in at the end of the game.
I wonder if this Air Cutter gets a boost, then the next one may be enough to knock out the Clefable.
We're going to find out as the Air Cutter connects, and is he going to get a boost?
No boost is going to be applied. The sand attacks start to add up. The Meteor Mashes are starting to be launched, and Inadequates understands he only needs to land a Meteor Mash here, and the Gastron can't get to a Water Pulse, but may be able to toss off a Body Slam. It's up to Smeeyu here to maybe make that catch, make those reads. He's got the one-turn fast attack that he has the option to make the catch if he needs, but does he go for it? Ooh. Meteor Mash isn't going to be launching. Clefable continues to farm. It's going to try to get to the Moonblast. If Inadequates can land this Moonblast, he should be good to go here, but Air Cutter gets shielded. Does he opt for the Stunfisk catch? He doesn't opt for it, and Meteor Mash is going to be thrown into the Corviknight, and it's going to be almost enough to knock out this Corviknight. We can't really see the health bar, so we're going to make a guess here. Meteor Mash lands. It's just barely not enough. Switches into the Unova Stunfisk. Can you beat it to the Dynamic Punch? You can. You barely don't get it.
Oh my goodness. A game that you thought was not even attainable for Inadequates because of the back line is now looking to be a switch up.
Dynamic Punch from the Grumpig, and the Air Cutter is not going to be able to get reached. Psywave down the Corviknight. Grumpig put on an absolute clinic there.
Well, you do have to think. You're looking at the back line, and you were thinking about the Fairy type of Clefable into the Steel type of Corviknight, but Corviknight hasn't got those Steel type moves to really threaten the Clefable, so it wasn't as much of a one-sided argument as you may think going into it.
Honestly, yeah, if Corviknight is already chipped a little, we understand that Meteor Mash is one of the most effective charge attacks in the entire game, I'd argue. So cheap, being you could reach, I think, in 5 Fairy Winds. It was one of the newer changes for Clefable, and now I think we're having a little bit of a discussion here. I would assume that it's something to do with the fairy winds from the Florges against the Gastrodon, and maybe coming in with a little bit of a delay made it so that he couldn't get to the other Chilling Water or the other Trailblaze and get the shield that he would have liked. But of course, that's what our judges are here for. We're just here to talk, but the judges are talking about the actual game at stake. They're making the decisions that are going to ultimately affect how our players honestly get into the rest of this match. So yes, it is officially under review now. So we're just going to trust our judges. Hopefully our trainers can get this resolved. But of course, always good to be taking a look, because we just want to maintain the competitive integrity of these games.
Absolutely, and with these two trainers, the game was so incredibly close. At one point, you thought it was certain that Inadequance was going to lose this just due to the back line. But at the end of the day, with a little bit of dancing, wiggling around, trying to get your Pokemon aligned in just the right ways, and you got to make sure that your charge moves that you're holding on to are thrown into what you believe is the best place to throw those charge moves. It is literally anyone's game.
And I think it really came down to that floor just not being able to get to that second charge attack against the Gastrodon. Totally a fair point to make here. Hey, if he gets the Chilling Water or gets the Trailblaze, Inadequance has to give up that second shield. And if he gives up that second shield, I honestly think Corviknight could push through the rest of the game there.
We're going to see what the judges have to say about that one going forward. Looking at this team, we see in both the Guzzlord on both teams. Yesterday, when starting up, we're looking at the top meta usage. It wasn't even in contention. We weren't even thinking about Guzzlord, but we've seen it on so many teams today, and we're seeing it so many times here into day 2. What are your thoughts on Guzzlord?
I used it in Toronto myself, so I 100% am a Guzzlord enjoyer. I think it's one of the strongest Pokemon in this meta. If you were to ask me, I think it is the strongest Pokemon in this meta, and I would not play a tournament without it, honestly. I think it's so consistent, so safe, and even against its worst matchup, which is, most people would say that's Azumarill, right? Pretty standard, play rough, just gonna knock you out in one hit. But I think the way you can dance around throwing sludge bombs before your opponent reaches the play rough, swapping in and out to catch those charge attacks, maybe on a Azumarill, maybe a Lapras, it gives you a lot of play, a lot of options to mess around with, when especially when you're playing such two bulky Pokemon. You just want to dance around and switch and catch attacks to make your opponent's energy a little less effective.
Absolutely. You don't want to see that Azumarill, but at the same time, as you mentioned, it takes so long for Azumarill to get to those play roughs. It gives you ample time to maybe get back to the switch clock and maybe try and catch a move, or throw the sludge bomb and just try and make a detriment to the health of the Azumarill.
And that's like a conversation we've been having a lot this weekend, right? Just generally, switch clocks being 45 seconds now, what a great change to the game. Honestly, it allows so many players to, even with one catch, you can permanently like destroy the switch clocks, completely manipulate them in your favor, and break out of those difficult matchups, break out of those alignment-based games, and fight for maybe a little bit of a different storyline in the games, just giving yourself more and more of an opportunity as the day goes on. But of course, these trainers here are still very much in the tournament. They're still trying to make their reads, figure out what they want to use here in game number 2. Regardless if it is a rematch or not, well, I have just heard it actually is a rematch. These trainers still have the knowledge of game 1, though. They still know exactly what happened. They know the lines, and they're going to have to adapt here in game number 2. Still, it's 0-0, and it's anyone's game to play for.
Absolutely. Both of these trainers know what the opposition was keen to bring in. And sometimes you put all your cards on the table and you show your best Pokemon, because both these trainers will have already looked into the lineups of their potential counterparts coming into these games, and they will know what their best Pokemon are into it. When it comes to a best of 3, sometimes you just throw your best Pokemon out straight away and then hope that your opponent doesn't have enough time to process what the best thing to bring against it is. We're going to find out going into a new best of 3 if this is going to be the case.
Sometimes in these best of 3s, it feels like you don't have to play for the long run. It's not a best of 5. You just have to blitz out your opponent in 2 games and kind of sweep them off their feet before they can realize what happened. Whether that means playing crazy lines or just lines that don't make sense whatsoever, hey, it's all you have to play for here. Just 2 wins and you're into the next round. You don't have to worry about the longevity of the match. You don't have to worry about taking more stable plays into the match, but you can take risks like we saw in Adequance and Possum Man in the first set, Of course, this is Inadequate's second set of the day, and so is Smiyu's game to shine as he has led the Corviknight into the Clefable.
And this was a matchup that you were specifically talking about in game 1 that Inadequate desperately didn't want, but we ended up finding out it didn't end up too bad for Inadequate, and he ended up overturning that particular matchup. In this case, Inadequate decides to immediately pivot into his trusty Giratina.
It's going to be payback thrown to the Giratina, and it's an immediate shield from Inadequate here. Now, how do you address this Giratina? You can't really come into the floor just because you don't have that much charge attack pressure. You're going to have to commit these shields, though, as the Florges doesn't like to take these Shadow Calls and Shadow Sneaks. It's not a very bulky Pokemon, but the Shadow Sneak does a lot of damage here. How are you going to take down this Giratina?
It does so much damage. Inadequate's nodding his head in approval there with how much it did. Now, looking at the Fairy typing of this Florges, but it doesn't really have that much Fairy offensive pressure. The 2 charge moves that this particular Florges is using, both resisted by the Dragon typing. We're seeing a switch out here from Inadequate, potentially catching the move, and we are seeing a Chilling Water land upon his Clefable.
Clefable is going to get the farm down here, but how far is that going to go into the Corviknight? Can another Chilling Water be reached? No, it can't. But now we see the Clefable ready to launch some Moonblast on the Corviknight. We've seen these honestly do a respectable amount of damage in game number 1. But of course, Corviknight happy to shrug this off. Unovan Stunfisk in the back has so much play with these 2 shields. Let's see if Smelyu decides to hang on to his shields, take the advantage that he's already been given, and kind of sweep through the game with Unovan Stunfisk.
And we're seeing the air cutter come through here. We've seen these air cutters as you get to them ever so quickly. The Community Day move, air cutter being hit. Oh, and he got the buff!
Wow. He catches on the Talonflame, but he doesn't sneak through the Incinerate. This is critical for Smelyu, as now he can go into Unovan Stunfisk, pace to this first discharge before the Flame Charge is reached, and it can basically take the entire Talonflame out without needing to take a Flame Charge.
Inadequate would have really wanted to sneak through that Incinerate, a whole 5-turn move being able to be snuck through. There's no more satisfying feeling, in my opinion.
It comes through. The third Incinerate does land onto the Unovan Stunfisk. Go. Giratina comes in here. It's going to throw off the Shadow Sneak immediately. I think you can opt to shield any charge attacks here. You're not going to be shielding any cheap attacks, especially Giratina. 2 pretty expensive moves. Shadow Sneak does land, and now it's going to be Dragon Claw that he reaches for. A little bit harder hitting, and it's going to land to this Unovan Stunfisk. The no-shield call doesn't do... Oh, wow, that does quite a lot of damage. Clefable comes in! Charge attack priority on to the Unovan Stunfisk! You'll have to let this go, but how can you address this Giratina now?
An immediate swap and throwing the move. It doesn't quite do enough damage to take the knockout, but Giratina now is going to be able to get that little bit of farm down that it desperately needs to perhaps throw another move.
Giratina, if you can get the farm down here, is it possible that you can reach a charge attack? No, it's just not enough. Switch timers were up, and Inadequate is going to lose his Giratina here to the Sand Attacks. Sand Attack down on the Giratina. You don't see that every day. A bulky Pokemon Sand attacking down another bulky Pokemon. Smelyu stretches a little bit, takes a sigh of relief because that one was a nail biter. He got even the best alignment possible, but Inadequate danced in and out of that game and made it so close.
Absolutely. I'm sitting next to Eric. Eric usually has an idea of who's going to win, probably about 5 days before it even happens. But in this particular instance, it was a nail biter. He had no idea, and we're going side to side to side, and I have no idea anyway.
That was honestly such a crazy game. Seeing like Giratina being switched and Smelyu being like, oh my goodness, like I don't have an answer to the Giratina. Florges, it feels like it should be good Fairy type into the Dragon, but Giratina honestly plays more of a ghost role here, using the Dragon subtyping as a way to resist all of Flores' charge attacks. And it's his signature Pokemon, and that was a really cool showing there.
I know.
Even into the Steel type, like Corviknight. Fairy type, like Florges. We're like, dang, it's pretty solid into both of those. Impressive.
And we were both surprised about how much damage that sneak attack did. The shadow effect on this particular Pokemon. And there's a move that it isn't very costly to get to. He charges his way there, and it did such destructive damage, and it was only neutral.
It's a very bulky Pokemon as well. I was surprised to see it doing so much damage. I'd be lying if I said I've ever seen a Shadow Sneak land onto a Florges from a Shadow Altered Giratina. But hey, you gotta start somewhere. On the other hand, though, if you're Smelyu, I wonder if you decide to bring the Corsola. It doesn't seem like Inadequate is so fond of the Guzzlord in this matchup. Of course, you have Florges, you have Corviknight, Shadow Scissor. Just a lot of things that put pressure onto it. do we bring the Corsola in the game number 2? I think it would be a great call, and it's going to be Clefable leading into that Corsola. It's a great call from Smeyu.
Very, very good call from Smeyu. And Corsola, Pokemon that we aren't seeing as much in the recent series, but I am looking into that back line, and I'm seeing the Fairy type of Florigis into Guzzlord.
Meteor Mash launch onto the Corsola. This is just so interesting to see, right? Meteor Mash has a near similar effectiveness to Moonblast, despite not being same attack bonus. That is a catch. That is a sneak. And Inadequence is already pulling out all the stops here, trying to fight his way out of what he deems to be potentially difficult alignment here.
And we are going to see Corviknight come into that Gastrodon now. There is a misalignment in the swap clock, but it is definitely a more beneficial situation for Smeyu in this encounter.
Honestly, I love this shield here, understanding that, hey, if there's no Talonflame on Inadequence's side, we can go nuts with the Corviknight. Payback's going to be enough to knock out here or just put it into a couple sand attacks range. Landing that Nightshade was so effective. He puts up the shield at the last second. It's a great call from Inadequence. He's going to get to this next water pulse before a Payback is reached. Does Smeyu elect to shield this, or do they think, hey, let's put this on the floor. It's done so much for me in the past. But no, Corviknight, it's one of his best Pokemon as well. Gives the shield up here. He's going to be able to farm up massively. Can he get the knockout with this air cutter? It's going to be close, but I think as soon as Inadequence takes this, he's just going to make an immediate pivot to the Guzzlord.
Yeah, this Corviknight has so much energy. He's quite happily to take that move just as to save shields. But wait,
it's just a body slam.
Just throw a body slam here.
It's still better to throw the body slam here, as it will now put it into a potential brutal swing range. I kind of like this play from Inadequence here. Just going to get the sand attack down, and the Guzzlord is going to need to address this Corviknight. It's so low on energy, it's boosted, it's ready to go, but he actually goes and lets Inadequence does 3 Dragon Tails. This means that Inadequence can launch a brutal swing now on the charge attack priority. Does he elect to do so? Does he call the catch? No. Ooh. He waits a turn. Brilliance. Allowing 2 sand attacks to go through, throwing out the brutal swing. It's just going to get the knockout. Let's take a look. It is enough to knock out the Corviknight, but now an immediate pivot to the Clefable. Can the Clefable get to the Meteor Mash? It's going to get caught. It gets caught in the Corsola. Amazing catch there.
Catch here from Smeyu. Perhaps seeing it coming, where both players are maybe taking a little bit of extra time to see if a Pokemon is going to potentially be caught here, and Corsola is going to take the full brunt of that Meteor Mash, and is going to go down, but not before a parting gift here.
If we can land another Astonish, is it enough for the Trailblaze to knock out the Clay? Oh, we can't land the Astonish! That means this Meteor Mash is going to be landing onto the floor. Just, can we even knock out this Clefable with a charge attack? I'm not sure if he can prevent this Clefable from fully knocking out that Floridas. That's big damage. Meteor Mash, Inadequence. You can see the surprise on his face. Even he wasn't expecting it to do that much damage. What an amazing display from Clefable here. They're just both laughing. They see that this is quite the difficult situation for the floor. Just fairy on fairy action. And now Fairy on Guzzlord, but Trailblaze is just not enough to knock out Meteor Mash, putting the shift for Inadequence here, and he's going to be taking game 2 by the skin of his teeth. Barely going to hang onto this Trailblaze here, knocking out the Florges.
Back-to-back nail-biter games here, and we're going to a decisive game number 3. Oh, these make my hands start to shake, Eric, I'll tell you that.
If we're shaking up here, how must these trainers feel? They've got so much to play for. This is a make it or break it moment. They need to win this game 3 to make it into the top 8 of the Birmingham Regional Championships, secure themselves some prize money, secure themselves an extra booster box. But Smeyu has made so many great calls. It always seems like the alignment, he understands where to put his Pokemon. And Corsola got onto the Clefable there. Inadequence gave himself a little bit of breathing room by catching that Nightshade. But the Guzzlord just couldn't find the Corsola in that game, even though he finally decided to take the risk, bring the Guzzlord, and it didn't seem to be the biggest player there, although it did knock out the Florges.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have to bring attention to that Clefable. Clefable with a non-same type attack boost onto the, using the Steel move.
Meteor Mash.
Meteor Mash, absolutely.
Onto the Florges.
It's just so much damage. I didn't expect it. It was a move that was only added onto it very recently, and a move that very much contradicts the typing of Clefable.
Clefable, having Meteor Mash is so powerful. It's so great in the Pokemon, I guess, that are not water types, that are not Gastrodon, because you have to go for the Moonblast in those matchups. water resists metal, which the Meteor Mash, so it's going to be a little bit difficult there. Let's see. Wow, this next, yeah, this is one of the examples. Meteor Mash is resisted on the Unova Sunfist, so forces you to go for those neutral, hard-hitting Moonblast. Mud Bomb is going to be reached first, though, here for the Unova Sunfist. Does he opt to throw? Yes, just decides to toss off immediately.
Yes, throwing that one immediately here. We're going to see how much damage these ground-type moves do into Clefable. Clefable has really shown itself in these last few games that we have witnessed. Going for the neutral move here, Moonblast. We're going to see how much damage this does. No, we're not, as it takes the shield from Smeyu very, very early on in the game here.
I like the shield here, recognizing that, hey, if I can keep this Unova Sunfist up, it's one of my most effective Pokemon in this matchup. Can still utilize it to knock out that Talonflame, which is lurking in the back, ready to take on the floor, just ready to take on that Corviknight. Now, Moonblast is going to be reached here, but Inadequance, this is going to come down to the fact, can he get to another Moonblast before the farm down is applied here, or does he pivot into that Gastrodon? It's going to force out some energy here from Smeyu. It's going to be that, yeah, it's going to reach for the Mud Bomb. I think this is the correct play here, but does he pivot now into the floor just when he sees Gastrodon?
Throwing the move just before the Meteor Mash is achieved. Very, very smart.
Yes, he pivots immediately.
Pivoting into the Gastrodon. Gastrodon not really wanting to see the Trailblaze, which is about to come up. Very, very happy to give the shield.
I've seen Smeyu go for those nukes every single time. He's gone for the Trailblaze. He's gone for the paybacks. And Inadequance has always gone for the shields. Oh my goodness, I think this is going to be an insane play. He's going to throw the Water Pulse here. It's going to leave it on low health. He could catch this on the Talonflame. He could catch a Trailblaze on the Talonflame. He has the opportunity, but no, it's a Chilling Water. It's going to be reached here. Another shield is put up. What does Inadequate think is in the back?
Absolutely, a very, very good bait here from Smeyu. Going to lower the attack of the Gastrodon on Inadequate's side. We're going to see what Inadequate decides to do. Ends up,
he throws the Chilling Water! He throws the Chilling Water onto the Talonflame! He calls the catch! Chilling Water boosted, takes down the Talonflame to the red health. Now, all he has to do is throw the discharge!
Oh my goodness! A combo play from the likes I've never seen. Such a good anticipation from Smeyu here, and ends up taking down the Talonflame. We're down to just the Gastrodon on the side of Inadequates.
But actually, can the Gastrodon get through this Corviknight? We almost have 2 Water Pulses, but Corviknight should be able to outpace the payback. What is he going to bring in here? Brings in the Corviknight. Water Pulse number 1. It's going to be reached. Is the second one going to be enough? I think Inadequate has to reach for Water Pulse, and Body Slam. We're going to have to see. This is going to be a race to the finish line. These trainers have so much to play for here. Can Smeyu reach that payback? Water Pulse number 2. It's going to reach. It's going to land on the Corviknight. Can he Mud Slap down before the payback is reached?
The clock timer is now back up, meaning there is still a possibility now for a catch on Smeyu's side, but is it even going to be needed? We're going to find out as the payback is achieved here on Inadequate. He is clapping. He is accepting defeat here. A very, very good run by Smeyu. What a play!
Delivering the payback onto the Gastrodon. Smeyu has done the unthinkable. He's knocked Inadequate out of the tournament before the top 8, securing his place in the top 8 of the Birmingham Regional Championships. What an accomplishment here. Not only making yourself in the top 8, but knocking out a trainer like Inadequate while doing it. Absolutely clinical team reads, clinical baits, and calling the Talonflame catch. Calling the Chilling Water would be the right charge attack to throw here. So many great decisions made in this last set, and he should be so proud of what he's achieved here.
Fantastic plays from Smeyu, getting the payback off on that Gastrodon, but not just that, also getting the payback of all the trainers that Inadequate has beaten this season so far.
I mean, it's been such a good season for Inadequate, no matter how you look at it. 2 first place, and now adding a 9th place to the roster. That's 3 for 3 on the top cuts. What an incredible trainer. Just making day 2 all of his tournaments with Smeyu. He has broken the mold. He has broken into his first top 8, and will he continue to make upsets, make waves here in the Birmingham Regional Championships? I'm so excited to see what he has in store for us.
Smeyu, a very accomplished, aspiring trainer. He's really proven himself here in not just these battles, but the battles we saw yesterday. Such fantastic plays, very, very closely fought some of these matches, and especially this had to go to a decision at the beginning and may knock the confidence of some trainers, but no, not for Smeyu. A fantastic play and ended up taking home the glory.
Corsola, it was so effective for him in this game number 2, but unfortunately, Clefairy will close it out for Inadequates. Hopefully, we get to see that Meteor Mash doing critical damage onto the floor. Just Trailblaze, launch here onto the Guzzlord. It's a lot of damage, but just not enough. We saw the Guzzlord taken down. Floor just so effective for Smiyu here. Discharge onto the Talon Flame, and it's just a perfect ending to that game number 3. Corviknight came in after to clean up that Gastrodon. And you can see the relief on his face as he noticed that Water Pulse wasn't enough to knock out that Gastrodon. Oh my goodness, what a set here. What a treat for all of our viewers at home, even for us here. Just that shows nobody is safe in this tournament. How many regional champions, regional winners do we have left here? We have Colin 6, we have Tauntaun Battus, we have Arceus Aurelius, we have Patoman. So pretty much a 50-50 chance in this top 8 if we're going to see a repeat regional winner. And honestly, all these trainers, they probably have a pretty equal chance of winning the tournament.
It's always so fun to see not only trainers that we've seen time and time again do so well in these tournaments, but also the new aspiring trainers who have never won before. Some have never even played before. But some of these trainers, they know what they're doing. They may enjoy the game, and they come out to these events just to give it a go, and they might end up maybe shocking some people.
This is kind of what it takes, right? You come to a tournament, you come expecting to have some fun, expecting to meet some people, and just give it your best. And you realize, hey, you know what? I'm not so bad at this. That's how you get roped in. That's
Absolutely.
where the rabbit hole begins.
Probably happened for you a long time ago.
It did happen for me a long time ago, and maybe it happened for our trainer Smiyu a long time ago. He's been playing for a while, and he's finally making an impact. Freed, I'd love to hear a little bit more about his impact and how he feels about winning that match.
Thanks very much, Eric and Jay. I'm joined by the winner of that last match, Smiyu. And for anyone unfamiliar with who you are, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So hi, my name is Sebastian. I started playing PvP like 2 years ago. I connected with the community from Poland. They teach me a lot, and I'm that's my first tournament that isn't inside Poland. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, you played in both Gdansk regionals over this year and the previous year.
Yes.
Your first event outside of Poland, but you are a player that has played a lot of great Go Battle League. You've hit over 3,500 ELO, you've hit the top 50 on the leaderboards, you're a good player, and you've just taken out one of the best. How did that feel?
It's obviously the great feeling. Inade is one of the best players in the world, so I'm happy to face him and even more to beat him, so I'm really happy.
You've got Galarian Corsola, a Pokemon that we haven't seen a lot of currently in the meta, one of the old great picks. Why did you choose to still bring it?
So we thought about the team with colleagues from Poland, Bakemi, EB, and Nickname, and we thought about this team at Friday. When we got to the airport, it's pretty nice team. Galarian Corsola seems really good into the meta, besides obviously Furet, which is one of the best mons in the meta at the moment. But I got Corviknight, I got Guzzlord, I got Fairy, I got really good checks for Furet, so I wasn't really afraid about facing Furet. To the moment I played King yesterday.
You played it really well. You mentioned a few of your friends there. Is there anyone else you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, to my girlfriend Victoria, to my family watching, and to the local community from Gdańsk.
Yes, so this is Sebastian Smiyu. He's just taken down Inadequates. I cannot wait to see how far you go. Congratulations again. Casters, back to you.
Thank you very much, Fareed, and congratulations, Smiyu, on taking down such a formidable trainer. I'm now joined by Lou, and we are ready to bring more great Pokemon Go action to you.
I was on the edge of my seat backstage watching that Game 3. Absolutely incredible. So calculated, such great energy preservation, and right there at the end. It wasn't necessarily the story to be for my little boy Gastrodon, but there's still one in contention with Padaman, so, I can keep my fingers crossed.
Absolutely. And we're seeing a Galarian Corsola make it even further into the competition. A Pokemon that a lot of trainers are probably written off by this stage in the season. It was around a little bit at the very, very beginning, but you don't really see it as much anymore. But it's a Pokemon to be desired.
That is very true, and let's not forget as well, it is the reigning Birmingham regional champion.
Oh, of
right?
course.
You know, Icelandic Lapras had a Galarian Corsola to win this last year. Let's see if Galarian Corsola can go on the double. But jumping into our next losers round 2 match, we have got Snowman versus Colin 6. Now, both these trainers are in the loser side of the bracket, as you know, so this really is their tournament lifeline on the line.
Absolutely. We're coming down to the wire here. These trainers, last opportunity to make it all the way. They've already done so well to have made it this far. 2 trainers that we have already seen a few times on stream. Snowman versus Colin 6. I'm very excited with both trainers using that Azumarill, such a tanky Pokemon, and I always enjoy watching it throw its bubbles off.
Yeah, exactly, and there's a lot of Pokemon they have in synergy here as well. We have got the Scissors a piece, we've got the Corviknights in there as well. A few little variations with Pokemon like the Lapras and Guzzlord versus the Altaria and the Stunfisk on Colin's side, and we've spoken a lot about the Battle of the Dragon types, so let's see which one is going to come out on top. Jumping straight into it, it's the Stunfisk versus the Guzzlord.
And we've seen this Guzzlord so many times this weekend. Guzzlord really making a name for itself here. Guzzlord definitely having the better of the situations, being against this electric typing. The Dragon does like to take these electric moves for sure, but Colin obviously choosing the Mud Bomb here.
Yeah, exactly. Going for that neutral damage into the Guzzlord instead. And now Corviknight taking to the sky is going to be trying to rain some sand into Guzzlord's eyes and stop it for going for this damage. But no, Guzzlord is too smart for this. Can go for that brutal swing, get a little bit of chip on the board.
Guzzlord having got that move through. Now getting a pivot here from Snowman going into the Azumarill. Azumarill, you may think a fairy type going into this steel type. Is this really optimal? But there's no steel type moves on the Corviknight here. It's got very neutral moves around, well, the air cutter, of course, which is a very spammy move. Oh, and he gets the buff.
He does get the buff, and also critically, this Azumarill is running that Ice Beam as well, and with the flying type on that Corviknight, it can give it a little bit of an edge. Corviknight, though, able to go for this air cutter, just take down the Azumarill into the yellow as it locks in that Ice Beam.
Ice Beam going to be going off here, the neutral damage into the steel and flying typing. It does go shielded, respected by Colin 6 here. Colin now pivoting into the Stunfisk, a Pokemon we've already seen before, but this is exactly where Colin wants to see it, throwing off the discharge into the Azumarill.
Exactly, and now Azumarill in a position where it's in that dangerous spot, wants to get out of the way of the Stunfisk and wisely brings in that Guzzlord on Snowman's side.
Guzzlord throwing off this same type attack boosted damage in Brutal Swing, and it does do a decent amount of chip damage into Stunfisk, but it's such a spammy move. He gets 2 in before Stunfisk is able to make it to their first move.
Yep, Guzzlord landing that brutal swing onto the Stunfisk that's desperately trying to get all of that energy up. It's now on its last legs, but able to unleash this Mud Bomb into the Guzzlord. Snowman letting this come through.
A parting gift, perhaps, from this Stunfisk, and it does over half the remaining health left on the Guzzlord. Guzzlord now facing into the Corviknight.
And Corviknight jumps in with all that energy ready. The air cut is going to be able to come through, land onto this Guzzlord as it is that dark typing. You don't want to have to try and farm up for that payback, but now Azumarill ready to try and get some redemption, going for this Ice Beam attack.
Last one was shielded here by Colin. Is he going to shield the second one as well? We're going to find out. Letting it go on this occasion. It does do a decent amount of damage, but he knows that Corviknight is healthy enough to survive.
And you get to trade off draining all of that energy from the Azumarill that's now in the back, energy dry, as the Scizor in prime position here to use that shield, not take this critical air cutter damage, and just keep going for the bullet punches. Is able to actually farm down this Corviknight, so it now has plenty of energy on the board for this Azumarill. It's got full HP on Colin's side. You have the Night Slash, you have the critically the Trailblaze that's going to be significant into the Azumarill and get you an attack boost.
And you do have to look at the Trailblaze. We're probably not going to be sure. Oh, I thought he wouldn't shield the first one because the next one would do subsequently more damage, but perhaps he's looking for a catch later on in this game. We're going to find out as he goes over towards the Ice Beam. He knows that he's at the Trailblaze.
Yep, the Ice Beam comes through first, but Snowman still has that critical shield. Goes for it on the Scizor. We know Scizor can hit hard, but it's a very frail Pokemon, particularly with that Shadow variant, weakening its defenses even further. You have to protect it. Energy Bank to Azumarill on the field, but the Stunfisk is able to get there first.
I thought originally it was charge attack priority when it came to the Trailblaze, but it wasn't, it seems. And it looks like Snowman is able to get a little bit of damage off, trying to get the farm here remaining from Colin onto the Azumarill on Snowman's side.
Yeah, I think that Stunfisk could have gone for the discharge, but it did enable the Azumarill to then come in and just try and farm up a little bit of energy with these bubbles. One last Ice Beam for the road, it seems, as Scizor is back in action.
Scissor is a very, very strong Pokemon with its Shadow ability, getting 20% extra damage. This Trailblaze is going to be enough. Not quite.
Oh, Azumarill just is able to hang on and go for another Ice Beam. No Protect Shield remaining this time on Snowman's side, so the Ice Beam is going to be able to land its target front and center, and the Scissor just able to hang
hangs
on.
it as well. It's such a close game here, but it seems to be Snowman taking game number 1. I was watching that game, I thought anyone could win this. It seems to be there's so much dancing. What I love in a Pokemon battle is not when it's very rock, paper, scissors. This will beat this, this will beat this, this will beat this. I love it when there's 2 Pokemon that are coming up against each other. It's very, very close, and you might try and make some switches and move your Pokemon around. And with these new clock timers being shortened, it makes the ability to dance around with your Pokemon a little bit easier.
Yeah, moves and counter moves can sometimes spell the name of the game here in competitive Pokemon Go. That end game, however, I really felt like that Ice Beam was going to be able to get the damage down onto the Scissor, but it was able to hang on with just a tiny bit of remaining HP. It does, of course, resist those ice damage attacks, but still, it normally is so frail. I feel like if this had been a same type attack bonus type Ice Beam, it would have been able to get the edge, but Azumarill couldn't quite get it done.
Absolutely. I definitely had it in my mind that would have been enough to take down. I was already thinking in my mind, will this Azumarill have enough health to take on the opposing Azumarill? And we're going to have a
bit of a challenge there.
Azumarill looking at Azumarill type battle.
I mean, we do see that quite a lot. A lot of trainers will slow the pace of play down in the middle of a match with their water types versus their water types, you know, spending some Hydro Cannons here, Sparkling Arias here. And it's really an opportunity to whittle away at that Pokemon that you need to be able to support Pokemon in the back. Possibly you have a Pokemon that's weak to Azumarill, so you have to weaken up as much as possible to enable it to get knocked out, to allow your partner Pokemon to shine.
Absolutely. We've seen so many of these water types in these tournaments recently. Stunfisk has been one of the answers to it. We're seeing Colin having brought his Stunfisk in. He brought it into game 1, and the discharge doesn't do that much damage, but it is enough against just the sheer amount of water types that we are seeing overall generally in this competition.
Yeah, I almost would have liked to have seen the discharge instead of the Mud Bomb brought through from that Stunfisk earlier in the game, just to be able to guarantee that knockout and maybe give Colin 6 an edge of momentum in that particular moment. I mean, for both these trainers, the tournaments are in this, they're on the line right now. You know, one more loss, you're completely knocked out. Another win, you can continue one step closer to becoming our Birmingham regional champion.
Absolutely, and it's just one more thing in the minds of these trainers. There's so much going on. For a day 2 contestant, especially in the loser side of the bracket, you really have to think, not only is this my last chance to maybe progress in the tournament, you also have to think about what my opponent's doing. Do you remember the games from yesterday? Maybe you watched them back on stream, and the play style of your opponent, do you know them very well? But that, especially for these top players like Colin, we've seen time and time again, maybe Snowman was able to brush up on the knowledge.
Yeah, Colin was able to adapt yesterday, and let's see if he can adapt in game 2 here today. It's a fantastic lead for Colin, finding its mark down onto that Azumarill with these Thunder Shocks, getting up lots of energy, and can now apply critical pressure with this discharge.
Absolutely, a very nice lead here for Colin with that electric typing Stunfisk.
Yes, the Ice Beam will be shielded. I think this is nice because Colin has so much energy. It wants to now be the one applying the pressure without dwindling at the HP stat of this Stunfisk. Azumarill able to let this go through. We know it can easily take one of these. Discharge is a little underwhelming in the damage you think it's going to deal out, but it's constantly going to chip away at Azumarill because guess what? Stunfisk has got another one ready to go.
Absolutely. Get to these moves so quickly. Snowman currently running ABA weak to electric. I do believe the Lapras will take these a little bit worse. Still a very bulky Pokemon, but definitely the place, if you're going to let him go, this is the place to do it.
Yeah, the bulk of Azumarill reigning supreme, able to take another one of those discharges, keeping Snowman's pressure shields intact for possibly the Lapras in the bag. Azumarill does fall to a third one though. Third time was indeed the charm there as the Corviknight comes in against the Guzzlord.
Deciding to pivot out here, Colin, into his Corviknight. Snowman deciding, I'm not going to switch out just yet. I'm going to first at least throw up a Brutal Swing to get some chip into the Corviknights.
Yeah, the Air Cutters are going to put in some work against this Guzzlord as well, getting some nice neutral damage out there. However, the Guzzlord is going to be first to move. It can go for this Brutal Swing, just try and weaken up this opposing Corviknight, try and pull it down from the sky.
Absolutely, but Corviknight, as we know, has this community day Air Cutter. Air Cutter is achieved so quickly, and we're going to see these overall in the tournament just spam so quickly, but he gets the buff the first time of asking. Now we're going to see Air Cutter subsequently do even more damage.
Yeah, it's just getting higher and higher on the damage count there, and as you mentioned, Corviknight pays paces so quickly to the air cutter. It can be relentless in the pressure it is putting on, but critically it's buying time for these switches. The switch timers have been reset. Now Lapras is able to come in. It's going to be able to take this incredibly well.
Taking full effect of the already boosted move here, throwing off a second one and now swapping into Stunfisk. A very good opportunity to get the remainder of this super effective charge move off onto Snowman.
But the issue is this is the second Pokemon weak to Electric on Snowman's side, and you still have not dealt with this Stunfisk. Stunfisk in a prime position to go for these Thunder Shocks, is getting another discharge ready, and it still has that shield. So you're going to need to find a way to Psywave through, get to a second Sparkling Aria to be able to remove it from the field.
Sparkling Aria is another move which is achieved very quickly, but these discharges just come thick and fast from Colin 6. Discharge going off yet again. Snowman deciding to use his last remaining Protect Shield on this super effective move.
I mean, the Psywaves are putting in work, but look at that energy. Lapras just able to pivot to the post, though, and it will be able to get that Sparkling Aria off. This will be able to get the knockout, and now it can breathe a sigh of relief. It does not have to take another one of these discharges that was ready.
Immediately pivoting out here, but not maybe what you would like to see here in the Azumarill. Azumarill being able to knock out Guzzlord in just one charge move. Snowman doesn't quite get to the super effective gunk shot move before taking the last hit from Azumarill.
Yeah, that's the thing. Azumarill was able to get that Ice Beam. I mean, Ice Beam, Play Rough, it had all the options to deal with that opposing Guzzlord there. Lapras, however, just going for these side waves. We know that in a water versus water battle, sometimes the fast attacks can be what gives you the edge. The bubbles really null and void into Lapras, but Psywave putting in some work. Critically, however, Play Rough, although it takes a while to get to it, it can hit incredibly hard. Lapras is going to fall to that. Colin 6 is even the score.
We are level pegging here, one apiece. Two very, very astute trainers, definitely knowing what they're doing, getting to this stage in the tournament. I think perhaps Snowman would have liked to have got that Sludge Bomb off onto the Azumarill. Perhaps maybe had a little bit more of a chance with his Lapras afterwards, but at the end of the day, slightly unfortunate. I don't know if it would have been enough overall.
I think, though, having that poison-type coverage has been so critical. We've seen it, for example, with the Cradily and Acid, you know, being able to apply pressure to a lot of the fairies that are out there right now. So I think taking that Sludge Bomb onto your Guzzlord's a really nice position to be in. You just, as you said, need to find the alignment on it. You need that energy charged up and to find your mark on the Azumarill, because you can also have Pokemon that are on Colin's side, like the Scissor, that are going to be able to come in and take that energy up without having to worry about it at all.
What I've been thinking about is the Altaria that we're so used to seeing. We're seeing so many fairies now in the current meta to counteract it. Putting Guzzlord in still has that same dragon pressure, but also alleviates it ever so slightly with its poison coverage to be able to take back on those fairies. You don't really get the same effect with Altaria. Altaria, a Pokemon that we were really praising yesterday as being some of the most used. But these top trainers thinking outside the box, thinking, well, people are using this, what will they use to counter that, and what can I use to do the same effect and also be able to cover, is so smart with the team building.
I fully agree, and I really liked in Game 2 the adaptation Colin made by bringing that Stunfisk, and I think it was something Snowman wasn't considering. Leading that ABA week into the electric type Stunfisk just meant that he was on the back foot right from the get-go. Colin had the lead called with Stunfisk into the, I think it was the Lapras or the Azumarill, it was one of the water types who went out in the lead. Just meant that Colin was constantly in the driving seat and Snowman had to make all the adaptations. However, this is why we play a best of 3 set, because it can all come down to one more game where you can reset your thoughts, think about what it is that you want to bring to push you one step closer to becoming a regional champion.
Absolutely. These two players definitely know what it takes to become a regional champion. They've seen it before, they've done it before, and they know exactly what it takes to make it all the way.
Well, one of the Pokemon we've spoken about quite a lot is the Lapras. Now, this Pokemon with its water and ice typing does give it some nice flexibility in coverage. You can hit fast with those Sparkling Arias, you can hit a lot of those flyers with the Ice Beams, and particularly the Ghost, the Grass Pokemon that are running around as well. It does give you a lot of support. If, as well, you can get that Sparkling Aria nicely charged up, and you can catch a Pokemon like the Talonflame on the switch-in, that can give you so much momentum. The issue that Lapras has is when it faces down against a lot of these Steel types. You've got, for example, the Forretress here, a Pokemon that Padaman is running in today's tournament, still undefeated, but more dominantly out there in the meta, we're seeing Pokemon like the Scissor with those bullet punches, and that's something that Lapras does not appreciate.
Absolutely, and you see the key losses here is in the form of this particular Steel type Pokemon, the little Forretress that we've seen actually make it into day 2. So it's a Pokemon that perhaps coming into this event you may not expect to see, but it's proven that it can absolutely do it.
Yeah, it's not the only steel type that's rocking out there at the moment. You have the Scissor, but you also have the Corviknight, where the battle takes to the sky. And this Pokemon, it's a little bit slow and steady with those sand attacks. Obviously, having ground type coverage is really critical, but it's all about the Air Cutter and Payback. Payback does a lot of great neutral damage into the field at the moment, and Air Cutter is there when you need, you know, something that maybe is resisted by that Payback.
Payback is such a hard-hitting move in contrast to the Air Cutter, but Air Cutter, you get it ever so quickly. The Community Day move achieved from last year's Community Day it has really been beneficial, and we've seen it so much ever since that day. Infiltrate the meta, just because before that it didn't really have the moves that you'd need to maybe even compete in the current meta. But here we are, and we're seeing an abundance of Corviknight.
I mean, critically, when we looked at the Lapras graphic, one of the key wins was against Talonflame, but for Corviknight, one of the key losses is against Talonflame. But that powerful Incinerate, it does take a lot of turns to be able to get going, but the damage that it can deal from Incinerate is incredible. Coming back into this, having a look, we've got a Corviknight on both sides of the field, but it's really been Colin 6, I think, has been utilizing it the best.
Absolutely. The Corviknight has really been beneficial for Colin, but I wouldn't say it's a one-sided, a one-trick pony for Colin. We're also looking at the Pancake Pokemon.
Very cute indeed.
In Stunfisk. Stunfisk has been such a detrimental Pokemon in infiltrating the meta, because we haven't really got any other electric typing Pokemon that really can pack the same punch. It doesn't get to the moves quite as quickly as Stunfisk is able to.
Yes, and just in case you're wondering, the match is currently under review, so we might have to wait a moment or two longer until we jump into our Game 3, which gives us a little bit more time to talk about the Pokemon options we're seeing here. One thing that Colin did incredibly well was utilizing that Stunfisk, and we've spoken about how, you know, Corviknight is one of the top Pokemon in the meta at the moment, but it does really struggle against electric typing. In that previous Game 2, Snowman brought 2 Pokemon weak to it in the form of the Lapras and the Azumarill, and you have that Corviknight in there, and Corviknight does have some good utility across some of Colin's team, but if you get hit by those electric type moves, then you're just again in a difficult spot with your alignment.
Absolutely. And we also have a look at other Pokemon that maybe haven't been used as much in this day 2. We're looking at Furret, maybe. Furret, a very, very cute Pokemon. I know you're quite fond of that Pokemon in yourself. I'm also quite fond of Furret. But we haven't really seen as much usage of it here in Day 2. We've seen it in some teams, but we haven't seen it really make it onto the field, perhaps not as influential as it once was earlier on in the season.
Yeah, it can look a little unassuming in a match, but we'd see how formidable it can be with those sucker punches getting up lots of energy, and critically the Swift for lots of good neutral coverage out there. We see a lot of normal type moves on Pokemon like Gastrodon, for example, with those body slams coming through just for neutral coverage, a little bit of damage here or there, and that's definitely a box that Furret ticks. Well,
absolutely.
We do not have a rematch here, so we're able to pick up where we left off. It is one game apiece here in losers round 2. Snowman versus Colin fighting out for their tournament lives here. Both of them want to become the regional champion at the end of this day.
Absolutely. We don't mind the trainers taking a little bit of extra time if they think that maybe the game didn't go the way that it was supposed to. And we don't mind them taking that little bit of extra time just to guarantee, because they've already made it this far into losers day 2. It would be a real shame to end up not having it the way
not being able to play their best.
Play the best in the way they expected it to go.
Yeah, and I feel like it lets the anticipation build up a little bit more as well, get the adrenaline pumping behind the desk or on the caster side of things here. So, having a focus down on this particular match, Snowman led, as we've said, kind of weak into that Stunfisk. Going into this Game 3, do you now find a way to deal with it? For example, the Marowak. That's a Pokemon that can apply a lot of pressure to that Stunfisk. You can be able to hit hard with those Mud Slaps, just keep chipping away at it. But at the same time, there are Pokemon on Colin's side. You've got the Azumarill that are going to be so detrimental to the Shadow Marowak's potential.
Absolutely. We have seen the Stunfisk be really influential on Colin's side of the field. We don't know if Colin will then take that information and think, oh, Snowman's going to account for that. I'm going to play something completely different. It's really getting into the heads, especially at this stage. There's so much pressure on the line, and both trainers really want to just do their best and try and read the opponent's team and try and make it as an easy a game for themselves as possible. But of course, we want a really close game that's really exciting to watch.
We definitely do, and I do like the idea of maybe bringing that Lapras. Psywave just has that really good coverage across the board, and the Ice Beam does give you some potential to deal with the Flyers on Colin's side, and as well with that Stunfisk. You know, it doesn't want to take these Ice Beams either and play rough, can hit incredibly hard into Pokemon like the Altaria if Colin wants to make a rogue adjustment there. But we don't have to wait any longer to find out what it's going to be. We're jumping into our game 3, the last game between continuation or being knocked out of the tournament for these trainers. It is a Guzzlord versus the Stunfisk, so Colin has still brought that to this match.
And here we are in decisive game number 3, and we're looking the electric typing into this dragon type. And I think it's the same situation we saw in the leads in game 1, where Snowman ended up taking it. We're going to find out where this electric typing ends up going, but we're looking to the back line here. It only really wants to see that Corviknight, but it also takes that fast move pressure of the ground types even harder. So we're going to see how this goes.
Yep, I like the way Stunfisk just kind of weakened up the Guzzlord a bit here because he doesn't have too many answers to deal with it in swift fashion, let's say. Corviknight's able to come in though, the sand attack stacking up, but critically you can go for these air cutters, start chipping away at it a bit more because I don't see what Furret can do into the Guzzlord. And honestly, taking a look at the back line, there's a lot here that Furret is going to struggle to deal with.
Well, speaking of a swift fashion, I am looking at that Furret in the back line, and I'm really, I'm not entirely sure what it's going to be able to look good into, but we're going to see the use of the Furret at least in this game, decisive game number 3. But first of all, we're seeing a payback land on the opposing Corviknight. It's a battle of the skies, as you like to say, and it looks like Snowman is going to try and farm up a little bit before throwing a return payback.
Yeah, they're polished steel wings reflecting a mirror match right now for us in this losers round 2. This is one of the things I like about Corviknight so much. It can force these shields to come up, leaving more Pokemon vulnerable in the end game. Colin able to bring in all that beautiful energy banked on the Stunfisk, now in a prime position to force Snowman to go for some of his precious shields, but he actually lets it go through. This is going to be doing a huge amount of damage, putting the Corviknight into a very dangerous spot.
But not without a parting gift. And a parting gift this will be. Payback doing so much damage. As we were talking about prior, Payback landing and doing about half the remaining health to that Stunfisk.
But critically as well, all of those Thunder Shocks farmed up lots of energy. Stunfisk is in a position where it can get a charge attack off onto this Guzzlord if Colin does go for that shield, just keeping Stunfisk in the game. He has both shields gone. Snowman critically has both still remaining and is letting this go through, banking both those shields on the Sizzle. Sizzle we know is incredibly frail, but having those shields is going to give it the potential to close up an endgame.
Absolutely, and I don't blame him for using his last shield there whatsoever, because that Stunfisk has been so detrimental in previous games for Colin. Colin now having gone into the Corviknight and throwing it off, it will land and it will take out the remaining of the Guzzlord, and we are seeing Scissor, the last ditch attacker for Snowman here.
This is the thing, the bullet punches are really not doing too much, but you have these shields to protect you because Corviknight on the opposing side, the sand attack stacking up, the fact you can get to air cutter super quick means the offensive pressure is on. There's another air cutter gun, Corviknight's gone for it, and it's able to get this off. Snowman is going to have to use that second shield to keep Scissor in the game.
Well, we're going to find out, deciding which to shield, and he ends up shielding this air cutter. There's a lot of energy on the remainder of Scissor here, and there's a big decision here where Colin wants to take that energy. Colin taking up all of the switch time here to potentially get a switch later on in the game, ends up going into his trusty
The Stunfisk here, no, I completely agree. It's a Pokemon that can eat up this energy right now and maybe give Furret a bit of breathing room, because Furret coming in, it's got a little bit of a difficult job on its hands. It's got no energy. It's got to go for these sucker punches that, in all fairness, are stacking up, but at the same time, the energy up on this Scissor, it can go for this Trailblaze, boosting its attack stats, so the bullet punches are going to do even more. If it can get to one of its charge attacks, the Night Slash
even. It's going to be ever so close.
Oh, Swift.
This is the last ditch attack. This Swift has to be enough to take out the remaining of the Stunfisk for Colin to win this game. If not, Snowman's Stunfisk is already at the move. Is it going to be enough?
Yes,
it is! And it was ever so close. It really came down to the wire. But Colin 6 has made it through this losers round 2 and will carry on in the tournament going forward. Commiserations to Snowman. That's such a close game. He could have played it a plethora of ways towards the end of the game there, but he ended up just coming short. Colin ended up taking the win and will continue in this tournament.
It's not every day you see a resisted attack like that get the knockout. Oh my, little Furret, I am sorry I doubted you. I mean, both of us were asking the question when we saw Furret in the lineup there for Colin, what's it going to do? It's going to have a little bit of a tough time. But actually, when you pair it up against a Scissor with, I guess, you know, a neutral attack with the sucker punches, when it's the Shadow variant as well, little Furret got the job done. Incredible play.
Absolutely. I've been proven wrong time and time again this week. And yesterday I was saying that I didn't think that Wigglytuff would do very well. Yes, it did. And now I've said, oh, well, I'm looking at the Furret. I don't think that's doing as very well as it once was. And here we are again. Point proven. Jay, you are incorrect.
I mean, it's all a learning experience at the end of the day for us and the players as well. And I think Colin really demonstrated how well he's able to learn and adapt throughout this set. You know, losing game 1 and able to come back winning game 2 and game 3. That consistency, that resilience, incredible. Taking a little recap here of our game 3, this really was the end game of the day so far. Little Furret coming through. I really think the fact that Stunfisk was able to eat up all that energy prior, taking that away from the Scissor, enabled Furret this success, because then suddenly, as you said, the race was on. The bullet punches had to get to the charge attack before Little Furret could sucker punch all the way to a Swift, and Swift, it was indeed able to get there, able to get the move off, able to get the knockout.
And it was so close. Snowman could have played that slightly differently. Maybe if he didn't throw the Trailblaze, he could have got to 2 of the Night Slashes. Night Slash, obviously, with the ability, a possibility, to get that double buff. And that would, if he got that on the first one, it definitely would have been enough to knock out the second one. But if not, and the first one landed, it could have been very close either way. But taking the Trailblaze, it was the safer move. It came down to the wire. I can't stop thinking about the game.
I mean, honestly, that's the type of match that is an inspiration point for so many trainers. And I feel like a lot of you guys out there hopefully will have been able to see that match and been like, hey, I can maybe pick up the game, but where do I get started? And those questions can be answered in so many different places, but one of the best places to go and learn and start figuring out your Pokemon journey is at local. So check this out.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
A lot of the journeys for our champions do start at these local events where they maybe get to pick up the game for the very first time. They learn from players who maybe also are sat for the first time across a table trying out their competitive journey, or maybe from veterans of the competition. And you can make so many memories, so many moments that when you then achieve at a tournament, you can look back and think that, hey, this is why I'm where I am now, because of that one local event.
Absolutely, and it's not just the game itself that people come for. People sometimes come just to meet some friends. I've met so many of my friends. There's a local one to me in my own hometown where they play the card game, and I've gone there, and I just love Pokemon so much. I love watching people play the game, and I've met so many like-minded Pokemon enjoyers in my local area, just to enjoy and find some people that have the same interests in me.
Exactly, so make sure you do scan that QR code to find events local and near to you. Maybe they don't even have to be so local. You can use it as an excuse to go travel for the weekend, check out a new city, and make some incredible memories too. Whether it is Pokemon Go, Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, there really is something for everyone. We all speak this universal language of Pokemon, and you will be able to find friends that maybe you'll then be able to compete at later on.
Absolutely, and as we were hearing earlier on in the interviews, people that are local, sometimes you play against them all the time, and you get so much practice in, and they were even helping, learning and helping make the teams that ended up doing so well to even make it into day 2. And it's so inspiring just to see all these trainers they've gone to their local places, made so many friends, and they end up doing so well because of it.
I think as well it's that sense of community, because in Pokemon Go in particular, it's one of the things I love so much about this game. We have groups that will really test and build together, and they will practice, they will make sure that everybody has all their matchups, all their theory lined up, and then you come into a tournament, and after every round, you know, you're running up to your friends saying, hey, how are you doing? Are you still in contention? What was your matchup like? These types of things. And now as we get to the day 2 of the competition, everyone is rallying around each other, giving each other that support, and sometimes you might end up with your friend being on the opposing side of the bracket to you. So, jumping into our next match here, losers round 2 between Fazberry and Jox.
Oh, 2 trainers that we have already seen so many times on stream this weekend. I thoroughly enjoy these battles. Jox running that Gorgeist, that we've that came as a shock to both you and I yesterday when we very first saw it. But then we've seen it so many times since, and we were both shocked as to how well it's doing. It's got, as Fareed was talking earlier on the couch, it's the only non-fire type to have that Incinerate, and Incinerate itself
makes it unique.
Not only does so much damage, but it also gains energy so very quickly. So I'm interested to see if Jox will be bringing that Gorgeist here, and we're going to find out very quickly here.
Yeah, you don't have to wait long.
Gorgeist ends up coming into that
Guzzlord. Yep, it's going to be the battle between these two. Obviously, as a ghost type, you don't want to have to take that potential brutal swing that the Guzzlord was able to pace to incredibly fast. Let's bring in the Empoleon for Jox to take that in a much better form.
Absolutely, and we're going to see this brutal swing land, and it does a decent amount of chip damage, ready to be pivoted into his own Empoleon.
Well, now it's Empoleon versus Empoleon. We know that these metal sounds are going to be able to come through, not doing too much damage, as well as the water type attacks. The Hydro Cannons aren't going to be doing too much, but they stack up fast. They stack up really, really quickly. And this is going to be the critical thing. Are you going to be able to use this opportunity to bring down the switch timer, farm up loads of energy, but blink in a Pokemon that's going to be able to take damage?
Absolutely, and for a mirror matchup with not very effective moves around the board, you don't expect these Pokemon to go down as quickly as they currently are.
Yeah, well, the Empoleon on Jock's side definitely a little worse for wear at this point. It's trying to even the score with a Hydro Cannon in retaliation. But look at the energy on Fazberry's side. Getting to that Drill Peck, now in a position where it could potentially seal the KO. And Jox has to wonder, can I let my Empoleon go down or can I utilize the shield? I think it's good to let it go down. I don't believe it was going to pace enough to a charge attack in this situation. So you might as well keep those shields for one of your Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, saving your shields for a little later on in the game here. Deciding to bring back the Gorge Eyes because those Incinerates will do so much damage. But this Drill Peck is about to come in is super effective and will do a lot of damage. We're going to see how well the Gorge Ice takes it.
Yeah, the one drawback of the Incinerate is how fast it takes to activate. So you weren't able to get another one in there before you had to take that devastating damage into the Gorgeist. But look at the energy banked. Bear that in mind for later. Azumarill comes in, but it's going to be a fairy on fairy battle here. Guzzlord, I think, took one peek at the Azumarill and said, let's get out of there. Let's bring in the Florges that can now apply pressure with this Trailblazer. This will do decent damage to Azumarill and get you an attack boost.
It is a super effective move and a smart play for Jox here, not shielding the first one. May have to shield one later down the line as it will do even more damage than its predecessor. But we're going to find out as the game goes on where Jox decides to spend his shields.
Well, the shields are indeed starting to be revealed. We've got one down on Fazberry's side, trying to keep this Florges in a prime position. We're using his coverage moves with these Trailblazers. Now, the critical thing here is it's just going to be stacking up attack upon attack. Even though it's not going to land and get the damage on the Azumarill, it's now going to be at +2 on this Florges.
And Florges is looking relatively healthy here, coming back in towards the Gorge Ice. Gorge Ice deciding, I'm going to throw my Shadow Ball off immediately, not leaving any time for Fazberry to think, but enough time to throw up a shield.
Yeah, that energy it had in its back pocket was utilized straight away as the Guzzlord comes in to face down against the Gorgeist. It has that brutal swing locked in, but it's going to have to take the Shadow Ball first of all. And I don't know you, Jay, but I'm pretty sure it can take this very well.
Absolutely. That's the reason Jox decided to throw that move straight away so that at least it was the move energy was going onto something where the damage would actually hurt.
And the thing I liked as well is you didn't even have to unleash your damage here. You could just go for the Dragon Tails to get the knockout and then use this Sludge Bomb into the Azumarill. If it had landed, that would have been devastating damage, but critically, you also get to remove that final shield on Jox's side.
No shield remaining left anywhere in this game. Jox going for a tactical undercharge here, knowing the lack of energy on Fazberry's side. A very good undercharge at that. A possibility to get to another move if the Azumarill is able to take this Trailblaze.
Well, it's had to reset its drops though, so it is going to be able to take that. It does get the attack boost right now. Can the Fairy Winds do it? No, the Fairy on Jock's side reigns supreme and can go for this Ice Beam, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Florges can just go for another Fairy Wind and get the knockout.
Oh, it was so close. Almost went for the play rough, but I don't think it had enough HP remaining to be able to get onto that harder hitting, same type attack boosted move.
Oh, I mean, that was an intense game between these trainers, and one thing that I really liked was the utility of those fast attacks. You know, the way they were able to preserve up the energy, that Guzzlord in particular, knowing that it had the potential to deal with the Gorgeist, it could go for the Brutal Swing, but it doesn't need to. It can go for that Dragon Tail, make sure that you have the potential to go for that Sludge Bomb and apply pressure to the Azumarill. That was a really nice play on Fazberry's side, and I think it gave him some good momentum going into the endgame.
Yeah, very well played by Fazberry. Ended up taking that first point, but it's not over yet. There's still time in this game. This is a best of 3 in losers round 2. If Jox loses the next game, he will be out of the competition, so he's really going to take a moment here to have a think about his next potential team coming into this.
I want to question the Gorgeist a little bit. We know it's stylish, we know we like to see it, but I feel like in this particular match, it was in a bit of a difficult spot, particularly when you pair up against Pokemon like the Guzzlord that can apply pressure with that Dark type attack, and we saw how much Dragon Tail was doing. There was a pivotal turn where Jox did not protect that Gorgeist. It took a huge amount of damage very early on, and it just meant that even with the Incinerate, it then didn't have the longevity on the field to be able to get them steamrolling like we know Jox wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. The Gorgeist has been so good for Jox in these previous games. I know you're a fond lover of the Ghost types, yourself.
I am.
Absolutely. And to be able to get to Shadow Ball, which newly this season, you're able to store up to 2 Shadow Balls, so you can throw them back to back if you end up getting to the max amount of energy. It's really, really been good with the Incinerates to be able to get them so quickly, especially sometimes you're able to sneak a move, a 5-turn Incinerate move. If you can sneak that through, it gains so much energy, like, passively.
I think as well the Empoleon mirrors can be very interesting because, you know, neither of them are doing too much damage to the other, but critically you're utilizing that time, almost wasting time in a way to be able to reset that switch timer. And if it comes at a point where you have so much energy on the line, you can switch that out, bank it for later, maybe force your opponent to go for unleashing their own energy that they've stored up, and you can do it on a nice catch. Pokemon like the Florges, for example, have been so great at doing that. They switch and they take these water type attacks, and then suddenly your energy dry on the opposing side, knowing your opponent has their energy banked safely for the end.
Absolutely, and that's a skill that I've learned this weekend that I might end up taking back to the Go Battle League for myself to learn, because quite often I'll look at what's in front of me, a Pokemon that is in front of me that I am being tasked with taking down somehow, and I'll throw whichever the best move is to throw out of the 2 moves that I have. But sometimes after watching these games, you've got to have a think about what's potentially in the back line. Will these moves be better thrown into something that they might have in the back? You've got to think about common Pokemon that are used currently in this season, and sometimes you've got to have the foresight to look into what they might have. Is this move really beneficial here, or should I maybe save it for a rainy day and just pivot out into something else? We've seen that so much this weekend, and it's been really, really beneficial for these trainers.
You have to really think 3, 4, 5 turns ahead in a lot of situations, and it's not just about the Pokemon that's on the board right now, it's about the Pokemon that could be in the back. Or particularly, I always find it interesting when you have a lead and one is incredibly unfavorable for one player and they make that immediate switch where you already reveal a Pokemon straight away, and it possibly can indicate, you know, whether you've led very weak into the Pokemon that was out in the lead or not. And that information can then determine how you play your particular match. So all of these calculations, being so self-aware and cognizant of not only your board state and how many turns that your fast attack has farmed up energy, but also everything of the same on your opponent's side, does just show the high skill caliber that our trainers are at this point in the competition.
Absolutely, just the sheer amount of predictions that we are seeing being made by these trainers in every single game that gets played. Ever since from round 1 all the way until the very end, you have to read your opponent's skill level. Will they do a double bluff, and then will they throw moves as soon as you get them? It really does end up coming down to the wire in some of these decisions sometimes.
The mind games can be incredibly wild, and for these trainers right now, they're in the loser's side of the bracket. They cannot afford another loss or they will be knocked out of the competition. I was speaking to Jox yesterday when he was able to make it through into day 2, and he was quite emotional. You could see how much it meant for him to get this far in the competition, and I think he wasn't satisfied with the way that he enabled his day 2 victory. So he's kind of come into today determined to prove that he can do this with full control, full determination of the match. And I'm really hoping to see, coming through into this game too, he's going to be able to make those adjustments and have a performance he's going to be incredibly proud of.
Absolutely. Even if he ends up losing this game, he has already done himself and his family and his friends ever so proud. He really, really deserves to be here. He's put the time in, he's put the effort in, and I know that he really, really will be proud of where he has come so far.
And I really like on Fazberry's side some of the creativity on this team building as well. Empoleon we often see with the Altaria, but he said, no, I don't want that Dragon type, I want the Guzzlord, and Guzzlord has been a Pokemon that's been really working for him so far. I really like the way that you have this brutal swing sludge bomb coverage. It really enables him to have support into a lot of the fairies, into a lot of the grass types, and you could see how well it was pressuring into the Azumarill. The Gourgeist as well doesn't want to take one of those sludge bombs either.
No, absolutely not. And also looking another mirror matchup here, we've got the Empoleons on either side. Empoleon has been such a frequently used Pokemon in all of these games. We saw the matchup between the two of them earlier on in this set. When it comes to the matchup, the mirror match, I was saying at the time, these are very effective moves. There is no neutral or super effective move when it comes to the mirror matchup at all. But they both seem to go so down. It's this Community Day move, Hydro Cannon. It just does so much damage.
And it gets to it so quickly as well. You know, you have one Hydro Cannon and you're like, ooh, sigh of relief, I had a shield in front of that. Oh, wait, what? There's another one? I have to go for another shield? And it really does put the pressure onto our trainers. Both these trainers are ready to start jumping into game 2, so we'll be able to be with you in a moment with some more competitive competitive action. Fazberry up 1 game against Jox, who has to dig deep and find a way to bring it back to an even score to keep the tournament dream of becoming the Birmingham regional champion alive. Oh, I'm looking forward to this one. Let's get into it, shall we, Jay?
I'm incredibly excited to see what is going to be brought into this game number 2. And we have Empoleon into Empoleon. We were just discussing this matchup. Here we are again. 2 not very effective moves thrown against each other, but we're going to see which one ends up winning the charge attack priority that may end up winning the switch.
It's a penguin party out there for sure. Looks like on Jox's side, we're going to be able to see the Hydro Cannon come through first. Fazberry, of course, letting this go. Knows it's not going to do too much damage and critically has so much energy left to just, do the same thing. Here's a Hydro Cannon right back at you.
Absolutely. 1 for 1 and 1 for another. They are trading the Hydro Cannons here, but we're going to see if they decide. Oh, they are going to the charge attack priority, and we found out that Fazberry's Empoleon is going to be the one to win. So maybe going forward here, Jox will end up trying to maybe catch a move later on. We'll see what Jox is pondering right now.
Yeah, that's good information to know that Fazberry's Empoleon does get the edge over Jox in that charge attack priority. It is going to have to take another Hydro Cannon, both of them in a very vulnerable spot, but then Jox switching out one steel type for another, brings in that Corviknight, and now it's facing down against the Guzzlord.
And we see these air cutters go off thick and fast with the ability to potentially buff the attack of the Corviknight here.
Yep, Corviknight going for that air cutter, wants to try and get the attack boost
that
it does
asking.
get. Oh, that's exactly what Jox wanted to be able to see here, gaining a little bit of momentum in the match. You can go for another air cutter because although the Empoleon can pace to a Hydro Cannon quickly, well, Corviknight can do the same with the air cutter, really dwindling the HP down on this Guzzlord.
And it is going down further and further. We are going to see a brutal swing be landed here on the Corviknight, but Jox quite happy to take it, knowing it's not going to do a detrimental amount of damage and ends up going through. But there, wait, where there's one, there is another. We're going to see another one come through here as well.
Yeah, brutal swing will come through and connect down onto the opposing Corviknight here. But Corviknight once again at another air cutter, so it can apply pressure once again in this spot situation. Now, if you're Fazberry, do you use a shield? No, you're leaving that preserved for maybe the Shadow Pokemon Marowak in the back.
And it is enough to knock down, but not just that. The attack has been boosted again. Jox is going to want to stay in here as long as he can, just to make the most of this double buffed up Corviknight.
And I think you're now in an interesting position with your Marowak because the Mud Slaps are doing absolutely nothing. You need to rely on these rock slides to get the Corviknight out of the sky. Corviknight has gone away, not because you KO'd it, but because it's banked that energy in the back.
Absolutely, and usually you would never see an air cutter get shielded by a Marowak, but with a double boost, it does threaten that extra damage that initially you wouldn't even think about.
Yeah, Marowak in a tough spot here as well, having all these bubbles being sent its way. It does not appreciate that, and it can retaliate with this Bone Club, but the thing is, Azumarill's so bulky, so healthy at this point in time, does not have to waste a Pressure Shield. It can easily eat that up, of course.
Absolutely, we are going to see the Ice Beam go through here. Is it going to get shielded by Fazberry? It would be super effective damage, but it does take the last shield here from Fazberry.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Marowak just in a really difficult spot against all of these Pokemon. Azumarill, the Empoleon can hit it for all the water-type attacks, and then the Corviknight is going to eat up all the ground-type it sends through. Empoleon will find its mark down with those metal sounds into the Azumarill, farming up some energy, and will go for this Drill Peck to just try and deal with this Azumarill once and for all. And this will make it a little easier for this Marowak.
Marowak is now the one in there. Fazberry only just reached that Drill Peck, and we are going to see this Ice Beam land on the Marowak, and that is it done. An absolute turnaround here for Jox. Ends up taking game number 2. Fantastically well played.
That was so commanding from Jox right out of the blocks. Was able to apply that pressure to the opposing Empoleon. You saw the charge attack priority did favor on Fazberry's side, but then that's information Jox was able to utilize. You were then able to bring in Pokemon like your Corviknight to just kind of lower the pace of offensive pressure. Then when the Marowak came in, it just had such a tough time to get going.
Absolutely. Now we are one apiece. We're coming into decisive game number 3 here. Both trainers really looking to try and progress here in this tournament. We've already spoken about Jox and all the people supporting him back home. We also see on the other side the community ambassador flag. There's going to be lots of people rallying behind that flag back at home, trying to G on Fazberry and then try and see how far he can go as well.
Thing is, I don't mind the Marowak play coming in here to support Fazberry. You know, if you're able to find that alignment against the Empoleon before it gets all that energy up, you can hit it hard with that ground type attacking of the Mud Slaps, for example, and just trying to get some good energy up. The issue was that Empoleon just had all this energy. The issue was the bubbles from the fast attacks of the Azumarill just kept finding their mark. And the Marowak has the potential to also deal with the Stunfisk if Jox wants to shake things up and maybe bring that Pokemon.
Absolutely. We have to talk about the Corviknight brought in the last game.
Oh, yeah.
Not only getting the first buff straight away to then deal that decent extra damage in every single attack, which he reaches ever so quickly, but to also get that second buff later on and making Marowak end up shielding an Air Cutter, which usually doesn't do that much damage. It does a decent chip, but it isn't usually detrimental damage that would even think about using a shield on.
It definitely makes things a little bit more difficult for Fazberry when you do get both of those attack buffs. That's obviously something completely out of our trainer's control, but it's something that Corviknight has enabled. It's dug a little bit deeper for Jox to say, hey, we're going to even up the score like you need to be able to stay in contention, and now it comes down to an incredible Game 3 situation.
A decisive game number 3. Oh, this always makes me so tense. I start getting a little bit nervous behind the desk,
yeah.
a little bit shaky. But I always want to see, both trainers do well in this tournament. So we're going to see which one is end up able to progress further on in this Birmingham Regional Championship.
Well, let's get into it. It's going to be Guzzlord versus the Empoleon. So Jox sticking with what won that game 2, leading out with that Empoleon, as the Guzzlord is in a prime spot here to start farming up some energy.
Absolutely. We're seeing the Empoleon in the back lines for Fazberry as well. Both these Empoleons have been really good for both trainers, and we're going to see which one ends up on top here in this decisive game. And number 3, Brutal Swing, being landed here on the Empoleon, dealing a decent amount of damage here, but Empoleon has got that Drill Peck in return.
Yeah, the Dragon Tail's not really doing too much damage, but that was actually pretty brutal damage from the Brutal Swing into the Empoleon. It does not, I think, have the capacity to take another one of those. And maybe it'll be able to hang on just a little bit, but then you do give the Guzzlord the opportunity to go for 1 or 2 more Dragon Tails and farm up that last little bit of energy.
And the Brutal Swing does land, but the Empoleon hangs in there and is able to deal another Drill Peck blow. This is a non-same attack, same type attack boosted move, but it is just enough to take out the remainder of the Guzzlord. We are going to see Empoleon brought back in now, though.
Yeah, I was almost going to say it's a shame the Guzzlord went down so early as it did, but now the Empoleon on Fazberry's side has come in. It's got a few little bits of Metal Sound energy up, and now it's in a very formidable position. It's already at the Hydro Cannon. This is something that's going to rain on Corviknight's parade. And
Corviknight has been so good in that game number 2. Jox is really going to try and hang on to it as long as he possibly can, but Jox has got a decision here. Do we go for those reliable air cutters that we had before, or are we going to go for that hard-hitting payback? We're seeing here he is going for the payback, and there are 2 shields, but it goes unshielded here by Fazberry.
I mean, this is the thing. There's not a lot that the Empoleon can do, and particularly when you're not shielding it, it can do even less.
What a catch here by Jox. Ended up taking the Hydro Cannon on his Azumarill. What a play. Well timed, and Fazberry is not going to like that one. Retaliating with Florges with that Trailblaze, which we have seen before.
I mean, Florges is one of these great Pokemon that when you're in it on the back foot, you can bring it in to kind of reset things around. It has such great coverage. You can go for this Trailblaze. That's a way to put a bit of a dent into this Azumarill. You get the attack boost as well, so that you're going to be able to hit harder with the next one. The HP does keep the Florges in the game right now, but you're going to go for the shield, so you don't have to worry about it even more.
And he gets the shield. The Ice Beam, the less damage dealing of the 2 moves, but it's also the slightly less costing. Jox has really got a decision here. Is he going to shield this move? No, he doesn't. He ends up letting the Azumarill go down to the Trailblaze. A double boosted Florges now into this Corviknight.
Just wasn't able to hang on, and I believe this Florges is now at +2, so it's going to be able to deal significantly more damage with this Chilling Water, and that's going to then lower the attack of this Corviknight so that the Florges can breathe a little easier in this situation.
But Corviknight has done it before, and Corviknight has the ability to do it again. We're going to see as the first Air Cutter comes through, and it does go shielded by the Florges.
No boost, however, so it's still going to stay at the -1. Both these fast attacks not doing too much to the opposing side, but the Air Cutter once again paced you so quickly. Fazberry does not have a choice. This has to come through. It has to hit the Florges.
The Florges takes that one on the chin nicely. We do get the buff, but it was counteracted by the previous debuff, which we're about to see again from the Chilling Water, going 1 stage down on the attack.
Yeah, Corviknight trying its best. It did get that boost, brought it up to neutral, but then Florges was right back at it with a Chilling Water, reducing it once again. Corviknight, however, is going to try its best to try and get the knockout, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You're going to need a few more sand attacks to be able to push this Florges over the edge, and before you're able to do that, it's another Chilling Water. Poor Corviknight's doing everything it can, is getting to neutral on the double, but then once again, Chilling Water comes through to just ruin its plans.
And Corviknight, having done so much to try and keep Jox in this game, was just not good enough, and Fazberry ends up taking this game and progresses further in the tournament. This would have meant the world to both trainers, but Fazberry ends up the benefactor here.
Florges a complete MVP for Fazberry in the end game there. It looked a little dicey, you know, when Jox was able to bring in that Azumarill and eat up all the energy, but then Florges was like, it's okay, I've got this. I'm the Pokemon that you can rely on. I'm going to take you all forward to victory.
Absolutely, and we'll see Fazberry go on further in the tournament later on. But what a game! The catch on the Azumarill from Jox. It made me believe, oh, this is definitely the way the game's going to go. But then it gets turned around by that Pokemon, as you say. When you go down, that Florges has got the ability, with his ability to either debuff with a Chilling Water or buff itself up with a Trailblaze. Both these moves have such good coverage. You can throw it in against nearly anything. Not really dragons, but you didn't have any dragons to go against.
I think that's the thing, though. The Azumarill, we know in the past it can take a Trailblaze, obviously, from the Florges. It doesn't have same type attack bonus, and it has the bulk and brawl to be able to deal with it. However, once the Florges is in a position where it can start getting those attack buffs up as well, that's where the calculations can be a little bit more difficult. And in this situation, I think if you were Jox, you were hoping that it was going to be able to hang on, because you were almost at the energy to be able to get the damage on Florges if you were able to hang on.
Absolutely, two very friendly trainers here, and they were both going head-to-head in this losers round 2. It was anyone's game. It ended up being so close. It went to that decisive game number 3, but that Florges, it was so good on the side of Fazberry, and we've seen it before, and I'm sure we will see it again.
That's the thing. I really like the way our trainers adapted throughout this whole set. Jox dropping the Gore guys, realizing it wasn't the play in game 1, and in game 2, absolutely destroying this Marowak. Just had every counter in the book to it, refused to let Fazberry gain momentum with it. But in game 3, it was all about Fazberry slowing down Jox's momentum. Even though you were able to make this fantastic catch with the Azumarill and possibly have the winning line in your sight, once the Florges was able to come in, it turned the tide of the match.
Absolutely, and he relied on that Corviknight in the back that we've seen do so well for him in game 2. Perhaps Fazberry ended up reading that and seeing, oh, I'll try and hold something in the back for it. It ended up working out, and you would usually look at the fairy typing of Florges and the steel typing of Corviknight and think, oh, this is a one-sided situation. But realistically, without the use of a steel type move on Corviknight's side, you don't really have that same pressure that you would perhaps perceive before going into that encounter.
I think that's a really great observation, though, because, you know, Payback and Air Cutter, they're not dealing that super effective damage into the Florges. If it had a steel-type move, then possibly this would have been a very different endgame, but that's just not the type of Corviknight we see out there in the meta at the moment.
Absolutely, but you think about that game too, what they call the air slashes, air cutters. The air cutters, they weren't super effective, but they were super effectively fast at going through.
The speed,
it was super effectively fast.
I think that's the thing. It's all about damage output at the end of the day. You gotta, deal damage to get the knockouts, but sometimes having that extra agility and the pacing to be able to get to these charge attacks is what can really win a match at the end of the day. And the only way to do that is to have the support of those fast attacks that get that energy paced up for you nice and quickly. And we do see such great synergy in Pokemon like Empoleon to enable that from happening. Pokemon like Corviknight, I'm noticing a bit of a theme. It's like the steel types are pretty good at this, right?
Now you mention it, I wasn't really thinking about that, but now, yeah, the steels are pretty good.
Scissor's not bad either.
No, absolutely not. And you think about what can hold this back? Marowak. Marowak is the ground type we see so often, but it's really being held back. Like the water typing is able to really cut into that Marowak. So even like a good answer to it isn't particularly safe. I'm looking at another answer potentially to these steel types on the desk, but we're not even seeing that as much anymore.
That is very true, but Gastron's still out there. I want that noted. It's still in contention to be able to become a champion. But another trainer who is really hoping to become a champion is Arceus Aurelius, who I believe is going to be one of our next featured matches. But before we actually take it to the stage, I believe Eric had a few words catching up with him earlier, so let's check that out.
Hey, I'm here with Arceus Aurelius, who just won his first match off stream. What's that like playing off stream? How do you define like the pressure, or maybe not any more pressure because you're not playing on stream?
Well, I'm actually really nervous at the tables because then it's just me and my opponent, and no one can see how it goes. But I had a very fun set against a bit of a newer player, and he played meticulously. He made catches, and it was incredible. But my Corviknight was really safe into his team, so I could utilize that to wiggle my way out of some certain situations, and it ended up working out for me.
That's awesome. And so how do you feel going into the rest of this tournament? You still got a long way to go. How are you taking it?
Well, one game at a time, and I'm here to have some fun and just see how it goes. I did not expect it to go this well, making it to day 2. So, I don't know. I'm just here for the fun of it.
Well, that sounds awesome. Well, I hope you have a great rest of your tournament, and we hope to see more from you on stream.
Thank you, Eric.
Able to catch up with our competitors when they're, you know, not in the intense state on the stage either. So best of luck to Arceus Aurelius, because I feel like he's going to need it in this next one.
Absolutely. I know. I believe he's against Tonton Batus next, which is going to be a very tough game. Two very well-known trainers. They both have very high accolades in previous tournaments and seasons.
That's the thing, they're both superstars. Tonton Batis has also won European International Championships before as well, one of our big events just around the corner. But if we take a closer look here, I'm so looking forward to seeing this one in its full entirety. Tonton rocking an incredibly innovative team. I've spoken before about how I always remember Tonton for running the Shadow Dragon Air, and now being able to see him run the Shadow Dragon Knight, I think is just extra special.
Absolutely, and you do have to take into account the Fortress also on that team. We've seen that a couple times being brought through.
Pataman has it too.
Pataman, absolutely. And these are Pokemon you don't usually think of when it comes to Show 6 Pokemon, but all of a sudden they just make a small influx, and they're doing so well. And here we are. We've got Stunfisk into Guzzlord.
Yep, so Stunfisk Guzzlord out here in the leads, just going to be trying to farm up some energy with those attacks coming through. The Thundershocks just getting into prime position, but Guzzlord is able to get there first.
And we are seeing a brutal swing coming through onto the Stunfisk. Stunfisk taking it quite happily though, and we're quite happy to throw a Mud Bomb in retaliation.
Yeah, that's the thing. You want to go for the Mud Bomb because we know that the electric type damage is not going to be doing too much into that Guzzlord at all. So it's just nice to start chipping away at it, maybe making it a little bit easier for the Pokemon in the back. I don't want to say that Furret's going to have a tough time, because last time I said that, I think I caused a little bit of a jinx, but I think it will open up the door a little bit more for that Dragonite to be able to deal with the Guzzlord.
Well, you jinxed it in a good way. I remember it ended up winning the game. We're going to see how the Furret ends up going in this game, but another brutal swing will be landing on the Stunfisk. Stunfisk able to take another one though, a very tanky little pancake.
Yeah, I would love to see almost the Dragonite come in here, just try and get a couple of Dragon Breath farm ups onto the opposing Guzzlord, just put yourself into a good position, and that's possibly the window of opportunity that's been opened up by the Stunfisk going down. So Dragonite comes in, going for these Dragon Breaths. It doesn't find its mark onto the Guzzlord, because now you've got the Licky Licky with these rollouts, trying to pull it down from the sky, but the charge attack on that Dragonite is in a prime position to deal with this normal type. The Superpower does a huge amount of damage.
Just take a moment and look at the two Pokemon that were on the screen. Did you expect to see that into Losers Round 2? Licky Licky versus Dragonite.
I mean, Licky Licky was almost off the field as quickly as it joined, and the Furret is able to just close that end here, using those Sucker Punches to get a little bit of energy, but also just remove Licky Licky from the fray. And really, you needed that superpower to land. Arceus Aurelius letting that go down, maybe thinking, hey, I know I lose my Licky Licky, I know I have a Pokemon deficit here, but I then can use these shields on my Shadow Steelix in the back.
Licky Licky, such a tanky Pokemon. It's so it's almost crazy to see how much damage was inflicted from one move. Swift here from the Furret, taking out the remainder of that Guzzlord. We are going to see Steelix, the last remaining Pokemon for Arceus Aurelius, come in now against this Furret.
Thing is, you need the Furret in play against the Steelix. These Thunderfangs are obviously something the Dragonite doesn't want to take, having that flying typing, particularly as the Shadow variant, it's going to be a lot more vulnerable, because the Furret needs to put in some work. The Trailblaze obviously doing good damage and boosting up the attack, puts it in a position to do just that, particularly with these shields.
It does have that flying typing, but it also has that Dragon typing, which resists it, making it a neutral move. So we have the ability, but you have to take into account with the Psychic Fangs that are probably going to be unleashed here, it will do even more damage.
I mean, even if it's neutral, that is tearing away away at the Dragonite. It's in such a precarious situation. Tauntaun has to move fast, going for this Thunder Punch. It is shielded on Arceus' side, and so now Steelix can retaliate with that Psychic Fangs, like you said, but Tauntaun still has that shield.
Tauntaun deciding, do I want to shield this? Ends up letting it go. Psychic Fangs enough to take it down in one go. We're back onto that trusty Furret. As you were talking about earlier, the Psychic Fangs not going to be chosen here. It's all coming down to a fast move.
Oh, Furret does it! Furret does it!
Oh my goodness. Another goal. We were talking about not wanting to see that Furret, and yet again, Furret hangs in there and ends up taking game number 1 for Tauntaun Battus.
Why am I only just learning about this power I have unlocked just now? I'm going to start saying this in my matches, that I feel like this Pokemon can't do too much, and then it's going to win for me. That's the secret. And Tauntaun believed, though. Even if I was doubting for a moment, Tauntaun believed in that Furret, but critically had the great support of Pokemon like the Stunfisk and the Dragonite to enable that. I really like the way that the Dragonite just dealt so swiftly with that Licky Licky that otherwise is a Pokemon that's hard to get off the field, right? It's bulky, the normal typing can give it, it doesn't have a lot of resistance, super effective weaknesses, for example, so it can be hard to get through, but one thing it is weak to is fighting type attacks, and that was a blinder that came through.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of Licky Licky being used last week in Toronto, but we haven't seen as much of it here this weekend. Arceus Aurelius bringing it in, and it has done him very well up to this point, making it all the way up to day 2, loses round 2, but one big fighting type move was all it took for an absolute clobbering.
The thing is, I can understand the decision that Arceus Aurelius had to go through there, because you could have shielded at that, but at the same time, you needed the shields there on that Steelix, because Steelix was such a pivotal Pokemon, using those Thunder Fangs to be able to get lots of damage down onto the board. They were absolutely going through the Shadow Dragonite, and it just was a key piece to be able to remove it from the field. Particularly once you've been able to deal with that Stunfisk, I feel like Shadow Steelix has a pretty good time in this match.
Absolutely. Shadow Steelix looking rather good generally into the lineup of Tauntaun Battus. I'm not surprised that Arceus Aurelius decided to bring it. And we'll see if he decides to bring it into this next game, alongside maybe even some Spice the Gorgeist we haven't seen been picked by him just yet, but it's been doing so well overall in this tournament, we may end up seeing it being used into this next game.
I think the Stunfisk, though, as well, that definitely causes a lot of problems, so Arceus might have to make an adaptation for that. At the same time, Tauntaun could opt to drop that, maybe bring in a Pokemon that's going to be able to challenge Pokemon like the Guzzlord a little bit more. A Pokemon like Forretress would be in a key position to do that. It has the capability to go for those Bug Bites, use that fast attack to start whittling away at the Guzzlord, and maybe make it a bit easier for the Dragonite or the Furret to deal with later on.
Absolutely. The Bug Bites do add up, but in conjunction with the Rock Tomb and the Sand Tomb that this one in particular has, you have got the ability to debuff your opponents and just throw everything you can at your opponent to try and slow them down, mitigate the damage, mitigate the defense, do everything you possibly can against them.
And don't forget, Furret does have the option for that Trailblaze, so it can get its attack boosted up as well, and we've seen how Swift can enable a Swift victory in many ways, and this could be an option for Tauntaun as well. I think for the endgame situation, you either want your Dragonite to be in a position where it has its shields, it can start Dragon Breathing things down, or, as we saw in Game 1, the Furret in a prime position to try and deal with the onslaught of Arceus Aurelius' team. Both these trainers are trying to stay in the competition. Arceus down 1 game. He's going to have to find a way to pull it to an even score.
Furret has been such a good Pokemon in that first game. I'm really interested to see if Tauntaun brings it into game number 2. It was so good, and to get those Swifts off so very quickly after only 5 Sucker Punches. Sucker Punch itself doing a good amount of damage, not being a same type attack boosted move on the normal type Furret itself. It does still put in that good damage against so many Pokemon in this current meta.
And despite what you might have seen in that previous game, Licky Licky is a Pokemon that a lot of trainers are picking up in usage, particularly off the back of Toronto coming in to Birmingham here. And it does have a lot of capability. That fast attack rollout does do a significant amount of damage, but has some great coverage into a lot of the flyers that we're seeing right now, particularly that Talonflame. You've got flying and fire. That's why it's a key win.
Absolutely, but Talonflame isn't really being seen as much in Europe as it once was. At the beginning of the 2026 season, we were seeing, especially in Europe, Talonflame being used rather a lot. There isn't really any fire types currently in the meta to take out a lot of these other Pokemon that are weak to fire. So to see Talonflame not really brought as much anymore, there is that gap in the market, which I think now Gorgeist is trying to fill with its Incinerate.
Yeah, I see that. And also Gorgeist can use that Shadow Ball with same type attack bonus. So it is definitely giving it a little bit of run for that spot. One of the key losses, I think, in an unfortunate way, is that Empoleon that we're seeing top of the usage charts a lot of the time. Because, you know, Empoleon, it can resist those rollouts, resist those body slams. The Shadow Balls take a little bit longer to get to. So you have to really work to be able to put damage into the Empoleon.
Absolutely. And we're seeing Empoleon so much at the moment that it's very difficult for Licky Licky to enter the fray. But as long as you're not seeing that Empoleon, it's a very neutral Pokemon where you can bring it into almost anything, have the coverage, and be able to output at least a decent amount of damage, especially with a normal type move. Body Slam, normal typing is pretty okay against anything.
But that's the thing, we see Body Slam on Gastrodon, for example, for that exact reason. The neutral coverage can just be really critical, and we also see, you know, Swift on Ferret, because, again, it can pace to it really nicely, and if you can get that same type attack bonus on it, then you just have some great coverage, some safe options within your team, and sometimes just having consistent damage can be the key to victory. The Shadow Ball, again, really good for the potential ghosts that are starting to rise out of the woodwork a little bit more. I know Halloween was a while ago, but the ghosts definitely want to celebrate all year long.
Absolutely. And the ghosts are maybe one of the Pokemon that the normal type doesn't really want to see, but because of the coverage move it has, Shadow Ball, it is able to hold its own, and due to the rollouts outputting so much energy with each rollout that is dealt, it just gets to those moves so very quickly.
It really does. And I think if you're the Licky Licky, if you can avoid, obviously, the big fighting type attacks that we just saw come through, for example, the superpower from Dragonite, that's not something you necessarily see every day, but really it's Pokemon like the Annihilate that we're seeing rise up as kind of the overlord of the ghost types in a way, because it can hit with that fighting type damage with the counters. That's a really good way to deal with these normal type Pokemon. And at the same time, you then have these Rage Fists that just stack up all of those attack boosts.
There's something I really enjoy about watching an Annihilate ramp up its attack. you see it punching, and then you see the punches deal even more damage the longer it stays into the game. It's a Pokemon that yesterday we saw people save both their shields for, just to get as much of that ramping up action as you could possibly get. And so many teams aren't really accounting for the ghost type moves, so to be able to throw the Rage Fist, which does buff the attack by one stage, it does end up dealing a good amount of damage into nearly anything, apart from the normal types, which we aren't really seeing as much as maybe we expected to see as of yesterday.
When Annihilate gets angry, you know that business is about to go down on the field, particularly if you do let it get away with getting multiple Rage Fist boosts up. You know, one's bad enough, but we've seen occasions where there's been 2 or 3. But we're jumping into our next match here. Tonton Patus was able to take the first game, and now you have this Dragonite versus the Gorgeist. 2
very spicy Pokemon to see into day 2. We're seeing that Dragonite, but Gorgeist didn't want to see it and immediately pivots out into this Corviknight. It looks like we're getting a Thunder or an Electric Punch here from the Thunder Punch from the Dragonite.
I mean, that's exactly what it is. The electric type Thunder Punch doing huge damage into the Corviknight. This is really one way to weaken it up, and Dragonite is not going to worry at all by taking the Air Cutter back. It's got a lot of damage out on the board, and these Dragon Breaths are stacking up. Even if they're not doing too much damage, just look at that energy generation.
And we are going to see a swap here, maybe trying to get that catch on the Forretress, but didn't quite get it. We are seeing the Payback go through here, and the Payback will do a decent amount of damage into this Forretress.
Yeah, Forretress is going to have to take a decent chunk, but again, Bug Bite stacking up. It's trying desperately to get to the Rock Tomb, but it is so slow to pace that Gorgeist can get in there and go for the Incinerate. Look at that, 1, 2. It just needs one more Incinerate to get the Forretress back into its Pokeball.
And a Pokemon that is so weak to fire, being able to hold on that much is very good. But a good shield here. Rock Tomb, it wouldn't have dealt the most damage, but it's still not the most stable Pokemon. Gorgeist, it does take a hit.
And it enabled that Gorgeist to go for that one last Incinerate to get the energy up so the charge attacks are ready to go. You can now go on the offensive here, go for the Seed Bomb and try and deal with the Furret that caused so many problems in that game 1. Just trying to weaken up a little bit, because the issue is Furret has that Sucker Punch, and that's something that Gorgeist does not want to contend with. So if it can find a way to get Furret off the board, then it's great for that Pokemon.
Absolutely, it does have that Sucker Punch, but in counteract to that, it didn't have any moves that were very good against the Gorgeist. But we are seeing a swap now, and we are seeing the Steelix being brought in against the Furret. Furret causing all kinds of problems for Arceus Aurelius.
Arceus is locking in though now. You see him extra focused as soon as he saw that on the board. Dragonite's back in front here. Psychic Fang's not going to be enabled to come through because Dragonite wants to try and get the damage on the Steelix.
Steelix throwing off the Psychic Fangs here does get a stage lowered on the defense, but just before being knocked down, the superpower is going to go through. Arceus Aurelius, is he going to take it? No, he does not want to take another one of those. He learned from the first time, and he decides to let this one go. But wait, there's more! There's a second move! There's a second move that I didn't quite account for!
Oh my goodness, Arceus Aurelius has no choice now but to take this superpower. The defense is obviously incredibly dwindled on that Dragonite, but I think it has done its job. Now the Furret comes in, there's not a lot of HP remaining on this Corviknight. Furret's going to be able to take this Air Cutter, and then can it Sucker Punch down?
Air Cutter coming through here. We're going to see how close this game does come down to the wire. The Sucker Punches, as we were talking before, does do so much damage, but the 2 charge moves, are they going to be enough? Surely at this stage, the Furret's done it again!
Furret's coming through with another Trailblaze. Hands in the air for Arceus Aurelius as Furret takes down the Gorguys. And just 1, 2 Sucker Punches come through for the Corviknight. Furret on the double. Tonton Battus wins.
What a game. Tonton Battus ends up taking it away with his trusty Furret to take away the win in both of the 2 games. Tonton Battus, extremely well played. Commiserations to Arceus Aurelius. A really good play getting this far in the tournament. But Tonton Battus, well done. Will progress in this tournament.
I am full on driving the Furret fan train right now. I am sorry, I doubt you in these situations. I mean, we know Furret's good. We know how consistent it is. But even in opportunities where I feel like it's not going to be able to get enough momentum, it throws a Trailblaze in there. It gets the Sucker Punch alignment onto a Gorguys. It just keeps surprising me left, right, and center. And I am so looking forward to seeing what Tonton Battus and this Furret can do next.
Absolutely. Was so happy to bring it into the Gorguys. It does so much damage with its fast moves, but the charge moves wasn't really going to go anywhere, but was happy either way just to let it go through. We're going to see here the recap of the game. Tonton Battus versus Arceus Aurelius. It was such a clash of the titans, some may say. Superpower doing so much damage into that Licky, just hanging in there enough to get that move off. It was so close, but it was so interesting to see how much damage that dealt.
I mean, we talked a lot about Furret, but we got to talk about that Shadow Dragonite as well. A really unique choice for Tonton Battus. We know he likes to use these Shadow Dragons, and it's not the first time he's used this Pokemon, but that superpower, so much damage into Licky, enabled this endgame situation for the Furret to close up against the Steelix. And then coming into game 2, Furret once again set up for success thanks to the Dragonite that previously went for these superpowers into the Steelix, enabling a path to victory for Sucker Punch after Sucker Punch and KO after KO.
I know, I was watching that Dragonite and I thought they threw that first move literally right on the cusp of being knocked out, right on the very edge, but still managed to get that second one in just in time. It was such a well-played game. Tonton Battus, well done. Really a master of these niche Pokemon in the current meta.
Yeah, commiserations, of course, to Arceus Aurelius, a formidable contender, but I'm sure in future events he will be back in action. I did really like a lot of the creativity on his team as well. You know, we saw that Shadow Steelix, a Pokemon that's been rising up a lot, considering the Steel-type Pokemon of Corviknight and the Empoleon are so dominant at the moment. Picking something a little bit different with some great coverage, like that Thunder Fang coverage was incredible.
Absolutely, and looking on the other side of the coin here, we're looking at the Forretress.
Yeah.
We saw a couple of Incinerates land on that. Now that's Forretress is like both of its typings are weak to fire, so you would expect this. You look at a Shadow Scissor, maybe 3 Incinerates would knock it all the way down. It was holding on so well when taking hits from these Incinerates. I was very impressed to see how well it was able to take them.
I'm really noticing a trend in kind of steel types here in Birmingham, and we know that Birmingham is one of the cities known for kind of jewelry and industry and things like that, so I feel like the steel metal theme kind of fits in really beautifully here as well, you know? Maybe we're going to see some gems out there on the stage too.
Absolutely. It's really enjoyable watching all these. It's not even the same steel type. Sometimes you see the exact same Pokemon being used over and over again, but to see a plethora of steel types being used in this tournament and all doing so incredibly well, it's been really enjoyable to see them all flourish.
Yeah, steel types and dragons are definitely what I've been thinking about a lot. But another trainer that I'm thinking about because they had that Shadow Dragonite that I wasn't expecting is Tonton Battus. So let's check out an interview with him and Eric right now.
Steel types galore here in Birmingham, but here we have the Dragon Master himself, Tonton Battus, making another top 8 finish for himself, just adding to the list of accolades you already have. How does it feel to take that down?
I'm really happy about that. To be honest, both games were really, really insane for me. First game was insane. Like we played, it was 1 HP left for my Furret, I think, it could be a tie. I got it anyway, and the second game was really close also. I'm really happy about that.
So I think the general theme has been that the Shadow Steelix has been quite an issue for you. In the first match against Maxi, we saw it basically like Thunderfang through your entire team. How are you going to address that in later matches? Like, how worried are you about Shadow Steelix?
I think my only way to, if for example, I face Maxi again, maybe I think the only way for me is to align my EUIC against the Steelix and just pray.
Unova Stunfisk obviously has been a really, really nice pick for you, but you've had a little bit more interesting picks than the Unova Stunfisk. What have you liked more? The Clefable, the Dragonite? Which one's your favorite?
I really like the Shadow Dragonite. It's clearly my MVP of this tournament since the day one. Yeah, the coverage he has, it's like you have played against almost all of the top 12 Pokemon from day one. You just remove Wigglytuff of course, but you have a lot of water types and steel types, and you have T-Punch and Super Power for both.
I think with the rise of Corviknight in Azumarill, do you think that's boosted the Shadow Dragonite a lot?
Yeah, because people were expecting as a Dragon Flying type the Altaria, of course. So they bring the Azumarill as a counter to Altaria, but Dragonite can win Azumarill. So I think it was a good idea to bring it today.
It's always a good idea to bring the Pokemon you enjoy using. Yeah. Of course, you have the community ambassador flag here. Do you have any shout-outs for maybe your community, maybe some friends and family helping you get here?
Yeah, of course. I'll give a shout-out to all my community from Paris. And my family, they don't watch, but I'll just come back and they'll ask me how it goes, etc. Also, all my friends who are watching me and supporting me right now.
And supporting you is quite the task. You make day 2 at almost every tournament you play. So that's quite the time investment for anyone who supports you. So of course, big shout out to them. Thank you for all those words.
Hey, I have a last thing. Yeah. Just like a reminder to everyone, remove frustration. It's the last day to remove frustration for your Shadow Pokemon, so just do it today.
That is a great call. I think I'll have to be doing that myself. I've got a couple Talonflames I may want to give a try. So yeah, everybody, don't forget to remove your frustration from your Shadow Pokemon. Otherwise, you won't be able to try Shadow Dragonite like he is doing here and using it so successfully. But for now, let's kick it back to the stream and look at some other cool Shadow Pokemon.
Thank you very much, Eric. And that was a brilliant interview from Tonton. He managed to remove his own frustration by taking down the Shadow Steelix that we all thought had a great matchup into him, Arceus Aurelius. Unfortunately, his tournament is over, but we have so many more matches still to come. There's no break here.
And I love that Eric called a Shadow Pokemon. You know, I'll take that every day of the week because we've seen so many incredible Shadow Pokemon out there. The Shadow Dragonite, obviously so incredible, but the Shadow Steelix as well. Even though it didn't get victorious in that match, it was great to showcase its potential.
And that was on the loser side of the bracket, but we're now ready to go back to the winner's side of the bracket. So let's take a look at all of the action and the players that are waiting for us there. We've seen Pataman take on Inadequates. He's progressed through to the winners semi-finals, and he will be playing Aero Bubble that we're about to watch. On the other side, C. Leonardo is up against Maxi.
This is an incredible roster for winners semi-finals. Again, a lot of these matches could be grand finals level. Pataman defeating Inadequates right at the beginning of the day, now ready for his second match of day 2 against Aero Bubble, who's also on an incredible tear, being that kind of hometown hero here as well. The crowd are definitely rooting for him.
It's the furthest that Aero Bubble has ever got in the championship series so far. He'll be looking to take down another top player in Pataman, who we all know so well.
Yes, Pataman, the reigning European international champion, wanting to get as much practice in as possible, hone a few more skills before jumping into that tournament just around the corner and its new metagame. But right now, his contender is Aero Bubble 66. He's got to find a way to get through this unique team with the Cradilly and the Feraligatr.
Yeah, Aero Bubble is a player that so many people in the crowd are rooting for, and for good reason. He's a great player. He's a really nice guy, really down to earth, and he'll be looking to try and take on a player that is super locked in all the time. Very focused. So mature for his age. Pataman on the other side. He's a young player, but he has more experience and accolades than the majority of the PvP base combined. So Aero Bubble probably has a little less pressure almost on himself. He knows he's a bit of the underdog in this matchup, but I think this meta and this opportunity could be really, really nice for him.
The thing is, trainers like Panaman, they are incredible, but they're not, you know, undefeatable. There are ways to be able to get through their technique. And sometimes if you are maybe not so much a newer player, but someone who isn't in these positions so much before, you can take the pressure off, like you said, and make yourself a little bit unpredictable. And then you play that mind game a little bit with a veteran like Panaman.
Yeah, Panaman here bringing the Abomasnow and the Shadow Fortress as his core breakers into this Precious Paths meta, and we saw him use them to great effect against Inadequates. He played hard ABA against the Shadow Talonflame. There is no Talonflame on the side of Aerobubble, so I wouldn't be surprised to see an Abomasnow or a Fortress, maybe even both, from Pataman in this matchup. Aerobubble, on the other hand, he has been loving Feraligatr and Empoleon often together. Both of them have access to Hydro Cannon, a really, really efficient, strong attack. Will Aerobubble continue to lean into that pair as he looks to take on one of the world's best?
That's the thing, we know that Panaman isn't afraid to make bold choices when it comes to the 3 Pokemon you bring to a match. One Pokemon I'm really drawn to is this Stunfisk on Panaman's side. Using its electric type coverage, it has a lot of utility into the water types on Aerobubble's side for Alligator and Empoleon, but also that Galarian Moltres in the sky isn't going to want to take those electric type attacks either. And if you can get that Pokemon rolling on Aerobubble's side, it can give you a lot of flexibility in a match.
And we've seen that Galarian Moltres is one of Aerobubble's more favored Pokemon to use. We saw it a lot against Corviknight, but there is no Corviknight here. As we mentioned, the steel type of choice for Pataman is the Shadow Fortress. And it's really interesting the way in which he's used Shadow Fortress, because it has access to both Sand Tomb and Rock Tomb, both of its attack causing debuffs to its opponent. Bug Bite with that hard pressure over time, particularly when paired with Sand Tomb that can often increase the damage. It means that Fortress can go toe-to-toe with steel types like Empoleon.
I mean, the other thing I like about Fortress's bug typing is with a lot of the dark types out there at the moment, you know, Guzzlord, yes, you also have the Galarian Moltres, it gives it a couple of options and allows the bug typing to shine when sometimes I think it's a little bit overlooked. But of course, we're not the only event here that's running Pokemon action this weekend. Around the globe, there are a couple of other tournaments, and I believe Auckland has a top 3 for us. So we can take a moment and check out what the meta has been like over there.
Yeah, they had a great series which finished earlier today in our time, and you can see Jamathi, he came first place. Godzilla second, and Gone with a 3rd place as well. So congratulations to these trainers all the way in New Zealand that were giving their take on the Precious Paths meta. Shadow Annihilate taking gold just when everyone thought that its time in the sun was over.
I mean, a lot of the Pokemon we were just talking about are here in this top 3. The Galarian Moltres as well. We've got that Stunfisk. Critically as well, there's a Charger Bug in 2nd place. C. Leonardo is running a Charger Bug of his very own in our tournament at the moment. It is the Shadow variant. This one not so much, but showing that it still can be a contender in this Precious Paths meta.
Yeah, congratulations again for the Auckland Special Championship top placing players. Let's get straight back to the action. Pataman and Aerobubble, they've had an opportunity to exchange team sheets. They can see all the attacks on the other side of the table here, and they are ready to get going. The players are locking in. Game 1 is about to be underway.
Yeah, it's our time to figure out who our regional champion is going to be at the end of this weekend. And these contenders both in such a strong position to finish that run. So let's jump straight into the action. Moving on, we've got the Galarian, we've got the
Alolan Ninetales straight into Gastrodon. And Alolan Ninetales with the recently buffed Powder Snow and Weather Ball charging up really, really quickly. Gastrodon, on the other hand, we've seen it time and time again. Residual mud slap pressure always adds up, particularly when shields are still in play.
Yes, the Weather Ball will come through and connect onto that Gastrodon as it switches out to bring in that Fortress you were just talking about. Going to try and get as many Bug Bites down as it can, but the Feraligatr is the adjustment for Aerobubble.
I like this, banking the Weather Ball from Aerobubble, coming in with the Feraligatr and reaching the Hydro Cannon before the Fortress is able to get to that Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb will guarantee a debuff. It's also a really strong attack, so it will do a ton of damage to this Feraligatr if it lands. Wouldn't be surprised to see a shield from Aerobubble, but let's see how he plays this matchup out.
Yeah, Rock Tomb will come through. Aerobubble not opting to use one of those precious shields, and Feraligatr just able to hang on with the dwindled attack, unable to get one of its charge attacks, but Empoleon taking its spot.
I think Aerobubble was maybe hoping for a Sand Tomb, but there was no bait. Fortress went straight for the Rock Tomb there, and a massive amount of damage, as we said. Hydro Cannon now coming through. If Fortress can hold on, it will get to land a Sand Tomb against this Empoleon, maybe even a Rock Tomb, which would debuff the attack. Let's see what Pataman goes for. throwing the Rock Tomb just as the Fortress is in the end. What he doesn't want to do is to give Empoleon extra farm. That's why he waited so long, and now the first shield goes up from Aero Bubble.
Yep, critically you get to swap out as well and reset those debuffs that you're taking. The Ninetales back on the field, facing down against a fellow Fairy type in the form of that Azumarill, but it's got so much energy up on its side.
Dazzling Gleam coming through. This was buffed a few months ago. It's now not as expensive as it used to be, and so the Alolan Ninetales will have a much cheaper way to hit back against this Water and Fairy type Azumarill.
I think Azumarill needs to find a way to deal with this Alolan Ninetales so that you can enable the Gastrodon to deal with the Empoleon in the back. You can go for those Mud Slaps. You're going to be able to deal with it. So Azumarill forcing one of these pressure seals is one way to go.
Gastrodon is in the yellow in the back, so Alolan Ninetales needs to put pressure onto this Azumarill, but needs to have the Empoleon's energy able to throw either into the Azumarill or the Gastrodon, because Gastrodon's Mud Slaps will start to really chunk on the Empoleon as the Empoleon comes through, but there's no shields remaining, and Water Pulse has already reached all the energy from the Alolan Ninetales going to waste, and everything is on the back of Empoleon's shoulders now.
Yeah, Gastrodon gets a KO. Now Empoleon has to come through. Look at those Mud Slaps stacking up. It does have a lot of energy, but Padaman still has a shield in contention to deal with as well.
Empoleon is going to let this go through. No shields remaining, and Aero Bubble has put the phone down. Body Slam isn't going to quite be enough to knock out, but Aero Bubble is going to allow the Mud Slap to go through because Gastrodon still has a shield remaining. There is no way to win that game. Pataman is the advantage here now.
What a commanding victory coming through there. Lots of great positioning, making sure that Aero Bubble's Pokemon, the threats to support that Gastrodon, were removed. The Fortress was a really key piece, I think.
Shadow Fortress, what a call by Pataman, addressing this meta, calculating which Pokemon he thought would be really, really strong. And the really nice thing about Fortress, as a Steel and Bug type, it resists both charge attacks from Furret, that we know is very popular. It has access to Rock Tomb, which really hits the Altaria, that was very, very popular. And its Sand Tomb and Bug Bite Pressure can really put a lot of threat to the Empoleon as well. Even Guzzlord, it fully walls the Dragon Tail, obviously the Slug Bomb as well, so forces Guzzlord into brutal swings, but Bug Bite damage with Shadow Bug Bite damage against the Guzzlord is really advantageous for the Fortress too, so Pataman could have the key to the Precious Paths meta in that pick.
Well, this was something Jay and I were talking about, how that bug typing really does reign supreme against Pokemon like the Guzzlord. It does give you a little bit of flexibility, and the bulk of it, as long as you can avoid any fire type attacks, then Fortress sits very nicely on the field. I think as well, you know, against a Pokemon like Empoleon, even though the attack damage isn't doing too much to that Pokemon, the debuffs are the things that are really detrimental to the opponent's Empoleon's success. And that makes it really difficult to be able to deal with the Fortress if you cannot get it off the field.
Yeah, one of the key things when you're looking at resisted damage, particularly with a one-turn fast attack, is exactly how much does the damage actually do. If the Bug Bite only did 1 damage per Bug Bite to an Empoleon because of its Steel typing defensively, then you could say, yeah, that's a great matchup for the Empoleon. But because the Fortress does have that higher attack in Bug Bite, and because it's a Shadow variant as well, each Bug Bite is doing 3 damage to an Empoleon. That means it's effectively not resisted. And that means that the Steel typing of Empoleon somewhat goes to waste. It's almost a hindrance because now Sand Tomb is super effective.
So in the battle of those Steel types, it looks like Fortress is the one that comes out on top. Empoleon on Aero Bubble side is out in the leads and it's going to find itself against the Stunfisk on Pataman's side. A great call from Pataman.
Yeah, good matchup for Pataman, but Empoleon can hit back with Hydro Cannons maybe. Aero Bubble will look to do that in the end game. Marowak up against Azumarill now, a shiny Shadow Kanto Marowak nonetheless.
It looks like Pataman just constantly finds the alignment. You manage to bank all that energy on the Stunfisk, forcing Aero Bubble to bring in this Marowak just to have it met by your own Azumarill. You can easily take this Boom Club, and then of course the bubbles stacking up, and there's an Ice Beam ready already.
Yeah, Shadow Kanto Marowak paces really quickly. With shields in play, it actually has plenty of play into an Azumarill. Shadow shiny Kanto Marowak, what a great pick. If you don't have one already, definitely one that I would love to have in my roster. And you can now see these, the Bone Clubs and the Mud Slaps together really adding up against the Azumarill.
Yeah, honestly, these Mud Slaps are coming through. You might even be in a position to try and get lots of farm up on the remainder of that Azumarill, but with the switch timers aligned here, the Credilli is able to come in and apply that pressure even further.
A big undercharge here with the Ice Beam, not doing very much damage against the Credilli because Pataman really wants to get a massive Bug Bite down. Bug Bite, super effective bug against grass, so this is a great play for Pataman. Rock Tomb coming in, it'll do a decent amount of damage, but it's only neutral because Steel resists Rock and Bug is weak to it.
Yep, still a big chunk of damage on the Fortress though, but at the same time, these bug bites absolutely going through the Cradilly. It's going to be able to get the knockout, a full farm down, and all of that energy on the Fortress now in prime position to go for these rock tombs into the Empoleon and just get damage on the board.
And what an undercharge that was from Pataman. And going for that super effective Sand Tomb, not only does this do a decent amount of damage, but it also guarantees a defense drop for the Empoleon. So a lot of pressure already going on. Correctly no shielding the first one because it would do the least. This Sand Tomb now might go unshielded, but will put the Empoleon to relatively low health at this point.
Yeah, that's the thing. Back to back, you're lowering that defense twofold, leaving it incredibly vulnerable. The bug bites, even though they're not going to be doing too much damage, are starting to stack up. Pataman now has to wonder whether you keep this Fortress in play. Does decide to let the Hydro Cannon come through. It drops, and this opens up the window to bring that Stunfisk back in once again. All of that energy now, however, will be found on the Marowak.
Shield going up for the Mud Bomb. If Mud Bomb were to have taken out the Kanto Marowak, then the Mud Slap would register. Kanto Marowak being shielded, and look at this ground pressure going onto that Stunfisk.
Yes, this is exactly what Aero Bubble needs from the Marowak to deal with this opposing Stunfisk, and why Shield coming up on Pataman's side, going to be taking all of this energy, and Stunfisk trying to get up to another Mud Bomb, which it does succeed in doing.
How much damage will this do? Will it be enough to knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak? This could be key for Pataman. And yes, Marowak goes down, and Azumarill and Stunfisk look to close out this game. Empoleon there throwing a Drill Peck. This is resisted by the Stunfisk. It doesn't make a difference because Pataman has a shield anyway, so Aero Bubble having a little bit of fun just for this final endgame.
I mean, it looks like Stunfisk is having the most fun out there at the moment. Not only did it have the shield, but now it can retaliate with another one of these Mud Bombs. Going to be able to secure the KO and moving Pataman forward one more stage in the competition.
Really well played by the young Spaniard. He progresses through, winning this winners semi-finals. He is through to the winners finals here in Birmingham, and I can't say we're surprised, but it's still been a brilliant run to get to watch this player use so many unique Pokemon as his approach to this Precious Paths meta.
And Aero Bubble, of course, not out yet, will just drop down into the loser side, but Pataman already punching the ticket to that winners final. Incredible plays from this trainer, and I have to say that Shadow Fortress, it was brilliant to showcase it in its full potential here, and I really like the way he utilized it in the set.
Yeah, a really interesting Pokemon to take on the meta. We've mentioned its matchup against Empoleon, so because of the Shadow, instead of Bug Bite doing 2 damage, like a regular Fortress would do against Empoleon, it now does 3 damage. The thing is, even though the Sand Tomb is super effective against the Empoleon, you generally need 2 Sand Tombs before the Bug Bite does 4 damage. And that is a pretty scary moment when a Bug Bite, which is resisted by an Empoleon, starts to do 4 damage, you know something's gone wrong.
Yeah, the momentum has shifted a little bit there, and as you said, it needs to get 2 of them, and that's exactly what it was able to do. In this game too, you can see the Stunfisk in a prime position. It was able to get 1, 2 down onto the Empoleon on the Fortress side, so that the Stunfisk could indeed clean up, and it was fantastic success for Pataman with the Pokemon he decided to bring.
Yeah, Univan Stunfisk really showing that it's absolutely deservedly in the top meta there. We've seen it take down Talonflames, we've seen it take down Empoleons all over the place. It's got a relatively neutral matchup into Altaria as well, so Univan Stunfisk right now isn't going anywhere.
But I think it was a great call coming into this tournament. You know, Stone Collection rocked it in Toronto to get that top 4 finish, and it had a lot of longevity into a lot of the water types that were running around. So then coming into this tournament, you're thinking, maybe more people are going to start picking up this Stunfisk. We had a few other electric covered options maybe where people didn't want to pick that particular Pokemon, but I think there's a reason why Stone Collection was able to get top 4 in Toronto, and why a lot of our trainers right now with Stunfisk are also getting medals here in Birmingham.
And the other thing that's quite interesting about the way that players are utilizing Univan Stunfisk is, as we saw with Pataman, he's running a double ground team. He's got the Gastrodon option and the Univan Stunfisk, and so you've got one ground option that beats flyers, and one ground option that's taking on a lot of the rest of the meta and is able to put on that heavy mud slap pressure. So you're getting good advantage of water, ground coverage, as well as electric.
And I think that's one of the key things, making sure that you have move utility options for whatever might come your way, because the meta right now is not just 6 Pokemon we're seeing every single time. We're seeing different varieties like C. Leonardo here with the Shadow Charger Bug. I don't think anyone was expecting to see that in the meta, so you've got to be prepared.
Yeah, it's a great read, and C. Leonardo is a great player. He is up against a player that many of us know very, very well in Maxi and Million P, and
This is going to be a pretty big game. Both of these players are very, very accomplished, very, very experienced, and they will have played each other quite a lot in grassroots formats as well for years and years and years. These are household names in the community, but they are going to be looking for a gold medal here this weekend in Birmingham. C. Leonardo bringing that Shadow Charger Bug, as you say, paired with the Guzzlord that we saw hit top usage, and Cradilly, the old top usage Pokemon from the previous meta. So a lot of options available to C. Leonardo.
I mean, one thing that Cradilly and Guzzlord have in common is this poison type coverage, and it's been really effective into a lot of the fairies that we're seeing out there. Azumarill, Florges, for example, it gives a lot of coverage, particularly in the end games. If you're able to just go for a couple of acids, get that last bit of damage on these Pokemon, it can be the key to victory. Furret has been a Pokemon that I've maybe had a few doubts on in certain points of the tournament, but it's always proved me wrong. And I think for C. Leonardo, the fact that you have this Sucker Punch pressure into a potentially a Jellicent on the opposing side, it could open up a window for Furret to do a few more things, but I wonder if it is going to be one of the sure bringing in Pokemon in this match.
I think that this is a really nice team. I think that Leo has a lot of options and flexibility as he approaches this matchup. Maxi, on the other hand, has gone for a very different approach. Completely different team here. Another player that's gone for Shadow Steelix, but this time he's opted for Crunch rather than Earthquake. There's a Shadow Annihilate there, so I love to see it, but what I wasn't expecting to see is a double Ghost team. Jellicent and Annihilate. Perhaps Maxi is taking advantage of the drop in Galarian Corsola that we're seeing in the meta, but he's paired it with that Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff pairs so well with Pokemon like Jellicent. Jellicent protecting the Wigglytuff from Pokemon like Talonflame and also able to do super effective water-type damage to Pokemon like Steelix, and then Wigglytuff resisting all of the Dark-type and Ghost-type attacks that would hurt that Jellicent.
And let's not forget Charm as well. It's a fast attack that maybe doesn't deal as much damage as it used to before, but into a Pokemon like Guzzlord, if you get that alignment right, it can be absolutely devastating. So that's something that C. Leonardo has to be cognizant of, because not only do you have to contend with Charm as a fast attack, but Dragon Breath on the Otaria is also an option to just start steamrolling through your Guzzlord.
Yes, Charm will obviously do devastating damage to the Guzzlord on the side of C. Leonardo. But we've mentioned earlier double ground teams, and Maxi has brought double grounds of his own, completely different double grounds. Shadow Kanto Marowak, which is one of the most popular ground types in the current meta, as well as Shadow Steelix, one of the most effective and one of the more popular ones that made day 2, even though it wasn't on the top usage for day 1 here in Birmingham.
I mean, we also saw Arceus Aurelius running that Steelix, so it is definitely a Pokemon that has got usage in this meta. The coverage, again, with those Thunder Fangs can be really good with a lot of the flyers and the water types that we're seeing out there. It's just about making sure it's in a good position. A lot of the time when we see Shadow Steelix without the shields, it can spell a bit of disaster, but if you've got the shields to give it the defensive coverage as well, then it can really shine in the spotlight.
Now, it's worth mentioning again that this Shadow Steelix has Crunch, which means it is entirely walled by the Guzzlord. Guzzlord, as a Dark and Dragon type Pokemon, resists Electric, resists Psychic, it actually double resists the Psychic, as well as resisting the Dark. So Shadow Steelix might not be the option for Maxi in this game. It can't really afford to be against the Shadow Kanto Marowak, can't really afford to be against the Guzzlord either, and it has a bit of a weird matchup into the Cradilly. Even though it double resists, triple resists the Acid, it doesn't really have a way to hit back.
I wonder which ground type Maxi's maybe going to favor then, the Marowak or the Steelix, because you look at the Lionel C. Leonardo side and you've got like the Cradilly, you've got obviously the Charger Bug. These are Pokemon that you can do some decent damage with these ground type attacks to, but which one out of the two would you pick?
Well, if I were Maxi, I'd be looking at my Shadow Annihilate here.
Okay.
The only fairy on the side of C. Leonardo is an Azumarill, which is so slow to its attacks that Annihilate with shields up can manage to avoid taking real heavy damage from it. But the players look ready and they are locked in. Let's get started. It's game number 1.
Yep, Cradilly versus the Jellicent. So very interesting lead coming for here. And it looks like for Maxi, you're going to have to make sure that you're not going to take this Grass Knot once it gets charged up. You don't worry about these fast attacks though. These are not doing too much damage. So you can use the Hex Pressure to get your Shadow Ball locked and ready to go.
I like this play from Maxi, throwing on what might otherwise be considered suboptimal timing, but it ensures that the Shadow Ball gets to draw a shield before a potential Rock Tomb is thrown. Let's remember that Cradilly is running Acid as its fast attack, which is resisted by the Ghost type typing of Jellicent. And Maxi correctly calls the Rock Tomb, which you could call a bait, but it does guarantee an attack drop, but it definitely doesn't do the amount of damage that a Grass Knot would have.
Exactly, so you can keep that shield preservation more towards the end game. Another Shadow Ball here ready to go on the Jellicent side of things. C. Leonardo does let this go through again, maybe thinking the shield's going to be critical for one of the two Shadow Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, and this obviously does less damage because of that Rock Tomb debuff, and now Grass Knot would threaten a knockout. Rock Tomb might not be enough. Maxi's going to let the Jellicent go just in case, because he knows that he's got a lot of value out of it already in terms of a water versus a grass type Pokemon, and Annihilate can now come in and start to ramp up. And honestly, I don't think Annihilate is half bad into the Shadow Kanto Marowak when shields are in play either, particularly when these boosts start to come in. And you've already taken one shield from your opponent. Is Leonardo going to shield the next one? He can't.
Yep, leaves the Marowak so vulnerable to this Rage Fish. You also get the attack boost. I mean, that's going to be reset now, but you have that little bit of energy in contention for when the Annihilate comes back in. Can this Marowak force first of Maxi's shields? No, the Wigglytuff easily able to take this.
And I love that the Wigglytuff gets that charm through, and the Marowak goes down. Wigglytuff gets a bit of an energy head start, but that Annihilate still has health and has energy. So Credillia is going to come back in and start to threaten this Wigglytuff. Maxi sees more value in his Wigglytuff for now. He's going to try and maybe charm down, and C. Leonardo needs to think, do I get out of my Credillia? I don't want to allow a charm down, so I'm going to come in with my Shadow Charge Bug, where there is only one shield available to both players.
Yeah, Wigglytuff has enough energy to go for this Swift as well. It is the last shield coming through, so now all of C. Leonardo's Pokemon are going to be a lot more vulnerable, but it does take a while for this Wigglytuff to pace to these attacks. Charger Bug is a little bit ahead of the game here.
Interesting that there are no moves being thrown yet. Maxi now going up to that Icy Wind. This will guarantee a debuff, but C. Leonardo wanted to go to back-to-back. He wants to fully Volt Switch this Wigglytuff down so that he can throw two discharges into the Annihilate. Maxi's getting a lot of value there, and now can this Annihilate hold on? Burst Discharge coming through. One of them can go shielded. Maybe you shield the first one because you don't want to be Volt Switch down, but Maxi doesn't want to shield a debuff Discharge, which isn't very strong. The problem is, now this Volt Switch goes through, and now the Annihilate goes down. C. Leonardo taking game number one.
You didn't even need that second discharge. You just needed to get that one through and one more fast attack, leaving C. Leonardo taking the first game here.
Really well played by C. Leonardo, even though in the mid-game Maxi was putting aggressive pressure on. That Shadow Charge Bug coming in clutch for that end game. Advantage to C. Leonardo. The one more game for him means he will go through to the winners finals to face Pataman, who's sat waiting for him.
I feel like C. Leonardo came out very aggressive in this game one, having two Shadow Pokemon in the back. You know, the Shadow variant means their attack is going to be stronger as well, and just had such great positioning, using the Cradilly to whittle away at Maxi's Pokemon, keeping the shields preserved as well. Just meant that once they were able to come out into the field, they could get the job done.
Yeah, Credilly got a lot of value in that game. It obviously took down the Jellicent, but then it was also able to land another attack later on in the game, drawing a shield away. And when you've got a Pokemon that not only can win the 1v1, but also get value in a 1v2, that starts to show why Pokemon like Credilly are absolutely still in contention in this Precious Paths meta.
On Maxi's side, the Annihilate came in, it was in a good position, you know, it could get that Rage Fist up, can start applying pressure, but I think it had to swap out before it was able to utilize the attack boost. Do you think Maxi should still stick with this Annihilate, or are there Pokemon he can use to better support it?
I feel like Maxi maybe didn't get the most out of the Annihilate, throwing that one Range Fist and then banking the Annihilate for later, so losing that boost probably could have been utilized better, particularly where the counter damage is neutral into a Shadow Kanto Marowak, but resisted by the Charger Bug. So against a Charger Bug, you have to throw a Rage Fist realistically if you want to take it out, whereas against a Shadow Kanto Marowak, maybe you just one shield and fully counter through. So Maxi, I still think Shadow Annihilate is an option for him, but I'm interested to see how he utilizes it going into game 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. In a best-of-3 set, you can make those small adjustments, and both these trainers are experienced enough to be able to take that learning and make the necessary adjustments, but it's just whether you're able to call what your opponent is doing and make the adjustments accordingly in that way. I would like to see the Annihilate come back. I think it has a lot of room in this match, but at the same time, running the two Ghosts with Jellicent and Annihilate, if something like the Furret comes through with those Sucker Punches, it can be detrimental.
Now, also, it's worth looking at that Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff has neutral matchups into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Azumarill, positive matchups into Furret and Guzzlord, and a reasonably
like reasonable matchup into that Shadow Charger bug. It's relatively neutral, but I think it could be dependent on the amount of energy that's stored on either side. Credilli is not a good matchup for the Wigglytuff, but Credilli is a great matchup for the Shadow Annihilate. So Annihilate plus Wigglytuff together looks very, very strong from Maxi.
And I think as well the Wigglytuff, you know, Maxi bringing that already in game 1, that's going to keep the Guzzlord, I think, scared in the back a little bit. We're not necessarily expecting to see that come through into this match, but I think if you are Maxi, the Wigglytuff using that charm, you have a way to get damage down on the board. If he can utilize that, set up some more support with the Annihilate, he can potentially come back and even the score.
So Maxi needs to think how best, if you are to lean into the Annihilate and to the Wigglytuff, how best to pair them. We saw in that first game that there was a Jellicent lead. That's a case of if you lead into a Guzzlord, you have 2 answers to it in the back. And so he thought he could get value. The problem is that the Jellicent with a Wigglytuff in the back is a soft ABA to the Credilli. And we do expect to see the Credilli because that's the only way that C. Leonardo is able to deal with the Wigglytuff himself. So does Maxi go again? And C. Leonardo, as he's in the driving seat here, he can say, look, you played soft ABA to my Credilli. I did lead that Credilli. I'm going to force you to change your tactic. I might not need to. So I'm curious to see how both of these players adjust going into game 2.
Yeah, whether that Credilli is going to come back in action. We saw it put in a lot of work. C. Leonardo got a lot of utility out of it. It could be, again, the Pokemon that's going to secure the victory so he can advance into that winners finals as well.
I would love to personally see an Annihilate lead from Maxi. I don't know or think he's going to do it, but I personally would be really, really enjoying an Annihilate lead into the whole of this team.
Yeah, just offensive pressure right off the bat. Let's see if Maxi is indeed going to lead or even bring that Annihilate to the match. It's a Jellicent, so one goes down against this Credilli. It's a run back of game 1.
Yeah, again, they're Jellicent into the Credilli, but this time there is no Wigglytuff. There is an Altaria in the back instead. And immediately when we look at those backlines, if the Altaria can be aligned to that Marowak, that could be beneficial. The Azumarill will be a much more difficult match, but let's remember that Shadow Kanto Marowak has access to Rock Slide, Credilli has access to Rock Tomb, Azumarill has access to Ice Beam, so the entirety of Leonardo's team can take on the Altaria, so Maxi might need to try and get an advantage in this earlier game. Shadow Ball going through, and it does land.
Yeah, Altaria not looking safe in the back for sure. Right now, Jellicent's just trying to deal with this Credilli. It gets to another Shadow Ball. Again, very much a run back of what we were seeing in this game 1. C. Leonardo wondering whether to keep these shields, decides to preserve them once again. Marowak might need that support later on.
Now, this time, C. Leonardo hasn't shielded up the Credilli. The Credilli is going to throw a Grass Knot that will take out the Jellicent, but the Credilli is so low that Maxi's not really going to get much farm as a result, and C. Leonardo maintains alignment. So now the Azumarill could come in, and this will sponge a lot of the counter pressure from the Annihilate. The Annihilate could stay in and just start throwing Rage Fists, because are you really going to put an Altaria into an Azumarill?
That's a very good question, and Annihilate in a position where, yeah, it can go for these Rage Fish, it can get the attack up, but the counters are still going to be doing negligible damage into this Azumarill, and you have to watch out for these play roughs. It might be an option for Maxi to have to shield, but it's going for the bait with the Ice Beam.
At this point, it doesn't even really count as a bait, because the bubbles and the Ice Beam against a Shadow Annihilate would do so much damage, and if an Ice Beam lands, you just bubble the Annihilate down, and Maxi cannot afford for an Azumarill to stay on this much health, because the Altaria is relatively slow to a Sky Attack, and the worry for Maxi when looking at this game is that the Annihilate needs to put the Azumarill so low that you can maybe Dragon Breath it down, but against an Azumarill where Dragon Breath does 1 damage, that is not an easy task.
I mean, this is more what we want to see from the Annihilate, but staying on the field, utilizing both the shields on Maxi's side, because as you said, all the charge attacks are going to be doing a lot of damage, but you're keeping your Rage Fist boosts up. I think it's at +2, and now it's going to be at +3.
Yeah, the problem here for Maxi is that there are 3 Mud Slaps through for the Shadow Kanto Marowak, so when Altaria comes in now, we're going to see that Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to basically be able to put damage onto this Altaria and really threaten it with 2 Rock Slides. Maxi stays in with the boosted counters and goes for a full Dragon Breath down, but it looks like C. Leonardo has reached 2 Rock Slides, and I think Maxi knows it.
Just a little bit off the mark for the Altaria. There's 1 Rock Slide, and as you said, the second one is ready to go. Throwing rocks in the air, C. Leonardo knows this is exactly what he needs to secure the victory and advance into your winners finals.
What a superb showing from C. Leonardo, taking down Maximilian P, putting his name, his face, his Pokemon into those winners finals where Pataman waits. Brilliantly played by him, and the players celebrate together. What a fantastic match to watch.
Absolutely beautiful play. That Credilli in games 1 and game 2 just sat on the field, out in the leads, dealing with the Jellicent, eating up all the damage, and just paths a complete journey for victory there for C. Leonardo. Fantastic play. Commiserations, of course, to Maximilian P, but he's still in the competition, still could become your champion at the end of the day.
Well played, C. Leonardo, guaranteeing his first ever medal in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. But what color will it be? That is the question. I think he'll be very, very pleased to have got as far as he can. But when you're on the winner's side of the bracket, why stop there?
I mean, what a tremendous show we've seen from our winner's side of the bracket so far. We have our winner's final locked up now. It's going to be Padaman versus C. Leonardo, and that is going to be a treat to behold. I don't think I could have written a better script, Fareed.
It's really, really impressive. Padaman getting so close again, and he's mentioned that he hasn't won a regional title for a long time. And for a lot of players, they're like, well, I've never won a regional title, so Padaman, you know, you don't have to be too picky, but when you are at the level that these players are at, you are hungry for success. You are always hungry for more. C. Leonardo giving himself an opportunity to break the mold. If he is able to take down Padaman, he will reach his first ever Grand Finals.
And the way that he was able to get to that match was through the use of this Charger Bug in Game 1, dealing with the Shadow Annihilate. Although Maximilian P was able to play much more valiantly with the Annihilate in Game 2, it was unable to get the victory. The Altaria adjustment wasn't the sweet success that was needed because Marowak was ready with 2 Rock Slides to get C. Leonardo into the next stage.
Yeah, really, really superb showing. And interestingly, this is a player that has actually done a lot of content creation recently, where he's been interviewing a lot of the bigger names in the game, a lot of the prominent players. And I wonder at what point does he need to start interviewing himself?
Quite possibly, you know, set up a mirror and a camera and you can kind of just have a conversation, your thoughts and your wisdoms about the match. And I loved being able to speak to C. Leonardo earlier, actually, and kind of get a little bit of insight to how he's feeling. I did ask if he could become the regional champion at the end of the day. And, you know, maybe he's feeling even more confident about that answer now.
And he absolutely deserves that feeling because he has put on what a show here in Birmingham. And he is a great example for players that are at home and have thought, look, I've played a lot of grassroots. I played Go Battle League. I haven't necessarily played the Championship Series or seen success in the Championship Series. If you're committed, if you're resilient, and you can start to break through here just like he has.
Exactly, and I feel like the next match is getting ready and set up, so we're going to kick it to a really short break and then bring you that competitive Pokemon action in just a moment.
Just Oscar-winning performances all over the board there. That was something else.
That was cinema.
Yeah, that was absolute cinema.
Setting up quite the storyline there, picking up Snorlax off the ground. And I think these trainers are going to be picking some interesting Pokemon in their own lines.
Nice.
Picking some Pokemon off the ground. It's going to be Altaria, actually.
Altaria has been pretty good. I was actually going to say that I do miss when Snorlax was a little bit more of an option. Not necessarily.
When was an option? When was it an option?
I actually loved using Shadow Snorlax.
Walk me through that one.
In Master League, Shadow Snorlax was good. Pretty good.
It's quite good right now.
It's okay.
Metagross is one of the most used.
Yeah, but Shadow Snorlax can't really hit that.
Has some trouble.
There you go. Tell us in the Twitch chat what Master League Pokemon you would pick. And also, the other problem with Snorlax is it has so many attacks that it often wants to run like...
It loses the plot.
It's one of those Pokemon that would really benefit from when you can run lots of attacks. You know how lots of people are like...
But like having Earthquake is pretty nice.
Do you run Earthquake on a Snorlax?
There's so many Rhyperior and Metagross right now. Don't see why not.
That is true. That is true. Well... There's no Snorlax here, but there are a ton of gargantuan players instead. And one of them on the left side of your screen, it's Colin 6. He's up against Smeyo, who just took down Inadequance. So this could have been Inadequance. It isn't. It's a player who has made their first ever Day 2 in their first ever regional championships outside of their home nation.
and he snapped Inadequence's 18-match win streak. 18 match wins with the second consecutive loss.
And we interviewed him and he was thrilled, and I absolutely understand why. He's a great player that has played in the Go Battle League. But another example of how you can translate the practice that you have at home here on the regional stage in the Championship Series. However, what a player to have to go up against next. Colin Six, 3-time regional champion. He's done superbly well at international championships. He's made day 2 at World Championships, and he wants to go all the way here in Birmingham as well.
I mean, Colin's coming off of a successful top cut season, honestly. Gdansk, Stuttgart, Latin American International Championships, even Toronto just last week. But Smeju, he's done a lot for himself just in this tournament. He's beaten multiple-time regional champion Paul Asha already twice.
Wow, he's got some big names.
He's taken down King OWT. He beat Chris earlier today. He's beaten Inadequence, and now he's looking to take on Colin. What a ringer he's been through.
Just your average Sunday, I guess, huh? Well, these games look underway. They both locked in. Smejo up against Colin Six, and we see that shadow sizzle from Colin. It's up against a Unovan Stunfisk.
One of the most interesting things here is when the Unovan Stunfisk decides to throw their charge attack. Usually, trainers try to throw on 6, but we may see him throw at 5 here just to launch it off a little bit earlier, preventing that catch on 6 that Colin has done a lot of times already.
Yeah, really nice play from Smejo. Going for that first mud bomb, it does a decent amount of damage, but it doesn't threaten a knockout. And now Smejo comes in with the Guzzlord, which is a great way to sponge any of that charge attack pressure. Colin Six going up to 2 Night Slashes before meeting the Guzzlord with his Altaria.
It's nice to be able to farm up that energy while taking those resisted Dragon Tails. Keeping that energy for the rest of the game is going to be key. Colin is a master of energy management, and he is going to look to manage his Guzzlord here, as it looks like his team is quite soft to it.
What I really like about the way Colin played that is he used the bullet punch pressure against the Guzzlord to put it into a range where the Altaria can Dragon Breath and now threaten a knockout with a Sky Attack.
That's a little bit uncharacteristic. Colin throwing 1 Dragon Breath less than he possibly could have, giving somewhat of a free Dragon Tail. Maybe that's the difference here between him reaching another Brutal Swing, and it is Colin.
You say uncharacteristic, but Colin did this exact same thing yesterday, throwing slightly early against Empoleon, and losing that last Dragon Breath again means that Altaria goes down in a matchup where it might not have needed to. At least here, the Unovan Stunfisk is able to quickly Thundershock down that Guzzlord. It doesn't even take a Dragon Tail in the process.
I really like coming in here with the Scissor because you understand that take a Mud Bomb or don't, you're still going to be in a range where it's very awkward for Colin to Bullet Punch down or Thundershock down. You'd rather take this here. It's neutral. It does a lot, but you know that your Ufisk is going to be the hero of this game.
I mean, it's quite interesting. Throwing that 1 Dragon Breath early with the Altaria against Smejo's Guzzlord actually has benefited Colin. It prevents the Sizzle getting a farm down on the Altaria. He got a slight energy head start with his Unovan Stunfisk instead, now throwing the next Mud Bomb, which will take down the Scissor if it goes unshielded. Smejo doesn't yet have an attack, but because he's shielded, he's now going to be able to put a bit of pressure with that Trailblaze.
We've seen Colin's Scissor be very, very strong, but has a lot of bulk, maybe not winning charge attack priority. Otherwise, he may have come in there, swapped, and done the charge attack priority tie against the opposing Scissor.
Now, let's remember that we've got Mud Bombs here for Colin Six on the left. There's 2 Night Slashes banked or 1 Trailblaze banked on his own Shadow Scissor as well.
If you're Colin, you just need these 2 Mud Bombs to knock out. Otherwise, could get a little bit dicey here, as if Smejo gets the 2 charge attacks, he'll simply be able to launch one of the Scissor and launch one of the Unovan Stunfisk.
Here we go. Triple resisted Thundershocks. Mud Bomb landing, but will the Thundershocks be able to knock out? It doesn't look like they're even going to get close. And now Smejo is farming up, throwing the Mud Bomb, giving away who wins charge attack priority, which is important information. But Colin Six is going to be able to hold on to this.
Barely hanging on is that Unovan Stunfisk. This last Mud Bomb is, man, it's just going to go through, right? No reason to shield that. Understanding that Shadow Scissor has 2 Night Slashes to its name, and that was just a beautiful display there. Colin setting himself up for huge success in the end game with all that energy on the Shadow Scissor. And maybe if you're Smejo, you remember that, hey, we know our Guzzlord is really good, but the thing we can't swap it into is a Shadow Scissor, especially if our opponent's not throwing, right?
Yeah, if we think back to what we saw in that game, the Guzzlord comes in against the Shadow Sizzle, doing resisted Dragon Tail damage while the Bullet Punches start to chunk. Shadow Sizzle banks 2 Night Slashes, and Smejo has to remember that, and he has to bank and preserve his shields in the endgame as a result. Altaria came in against the Guzzlord. The Dragon Breaths plus the previous Bullet Punches put Guzzlord in a range where Sky Attack was almost able to knock out. And where we
it would have been enough to knock out, actually.
Yeah, it would have been if Colin had thrown optimally, but actually as a result of throwing suboptimally,
prevented a Sizzle farm down on the Altaria, got a little bit of farm down on his Univan Stunfisk as well, and then put all of that Univan Stunfisk damage to seal out the endgame.
And, you know, honestly, begs to wonder, like, did Colin even do that intentionally? You can't rule that out. A player of his caliber, it's possible, but honestly it seemed to just work out for him.
Yeah, lots of calculations going through these players' minds, but Colin has the advantage, and now it's Smayo that needs to adjust. Colin 6 using exactly the same team he used in Toronto, and many of these Pokemon were also featured on the team he used a couple of months earlier in Stuttgart back here in Europe. So he knows these Pokemon really, really well. He's confident in the plays, and he's got that extra information. The Univan Stunfisk mirror, when there was the Charge Attack priority event, Colin now knows that he will not win Charge Attack priority against Smayo's Univan Stunfisk.
Something I've noticed is Smayo, he's played a lot of great matches, won against a lot of great players, but something he does consistently is throw the heavier hitting Charge Attack. We've seen him pay back into the Giratinus in 2 shield scenarios, Trailblazing the Gastron in 2 shield scenarios, and it's just always getting shielded.
Never don't not bait, that's the rule.
Never don't not
Exactly,
bait.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's how we know it. Now we see Altaria into Sizzle lead in this game number 2, which although the Altaria has access to Flamethrower that would threaten a complete knockout when both shields are in play, this matchup does advantage the Shadow Sizzle.
And you notice that Colin reaches just for the Sky Attack. You may be wondering, how come you go for this neutral move? It's more than enough to knock out the Shadow Sizzle. It's very, very glassy. And then pivots into the Univan Stunfisk. This is interesting because it seems like it's way more challenging to take on a Trailblaze than maybe just letting the Night Slash hit your Altaria first.
But I don't dislike this from Colin 6 because now this Shadow Sizzle is in a range where a Mud Bomb would threaten a knockout. What I am surprised about is
it's not throwing.
It's not throwing before the second Trailblaze. And you do need to shield this one because it's boosted, so it would do a ton of damage. But I think Colin 6 was really hesitant to throw before he saw his opponent perhaps switch. And Colin really
I think he was expecting to catch.
Yeah, but realistically, what is Smayo going to catch on? You're not catching on a Corviknight into a Univan Stunfisk, so Mud Bomb's always likely to be the attack to throw. So perhaps, arguably, a mistake from Colin 6.
Now, the Univan Stunfisk is kind of brought in as a reason to lure out the Guzzlord, but he makes the read. He's like, hey, you've got to be weak to this in the back. I mean, you only have so many options against the Guzzlord. Let's just throw the Univan Stunfisk out in here, take these super effective moves, and bank it all on the Guzzlord with 1 shield. I love that recognition.
But what I like about Smayo's play, not just is the recognition there, this Univan Stunfisk on the side of Colin is in a range where 2 Mud Bombs will knock out, whereas Colin needs 3 to be able to take out Univan Stunfisk on Smayo's side.
This may be the read that wins him the game, honestly. What an incredible way to kind of get the right alignment without even knowing all your opponent's Pokemon. It basically says, hey, oh my goodness, and that's Colin 6 right there. Catch onto the Altaria, double resisted Mud Bomb, and now Colin back in the driver's seat. How is he going to get rid of this Guzzlord, though?
This is huge. I don't think Brutal Swing is going to be enough to knock out, and Colin 6 throwing just before Smayo is reaching that Sludge Bomb. It is going to go shielded. The Dragon Breaths are adding up, and honestly, by the time the Dragon Breaths go through...
It's in 2 Swift range.
Yeah, Furret is going to be able to put work against this Guzzlord, and let's remember that Univan Stunfisk has energy and health on Colin 6's side as well.
I'm not sure he needed to throw that Brutal Swing there. Maybe he wants to take less Dragon Breath damage. I can definitely see the argument for that as well. But as this Furret comes in, it's
he doesn't want to risk another attack.
Right.
He maybe had forgotten exactly how much energy is on the Altaria. But as you say, now you're out of 1 Swift range, which would have been even more punishing. So Colin 6 going to throw this Mud Bomb. Do you stay in now with Univan Stunfisk, force the energy? You have to bear in mind that there's still the Univan Stunfisk on the side of Smayo that needs taking down.
The thing is, he doesn't even know what Pokemon is on Colin's side. He just found out that it was a Furret. So it's very difficult to make those decisions in the split-second moment when you're not very confident what your opponent may have in the back. If we can land a Brutal Swing here, can Smayo actually go into Univan Stunfisk here, pressure out some energy?
Otherwise
you have to pressure out the energy, understanding this Guzzlord...
The problem is the Swift is coming. It's got 1 more Sucker Punch until you're out of Swift. So if you were to go in early, you're just going to take a Swift onto the Univan Stunfisk. You do need to stay in with the Brutal Swing against the Guzzlord because you're not going to be Sucker Punched down just yet.
Now it depends. Is his Univan Stunfisk on the cycle where it can get to its... Does this actually end up working out? Because his wins Charge Attack priority, right?
Question mark.
It kind of depends, or I guess it technically might not.
Well, Colin will lose Charge Attack priority, so Smayo needs to be at least a few away. And he is! Smayo is going to reach the Mud Bomb first, and he would have won Charge Attack anyway, so he actually had plenty of space, and he wins this game number 2.
Despite the hairy end game, mid game where that Mud Bomb got caught into the Altaria, it still comes to show like that Guzzlord is so oppressive and so powerful.
It paces so quickly as well.
Right? And Colin, it feels like he doesn't even want to bring the Azumarill, understanding that, hey, my opponent always is bringing that Shadow Scissor, always is bringing even the Unova Stunfisk. It just seems like the Azumarill is going to find itself in a lot of positions where it can kind of get thrown and tossed around while the Guzzlord is free to roam against the rest of the team.
I think one of the difficulties is that Colin, in this meta and in the last meta, is so insistent almost on using Furret and Altaria together that when there's a Guzzlord on the opposing side that core breaks them, as well as having a decent matchup into the Unova Stunfisk, Guzzlord was effectively free in that matchup for Colin 6. And so he really needs to think, Colin needs to think, do I adjust to account for the fact that Guzzlord is a great option for Smayo? I wouldn't be surprised if Smayo leans into it once more.
And the reality here is that Azumarill, it's not even the best counterstop to Guzzlord. I know that sounds weird to say, but Guzzlord, with the fast Dragon Tail pacing, with the pressure of Sludge Bomb, being able to just get to it a little bit quicker than Play Rough, you can get a lot of damage down onto the Azumarill, pivot out, and catch a Play Rough. And if that happens, it's a very stressful situation because you wouldn't have done any damage to the Guzzlord.
But do you know what's simply incredible, right? We've spoken about Colin 6, not just for weeks, not for months, but for years. This is a player that is one of the most established names, not just in Europe, but the world. And then Smayo, a brand new entrant to the Championship Series, only 2 previous tournaments played. This is his first tournament outside of Poland, and he has taken on so many big names. He's taken down so many big names, and he looks confident. He looks like he's enjoying himself.
He looks so calm.
And he could take down Colin 6 here. And he, if anything, I think he's actually got the momentum. He's put a lot of pressure on Colin 6. He's locked in. He's ready to go.
Colin looks like the stressed one, which is incredible to say considering Colin usually doesn't show any signs of emotion. I think earlier today against Newman, he showed some signs of life. But other than that, he is a cold, hard competitor, and he is ready to take himself a little further into this tournament.
Well, I think the reality is that the pressure is on Colin. There are higher expectations of him. He has higher expectations of himself. So Smayo is taking advantage of the fact that he is the underdog, and he gets the lead he wants, leading that Guzzlord into the Furret. And it looks like Colin has played so weak to this Guzzlord once more. He gets out of that initial matchup.
Does he go to the Stunfisk? Does he go to the Stunfisk? He don't use the Stunfisk. This is an incredible play from Smayo. He's saving all the energy. He knows it doesn't matter what Colin has in the back.
Colin has actually maxed out on energy, which means that when he does throw this flamethrower, yeah, well, there's a free Thundershock at the very least here. So it's not an optimal play by Colin 6. Look, it's not going to be the end of the world because of that alone, but it is surprising to see a player of his caliber not optimizing in the way that we might expect him to.
But again, you don't win games based on these big changes in the game. You win them based on small turn differences. Turn by turn, Smayo wants to ease the victory closer into his hands. So far, he's in a great position. His Guzzlord has so much energy to pivot into the Furret. Do you respond with your Guzzlord? Yes. Respond with the Guzzlord. Immediate brutal swing, but with the Dragon Breath damage already being applied, this isn't too swift range.
Yeah, again though, Colin has maximized the energy on the Altaria, meaning that when he does get around to throwing one of those attacks, he's giving a free fast attack to his opponent, which is really not what you want to do, particularly when one of them is a Guzzlord's Dragon Tail. Guzzlord now able to come in and sponge so much of this pressure from the Furret. I think Smayo's in a comfortable position as it stands right now.
This next charge attack could come down to charge attack priority. I believe the ranges for these Pokemon are pretty close. A lot of Guzzlords have a lot of attack. Doesn't get the job done. Colin doesn't reach for the Swift.
I think Guzzlord is likely to win the attack there. It's unlikely that lots of players, they don't opt for a higher attack for it, and I think Colin doesn't want to risk it, but it's surprising almost that he doesn't even try to, and now Smayo aggressively comes in with this Mud Bomb and the Stunfisk, and I'll be very honest here. Smayo is playing absolutely superbly in this game number 3.
And now he has to watch out because Colin has already shown his propensity, his willingness to catch Mud Bombs on his Altaria. However, as this Unova Stunfisk gets lower and lower, you begin to notice it's going to be in Night Slash range from the Shadow Scissor.
Okay, so this is actually not going shielded. So that means Colin 6 is going to have to take down the Shadow Scissor with his own Univan Stunfisk, as well as a lot of energy on that Altaria. But Altaria is so low that any fast attack pressure from Guzzlord or from Shadow Scissor could threaten a knockout. This is going to be a really, really tricky endgame for Colin 6, particularly given that there are 2 shields available for Smeyo.
I mean, forget about throwing a Night Slash at the Univan Stunfisk. At this point, it's just time to bullet punch down the rest of Colin 6's team. Smeyo, I think he knows it. He's calm, he's composed, and he knows his Shadow Scissor, it can clean up here. All he needs is no shield the Mud Bomb.
Okay, the question here is, can Colin get to 2 attacks? If you come in and try and throw a Sky attack, can you reach another one? Do you have enough health?
There's just not enough in the tank for the Univan Stunfisk.
Doesn't even go shielded.
2 shields to 1. Shadow Scissor can just bullet punch down the Altaria. Smeyo is taking down Colin 6, advancing further in the Birmingham Regional Championship.
He does not waver. He takes down Colin 6, another huge name under his belt. Smeyo advances on the loser side of the bracket. What a superbly played match by him. He didn't give up 1 shield on the Shadow Scissor. He recognized that the Mud Bomb could not knock out. That gave Altaria absolutely no hope in the end game, and he will progress with a massive smile on his face.
Calm and collected through the game, but finally breaks out into a smile. Who can blame him? He just took down 2 of the best trainers, not in Europe, but the world. And now all eyes are on him. He's the He came in as the underdog, but now he's emerging as one of the people to watch, to not just make top 4, but win the entire tournament.
Now, we've mentioned before, he is a player that has seen a lot of success in the Go Battle League. He's hit over 3,500 ELO before. He's made the first page of the Go Battle League leaderboards, but he has never seen success like this in the Championship Series. But my goodness, is he showing just how talented a player he is.
These were absolutely clinical plays. From knowing exactly when to throw his charge attacks, well, here's the discharge onto the Altaria. Great catch from Colin 6. But just understanding when that Altaria swapped into his Guzzlord in that Game 3, farming up to the moon with the Guzzlord, and then using Univan Stunfisk to basically just sponge the energy on the Altaria, it was just perfect. It was perfect from start to finish. Colin 6, he didn't bring the Azumarill. Smeyo capitalized hard, brought the Guzzlord every game, and it's incredible. Guzzlord is so incredible right now.
I think it's maybe something for Colin to take away. When we last saw him in Europe in Stuttgart, he lent into that Furret Altaria core, and he was up against Inadequances, Alolan Ninetales, a core breaker to that core. And Colin continued to use that core. He continued to bring both of those Pokemon, and he tried to force his way through them. He failed there, and he failed again, where Guzzlord, as the core breaker to those, what was his answer to Guzzlord? He did not have one. He was trying to crash the Altaria into it, but Guzzlord paces pretty quickly, and Univan Stunfisk can sponge a lot of the pressure, so it's no surprise to me that Smeyo was smiling before that game number 3. He had a massive advantage.
I mean, you can basically come into every game with the Guzzlord knowing that I can take any risk I want in the lead, try to even get good alignment in the lead, and worst case, hey, we just swapped the Guzzlord. I can go no wrong here.
Well, you and I have spoken before that even if you safe swap a Guzzlord and your opponent counter swaps an Azumarill, it's not a clean answer when shields are in play. Not a problem for Guzzlord. Now that it has access to Sludge Bomb with reasonable pacing and with shields up, Azumarill so slow, bubbles are not doing anything. Guzzlord was a superb pick. Not surprised that it's number 1 in the day 2 usage here in Birmingham.
It's number 1 in the day 2 usage here in Birmingham, but all around the world, Guzzlord has seen success. In fact, in the Merida Regional Championships, which is happening as we speak right now, I think they're just about to start their day number 2. Guzzlord was absolutely rampant in their meta usage. Let's take a look. It's Guzzlord at number...
This is day 1 usage.
This is day 1
so
of
this is where it's worth looking at Altaria, right? So Altaria in day 1 of Merida, as well as Altaria in day 1 here at Birmingham, has been a really, really popular option. Guzzlord didn't make day 1 top usage in Merida. Guzzlord didn't make day 1 top usage in Birmingham. So the really interesting question is always, how does it translate when the top players take their top Pokemon through to the latter stages of a tournament?
And that's when we take a look at something like the conversion rate of a Pokemon. How does it convert from day 1 to day 2? Guzzlord, it was so strong in Birmingham. We saw it take on even its toughest opponents like Shadow Scissor, Azumarill, and Corviknight. And honestly, it didn't have any problems with any of them. Especially, just look at these core Pokemon. Altaria, Empoleon, Kanto, Shadow, Marowak. For it, Guzzlord is just so good. It outpaces all of them, puts so much pressure with the Dragon Tail, and Empoleon resists the Dragon Tail, but we all know those Dragon Tails don't look super resistant on the Empoleon.
Yeah, so one of the really interesting things, we mentioned Auckland, we mentioned Merida obviously on our screen, but let's bring things back to Birmingham because we have the advantage of looking at some of the really interesting usage as to the successful picks that the players have used to get into day 2, to get into the final stages of this tournament, and Guzzlord going from nowhere on top usage in day 1. Nowhere on top usage in day 1 of Merida either. Straight to number 1 here in Birmingham, and I think Smayo did a brilliant example of showing us why.
So many cool Guzzlers. We have seen shiny Guzzlers as well, and from Fazberry, and it's just so cool to see. Guzzlord, it has such a force on the field. It looks so scary, and it absolutely should feel scary, especially when you have something like a Jellicent on your team, or a Unova Stunfisk. For it, there's just so many things that it makes it very difficult to overcome it.
And the other thing that I think is interesting to note is Unova Stunfisk. It doesn't make the top 6. It is on the top 12 usage here in day 2 at Birmingham, but it's showing that it's been a really successful pick. We've seen it time and time again, particularly in the last few matches, to really good effect. So that's definitely one to continue watching. If you're using it in the Go Battle League, if you're going to be playing any locals, Guzzlord and Unova Stunfisk, definitely a pair to watch out for.
And for reference, Guzzlord was using 44% of the teams in Merida on day number 2. So pretty much mirroring here in Europe. Guzzlord, such an incredible pick. Tauntaun Battus has his work cut out for him, but he's got a couple answers.
Look at these, both of these community ambassadors here. Tauntaun Battus is a player, he's a previous international champion. He is up against Fazberry. Fazberry, another player who has got further than they ever have before. The players are already locked in, they're ready to go. Let's get straight into game number 1.
And it's a Marowak into the Fortress. I believe Fortress here is on Bug Bite. This is a pretty neutral lead. Fortress can take the advantage in the 1 shield scenario as long as it can land a Rock Tomb after shielding this first Bone Club.
Yeah, one of the things that we actually saw in an earlier match is that Tauntaun Battus' Fortress was doing 2 damage with its Bug Bite against a Corviknight, so this has slightly higher attack. That's something that he will need to take advantage of in this game, and that Shadow Dragonite is being met by a shiny Guzzlord on the side of Fazberry. Dragon Tail's absolutely chunking through this Pokemon.
I wonder if this is a bit of a miscue here from Fazberry, bringing the Guzzlord to the Shadow Dragonite rather than the Florges. Now, the door is wide open for Tauntaun Battus. His Jellicent no longer has to worry about this Guzzlord.
Yeah, aggressively coming in with the Guzzlord. It does take down the Shadow Dragonite, but it's going to now be Bug Bite down by the Fortress. So this is a great bait out by Tauntaun Battus. Perhaps Fazberry thinking that Florges was the bait out there, and that might be the read that he's making going into the endgame because he wants the Guzzlord to avoid Pokemon like Clefable.
But what could you want to be saving your Florges for in the back? If you look at
potentially a Furret, I suppose.
But the Guzzlord would be play way better into the Furret. So I'm kind of curious what happened there. However, for now, all eyes are on the Jellicent as it has a tall task ahead. Needs to break through this Shadow Kanto Marowak and then take down the Florges as well. If you don't shield these Bone Clubs, you're going to become susceptible to the baits of the Chilling Water. This has to be a little scary for Tauntaun Battus. We've seen Fazberry just go straight for Trailblaze in the past against other Jellicents, so I wonder if he stays true to that pattern here, or does he make an adaptation?
Going for that shield, maybe trying to invite Tauntaun to think, I could be going for a Chilling Water. He is going for a Chilling Water. Tauntaun puts up that shield, so this is a fantastic bait by Fazberry. Chilling Water guarantees an attack drop, meaning that the Florges will take less damage from the incoming Surf or Shadow Ball. Surf now being reached, no shields remaining for Fazberry.
And I wonder if you feel like you have no choice but to shield it there. If you don't shield the Chilling Water, it's possible that Fairy Winds and Mud Slaps will eventually knock out your Jellicent.
Now the Trailblaze comes through. This could threaten a knockout, and so Tauntaun's going to shield again, but Tauntaun has a lot of energy. Fazberry does have catch potential, but do you want to be catching on a Marowak that would take massive damage from that Surf? So Tauntaun's going to do a slight pause to make sure that there's no catch available before throwing this Surf into the Florges.
But instead, this could result in a potential charge attack priority from the Marowak onto the Jellicent. It's going to come down to if the Jellicent takes it in 3 here. Yes, it gets to it in 3. No charge attack priority needed. Chilling Water, the debuff has been applied, but it's not enough to protect the Shadow Kanto Marowak here. It's going to get knocked out by the Surf, and Tonton Battus takes game number 1.
Brilliantly played by the Master of Spice on the left. Shadow Dragonite putting in a lot of pressure. It baited out that Guzzlord, and Eric, I think you're right. As you said, there was nothing really in the back that Florges had a dominant matchup against, and it probably could have been a very different story if Florges had been the answer to that Shadow Dragonite safe swap.
Giving up the shield was part of the problem there, right? There's no doubt that Guzzlord is good in the Shadow Dragonite, where that is always going to be the case. It can easily Dragon Tail down. But as soon as he gave up the first shield for that Thunder Punch, it felt like Tonton Battus was in driving seat. We saw that Jellicent just put in an absolute show there, understanding that, hey, if my opponent's Guzzlord isn't on the field, the Jellicent kind of has a completely free roam across the entire team. Lapras, Shadow Talonflame, Shadow Kanto Marowak, Empoleon, Florges, everything feels like a target.
Tonton Battus showing that Shadow Dragonite could be one of the most effective Pokemon in this meta. He's not opted for Altaria, but Shadow Dragonite shares the exact same typing, but completely different coverage, electric and fighting as its charge attack options compared to the flying and fire options that Altaria carries.
He said the best part about his entire team has been the Shadow Dragonite, actually. He says a lot of people's teams, if they feel like they're weak to Dragon flying, they have Azumarill. And all of a sudden, you may notice Azumarill not so great against Shadow Dragonite. Thunder Punches come through fast, they come through furiously, and we're gonna see if we see it again.
Tell you what, the other thing that's interesting, Shadow Dragonite has a good matchup into Empoleon, Shadow Kanto Marowak,
Lapras,
and Talonflame, and Lapras, as well as being able to put some pressure onto that Guzzlord, right? Now, if you do cover those first 4 especially,
every game you guarantee you have at least one target.
Well, it also means that your Clefable has a lot of play, because Clefable plus Shadow Dragonite looks like it's a pretty good core into this meta. Clefable has a great matchup into both Guzzlord and Florges. And there it is! Clefable does come out from Tonton Battus up against the Shadow Kanto Marowak of Fazberry.
This seems like a pretty neutral matchup, but it's going to come down to this backline. It seems like the Shadow Dragonite and the Jellicent may struggle against the Guzzlord and the Florges.
Do you bring in the Shadow Dragonite aggressively? Do you wait for an attack to be thrown first? You can't afford to take a Rock Slide, but if you could catch a Bone Club, that would be huge for Tonton Battus.
And he does!
What a catch! He does make the read that the Bone Club would come through, and he catches it onto his Flying-type Pokemon, and now Fazberry, will he come in with the Florges instead? Yes, he does. Look at the back lines. Guzzlord has to take on the Jellicent, so this could be really, really key for Tonton Battus to get as much value as he can out of this current negative matchup.
And I wonder if catching the move was almost good for Fazberry, right? Now he has a more clear time to think about what he goes for the Chilling Water on the charge attack priority, and a superpower is thrown. I love the superpower here, as it's going to debuff himself and allow Tonton Battus to take less Fairy Winds on the back end.
It's not charge attack priority. Fazberry hadn't quite taken it, so that means all of this damage and energy will get to go into the Jellicent instead. So this is actually a pretty good position for Fazberry, because now this Jellicent's health is going to be seriously threatened. Tonton letting his Jellicent go, which is actually not a terrible decision to make, because it wouldn't have any play against the Guzzlord anyway.
Clefable at this point is just playing a 2-0 shield against Marowak with extra steps. The extra steps are called Guzzlord, as Guzzlord, I think it's going to struggle just a tad in the back here up against the Clefable.
I mean, if Tonton shields this, then it's a bit of a tricky situation, because you lose all of that energy, but it means that it wouldn't have any pressure for the Guzzlord, so everything going on to the back of this Clefable. And Shadow Kanto Marowak comes in. It does give an extra Fairy Wind to this Clefable. Will that make a difference in the end game?
If you're Tonton Battus here, you have to be quite scared. You're thinking, it could be either Talonflame in the back or Empoleon, but we're going to really need it to be Guzzlord. It's the only thing that my Clefable can take on with so little health. Can it get the knock on the Moonblast? Moonblast knocks out the Shadow Kanto Marowak!
And now what does Guzzlord do? Because Guzzlord will also go down to 1 Moonblast, so that could be key. That moment could be everything for Fazberry, and I think he knows it. Moonblast getting thrown, double, super effective, and Tonton Battus has done absolutely superbly to read the end game and take this losers round 3.
Knocking out the Guzzlord in one hit, such a bulky Pokemon, we were hyping it up, but it's Moonblast that absolutely knocks it out from 100% health, takes down the Florges as well. That was a clean Clefable sweep there, and Tonton Battus doing what he does best, using his favorite Pokemon, using the core breakers, and taking down the meta team. in Guzzlord and Florges.
What a superb showing. Fazberry looking like he had everything he needed for success, but Tonton Battus preserving the Clefable and going absolutely crazy in the end game. And I wonder, this is what happens when you start to give shields away a little unnecessarily. I think that Florges that had to shield the superpower from the Shadow Dragonite meant that shields went down and the Clefable went absolutely ham at the end.
I mean, that was, as I said earlier, that was a 1 versus 1 with extra steps. All it had to do was get rid of the Marowak, and then the Guzzlord could just be poofed out of existence.
Well, we did say that Shadow Dragonite plus Clefable together covered the whole team of Fazberry, and Tonton did lean into that pairing. The Clefable getting a little bit of value at the beginning, it drew away that first shield. The Shadow Dragonite then getting some energy in, but not just that, it caught the Bone Club, so it suppressed a lot of the energy from the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and then pulling a shield out of the Florges as well. We talked about bringing the Florges into the Shadow Dragonite or bringing the Guzzlord into the Shadow Dragonite, but that Shadow Dragonite got so much value for a Pokemon that is otherwise completely unseen in this meta.
It's just so funny that someone is making it so far with Shadow Dragonite of all things. So many trainers bring teams that are completely 100% meta, and they still struggle. And he's just here making it look like he's just having the time of his life, honestly, running these two Pokemon and taking down big names. Clefable, if you didn't see it the first time, see it again. Clefable versus Guzzlord.
Well, I think, so this is actually the moment here where we were going to go and look at that Clefable, and it was at that moment when the Moonblast was going through onto the Shadow Kanto Marowak, you see in Fazberry's eyes where he thinks, I don't have a way to take down this Clefable now.
I have a full health Guzzlord, and that Clefable has quite literally 10 HP left, and we can't win the game.
There's nothing that could happen, and it was really interesting, I think, to look at the expression on both players, because
Tonton is so scared.
Tonton goes, I can't do anything. If you don't have a Guzzlord, I've lost this game 100%. But Fazberry, who has the information, right?
He knows everything.
He has the Guzzlord, and he's almost looking at his phone, and he goes, I'm in danger. I'm in danger.
Chuckles,
I'm in danger. So yeah, let's take a look at that moment if we're able to find that. Then I think that we might even be able to really watch when they're playing out this moment.
Let's look at the reactions. Don't look at the Pokemon.
Well,
this was a critical point.
I think the first, yeah, that's exactly it. The first point to note.
Free Fairy win.
That Jellicent went down, right?
He had
with
a
so
turn.
much energy, so much health, but Tonton made the recognition that the Jellicent wasn't going to have play into the back because he knew that Guzzle was coming. Now, when he brings in this Clefable, you see the Kanto Marowak, but what I want you to watch is when does the Kanto Marowak throw an attack and you see the Fairy Wind going through.
1, 2,
there.
3 Fairy Winds for 1 Bone Club and a Mudslap.
Really optimal position here, and you know that Tonton Battus knows that the Clefable has play, and he plays to his only win condition, that he goes, I need to hope that my call is right, that you do have Guzzlord in the back. Now, Fazberry starts to think about this because he goes, okay, well, you've got a shield here, and you do shield it up, and I don't know if my Shadow Kanto Marowak, even though it's in the green, can it hold on here? And now this Moonblast starts to come through. And Fazberry pauses. He almost looks up a little bit and goes, this could be a little bit tricky. And when that Moonblast takes out the Shadow Kanto Marowak, Fazberry, he's almost looking at his Pokemon like, I don't know how much energy is on the Clefable, but if I can reach a Brutal Swing, that is my only hope. Tonton had maximized so much energy, and just before that Brutal Swing was reached, Tonton throws that Moonblast. Fazberry nods in recognition that his opponent, a superb opponent, has played absolutely perfectly to close out this series.
That is a moment of all time.
It was really well played by Tonton, and I'm excited to see a spicy team, another spicy team from him, go further here in Birmingham.
And spicy teams have always succeeded for this trainer, while everybody else in the top 8, it seems like they are running as close to the top. They're basically taking the top 12, looking at the top 6 Pokemon and be like, you know what, like that, honestly, that looks good enough. Let's lock that in.
But to be fair to all of these players, when we say, are you bringing the meta team? Guzzlord was not meta if you were to look at day 1 usage by reference, right? So the fact that so many of these players had made a call means that even though Guzzlord doesn't feel anti-meta or it doesn't feel spicy, they went against the grain, and they are reaping the rewards as a result.
It was the same story for a lot of these tournaments. In Merida, we saw Guzzlord convert a lot. Toronto, we saw Guzzlord convert even more. And here, it's just another pattern. When will people start to respect it? And it seems that Maxi has a lot of respect for it. He has brought the Wigglytuff and the Shadow Annihilate. I think finally there's a team that he can't just crash his Guzzler into.
Yeah, but it might not be a player that he can go up against with particular confidence now that he's seen how many big names Smejo has taken down, most recently Colin, before that Inadequance, and we've mentioned players like Chris and Paula as well. So Smejo is on an absolute hot streak, and he has, at this point, nothing to lose. He can go into every match knowing that his success here has already been incredible, and if he can take on Maxi as well, then wow, what a tournament he's having.
But while Maxi's made a lot of top fours, actually second place at the Utrecht special event earlier last year, Smejo has not gotten a medal to his name, and he's going to have his first chance to lock in a medal here. It's game number 1. We have Jellicent lead into a Florges.
Good matchup for the Florges when it's running that Trailblaze, able to put on super effective pressure here, and looking at that backline as well. We can see a double steal from Smejo. Shadow Sizzle will have a great time against the Wigglytuff, but it might struggle a little bit if it's up against the Altaria as shields start to go down. And Maxi doing a play that we've seen already before, where he throws on suboptimal timing to ensure that his attack goes through before a potential debuff. But Trailblaze only boosts the attack of the Florges, and Maxi, let's remember the last time he did this, he led Jellicent again in game 2, but on that occasion threw on different timing. So Maxi is really trying to play with his opponent's minds, and now he successfully pulls out the Shadow Sizzle. So this is a great position for Maxi in terms of what could have otherwise been.
I mean, is this even a lure out, right? Because it feels like as soon as we have the first shield, we can crash the Shadow Altaria into anything. Even the Shadow Scissor, we can get the 2 Sky attacks here before we get knocked out.
And there is the first Sky attack. This will threaten a knockout against the Shadow Sizzle. Is Smejo going to let it go? Does he think he can hold on? He's going to hope, he's going to pray, and he is unfortunately not right on this occasion, because that Shadow Sizzle goes down, and another Sky attack comes through against this Florges, which has a lot of energy to play with.
He actually doesn't go for the Chilling Water there, not feeling like he needs to get the knockout, just needs to get the energy, and I love this play. He's able to farm all the way down.
Yeah, I like that call a lot. He lets the Sky attack go, knowing that his Chilling Water is probably going to be more useful in the end game instead.
And an absolutely correct read that was. Now, Chilling Waters are going to start coming in fast and furious onto the Wigglytuff. He comes into the Corviknight, forcing the Jellicent to come back out, and it's in almost air cutter range. I love this play from Smejo, understanding, hey, if we get this Jellicent out of the way, our Corviknight is good to go.
Yeah, Corviknight double steal is brilliant into that Wigglytuff backline, so Jellicent needs to put in a ton of work to try and whittle down this steel and flying type Pokemon.
Maxi, I feel like he's going to give up both shields here. He's needing to land that Shadow Ball onto this Corviknight. Otherwise, his Wigglytuff's going to have a hard time in the back line. Air Cutter going to get reached here, and another shield is going to have to be applied by Maximilian P. Air Cutter doesn't get the boost, though. This could be critical in letting him farm down with the sand attacks.
Here we go. There is no boost on this occasion, and now Shadow Ball is reached. There are no Protect Shields available for Smejo, so this Shadow Ball is going to hit hard. Does it put the Corviknight into a range where the Wigglytuff can start to threaten a knockout?
Not only does Wigglytuff need to knock this out, but the Wigglytuff also has to get rid of the Florges. The Florges has 1.5 moves banked. It came in with 100 energy and threw a Chilling Water immediately. Still, we need to get this Icy Wind landed as soon as possible. Maybe we should go for Swift.
I think Swift would have been enough at this point. And now Maxi is in a position where I don't think a Trailblaze will quite be enough, but I think Trailblaze plus Fairy Wind will put a lot of pressure onto that Wigglytuff. And the Trailblaze is now coming through. I think it will be really close.
But what about one Fairy Wind?
It only has one Fairy Wind able.
And it's going to need 2. The Charm applies onto the Florges. Maxi closes out an absolute nail-biter there with the Charm down on the Florges. Wow, that was incredible. Jellicent got the job done. Basically, all he had to do was get to the Shadow Ball, and once he got to the Shadow Ball, he understood that the Wigglytuff could finish the job at hand.
Really well played by Maximilian P. That Wigglytuff putting in a ton of work.
But earlier, remember, he threw that Chilling Water into the Wigglytuff and gave a free Charm through. I wonder what would have happened if he had actually done that Fairy Wind.
I think it's a really difficult position to be in
because you're at 100 energy, right?
You're at maximum energy, and if you were to do an extra Fairy Wind, it means you take the full damage of the Charm, right? So that full damage of the Charm could have changed that endgame potentially anyway. So it's a really difficult thing to call that early into a match.
Yeah, and Wigglytuff just showing how strong and steady it is here. It's probably been one of the MVPs for Maxi's team, and you can tell because it's not even that bad in the Corviknight, honestly. As soon as the Shadow Scissor was pulled out, it seemed like Wigglytuff was just free to roam.
Let's see how Smayo adjusts as he looks to take on Maximilian P going into game number 2. He has got so far on the loser's side of this bracket. He has taken down so many players, but right now he's got a massive hill to climb if he wants to continue further here in Birmingham.
But he's come back from situations like this. Against Colin, down a game, came back and knocked him out. Now, another tall task is ahead. It's Flores into Jellison again, and it looks like oh no, the Shadow Steelix in the backline against the Scissor and the Corviknight.
And now we saw from Maximilian P exactly as he did previously. He throws on suboptimal timing in game 1, he leads Jellison again in game 2 and doesn't throw at the same time. And I wonder what is his approach when thinking about strategies like this. Is it just to put off his opponent so that his opponent isn't able to make easier reads as to when to make a catch? But
and he's throwing different moves.
He's throwing different attacks, but this is going correctly shielded by Smayo, so it's still a good position for the Florges to be in. And the Altaria is being immediately met again by a Shadow Sizzle, which doesn't really win the matchup when it's a shield down.
And I wonder, what is Smayo's plan here? He definitely thinks it's a Wigglytuff in the back, but it's going to be a Shadow Steelix that is matched up against the Corviknight in the back if this alignment is to continue. This time, though, he swapped a little bit quicker, and he can actually opt to shield here and toss off the Night Slash.
But you know what's also interesting is that the Chilling Water of the Florges is this time super effective into the Shadow Steelix rather than neutral into the Wigglytuff. And if he is able to get a lot of energy onto that Florges and start to put on a lot of pressure, then Shadow Steelix will still have a big amount of work to do in the end game.
And now, Shadow Steelix comes in, revealing the full line. Maybe this is the opening that Smayo needs, understanding that we need this energy. That's great.
I love that.
I love that. Saving the Night Slash for the Jellison and just being able to charge that priority in the end gives him so many more outs. And now, thanks to the bullet punches, it was in 2 Chilling Water range. He's playing this superbly.
Yeah, this is really, really intelligent play by Smayo, but is it enough? Jellison has a Shadow Ball. Florges still has a lot of health, so this might not knock out Florges. Does just hold on, but can it reach an attack? Yes, it can. Going for the Chilling Water bait, but it's called by Maxi. But I think that's a good position.
This is fantastic for Smayo. It's going to allow him to get the bullet punch down that he might want. I think this is going to come really close. He needs to bullet punch down in 3 versus the 2 hexes.
This is going to be close.
He throws the charge attack.
He could have maybe bullet punched that down. I think he would have bullet punched that down, so he's opting to throw this in. But he gets the shield, so that is great value nonetheless.
Maxi doesn't know what's in the back, so he has to play 2 outs, and he lets the Jellison go down. This bullet punch is going to be critical. Now we're just getting closer and closer to air cutter range. Maximilian P needs to get the 2 crunches, or does he Psychic Fangs and then crunch?
I think you might have to Psychic Fangs and then crunch, and this is maybe one of the advantages of having crunches, that you can put more damage, especially if you get a defense drop here. I'm surprised that he doesn't go for the Psychic Fangs first, because Psychic Fangs plus crunch probably would be enough, particularly with the Thunderfang damage, so this is going to be a really close endgame.
But the Corviknight shrugs it off. The crunch doesn't seem to be doing a lot, and now it's a race. Crunch is going to be reached. We can't really see the health of the Corviknight, but I think it's going to be really close. It's going to come down to if this next Thunderfang can knock out. Maximilian needs this debuff more than ever. Crunch doesn't need the debuff. Air Cutter, it's his reach. It's not enough. Maximilian P, Thunderfang down. Shadow Steelix Wigglytuff goes just a little bit further in the Birmingham Regional Championships.
What a superb game. That was so close, but Maxi was 1 game up, which means that he now progresses through. Even if Smayo had won, it would have been 1-1, but that was a really, really fun game to be able to spectate.
It was a brilliant read by Maxi to say, hey, actually, if I run these first 2 Pokemon and do what I did last time, he's going to think that there's a Wigglytuff in the back. And Smayo, honestly, probably thought it was a Wigglytuff in the back and was comfortable keeping his Corviknight and Scissor up, just ready to take it on in the back. However, there was that Shadow Steelix. And Shadow Steelix, honestly, it wasn't, I'm not going to pretend that I was super convinced by its ability to take that Corviknight. That was, thank goodness he had Crunch. We've seen most players run Psychic Fangs and Earthquake for the Unova and Sunfist matchup, but even with Crunch, that wasn't as great as you would have wanted it to be, right?
Yeah, I'm curious. If the Psychic Fangs lands and the Thunder Fangs all start to do more damage, do you put it into a range where then 1 Crunch landing is enough with the additional damage from Thunder Fangs? And that would have been slightly cheaper and quicker for Maxi to reach. Doesn't really matter in the end for him, but there was a moment earlier in the game as well that also caused question when he shielded the Jellison, only to allow it to get bullet punched down by the Scissor anyway.
It's interesting, right? Because Psychic Fangs resisted, but Crunch is neutral, and they don't do a lot of damage. Neither of them are super strong against the Corviknight, you're focusing on the Thunderfang. That's where Steelix's damage output comes from. Maxi, game 1, coming down to an absolute hair, coming down to 1 HP on the Wigglytuff. Game number 2, coming down to 1 turn on the Corviknight. Honestly, we could not ask for a closer set. I think the 2-0 there does not accurately describe the nature of that set. That was a wild one to watch.
And huge commendations as well to Smayo, because what a campaign he has had here in Birmingham. He can go home so immensely proud. He's made top 8. He'll be taking home championship points, championship prizes, like a ton of cash as well, but also the knowledge that he has been able to go toe-to-toe with some of the world's best, and he's been able to come out on top time and time again. We've mentioned he beat Colin 6. He is a multi-time regional champion. He beat Inadequance, the only player to beat Inadequance in a match, to break that full match streak in so long, when Pataman and Smayo together took down that titan of a player. So Smayo can really pat himself on the back, get a huge round of applause from his friends and family, and go home with a massive smile on his face.
What an incredible tournament this must have been for him. And honestly, it's so nice to see new players breaking out. And of course, Maxi still feels like he needs to break out as well. He has gone into the grand finals of a tournament, but wasn't able to take it all the way. This is his opportunity. This is his chance to finally put one on the board for himself after a long couple years of competing, honestly.
Well, there's one moment that I want to take us back to from that match, and I think it would be really helpful for viewers for a little explanation as to how this endgame works here, because I know that for many of you, you will have noticed that as this crunch comes through, it puts the Corviknight into a range where 1 Thunderfang will take out, right? But Corviknight does reach an air cutter, and the question is, Eric, can you explain here, right? Why does this air cutter that we can see coming here, why doesn't it get to be able to throw?
This is how the damage registers in Pokemon Go. Generally, it takes 1 turn to get to the air cutter, right? With the sand attack, and then it takes 1 turn anytime you throw a charge attack. This lines up exactly with a Thunderfang, which is 2 turns, meaning that because it knocks out in 2 turns, we're trying to throw the charge attack on the 2nd turn of the Thunderfang. And generally in this game, the fast attack takes priority over the charge attack. So when those numbers even up 2-2, it's that charge attack that is going to be lost there, as the fast attack takes priority and takes Maxi into the next round.
Yeah, so it's really difficult to see, but if you look where we've got this red rectangle, that is the amount of health that is left on the Corviknight. So the Thunderfang, 1 Thunderfang will be enough. Air Cutter is reached, but it takes a turn. It takes half a second to actually throw the attack as well, and that means the damage from the Thunderfang registers, and Corviknight goes down. Maximilian P taking that series 2-0, and he will be absolutely thrilled with that result.
That was such a crazy one to watch, and it's followed by the fact that game 1 was equally as close. Literally both of them came down to the wire. Maximilian made a great read by bringing a fake same line and then just putting the Shadow Sticks on the Corviknight at the end. And that's a great read.
I think one of the things that I found interesting is, and we almost called it in real time, right? Game 1, Jellicent throws immediately as soon as it reaches an attack. And game 2, he leads Jellicent again, but this time doesn't throw as soon as he reaches an attack.
And he doesn't throw a surf.
And he doesn't even throw the same attack. But he used that exact same tactic in his previous match, where he was playing weak to the Credilli lead. He was playing a little bit soft to the Credilli lead. First game, he throws straight away. Second game, he banks up and charges more. So really interesting tactics from these players. And I'm also very curious to see whether it's something that he continues to do as he progresses here in Birmingham.
It's a strategy that's worked a lot, but at the same time, you have to realize his opponents are watching. There's no doubt that they are watching. Do you go with the same thing and just say like, hey, I know you watched that, but there's no way you would expect it from me again? Or do you have to switch it up?
So many mind games, not just in terms of team composition, but also the player that you are up against. When you see someone and you know what their play style is and you think, I've played against Eric so many times that he is likely to swap at this point, or I played against a player like Smayo that I might not have seen so many, and they make decisions that you're a little more curious about. There was one moment where Inadequance comes in with the Talonflame looking to catch a Trailblaze, and Smayo has thrown a Chilling Water instead, and it's those critical moments that can make all the difference in the Championship Series.
And it's understanding that, hey, I'm just going to throw a different move here because I don't know when my opponent is going to catch. I just know that they will catch. So we'll just toss out the Chilling Water and take that set. Smayo has had a fantastic run here, but now all eyes are on Maxi as he looks to advance himself in the lower bracket. He did a great job at the World Championships. I think he went through so many rounds there.
Yeah, he had an amazing last season was superb for him, but this season is still all to play for. So we're really excited to hear exactly how he's feeling. He's down for an interview now with Lou.
You're right, Eric. All eyes are indeed on Maximilian P. Congratulations after that last match. You have a medal. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. Love to have a medal. It's my third one, I think, now. So, yeah, 3 is better than 2. 3 Musketeers.
Yeah, you're stacking those up. Fantastic runs so far. I can't wait to see how you're going to do in the rest of the competition. Let's talk a little bit about that last match. Game 1, you said Wigglytuff did wiggly things. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, we run Wigglytuff against double steel lines and still win. It's great. Wiggly's the steel answer of choice, of course. Just like Altaria was my fairy answer of choice in those games. Yeah, it just does wiggly things. I was very worried about the Scizor. The Scizor came out against Altaria. I was happy with that, and luckily that fell into plan for game 1. But yeah, I mean, just Wiggly does wiggly things.
It was great to showcase for sure. And then in game 2, I mean, the whole set was quite close, but the end game of that game 2 was incredible. Talk us through your thoughts in those final moments.
Yeah, well, initially I was immensely frustrated because I thought I'd tossed the game by shielding the Jellicent. I thought maybe the clock could have come up and I could have swapped out and banked a move, or maybe it could have been Fisk in the back. I like who What have I done?
Oh no!
so I saw the Corviknight come in. I was like, what you got done? What you got, buddy? He was like, you know what I've got. I was like, hopefully Steelix can do something here. Hopefully he doesn't boost and sand attack me down. Hopefully he doesn't get DRE. And luckily it came through.
You made it work for sure in tremendous fashion as well. You gave us quite a moment there. Obviously looking towards the next round, do you have a contender you'd rather face out of our 2 remaining?
Obviously, I love Aerobubble to bits. His team's not as easy for me to face. I'd much rather have Tauntaun's team again, honestly. But they're both cracking. They're both great players. Like, they're here for a reason. Tauntaun's killing it with his unique team. His
Dragonite,
I think that's a really cool pick. And Aerobubble, who locked in his team at 4:20 in the morning on Saturday.
Oh, wow.
At 4:20 in the morning, asking for scrim.
Oh my goodness!
And no one was awake. Yeah. But yeah, maybe you can hear from him next. Hopefully, maybe if he wins. I'm happy to face either. Like if I face Aaron, this is his best he's ever done. Like, and if I face Tauntaun, then hopefully we eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Certainly sounds like a plan either way. Sounds like you're pretty prepared. Well, we'll let you kind of go get ready, look ahead to that match. But before we go, any shout outs or word of advice to anyone watching? Anyone you want to thank? No pressure.
Big. Yeah.
There are a few people you could name.
Yes, sure. Obviously, I've got to shout out Aaron over there. He's playing right now. He can't hear me. I wish he could. Maybe they can switch on the stream for him. Shout out to Martijn. Shout out to Alessio. Shout out to all of the EU Emperors. I may not be an Emperor anymore, but I will always be an Emperor at heart. I will always be an Emperor at heart. So, yeah. And big shout out to Legends United as well for being there as well.
Well, you're certainly on top of your game right now. Best of luck in the rest of the competition. Do not forget, there's still more Pokemon action coming. Let's kick it back to the casters and get it started.
So nice that Maxi was able to shout his friend Aerobubble. Aaron on the stage. As Maxi was shouting him out, at the exact same time, we can see Aaron on the screen.
I'm doing what it takes to win. I'm doing wiggly things.
He's like, I'm playing to win here. I'm ready to take this regional championship down. And Maxi, thank you so much. Those are some very kind words to your friends. But of course, Aaron is not going to be stopped here. He's going up against Tauntaun Battus, one of the titans of Pokemon Go. And pretty interesting teams from both players, I'm not going to lie.
Absolutely. To make it this far into day 2, losers round 4, to make it with such spicy teams, it's a really, really exciting team from both sides. Do you think when either of these 2 trainers woke up this morning, they know their Pokemon inside out against the current meta is a meta-busting team? Do you think they would have anticipated each other's teams as someone they'd play against today?
I don't think you could have anticipated playing against a Clefable or a Dragonite. However, You're going to have to start anticipating it here as he's led the Shadow Dragonite into the Feraligatr. This is a great lead for Tonton Batus.
Absolutely, the Dragon type, neutral damage coming in, and as of old Dragon Breath, it would have done so much more damage than this, but it gets the energy so quickly now with Thunder Punch, a super effective move being thrown off straight away here, is going to do so much damage if gone unshielded.
Honestly, how do you deal with this Dragonite? You have a Galarian Moltres in the back that takes super effective from Thunder Punch, and you have a Credilli in the back that takes super effective from Superpower. I wonder if you try to catch on the Credilli. That may be the only play that you can make, because honestly, what? Tonton Batus doesn't throw it yet. He's going for the full farm down. He realizes that this energy is going to go crazy in the back.
Absolutely, the energy going very, very far, but we'll see how that goes as it progresses. Using both his shields straight away, maybe recognizing that there's not a lot of place for any of you needs that energy later on, and there's not really many Pokemon coming through. We are seeing an immediate switch here as Fortress makes an entrance onto the field.
Moltres was brought in, but he tried to catch the Thunder Punch on his Credilli. And then he brought in the Credilli to the Fortress. This is the best target for Fortress in the entire game, I think. And it's just gonna go straight for the Sand Tomb. This is very interesting. Does this allow him to get more bug bite damage, or actually it reverses the effect of the Rock Tomb, and maybe Tonton Batus is going to take another Rock Tomb here, but he'll be able to farm all the way down. This energy is going to go crazy on the Moltres.
Absolutely. He's got a lot of energy on the Fortress at the moment, but with Credilli throwing a move, we've got to decide what goes through. We're going to see how much damage the Rock Tomb does. It will get that debuff stage, just about hanging in there.
Oh! He predicts the Moltres coming in and just tosses the Rock Tomb off. Tonton Batus is playing out of his mind here. Is there a world in which he doesn't even have to reveal the Clefable in the back? I don't think he's gonna have to show the Clefable. He has so much energy on this Dragonite. One Thunder Punch comes through, it's gonna be shielded, and then Tonton Batus is gonna launch the next Thunder Punch. Is this enough to knock out?
Coming through. We're gonna find out if this is enough to knock out, and if he doesn't even have to reveal his third Pokemon in this team. Thunder Punch going through, and it is just about enough to knock out in this instance. Not even showing a third Pokemon here. Tonton Batus takes game one with a plum.
Tonton Batus put on an absolute clinic there with the Shadow Dragonite. I think Air Bubble needs to be a little bit more careful going into our next game. That was rough.
It's the unpredictability of this Tonton Batus team. You really don't know what he might muster up and bring into these games. It's not just one or two spicy picks in his team. The majority of his team is Pokemon we don't tend to see in this current meta. Tonton Batus really taking this tournament by storm with Pokemon that you don't expect to see.
Air Bubble had a pretty difficult time there, but he's not out of this yet. He has Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales. Even Empoleon and Credilli, you would think that they should be going to the Dragonite, but the Superpower, the Thunder Punch, they hit hard, they hit fast, and you get to 1 in 10 turns. That is incredible pacing for Shadow Dragonite, and I think the only way you can deal with this is maybe the Alolan Ninetales, but how are you going to justify that? There's Jellicent, there's Fortress, there's Clefable, 3 Pokemon that hard to answer your Alolan Ninetales.
Well, when there's 3 that are hard answers, but 3 that it's semi-good against, is one of those situations where maybe you bring it and just hope that it's a 50-50. I'm going to bring it in and hope that I can get the alignment that I want, just so I don't have to face the terror that was that Dragonite again.
Honestly, I don't even know how you approach game number 2 at this point. Tonton Batus locked in his team almost instantly after game number 1. And it's Air Bubble on the left-hand side, who's been thinking for quite a while about what to bring in here. Definitely, I feel like he's starting to feel the pressure of this Shadow Dragonite. I wonder if he tries to respect it a little bit more this game, or is just going to maybe go ABA weak and try to align the Alolan Ninetales. We'll have to see, though. Seems like players have said good luck, and I'd like to wish them both luck because this Shadow Dragonite is about to go crazy. It's led into the Marowak.
Oh my goodness, we've seen the Shadow Dragonite yet again in the lead, and it is going to start tearing down. This time, it looks like Aero Bubbles tried to give 2 answers to it in the back, but yet again, when swapping in Credilli, it's been seen by the Fortress.
I don't think that this one is going to be even... I don't think this one's going to be as easy for Tonton as we think. As soon as you land 2 Rock Tombs on this Fortress, you might have the opportunity to start farming up. If you can get a huge Powder Snow down with the Alolan Ninetales, it'll be a 1v1 against Clefable with extra steps.
Well, we'll see how it goes, especially with the shield management. The Clefable with its Meteor Mash will be very, very strong against the Ninetales.
So Rock Tomb lands here, and any kind of farm down that Arrow Bubble may be able to generate for himself. Yes, we see him trying to go for that Mudslap, but the Sand Tomb is going to be reached. Tauntaun Battus lowering the defense of the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and now with the Dragonite, is going to be able to set himself up for absolute success here. Thunder Punch may be baited, but of course, Super Power will be more enough to knock out the Bone Club bait. Does Tauntaun, yeah, he has to respect it, right? It's a Shadow Dragonite. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if a Bone Club could knock it out from fall. But now, he's going to go for the Super Power as he reaches, oh,
another bait here. We're going to see...
He no-shields!
No shielding, a Thunder Punch. The Marowak might even live this move.
I think you can hang on here. Can you get to the next move, though? Can you throw it? Ooh. Yes, you can use the Bone Club. Tauntaun Battus no-shields it, understanding that... Let's see how much this does, actually.
I'm very interested to see...
That's pretty sizable. That's nothing to laugh at. And now, here's the Ninetales 1v1 against the Clefable in the back. Just a few extra steps, though. Shields the Super Power. This is the opening that Tauntaun Battus needs. Now, all he has to do is reach 2 Meteor Mashes. Nothing to worry about for Clefable here. Just needs to worry about the move getting caught onto the Credilli. Let's see when he decides to throw it. Goes for the Weather Ball first. Tauntaun Battus needs to... he doesn't need to shield this. I mean, of course, it does not going to knock out. But now, 3 Weather Balls are going to need to be reached here. First one has already been landed. Meteor Mash now onto the little Ninetales. It's going to get shielded. How does he attempt to catch the second move, though? This is so critical.
Arrow Bubble using his last shield here. Tauntaun Battus still holding on to one and using it in the same circumstance. We're going to see who ends up getting to the next move first. It could be the difference between winning and losing this game.
Oh! And the Meteor Mash, it's going to land! Double, super effective, into the Alola Ninetales. Clefable taking names, taking down other fairies. Boom, Meteor Mash, it just takes that from full. Hold on here.
Wait, hold your horses.
Hold your horses. But the Fortress, it's going to have the priority. Bug Bite, it's only going to take 1 turn. As long as Tauntaun Battus comes in here and just taps his screen, he's going to go Bug Bite down the Credilli. It's a 1-turn difference, but it's a guaranteed win.
Game with a 1-turn fast move over the 2-turn fast move. Tauntaun Battus, with his incredibly spicy team, has made it even further in the tournament. Commiserations to Arrow Bubble. A really good placement overall in the tournament, but Tauntaun Battus takes the win.
I genuinely don't even know how to react to that game because Shadow Dragonite, I don't think I've ever seen it be so strong in the Championship Series. I think this is its first time being this far in the tournament since the Dragon Breath rework, which was great for a lot of other dragons, but I don't think we expected it to be so impactful for Shadow Dragonite. Thunder Punch, Super Power, Dragon Breath. It's theoretically perfect coverage, but you have to deal with the very glassy nature of Dragonite.
Absolutely, and it's a very outsider pick as well. You really don't, like, usually you'll have a look at what other trainers have used, and a lot of people take inspiration from that, but thinking outside the box and realizing, oh, I think this could actually do quite well, and absolutely proven here in this Birmingham Regionals by Tauntaun Battus. It has been an absolute Dragonite showcase here.
Credilli taking out the Clefable here, and you see this perfect 1 Bug Bite down onto the Credilli. Shiny Fortress secures the victory for Tauntaun. You can see the relief. Shadow Dragonite taking names all around the world.
Such fine margins coming down in that game too, to literally the difference between a 1-turn fast move and a 2-turn fast move, keeping those Pokemon on such minute amounts of health, and for it to go down right to the clutch. Oh, my heart's racing.
And if our hearts are racing, how must these players be feeling?
I know.
Their emotions just at the very edge there. And of course, Tauntaun Battus has another match coming right up.
Tauntaun Battus doesn't even have that much time really to turn around and recoup his thoughts. Maybe have a look into the next team that he's going to be facing off against, because he's going to be playing here next.
Up against Maximilian P. A lot of trainers, they kind of like the chance to reflect, the chance to take a second before your next match. But for others, it's just momentum. It's just fuel for the fire. Maxi, though, he has just watched Tauntaun play, and maybe he's given a little bit of inspiration. He was the one who took Tauntaun Batiste down to the lower side of the bracket initially with the power of the Shadow Steelix. Tauntaun Batiste, though, he has learned, and he was able to take down Arceus Aurelius' Shadow Steelix earlier. So I think there's things he could do. He said on the interview that he just needed to put the Unova Stunfisk on the Steelix, and that's going to be the case here as Maximilian's doesn't actually have access to Earthquake. It has Crunch and Psychic Fangs.
Absolutely. Well, you see the difference in movesets, and sometimes the trainers don't really take that into account when they're looking at the potential matchups. They see what the Pokemon is, and they might think, oh, well, the common moveset would be the Earthquake, so they might not take that into account when building their teams. Now, the difference between the two players, as you said before, Maximilian P, he had that little bit of time to watch the game, to digest, to look at the play style and what Pokemon Tauntaun likes to bring. But however, Tauntaun, he's a man on fire. He's been playing, he's been tapping his screen, and he's warmed up. He's not been given time to cool down. He's a man still on fire, and he might be able to take this one home.
I mean, the Dragon Master has won so many tournaments, made so many top cuts, and honestly, kind of not surprising here to see him in the place where he has another medal to add to his collection as well. Maxi has his tag named Win Please, and Tauntaun's is in French, so can't really read that, but seems like both players are starting to look at their teams. Maybe Tauntaun is looking at Maxi's team for the first time, while Maxi had all the time in the world there to start considering what he would deem to be great in this matchup. Earlier, we saw Tauntaun Batiste play Jellicent, Dragonite, and Clefable in a line and lost to Shadow Steelix. This game, how is he going to adjust? I think we are going to have to see the Furt being brought. It's his most neutral Pokemon, but it has a huge problem, and that problem is called Shadow Annihilate.
And we're really excited to see that game come up. But first, we've got some social posts to show up on the stream here, and I'm very excited to show you what we've got.
And thanks to all of you for posting and keeping us updated how your tournaments are going. That is Yetaruna, actually. I had the opportunity to play against her in the Melbourne Regional Championships last year in the Top Cut. She got 2 wins and 2 losses here. And if you don't know who this trainer is, she traveled all the way from, I believe, South Korea to try to win that first place, win that World Championships invite. She's been close. She's made many top 8s, top 4s in other regionals, but this maybe wasn't her tournament. Of course, we hope that she had fun, had a good time playing against European trainers. And here, speaking of European trainers, here are a lot of European judges, and that is one qualified team here in Stuttgart, I believe. Stuttgart Go champion. So that was 1-2 months ago where I was also casting. So nice to see this team here. Look how happy they look. We wouldn't be here without the judges, honestly.
Yeah, it's so nice to see the people behind the scenes as well that help the whole thing run.
And, look at this. Here's another judge.
Oh my goodness!
I think he was pretty good at the game.
I believe at one stage he was pretty good at the game.
Yeah.
A name that some may remember, getting a Shundo background Necrozma. Oh, which one would you infuse it into if you had this, or would you keep it as this form of Necrozma?
And these are just, these are awesome posts to see from all of our trainers around the world. And if you want that to be you, use hashtag #PlayPokemon on X, on Facebook, whatever social media you use. We'd love to see what you have in store for us, what you want to show us on the stream. And maybe for a little bit of inspiration, who do you think is going to win this match? What is your favorite Pokemon to be used this weekend? Or what are you having as a snack while you watch this absolute cinema from home? Anyway, it's going to be Tauntaun Batiste and Maxi. Both have secured their place in the top 4, but there's still so much to play for.
Oh, and they've already locked in. These two trainers are ready to go. Now, they would have seen a good amount of each other's team and will be able to maybe make a read based on that. We are seeing Stunfisk versus Shadow Steelix.
Oh my goodness, he's living the dream here. Unova Stunfisk into the Steelix, and now Altaria being thrown into the Stunfisk. It's a bit of an awkward situation, actually. We don't have a direct response, but at the same time, you feel like you need to swap pretty soon. Otherwise, your backline is going to have a really tough time against Wigglytuff.
Absolutely, but at this stage, he doesn't know that Wigglytuff is in the back line for Maxi P. We're going to see what Maxi P decides to throw here. The Flamethrower, and it is going to go unshielded. Does a decent amount of damage, but it was easy to tank along. Switching out now to Jellicent.
This is brilliant. If you just stay in here and don't throw your charge attacks, you're basically telling Maxi, hey, I've got all the energy in the world. You can come back in with your Steelix, but I'm going to start launching Surf after Surf into you. However, Maxi just opting to stay in. Does he try to catch the Shadow Ball on the Wigglytuff? This is an absolutely fantastic play. Double resisted onto the Wigglytuff, and now Chalice stays in here. Still, switch timer isn't up. Gonna throw up the Surf, but now Furt's freed up in the back. Maybe Tontombatus can be pretty happy about this.
What a catch from Maxi B. Now playing in with his Jellicent, which we have seen him use this in the core with his Steelix several times today. It has been very, very good for him. Tontombatus now throwing the Surf, the one which will do actually some damage into the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff happy to take that move on the chin.
Icy Wind launched here onto the Fur. It's an immediate no shield, and now his Pokemon are getting pretty low in health. Is it going to be possible for the Shadow Steelix to start Thunder Fanging this Furret, get it as low as possible? Swift! It's not going to be thrown from Maxi, and he's going to have to take the Swift in return now. Maybe a bit of a misfire there, going for the extra charm, missing out on the Swift, but at the end of the day, 2 shields up for Tontombatus. Maybe we just focus on fast attacks here. 2 Mud Bombs going to be thrown out from the Unova Stunfisk before a move can be applied from the Steelix. This is great pressure over Tauntaun. He's got a lot of energy on the Furret too, so this match is still anyone's game.
Yeah, Tauntaun was holding that energy back. The Mud Bomb, and it's finally finding its target destination in this Steelix. Steelix saying, I'm not having all of that energy though, just before I can throw in a Psychic Fang and lower the defense of my opposition. But wait, a swap.
This swap is interesting.
Get the catch he wants.
Maxi actually has access to the Flamethrower right now, and he probably has to throw it out immediately. Otherwise, goes for the Sky Attack. This doesn't knock out, but Tontombatus has 2 shields, needs to start using them at some point. Does this Discharge get thrown out immediately? I think you can do a little bit more. Oh, actually goes to the Furret. This is a really great play. Gets the farm down on the Altaria. Barely misses out on that attack, and now with these Sucker Punches, you can start getting into Mud Bomb range. I think you need to go for another charge attack as the Furret. Can you get the Sucker Punch down? No, I don't think so. The Psychic Fangs is going to be reached. Actually, we just can't. We can't get rid of the Steelix. We can't get rid of the Steelix. I wonder if Tontombatus could have gone. Oh, I think you outpace.
The Steelix hangs in. We are going to get a shield here, but at the cost of some defense on the Stunfisk. Stunfisk still just about hanging in, and it looks to be trying to get to 2 Mud Bombs. Is he going to be able to get there in time? Yes, he does, but
it's going to be Charge Attack priority. Who wins here? It's so close. You know, with Stunfisk, Shadow Steelix, it's at the thinnest of margins. Who wins? It's going to be the Stunfisk.
The Stunfisk just able to get in that move in on Charge Attack priority. Maxi P, devastated at the close margins of this game.
Tontombatus takes a deep breath there. You know, when Stunfisk generally favored against Shadow Steelix, we've seen some other cases in Las Vegas, for example, where Out of Pocket had a regular Steelix, of course, with very high attack and actually used it to win a game against Unova Stunfisk, winning that Charge Attack priority. So anything is possible, but here, it's going to be the Unova Stunfisk taking the win for Tontombatus. That really came a little bit too close.
Especially coming towards the end of this tournament. We are seeing some of these games come to really fine margins. The ability to win could have been on either side, but it all came down to a charge attack priority. It all came down to the attack stat on the responsive Pokemon on either side.
And I wonder if Tontombatus could have won that differently. I wonder if he could have attempted to throw 2 Swifts rather than the Trailblaze, because the Sucker Punch in 2 Swifts could be more raw damage in making it so that he could always guarantee the shield with the second Swift and then go for the Mud Bomb to knock out the Steelix.
Well, some could say he wouldn't want to play it any differently because he did end up winning the point, Eric.
That's true. He was able to get it. Maybe understand that, hey, the math checks out. The Unovan Stunfisk I have has a lot of attack, and I have nothing to be worried about. Tontombatus, the Dragon Master, had to probably put the Dragon away for this match, but still, Furret has been so strong here. He used it against almost every Steelix team, and maybe the specs for the Annihilate from Maxi. Let's see, it's Furret leading into a Wigglytuff. This is the last thing you want to see because you need this Furret for the Steelix.
Furret is got that Sucker Punch, which doesn't do any damage really into this Wigglytuff. Very, very small margins of damage. Perhaps we'll throw a move and then maybe swap out, or try and just do as much damage as you possibly can with these Trailblazers.
I like this Trailblaze, right? Because you're kind of offsetting the Icy Wind debuff that you know is going to be coming here. Icy Wind comes through. It's not going to do a lot of damage. Tauntaun Batu's happy to no-shield here. And now, do you reach for that second Trailblaze, or do you go for the Swift? In fact, this is honestly getting pretty uncomfortable for Maxi. As this Trailblaze lands, you're starting to feel, do I need to give a shield here? Looks like no shield applied, and Tauntaun Batu's going to have the opportunity to maybe farm this Wigglytuff down. Does he farm it down with the Jellicent, though? Yes!
Jellicent!
Swift is
and
thrown!
Taking a Swift. Swift is resisted by the Jellicent, and Jellicent will be very, very happy to take this. Also, due to the Hex, they may get a few Hexes through here due to it being resisted on the other side.
Now, from Tauntaun Batu, you can see he understands that there's definitely going to be a Shadow Steelix in the back, but is there a world in which this Jellicent can reach 3 Surfs?
We're going to find out here as the game progresses, but these Thunderfangs are going to chunk away. A switch here from Tauntaun Batu, perhaps not wanting to take a lot of these Thunderfangs on the Water type.
Straight for the Psychic Fangs, then into the Marowak goes Maxi. These Mudslaps are going to start adding up. Critical damage onto the Fortress, but the Sandtomb in return. This is going to start begging for a shield, but no! Maxi understands that, hey, my Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to out-damage your Fortress no matter what happens here. Double Bone Club is going to get reached. First one gets tossed off. Tauntaun Batu has a decision to make. Does he protect his Fortress? He does, but he's going to have to give up 2 shields in the process. Can he swap into the Jellicent or not? No! Switch Timer barely not up, and he's going to have to give up his second shield.
Would have potentially tried to look for a catch there, but due to the swap clock not quite being at its peak, does have to take the second shield here from the Fortress.
And now if you're Maxi, all you have to do is get to this Bone Club, and that's going to be knocking out the Jellicent. This is Maxi back at pure perfection. The best form he's been all tournament.
And it's going down really close there.
Perfect! Just a catch for the... No reason. No reason. This catch is for the love of the game. As he takes that Surf, takes the shield, but it's going to be Fortress that falls here. Can it get to 2 Charge Jacks? I don't think so.
I don't think so. It was fine margins, but all of these games seem to go down to fine margins here, and Maxi P ends up tying the set here, making it go to a decisive game number 3 to find out who makes it to the losers finals.
And while these trainers are at 1-1, it still feels like Tauntaun Batu is coming from behind. He knows this Shadow Steelix is such an issue for his team, but he knows that he only has a couple of options. You know, even Stunfisk being one of them, and honestly, it does not want to see the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Absolutely. Well, there's a few things in there that could do some damage into the Steelix and maybe get a farm down on something else. But at the end of the day, if you're trying to win on a 1-to-1 basis, realistically, it does want to see that Stunfisk.
I wonder what I would do here if I would go for a weak to Steelix lead and then try to catch the Steelix in the back with the Unova and Stunfisk. But it seems very, very challenging for Tauntaun Batu. I'm going to be honest.
Absolutely. It's a very, very close one. And we've got 2 fairy types being seen on either side here. 2 fairy types that at the beginning of this weekend, I probably wouldn't have expected to see either make it into this late stage of the competition. But the proof is in the pudding. They both made it all the way to the losers semis of day 2. Which of these 2 fairy types do you think are the better if they matched up against each other?
Honestly, I mean, we know how good Clefable is into fairy types. We've seen it toss out Meteor Mashes, destroying other fairies, destroying Altaria, something that Florges can't do. No shade to Florges, of course, but it's pretty strong as a fairy. We've seen it pretty much take on everything at this point. We've seen Clefable try to fight through Steelixes, fight through Corviknights with not so much success, but I've not seen Clefable attach itself to a Talonflame yet. However, it's going to be the Shadow Steelix that attaches itself to the Jellicent here in game number 3.
Oh my goodness. Now you may think because of the water typing, it would end up washing away the Steelix, but the Thunderfang does so much damage into this water type. It's going to be a very close one, I believe, Eric.
Honestly, if you can start taking the shields here, is there a way in which you can set up your Unova and Stunfisk to sweep in the back? Maxi doesn't really have a response to the Universal, but he swaps the Fortress. The Annihilate's going to come in immediately and start countering away. One Race will be all it takes, and then Tauntaun Battu's Fortress will be history.
Now, we have already seen Shadow Annihilate go absolutely ballistic into these Fortresses yesterday, but we're going to see now if is able to be replicated on this side from Maxi P, taking the first attack buff.
Debuff applied onto this Annihilate. It's not going to help its case, though. Bug Bites still looking like they do absolutely nothing to the Annihilate. It's going to get fully countered down. And now, how do you address this boost Annihilate? You can bring in the Jellicent, but you're not going to be able to get the Hex down before you have to give this shield back. This raises the question, though. If you can farm down, maybe you can start threatening the Steelix.
Now, the fast moves here will do a decent amount of damage into the Annihilate, and Maxi P.
Maxi P, hard switch to the Steelix. Maybe the door's open now. You know, it's Stunfisk being swapped here into the Steelix. You can see Tauntaun Battu start to sit up in his chair. He may have started to believe that he couldn't win this, but now there may be a chance.
There is a game on his hands here. There is still a chance for either player in this game. A crunch coming off on the side of Steelix, and Maxi P landing on the Stunfisk. It does a decent amount of damage, but Stunfisk hanging in.
You can go to nearly 100 energy here if you're the Unova Stunfisk. You can just launch his Mud Bomb, and as Maxi needs to bring his Wigglytuff back in here, you can start pressuring it, start getting some shields, and it's going to be very hard to take down the Jellicent. You don't actually have much fast attack pressure up against it. You don't have charge attack pressure from the Wigglytuff. You don't have counters that can do pretty much nothing to the Jellicent. Mud Bomb gets launched. Is it enough? Yes, it's enough to knock it out. Can this Mud Bomb be reached against the Wigglytuff? Can you reach double Mud Bomb before the charms take you down? I think you can. As long as you hang on to this next charm, you'll be able to get 2 Mud Bombs off. Your Jellicent isn't afraid of these Icy Winds. This is coming down to the wire here.
Maxi P letting this move go, but still holding onto his 2 shields. 1 shield on the side of Tauntaun Battu. Maxi P deciding this is where I want to use my first of his 2 remaining shields in this game. How is this going to go? It's going to come down to the wire with this charm damage and also the debuffing from the Icy Wind.
Surf, it's going to do the most damage out of everything here. The question is, can Tauntaun Battu reach 2 Surfs before getting charmed down? If otherwise, Maxi will just be able to throw a Swift onto the Unova Stunfisk. Does this Surf get reached? No! Maxi throws up the Celebration. Shadow Ball for the second time onto the Wigglytuff. This series, you don't see it a lot often, and that's a fully... Wow, that is really something. That is truly something. Icy Wind onto the Unova Stunfisk. Maxi has made it to the top 3 of the Birmingham Regional Championships as he will now await the loser of Pokémon and C. Leonardo, which we're going to see pretty soon here.
3 very, very close games. You can see right at the end of the game there, Tauntaun acknowledges the fact that it was not possible to win due to the amount of damage that was coming through from those charms. But at the end of the day, Maxi P takes it away, and we will see him progress towards, well, the very end.
Maxi is now going to get a second to recoup. Think about what's going to happen next, because he's got a really tough time ahead of him. He has to play either Pokémon or C. Leonardo. Has to win that match. If he can, then break through in the grand finals. 2 best of 5s against either of these trainers. That is going to be quite the challenge, but Maxi is going on quite the run in the lower bracket here. So if there's anyone who can do it, I think it's him.
Absolutely, it's an uphill battle, but he's got his hiking boots on, and Maxi P is looking to try and take it all here in Birmingham. It's all still to play for, and there are so... the few players that are left are some of the highest caliber players that I've ever seen, Eric.
C. Leonardo, a grassroots Pokemon legend, been playing for so long, was ranked #1 for many years in those tournaments. Pokémon, one of the most successful players in the entire circuit. So many firsts, so many top 4s, so many day 3s. Then Maxi, a lot of top cuts to his name, but not a win yet. And he's looking to make his mark, taking down Tauntaun Battu here. He's going to be ready for whoever is the winner, the loser of this next match, although he'll probably have to be ready for both of them at some point if he wants to continue on.
He was wiggling his way through to a victory, ended up taking 2 Shadow Balls on that Wigglytuff. The first one was not intentional, the second one was, of course, but it was very fun to see how little damage it did.
Shadow Ball is such a strong move, but it's got this one funny little downside, right? If you face against a normal type and you throw it, well, goodbye 50 energy. I don't think it being reduced to 50 energy is going to help it very much.
No, absolutely. You can see at the end here, the Shadow Ball almost giving some
almost
additional...
knocking out the Wigglytuff.
Almost giving it some additional health, actually. Actually, it did knock it into the yellow there, which is quite a feat.
That's big from Tauntaun Batooth. But of course, Maxi, sigh of relief there. He got second place in Utrecht, and he's looking for just a little bit more. But of course, for now, we have two big names here. C. Leonardo, likewise, has not won a tournament himself. And the funny thing is, he's made podcasts with the winners of every tournament for the last couple of months. How would this work? Would it would just be a podcast of him and himself if he wins, right?
I like to imagine him talking to himself and then running over to a different spot and then talking back to himself. I think that'd be quite a funny podcast.
I think that would be a very funny podcast that he would absolutely deserve the honor of making. If he can get through Pato Man, who I know personally is a very, very tough trainer to get through.
Well, some could say he's a tough trainer to get through. We'll find out as the games progress, it seems.
Honestly, Pato Man has such a unique team here, and I mean, actually, Pato Man and C. Leonardo have such unique teams.
Oh,
One's got the Red-Eyed Shadow Charge-Bug, and Pato Man's got Shadow Fortress and Abomasnow with not Icy Wind, but Weather Ball.
Well, all four of the final teams that made it into the final four, absolutely crazy teams. You got to, even though Tauntaun is now, you've got to give him his respect to have got that far in the tournament with four just completely almost disregarded Pokemon. It is absolutely crazy.
I mean, let's look at the Pokemon that have been used recently. Pokemon in Auckland, Shadow Annihilate won the tournament alongside Wigglytuff, and so many tournaments happening just around the world. Merida's still going on right now, for example, but if you want to know a little bit more about these tournaments and learn about how you can get into them, we have a little bit of information. Play Pokemon today, arcade9.gg/events/Pokemon. This can be you. Just to give you a quick headliner of what's coming up, we have, I believe, Sydney Regional Championships in 2 weeks, then followed by the European International Championships. The middle of February, it's actually going to be pretty close to here, I think 2 hours away in the London Excel Center. After that, in North America, it's going to be Seattle Regional Championships at the end of February. Of course, so much to play for, so many events still going on this season. Remember, even if you haven't started now, all it takes is to win one championship event or make top 4 at an international, and you will be automatically invited to the World Championships in San Francisco in August. So it's never too late to begin. Anyone can still take the crown, take a title in their own city, or take a title somewhere else. Both these trainers, of course, aren't from here. They're both, they're actually from quite far away. Pato Man reigning over from Spain, C. Leonardo. Big shout outs to him and his Italian community. And they both have a lot to play for. A lot of family and friends who are counting on them, who are cheering them on. And I think we're going to hear some pretty loud audience action here in a couple of minutes, depending on who wins.
Well, we've heard all the audience participation, especially with these two trainers. Whenever they pick up a victory, the whole floor erupts into celebration and jubilation, and they all have a fantastic time doing so.
Fantastic time with the Shadow Charge-Bug for C. Leonardo. He's brought it into almost all of his matches. On the other hand, Pato Man has relied on his Shadow Fortress. He caught Martine in the ABA week. Grumpig in the front, Clefable in the back, and just, it went absolutely crazy. It was so strong.
It's so fun to not just see these out-of-meta Pokemon be used in the tournament, but being like the crux of their team. We're seeing, like even with Tauntaun, who's just been knocked out 4th place, we saw him using that Dragonite all the time, and it's just like these out-of-meta Pokemon.
I'm not sure how you even come up with that idea.
Exactly. Like, how do you rely on a Pokemon that you haven't seen you play somewhere else?
I've team built a lot in the last week for Toronto, and I didn't even once think of Shadow Dragonite. It wasn't even remotely in my consideration. Now that I think about it, my team was really weak to it. Had Corviknight, Azumarill, and Shadow Kanto Marowak, and Lapras. I was basically completely weak to Shadow Dragonite, but it's okay. We didn't find any over there in North America, but here in Europe, no more Shadow Dragonite. It's Fortress into Credillion. It's the best lead possible for Pato Man, and he's gone triple weak to Fortress.
Oh my goodness, we've got a very good opportunity for Pato Man to make full effect of his
how do you not go weak to Fortress? His entire entire team is weak to Fortress. 6 times weak to Fortress. It's C. Leonardo here. How is he going to get around this?
Well, it's a testament to the point we were making. These out of meta picks, some team players just do not account for. So Pato Man has got a prime opportunity here to utilize his Pokemon that he's done so well with up until this point, the winners finals. And we're going to be able to find out if he is able to keep on going with it.
We saw a little bit of an undercharge from Pato Man there, and in fact, these double Swiss are going to be reached before Fortress can get to a Rock Tomb, and now it seems like we've kind of removed our greatest threat off the field. At the same time, Abomasnow is so good into this team. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Abomasnow and Fortress are completely free into C. Leonardo's entire team of 6. How do you address the Abomasnow now? You got to come back in with the Credilli, but you're going to take this super effective ice damage. Weather Ball going to be launched on charge. No, right before charge attack priority. Think Credilli would lose that, but now you can just no-shield this. You have to shield this because, oh yeah, you have the Azumarill in the back. How do you address all these Pokemon? This is so tough for C. Leonardo. But as long as you can get this Rock Tomb debuff, you may be able to hang on to the next Weather Ball, making you get both the shields here.
Well, the team may be weak to these Pokemon, but I tell you what isn't, the mental fortitude of C. Leonardo. He's made it so far, and I'm sure he's got some idea of how he's going to take on these 2 Pokemon in the team of Pato Man.
I'm still in disbelief just looking at this matchup, like, honestly. Like, it is so difficult to play out of this. Farm down on the Credilli, and I think he just crashed the Azumarill into this. Sneak through the bubble, because you have to save the Furret. That Gastrodon is looking scary in the back. When we bring in the Furret, we're just going to take the Rock Tomb to the face. And now, how do you deal with this? Azumarill's down a shield, but not out of the game. Can it take out the Gastrodon in the 0-1 shield scenario? It's got to take on the Abomasnow as well. Has a bubble to its name, but honestly, I think Pato Man can win this without even showing his 3rd Pokemon.
C. Leonardo down to his final Pokemon, Azumarill. It's a very tanky Pokemon. We've seen it time and time again, but you do have to take into account Pato Man still got 2 Pokemon remaining and a shield. It is looking very good for Pato Man in this instance.
I'm trying to think about what you would do if you're C. Leonardo here, and I'm struggling. I'm really struggling because it seems like this team from Pato Man is brilliant. He has answers into almost everything, right? I think the Charge Bug is probably his best bet. Charge Bug only weak into Unova, Stunfisk, and Gastrodon, although that's quite a lot to be weak to. Charge Bug could
coming towards the end of game 1 here. We are seeing the Leaf type move being thrown into the Azumarill, and I think that will be enough to secure the win of the first point here in the winners finals. Yes, it is. Pato Man not even having to show his 3rd Pokemon here. And you're saying about potentially bringing in the Charge Bug into game 2.
It's been a signature pick
going to Pato Man.
It's been a signature pick the whole time. I think it has great play into Abomasnow, Altaria. Well, Altaria is okay, but it's definitely pretty favored, I think, in the 2-shield scenario for Charge Bug. Then you have Azumarill and Fortress, which, honestly, I'm not going to pretend like it's that good against Fortress, but it's something, right? Like, it's something to bite away at. And here, you see the team. This is a masterpiece here from Pato Man. Absolutely superb. The call to make Abomasnow and Fortress pretty much meta for this weekend almost. And understanding that, hey, I'm not expecting a lot of Shadow Talonflame. I'm happy to run 2 Pokemon that are 4 times weak. The Shadow Talonflame. We have so many answers, though, to cover them, honestly. And I really can appreciate the team building that went here.
And we've seen a few of the Talonflame make it through to this weekend, but really not enough of them, not enough sheer mass to really threaten this team here from Pato Man. On the other side, again, we're looking at that Credilli. We're looking at the Charge Bug. Charge Bug has been such a staple for this side, and I'm really hopeful to see it maybe in this next game, see if it was able to put in the shift that we've seen it put in all weekend.
I feel like you need Marowak for the Fortress. It's your only way to do neutral damage. But honestly, this seems so tricky. Because Marowak against Shadow Fortress, it's a good, somewhat favored matchup, but at the same time, Fortress Bug Bites just do so much damage to everything. This is the problem with like C. Leonardo's team not having a steal, is that he basically has no way to shut down the Fortress energy. One of his best options is Azumarill, and as you see here, you're going to lead Furret into the Fortress. We saw earlier that honestly this didn't seem so bad for the Furret, but now, how do you address the Gastrodon, the Abomasnow in the back? So many problems here, but C. Leonardo has shown so much fortitude and mental strength to be able to continue playing this here with the Furret. he lets it go, and maybe he saves the energy and goes to the Azumarill. I'm starting to like where this is going.
We're seeing this Rock Tomb land very early doors here, and Furret has had to take that blow, but we are seeing that trusty Charger Bug being brought in now, being met by Gastrodon.
Gastrodon doesn't throw a charge attack yet. We'll be able to reach this Water Pulse, but it's going to be the X-Scissor that gets thrown out first. Now, at the back-to-back X-Scissors, if you can grab this second shield, no, this first shield, maybe you can set your Furret up for knocking out this Gastrodon. X's are going to be queued up immediately. Gastrodon may have to shield here if he wants to protect that Gastrodon and all the energy attached to it.
And the Charger Bug throws the move. It does get shielded. Patoman respecting that one and still farming up a lot of energy here on the Gastrodon.
But if we shield here, we can throw the X-Scissor off and then... Okay, so we can come into the Furret and maybe just throw our Trailblaze immediately. This is interesting. We're taking the Body Slam on the Azumarill. So interesting. His decisions here, trying to manage the energy from Patoman, saving the energy on the Furret, and now we just don't have any pressure into this Fortress. How are we going to get it off the field? Rock Tomb's going to get queued in onto this Azumarill. Can we knock it out? Can we knock this Fortress out at all? Are we going to see the third Pokemon from Patoman?
Coming through and also getting that attack debuff. This Fortress proving to be a real problem into the team of C. Leonardo here. But we are going to see a resilient attempt here with a play rough. Resisted, but still doing a decent amount of damage. We're seeing a Swift come off now. Is it going to be enough to finally knock out this Fortress?
Finally, a tale as old as time. Fortress has been taking over this tournament, and it's taking over C. Leonardo's team. It's pretty much destroying everything in its path, just debuffing, bug biting, and debuffing again. It seems so difficult to overcome. Abomasnow taking this Swift to the face. No problems here. Furret gonna get a couple sucker punches off. Puts it into player French for the Azumarill. Maybe there's honestly, with no energy, it's so difficult. Maybe we have to call a Weather Ball bait, but at the end of the day, this is just too little too late. Azumarill has tried its best, but unfortunately, Abomasnow is putting it to the test. Shields the Weather Ball bait. You can see, not so happy about that. But of course, Patoman is playing out of his mind. He's making every right call. Another Weather Ball goes through. Do you call the bait? No. Another shield is applied from C. Leonardo on the Weather Ball. Patoman is making every call right. He's playing out of his mind. Gastrodon comes in, gets to the Body Slam. And Azumarill is going to finally get taken out here.
What a game here from Patoman. This has been incredibly close, but ends... Oh, is it still going on? But I think one or two more fast attacks will be enough to finally take out this Pokemon from C. Leonardo.
How do you address the Fortress? Honestly, this is a great time. Hashtag play Pokemon. Tell us how you would address the Fortress, because Patoman is not only bringing the Fortress that's so strong, but he's playing out of his mind. He's making every right read. He's making every right swap and fully understanding what C. Leonardo needs to do to neutralize this Pokemon, a Fortress and Abomasnow. He's bringing counters such as the Gastrodon to that Charger Bug, queuing it in as soon as he understands that, hey, I know the Charger Bug is coming. We're just going to put it in and call it a day. And now, C. Leonardo, he's going to have to start making huge adaptations. What Pokemon is he going to swap over to better neutralize these threats? I think he may have to try something like the Marowak to get onto a Fortress, just some way to use fast attack pressure and get it down into the red health. Maybe finish it off with a Furret, but it's going to have to be a team effort. It's going to have to be quite the team effort.
Well, for the viewers at home, this is a best of 5 as a contrast to all the other games where it's a best of 3. This game, as it is the winners finals, will be first to 3 points. So there's still an opportunity for C. Leonardo to overturn perhaps and make it to the grand finals. Either way, even if he does lose this game, there's still an opportunity for C. Leonardo to make it to the grand finals and maybe some time to think about how to beat this team on Patoman's side.
It's going to be very difficult, especially 2 games behind against Patoman. I don't think any player wants to be in this position. But of course, C. Leonardo has been taking a couple of minutes to think about his team. He's definitely playing from the back foot here, but he's not out of it just yet. He needs to make a couple of correct calls here. He needs to make the right line decisions, and he needs to really get the Fortress and Abomasnow down.
He's done enough to get this far, to make it to the winners finals. I believe that it is still possible for C. Leonardo to make it all the way.
Credilli could be one of those plays because you can address everything on his team with Credilli except the Fortress. That's kind of the problem, right? It looks so solid like Altaria, Unova Stunfisk, Gastron, Azumarill, and Abomasno's all right, but Fortress is just such a challenge for it. How will he align the stars? How will he align the leads? It's going to be Fortress into an Azumarill, and typically, I think this is pretty bad, but he's got the Credillia in the back, so this is probably the best case scenario for C. Leonardo.
It's definitely not an optimal position, but it's definitely the position.
It's a position.
It's a position, which is not the worst. We're seeing Patoman playing the same line 3 times in a row here. And we're also seeing an Ice Beam come off here onto the Fortress.
You can start to see the desperation, right? Just throwing the Ice Beam onto the Fortress, kind of just wanting to get any kind of damage on it.
Damage is damage.
Yeah, I mean, fair game, right? Rock Tomb coming through from Credillia, but it's going to lose Charge Attack priority. Abomasnow, Weather Ball queued up, ready to go. Do you shield this first Charge Attack? No, you don't. Happy with the shield advantage you're going to get here, but if Abomasnow can Powder Snow down in 6, you're not going to be able to reach another Rock Tomb.
It's going to be very, very close here. We're going to see the race to the next charge move. Is C. Leonardo going to make it through, or is Patoman going to throw a Weather Ball perhaps just to secure? Yeah, we're going to throw it just before, just to secure, make sure that everything is safe. Do not have to use another shield.
Now, don't forget, there's a Abomasnow energy, there's Fortress energy, and there's an Azumarill and a Furret with not a whole lot of energy to their name, but you have 2 shields. This is going to come down to being able to knock out the Gastron in the end game. C. Leonardo tries to queue in the catch, but it's going to be the Fortress that gets that Rock Tomb off first. If we can land a Swift, maybe we can give ourselves an edge here. Maybe we can let ourselves bubble this Fortress down. But for now, Rock Tomb is almost being reached. He's going to have to throw. He's going to have to try to catch. And this is the correct play from C. Leonardo. Good recognition. Gastron on the back. There's so much energy on the Furret. It's honestly a bit threatened by that idea.
Well, he's already seen the Gastrodon in the back in a previous game, and there's no reason for Patoman to change his lineup up. So he is absolutely trying to cool this team and maybe play it to the best of his ability, even with the downside of the 2 Pokemon that really are threatening his team.
Sand Tomb gets launched from Patoman. Does this give an opportunity? Yes, he can now go into the Gastron. Gastron happy to just be letting it go here. Understands that this Gastron is a bit of a liability now. Understanding that Trailblaze from the Furret, being able to knock it out is not going to be great for Patoman. Can't see Leonardo get out of here with the energy. Can he get out? He can get out with the player up. Now, does he throw the Trailblaze? No, he baits with the Swift. Patoman, does he decide to respect this Swift? He shields the bait.
He does respect the Swift. He respects the fact that it could be a Trailblaze and then ends up giving the shield, but does not take another Trailblaze before throwing off a move of his own. C. Leonardo deciding whether or not the shield, and he lets it go. A very good call here from C. Leonardo.
And now, Patoman, it's his time to snipe with the Abomasnow. Come in, throw the Weather Ball, and knock on the Furret. No, it's going to be another no-shield call. Fortress comes in, just tries to bug bite down, but no, you just can't get rid of the Fortress. It's been the theme of this entire set. It's been the play of the day. Fortress coming in and finally tanking that last bit of energy. Gastron finishes off the Furret, and it's going to finish off the Azumarill. Patoman has played out of his mind here. Abomasnow going to take out the Azumarill. Look at him, calm, confident, and taking off his headphones. He understands that he has gotten the job done here. 3-0 against C. Leonardo, and he has made another Grand Finals.
What a game here for Patoman, recognizing that he's got 2 Pokemon that are so strong into C. Leonardo, who's put through such a great, valiant performance today. Unfortunately to be knocked down to the losers bracket here, but still in the game. He can win the losers bracket and end up flipping the bracket, a potential reset, and end up playing Patoman again. But Patoman, we're making it to the Grand Finals.
Now, if you're Patoman, you feel that matchup is so advantageous. So I can imagine he'll be rooting for C. Leonardo down in the losers finals. But now, C. Leonardo can't take that too poorly, right? He needs to understand, hey, I played the best that I could. I think he played those games fantastically despite the disadvantage. And against Maxi, who's been on quite the run, there's going to have to be quite the battle of mental fortitude here. Maxi has been so consistent throughout the entire series, throughout the entire tournament. So is C. Leonardo. That was only his first set loss here. So he's got a lot of life still in him. He can give this one a go and try to take back that win and maybe get revenge against Patoman.
But what a play here from Patoman overall. That Fortress, I feel like every time I looked at it, it was in just really deep red health. Every time I look at it, it's just hanging in there. It's a Pokemon that refused to go down. It was really hanging in there for his trainer.
Fortress was the star of the show. Honestly, Abomasnow was his perfect partner in crime. No Shadow Talonflame to be seen here from C. Leonardo. You can see Pokémon calm and composed. This is just another day at work for him, another grand finals. And maybe he'll be winning another regional championship. He won in Gdansk, I believe, a year ago. And he says he's been looking for that regional win. He did get the European Internationals win.
He's hungry for more. He wants to try and take it all the way, and a very, very good opportunity to do so, especially, as you say, if C. Leonardo ends up winning against Maxi P, he'll then have that opportunity to play against the team he's really strong against because of these spicy picks that he's put in his team. The two spicy picks, being the Abomasnow and the Fortress, have ended up being the absolute bane of the existence of C. Leonardo's team there. So it's a good opportunity, perhaps, to just have a great advantage already just in the team.
But I think Potoman's going to run into some problems if he faces against Maxi, because Maxi has Shadow Annihilate. It's one of the most difficult Pokemon that Potoman can face up against. He's got Abomasnow, Fortress, Gastrodon, Stunfisk, Altaria, and all of those Pokemon really don't like to see Shadow Annihilate.
Absolutely. Well, we've seen so many players play so magnificently here this weekend. We've got a short video showing you how to win a best of 3, which so many players have already done this weekend.
All right, trainers, I'm Will Dunphy, and today I'm going to teach you how to win your first match at a Pokemon Go Championship Series event. Let's get started. In the Championship Series, Pokemon Go trainers compete in a Show 6, Bring 3 format. Both trainers begin by analyzing their opponent's team of 6 Pokemon and selecting their 3 best Pokemon for battle. However, Pokemon selections and playstyle adjustments made between battles are equally as important. Let's uncover the mysteries behind the team selection screen and give you the tools to win at your next championship event. There are 2 sides to team reading in Pokemon Go PvP. First, understanding your team's strengths and weaknesses. Second, identifying your opponent's team's strengths and weaknesses. The key is to maximize your team's capabilities while preventing your opponent from doing the same. First, identify which of your Pokemon has the most positive matchups against your opponent's team of 6. Then, choose 2 other Pokemon that cover its weaknesses. Next, choose a macro strategy that fits your team. Finally, envision your win conditions. Will your opponent bring 1 key Pokemon to every game? Can one of your Pokemon defeat your opponent's team with a shield advantage? Typing matchups, shield scenarios, switch advantage, and energy management all play a role. To see these principles in action, let's review Tonton Batuz versus Nezabethan at the 2023 European International Championships. In Game 1, Nezabethan identifies that his Galarian Stunfisk can defeat Tonton Batuz's Shadow Alola Ninetales, Registeel, Shadow Dragonair, and Shadow Charizard. He also brings Swampert because Tonton Batuz doesn't have a Grass-type Pokemon. Nezabethan doesn't bring either of his Flying-type Pokemon because of his opponent's Shadow Alola Ninetales and Registeel. Nezabethan leads Medicham because it's his trio's best response to an opposing Medicham, and Ice Punch provides coverage for Shadow Dragonair. Tonton Batuz doesn't expect Nezabethan's Flying-type Pokemon, so he comfortably leads his own Medicham. Shadow Dragonair is his safe switch because it can defeat most Pokemon in the 2-shield scenario. Finally, Registeel is a great answer to Altaria, Noctowl, and Lantern. Tonton Batuz's ABC-style lineup prefers switch advantage, while Nezabethan is playing an ABB-style double ground team. Nezabethan wins Game 1 due to 3 key factors: weakening Tonton Batuz's Medicham, protecting his Galarian Stunfisk,
Oh my goodness, what a swap! And I said it earlier, it could come down to a sacrificial swap. That was absolutely beautiful, saving all the energy on Galarian Stunfisk.
and aligning his Galarian Stunfisk versus Tonton Batuz's Shadow Dragonair. For Game 2, Tonton Batuz benches his Shadow Charizard in response to the Shadow Swampert and Galarian Stunfisk from Game 1. Nezabethan selects the same team, while Tonton Batuz chooses the more flexible team of Shadow Dragonair, Medicham, and Lickitung. Tonton Batuz leads Shadow Dragonair and uses a Protect Shield to KO Nezabethan's Medicham and control switch advantage. He aligns his Medicham against Galarian Stunfisk and uses his Lickitung to absorb Shadow Swampert's energy. Tauntaun Batuz's adjustments win him Game 2. In Game 3, Tauntaun Batuz repeated his Game 2 lineup, while Nezabethan selected a team of Altaria, Medicham, and Galarian Stunfisk. Tauntaun Batuz takes a Protect Shield early, then switches to his Lickitung to lure out Nezabethan's Medicham. Tauntaun Batuz makes a spectacular catch!
To catch the charge move on a site. Well, it doesn't matter what it is. They're going to go ahead and let it go through on the Dragonairs. This is going to be taking it out.
Yeah,
But the true skill is his recognition that the Galarian Stunfisk would be Nezabethan's third Pokemon. Tauntaun Batuz wins Game 3. In this series, Tauntaun Batuz neutralized Nezabethan's Shadow Swampert, while Nezabethan overcorrected for Shadow Charizard and was unable to contain his opponent's Shadow Dragonair. Nezabethan's best answer to Shadow Dragonair was his Galarian Stunfisk, so Tauntaun Batuz was able to consistently predict it. Neither trainer had a Ghost-type Pokemon, making Medicham a safe choice for both competitors. Tauntaun Batuz's team of 6 pressured Nezabethan to keep his Altaria and Noctowl on the bench until it was too late in the series. Throughout a best-of-3 series, making predictions and adjustments are key. Pay special attention to player tendencies like overcharging, switch timing, shield deployment, and Pokemon usage. Some trainers choose their team of 3 Pokemon conservatively, while others like to take more risk. The most elite trainers do 3 things very well. First, build a team of 6 Pokemon that is well balanced and versatile. Second, change their Pokemon selection and macro strategy from game to game to avoid becoming too predictable. And third, influence which Pokemon and strategies their opponent chooses throughout the series. Well, that's all from me. Best of luck in your future matches, and I'll see you next time.
We are in the final stages here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. We've just seen Pataman 3 games to 0 against C. Leonardo. Leo drops down into the loser side of the bracket where Maximilian P is waiting. These are all best of 5 matches now, and I am on the edge of my seat, Lou.
I heard earlier that Panaman, I believe, has not dropped a single game all day. He's been on an absolute tear, an incredible Pokemon trainer, and now he's going to have to wait to find out who his next contender is going to be, one step away from becoming the champion.
Now, Pataman, he's obviously got so many accolades to his name. He is a regional champion already, but he's been saying that he hasn't won a regional in a while. On the other side of the bracket, Maximilian P and C. Leonardo, they have never won a gold medal. C. Leonardo, he's never won a medal at all, so this is a fantastic tournament from him. But he has already played against Maxi in this tournament, and he won 2 games to 0. Maxi now has a best of 5 opportunity as he's come all of the way through the losers bracket, beating Smeyor, beating Tauntaun Batuz again, to now get a redemption opportunity.
We've had a lot of those across this weekend, actually, a lot of these redemption arcs, so maybe this is the opportunity for Maximilian P to be able to get that over C. Leonardo. But C. Leonardo has had an incredible tournament, such innovative team building with this Shadow Charger Bug as well, taking him through so much success. Now he just needs one more match to try and get maybe his redemption match against Pataman.
Now, let's remember, C. Leonardo's only loss so far has been to Pataman, partly because of that Abomasnow and Shadow Fortress pick that Pataman brought to break the meta. And my goodness, that was a really tough matchup for C. Leonardo. Even on paper, it was very, very difficult to even think of a way to take it on. But C. Leonardo can now come down with a bit of confidence that he's against a player that he knows, that he's against a player he's already beaten, because bronze medal and silver medal, like, it can make a big difference here. Getting to those grand finals would be a massive, massive achievement for C. Leonardo.
Exactly. Still a few more different placements to be determined. As you said, they've already accomplished so much, but what is the color of that medal going to be at the end of the day? Our trainers are ready and waiting on the stage. C. Leonardo on your left, Maximilian P on your right.
And we've mentioned Maximilian P also has had the opportunity to take stock, to think about his loss, to reflect, to get some momentum on the loser side of the bracket and potentially readjust here. What changes might he make as he looks to face this Shadow Charger Bug team from C. Leonardo and the Credilli as well, that we've seen time and time again put in so much work for this player.
Exactly. That Charger Bug has been a force to be reckoned with, as well as the Furret being able to come in and close out a lot of endgame situations. One of the key components as well has been that Guzzlord, being able to get the Sludge Bomb pressure onto potential fairy types, and considering that there is a Wigglytuff on the other side, Guzzlord might be a key Pokemon that we're going to be looking at.
So much opportunity, so much flexibility on this team for C. Leonardo, but there are also some great picks here for
Maximilian P, that Shadow Steelix in a double ground pairing with the Shadow Kanto Marowak. But let's remember the Shadow Annihilate.
Yes.
And I remember when we spoke about this game earlier today, Shadow Annihilate had a lot of play into C. Leonardo's team, but didn't quite have the effect that we maybe thought it could have. Does Maximilian P change the way? Does he make an adjustment in his playstyle to get better value? The players look ready to go. They are locked in. It's time for game number 1.
Yeah, give it up for these trainers. Marowak out at front and center with that Wigglytuff for Maximilian P. Here we go.
And we do see the Shadow Annihilate in the back again. Maximilian P opting not to lead that Pokemon in the lead matchup. Shadow Kanto Marowak, a great Pokemon when 2 shields are available. So oppressive with the Mud Slap damage and the fast-pacing Bone Clubs.
Yes, and it's going to be able to get this onto the Wigglytuff for some damage very early doors, just trying to whittle away through this Pokemon to make it easier for the Charger Bug and Marowak to find their mark later in this match.
Now, Wigglytuff not opting to throw the Icy Wind as soon as it gets it, throwing it just before the Kanto Marowak is able to put pressure on a knockout, and now the Icy Wind is going shielded. Shadow Kanto Marowak, does it commit to a full Mud Slap down? It looks like it will.
Yes, it does.
Tons of energy out now, and ground and rock coverage is really, really strong for that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Yep, now it's the mirror of the Marowaks in play, but as you said, C. Leonardo has so much energy on this Marowak, it's in a prime position to start getting damage on the board. Maximilian P quite wisely preserving these shields in play.
Yeah, 2 Bone Clubs available. What value C. Leonardo is able to get out, but Maximilian P not shielding again. This isn't going to threaten a knockout, and it looks like he's preserving both of those shields for the Shadow Annihilate in the back. And here it comes. When it has shield advantage, no matter a negative matchup, it can often put in a lot of work.
Yes, the Marowak on Maxi's side is safe to be able to Mud Slap another day, but the Annihilate now in prime position to get these Rage Fists up and most critically able to get the boost. Last minute shield from C. Leonardo won't take the damage, but the attack is rising.
Regular Charger Bug often doesn't shield the first Rage Fist, but this is a Shadow Charger Bug, and Rage Fist would have done a lot of damage from the opposing Shadow Annihilate. Maximilian P correctly preserving both of those shields, but Bolt Switches would do a lot of damage. Charge attack priority now. This is going to go first. This is going to do a heavy damage. It is boosted, remember, against this Shadow Charger Bug.
Was already boosted once, and now it's boosted again to have to contend with this Cradilly that comes in taking super effective damage from these counters. This looks like Annihilate's game right here.
And here we go. We mentioned Shadow Annihilate. We mentioned how strong it could be into C. Leonardo's team, and that was a completely different way to use that Pokemon. Maximilian P taking game number 1.
We were literally just saying before we jumped into the game about how Maxi plays with this Annihilate. When he's been able to get it into a position where it can go through these Rage Fists and start boosting up constantly, that's where he has a moment of success. And in this game, that's exactly who he was able to facilitate with the Annihilate. Both trainers opting to bring 2 Shadow Pokemon to this as well. It's quite an aggressive start for this Losers Finals in this best of 5.
I really liked the approach from Maximilian P there. He used 3 Pokemon with heavy, fast attack pressure. The Wigglytuff, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and the Shadow Annihilate. So much pressure onto not just the shields of C. Leonardo, but also it's a case of if you don't use your shields, I will just go through your team anyway. Can Maximilian P continue to build on that momentum as we prepare for game number 2?
Taking a look at the Pokemon that came through, you know, C. Leonardo had that Charger Bug, I think was putting in a lot of work. Marowak had lots of energy, but what about the Cradilly? Was it really playing a role here?
I think now C. Leonardo needs to make an adjustment. That Cradilly didn't have the value that it perhaps could have, and I think C. Leonardo might need to start to double up against this Shadow Annihilate. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Azumarill begin to feature, at least into C. Leonardo's decision-making.
I think the Azumarill is a good call, though. The bubble damage can be really steady. You can apply pressure to the Annihilate with Play Rough or even the Ice Beam, as it will be a lot more vulnerable as the Shadow variant. So that could be a really good positioning play for C. Leonardo to try and get the second game on the board.
So much at stake for these players, but let's remember this is a best of 5. That means 1 more win for Maximilian P won't quite be enough. You need to win 3 games here if you want to win these Losers Finals and go and meet Pataman in the Grand Finals here at Birmingham.
I mean, Maxi also played incredibly well with that Wigglytuff. I'd be interested to see if that's able to come through, have that Charm Presser, but critically as well, you have the Icy Wind for that debuff potential. Considering C. Leonardo brought the 2 Shadows, 2 more offensive variants, it could be a nice way to try and neutralize that offensive pressure. But you're right here, Fareed.
Well, no, I think you're exactly right. As soon as Annihilate puts pressure on the Cradilly, it's the Wigglytuff that then gets to shine. If Cradilly drops away, Wigglytuff will go through this team. So C. Leonardo really needs to make a choice. Am I preparing for the Annihilate or the Wigglytuff? And it looks like he hasn't made the right call.
careful here. Shadow Annihilate, exactly where Maximilian P wanted to position it into Credilli, and Credilli swaps out straight away into the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
They're picking up exactly where they left off. Annihilate versus Credilli. Credilli gets out of there. The Marowak joins the fray, but Annihilate in a prime position where it can start going for these Rage Fists. There is a shield, but the attack boosts are already here. Early doors, game 2.
Annihilate going through the Shadow Kanto Marowak, getting a lot of pressure, drawing a shield and putting that Shadow Kanto Marowak into the yellow before Wigglytuff comes in to sponge some of this pressure and damage. That means the Annihilate is still available in the back for the Credilli, and the Wigglytuff avoids it.
And critically, the bulk of the Wigglytuff means it can eat up a couple of these charge attacks coming through from Marowak, preserving the shields until they have to be used. Right now, Maximilian going for this one shield, keeping Wigglytuff in the game.
Yeah, C. Leonardo going for the rock slide, which does slightly more damage because he's confident he's not going to reach 2 attacks, so that does make sense. Maximilian correctly shielding it up, and now he does get to a super effective Icy Wind on this Credilli, and I wonder if he's going to now aggressively swap into something else, just on the basis that he doesn't want to give a full farm down to the Credilli. But the problem is his switch timer isn't up, so is it actually worth it to do it, or do you try and reach for another Icy Wind? And it's actually the Azumarill that comes in. C. Leonardo banks the energy onto the Credilli, and this allows the Wigglytuff to get a neutral Swift against this Azumarill.
Yeah, Wigglytuff staying firm and resolute on the field here. Now switching out and bringing that Shadow Steelix in. Oh my goodness, look at the damage that these Thunder Fangs are doing into this Azumarill.
So what we're expecting to see is Maximilian P going up to a Psychic Fangs. This will do a little bit of damage, but more importantly, increase the damage of those Thunder Fangs. And then it puts C. Leonardo in a tricky position because the Credilli's triple resisted acids won't be enough to farm down the Steelix. So he needs the Azumarill to get as much damage off as possible. Maybe try and take it out with an Ice Beam.
This Steelix is making work of the Azumarill with the defense drops as well. It's adding insult to injury when these Thunder Fangs are coming through. Now we're going to be able to see the Psychic Fangs not connect, but again, Azumarill just having to switch out, making those resets. Credilli comes in, but what is Credilli going to do? These acids are doing nothing.
Well, Credilli is going as close as it can to 2 attacks. 1 Grass Knot to take out the Steelix, and then 1 more attack to try and throw against the Annihilate. But Maximilian P is preserving a shield. You'll need 1 for the Credilli and 1 for the attack that is still on that Azumarill. But if Maximilian P can bank an attack with the Annihilate, it will win charge attack priority here, so it could be really close, but there's also the catch potential because that Wigglytuff still has some health.
I like this shield though. You're keeping the Annihilate in the game. It does have the attack drop, and now you've got the Rage Fist to bring that right back up.
And it does win charge attack priority. Perfect calculation from Maximilian P. Very fortunate that all of the counters were able to land on that Credilli, just the number needed to reach the attack, and Maximilian P already 2 games up in this series.
Absolutely love the adjustments from these trainers. I see exactly what C. Leonardo was doing. Bringing that Azumarill gives a little bit more coverage, a little bit more bulk, and the bubbles have a lot of work. But then the adaptation by Maxi as well, benching the Marowak and bringing that Steelix in instead. Those Thunder Fangs did so much work.
Big opportunity, almost really important opportunity for C. Leonardo to take a breath. He did win the series 2-0 when they played on the winner side of the bracket earlier today, but we mentioned at that point that the Shadow Annihilate did not get the value for Maxi that it otherwise could have, and what an adjustment that Maxi has made in these 2 games so far. He needs 1 more win if he wants to go through from these losers finals to face Pataman in the grand finals here at the Birmingham Regional Championships.
He has set this Annihilate up for success so beautifully, particularly the way it keeps finding its alignment down on the Credilli. The opening of those leads meant he was immediately in the front seat, able to get those counters down, able to get some energy up, and then even preserving the Annihilate for the end game so that it can almost, you know, be a reference again. See Leonardo, Annihilate's coming for you, it's here and here, you can't get rid of it. That puts so much pressure on the mindset of his opponent too.
And right now, the Credilli is really struggling because C. Leonardo continues to bring it to try and find the Wigglytuff. I think he might go for a Shadow Kanto Marowak lead to try and bully through the first and get the alignment he needs for the mid-game. The players do look like they are locked in. Let's get straight into this game number 3.
Let's jump into it. Annihilate's there, so is the Marowak, just farming up lots of energy. Annihilate getting to that Rage Fist and is able to unleash it now.
Annihilate going for the Rage Fist that will boost the attack, and if it continues to shield the Mud Slaps, there is the potential, based on the attack stat of the Annihilate, that it can actually bully through in this lead match scenario. Let's see how Maxi chooses to play it out.
Yeah, Maxi considering the options here, decides to let this go unshielded, allowing the Annihilate to go down, running double ghost actually. We've got that Jellicent in the back, but it's now Wigglytuff in prime position to try and get some charms off, but the super effective acids are starting to stack up.
And now it's interesting because the Credilli comes in aggressively against the Wigglytuff, but the Wigglytuff is going to get an opportunity to throw the super effective Icy Wind before a Rock Tomb debuffs it. So that is why C. Leonardo is going to shield this up. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Rock Tomb very, very quickly. There it is. This won't threaten a knockout just yet, but it will put the Wigglytuff in a range where the acids are going to start to slowly add up.
Well, I think it slows the entire pace of play down a little bit, and now you can bring this Jellicent in. Jellicent being able to use this Hex pressure to get through.
And it's got 2 shields to its name, so it doesn't even need to shield up, and that's why C. Leonardo's going for the bait. He does pull away the shield, it does get the attack drop nonetheless. C. Leonardo is doing everything he can with this Credilli and finally getting some real value out of it.
Yep, Jellicent now able to go for this Surf. No Protect Shields remaining on C. Leonardo's side. Those defensive capabilities have been washed away as Surf comes through to put it down into the red. An adjustment, though, the Azumarill in a much better position.
What a great catch from C. Leonardo, taking a lot of this energy off the Jellicent for the Surf, and I think that's maybe a mistake from Maximilian P. Didn't go for the Shadow Ball against the Credilli, which means the Credilli has plenty of health left, and now wasting so much of that energy against the Azumarill in what is otherwise a pretty good matchup for Jellicent. Let's remember, this Jellicent is debuffed.
It is indeed, but Azumarill, on the other hand, is not. It's able to go for this play rough. It will find its mark down, putting it down into that yellow zone. Jellicent has so much energy banked up, though, but does decide to conserve it as the Wigglytuff comes back in. It's going to see if it can get this Azumarill in a position where maybe those Shadow Balls can land in the end game.
Now, no Protect Shields remaining on the Azumarill. That means the Swifts plus the residual charms from this Wigglytuff could put the Azumarill in Shadow Ball range. So C. Leonardo's going to come in and take advantage, but the Credilli goes down! That is massive, and now the Jellicent gets a choice. If the Marowak comes through, you throw a Surf. If the Azumarill comes in, you get to throw a Shadow Ball, and there's no shields remaining, and Maximilian P throws the right attack, but the Azumarill comes in first, and because it presses immediately and Maximilian waited to see, it was a play rough that lands, and it does a massive amount of damage onto that Jellicent.
Jellicent does still have 1 shield that it can utilize for the next charge attack, but right now it's going for this Shadow Ball, trying to make the mark. It's not enough to get the knockout.
And now the bubbles are going to add up, and it looks like that play rough landing will be enough to take out the Jellicent. Maximilian P is going to check with the judges. He goes, I tried to press my attack. I didn't get to use charge attack priority, and it's for the judges to decide whether or not he pressed quickly enough.
I mean, talk us through that turn where the Pokemon came in. Maximilian had the option to be able to see which one was brought in. Was that split-second difference what determined this endgame?
It's really tricky. The way that it works is that the first time that you see which Pokemon your opponent is bringing in is through the typing in the top right corner. So Maxi had an attack. He had Surf and he had Shadow Ball, but he has to throw 1 into the Azumarill and 1 into the Marowak.
And get the call correct.
So he is waiting to see whichever type appears into that top corner, and when he sees the Water Fairy typing of Azumarill, he goes to press the Shadow Ball. It might be the case that the time it takes him to look and react meant that he threw the attack afterwards. But it may also be the case that he should have had the opportunity to win charge attack priority there. There is also the question that I suppose that the judges might consider, which is why did he not shield up that play rough? And so lots of decision making, but it could be still absolutely fine for Maximilian P. As we say, this is a best of 5, so he would only be losing 1 game as a result of this and still only needs 1 game, but definitely something for him to consider, that as soon as that Annihilate went down, C. Leonardo really looked as if that matchup changed entirely.
I mean, that's been the story of this set so far. It's all been about Annihilate, and when it's in a dominant position, Maximilian P has the advantage. But as you say, as soon as C. Leonardo is able to clear it from the board, it opens up the opportunity. The fact that there were 2 ghosts on there as well possibly did just make things a little bit more difficult, but I think as soon as you were able to clear the Annihilate, it was a window of opportunity for C. Leonardo to come through.
Yeah, and you don't, in Maxi's position, you don't want your opponent to get any real momentum. It gives them confidence, it gives them an opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive, so he is going to check this, but regardless of the outcome, he needs to keep his head firmly screwed on. He needs to really focus and try and get the same value out of Annihilate as he did in the first 2 games compared to what happened in the 3rd.
I fully agree, and Azumarill, I think, has been overall a good adaptation for C. Leonardo to bring in. It's a Pokemon I would recommend seeing again in the future, making sure that it's still having that bubble pressure. The bulk as well really helps it out against Pokemon like the Annihilate. It's a tough one to call.
And there were a couple of mistakes there from Maxi. You mentioned that Azumarill, and it did come in and it did sponge that Surf, and that was quite critical. And it had to do that because Maxi also had thrown a debuffed Surf into the Credilli, which he probably shouldn't have done. He probably could have gone for the Shadow Ball to put a bit more pressure onto the Credilli, and then wouldn't have needed to worry about a catch. And so these small details at this stage of a tournament are absolutely critical. It looks like the players are going to proceed to game number 4. The judges didn't really see that there was much opportunity to review fully, and Maxi seems to have accepted that. So the players are now readjusting. C. Leonardo still needs 2 more wins if he wants to take these losers finals.
I mean, at the end of the day, it gives us a little bit more Pokemon action to broadcast over as well. We do get to take it to a 4th game here. Let's have a little think about what Maximilian P can do here. Bringing in that Jellicent, do you think it was worth it, or do we see it rotating out?
I think Jellicent had a lot of value because of the Azumarill. The problem is that the Credilli is coming to take on the Wigglytuff, and you're almost giving it another positive matchup by bringing the Jellicent as well. So it's a really tricky position for Maxi. You want the Annihilate against the Credilli, and you definitely want the Wigglytuff against anything else. Do you start to give the Credilli potential value because it can throw Rock Tombs in negative matchups and still get something because of the guaranteed debuff? So an adjustment definitely needs to be made by Maxi because that didn't work. When you lead the Annihilate into that Shadow Kanto Marowak, it's clear that he's not confident that he will win with shields up. So he let that Annihilate go and the Credilli was free. If you're going to do that, you probably need something else with fast attack pressure versus the Credilli because the Wigglytuff can't be in that matchup. So what's the point of retaining your shields if you're not able to then bully through?
And that was something we saw C. Leonardo try to do with the acids coming through from that Greydilly, was really trying to farm down against the Wigglytuff. In this eventuality, they actually went down at the same time, and you could see C. Leonardo was devastated, see all that energy go to waste. It could have been a fantastic opportunity to gain the momentum. As it turned out, still able to take that particular game. But you're right, the Greydilly poses a lot of a threat with acid onto Wigglytuff, but that Grass Knot can be so devastating into the Jellicent. It's something it has to watch out for, and Greydilly, it had a bit of a difficult time against the Annihilate, so if I was Maxi, I would be trying desperately in order to preserve your Jellicent, in order to help the Wigglytuff out, find your way for Annihilate to face down against that Greydilly.
The players look like they are locked in and ready to go for this game number 4 of these best of 5 losers finals. We see Altaria on the side of Maximilian P up against the Shadow Charger Bug for Leonardo.
Yes, Altaria just going to start Dragon Breathing down, trying to get to energy as quickly as possible. But the Charger Bug there as well, with those Volt Switches stacking up. It's going to be first to be able to go for the charge attack.
And once this discharge lands, there is the opportunity to start shielding up and fully Volt Switch through this Altaria. Maximilian P has access to the neutral Sky attack. It's super effective against bug typing, but resisted by electric. But Flamethrower, which would be super effective, would threaten a knockout. A shield goes up nonetheless because Sky attack would do heavy damage. And now C. Leonardo can start to put pressure on Maxi's shields because this discharge would knock out.
Yes, fantastic play with that shield previously. Now see Leonardo in a position where the shield has not come through, so Maxi is holding on to that, but you do get a KO for your troubles. Wigglytuff now in, trying to go for these charms, getting lots of energy up onto that Charger Bug.
Now, what I might not be surprised to see here is Wigglytuff, as soon as it sees the Credilli, either you go aggressively into your Annihilate to get a little bit of a head start, because I don't think you're quite going to play... actually, you could just do one more and go for an Icy Wind straight away, or do you bank it for later? I think I'd actually bank it for later because it might be more useful in the end game when you know it's going to maintain that attack debuff, and that is what Maximilian is going to do. And now he reaches this Rage Fist against the Shadow Kanto Marowak and puts a lot of pressure onto C. Leonardo, who uses up his second shield. This looks pretty good for Maxi, I think.
Definitely, you have that Wigglytuff as one option, but then your Annihilate is center stage right now. It's already at +1. You're able to use your shields to protect it and keep it in the game if you want, so it can go for another Rage Fist, and if it finds its way onto Greydilly, then we know what that can do.
So I think this counter will go through as C. Leonardo throws another Bone Club, and then the Annihilate can actually take, so you can actually maybe fully counter down and get a boosted Ice Punch into the Credilli or Rage Fist, and then an Icy Wind. So I think Maximilian P is in the driver's seat here, because this Credilli's going to have to take 2 2 attacks, and it doesn't have any shields.
That's the thing, you've got this Ice Punch coming through, and as you mentioned, Wigglytuff in the back with the Icy Wind. There's so much Ice Charge Attack energy coming down super effectively into this Cradily. There's the Wigglytuff, it gets the last hurrah. Maximilian P has done it.
Double ice damage, and Cradily goes down. Maximilian P is the winner of these losers finals, and he is absolutely ecstatic. What a performance from this player.
Oh my goodness, what a sigh of relief for Maxi here. Incredible play with Annihilate by his side. When positioned in the right place, we've said it time and time again, he is almost unstoppable.
So strong, finally getting the value out of the Shadow Annihilate that he wanted, and look how much work it was able to do. Really smartly executed, preserving the Icy Wind on the Wigglytuff just in case he needed to ensure a debuff in the endgame. But when he comes in with that 2-shield Annihilate, with that energy head start, there's very, very little that C. Leonardo can do. And honestly, I think C. Leonardo should be proud of himself for just getting that one game as well, but also what a performance from C. Leonardo here in Birmingham, going all the way to the losers finals, getting a bronze medal. He's not had a medal in the championship series before, so fantastic performance from him.
Yes, it's been an absolute joy to watch him compete throughout this entire weekend. And for the last hurrah for C. Leonardo here against Maximilian, you can have the replay of how he and this very innovative team with the Cradily and the Charger Bug were able to get all the way here to the losers finals.
Cradily putting in a ton of work, and one of the very few Pokemon that it doesn't want to see is that Shadow Annihilate, and I absolutely love that we have a Shadow Annihilate into our grand finals. And immediately thinking ahead, Shadow Annihilate is a brilliant Pokemon against Pataman's core-breaking team of Abomasnow and Shadow Fortress, so will we see more Shadow Annihilate as we head towards those grand finals?
I mean, after a showcase like that, if I was Pataman, I would be quaking in my boots a little bit at the face of this Annihilate. But we have two incredible grand finalists to contend with. One of them will become our Birmingham regional champion.
And you know what's interesting is once upon a time, Wigglytuff was very much seen as a polarizing pick because of its typing, because of its oppressive nature into fighting type Pokemon, into dark type Pokemon. Wigglytuff was often used as a similar style to Bastiodon in that sense, where you just completely close off your opponent. And yet in this meta, it was used very neutrally, very flexibly. He had it in negative matchups against the Cradily, but actually preserved energy and was able to deliver super effective damage in return. And that's kind of crazy when Wigglytuff becomes a neutral option in a meta.
I think it was almost the definition of slow and steady wins the race there. It was able just to sit there, go for the charms, get the energy up, and particularly in that final game, sat in the back, ready and waiting. It had that Icy Wind ready to go, and as soon as Maxi was like putting it out front, it was able to get that final knockout.
And it forms a great core with Shadow Annihilate. And when we say core, we're trying to think about the ways that these Pokemon pair together and the coverage that they have against the rest of the meta. So if we think about a Wigglytuff, fairy typing and normal typing. It's weak to poison type, as an example. And then you've got this Annihilate, Shadow Annihilate, the ghost typing. It resists poison, and Annihilate doesn't want to receive ghost pressure back. And Wigglytuff goes, don't worry, my normal typing has got you.
Exactly, it kind of gives itself its own helping hand, but that synergy amongst cores can be so important. We've spoken a lot this weekend about the dynamic between, for example, Altaria and Empoleon, but taking a look at our two grand finalists, we do have an Altaria piece, but we got no Empoleon. So maybe Altaria is looking for a new partner in crime.
I think it's really exciting to see that the different ways that these cores have been used together. And I think that that's as a result of so many of these players practicing time and time again. They have used them not just in Toronto last week. Some of the players from that event have come over here and competed and done very well. But also they've been practicing behind the scenes because we've had a little bit of a break in the championship series. Stuttgart in Europe was almost 2 months ago now. And so these players have been competing across the board, trying to work out which Pokemon are best. And one of the great ways that you can practice is in your local scene. That is a great way where you can still get championship points. You can still get a lot of value. So if you are new to the championship series, if you are new to locals, then here's a little summary for you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
For a lot of our trainers, this truly is where your Pokemon journey can indeed start, so make sure that you scan that QR code to find a local event near you.
Everyone has to start somewhere, and sometimes the beginning of your journey is the most exciting part. You get to make new friends, you get to use new Pokemon, and the journey only gets more and more exciting as you meet new people and get to take on new challenges. There are so many prizes available, championship points, and special packs at these local events, so make sure you get involved because we want to see you here one day.
It's not just about the Pokemon there, it's about the memories you can make with friends and being a part of this community, and that's one of the beautiful things about this game. So whether it is a local event or a regional championships, do make sure to bring your skills to the action.
And the players who started at the very beginning can reach immense heights, and some of the players that we've seen this weekend have done just that. Maximilian P and Pataman have clawed their way all the way through to the grand finals, and they are ready to give you some of their insights down for an interview with Jay.
Thank you very much, Fareed. I'm currently sat beside the two finalists, Maximilian P and Patoman. And I've got a couple of questions for each of you, and then a question for you both to answer at the end. I'll start with Maximilian P. Maxi, after initially losing to Leonardo, you managed to end up getting your recompense at the end. How did that feel? How did that moment feel for you to get to the final?
It was a massive relief, that's for sure. I felt like his team was probably the toughest one I've faced in this regional event, for my squad in particular. But it turned things eventually, maybe you can eventually get through anything.
Absolutely. Well, we've seen a lot in this tournament of people using Altaria and Empoleon. We saw that as a bit of a core in day one. You seem to have established your own core of Wigglytuff and Steelix. How did you come about this new meta core?
Honestly, it wasn't really a core. I liked how Steelix was looking into a lot of teams. And I wanted to run Annihilate. I felt like Annihilate had pretty good coverage into a lot of the meta. So I kind of wanted to find a way to run those two. I had a massive habit of building teams soft to Jellicent. So Wigglytuff was the fairy of choice, literally because of the Jellicent weakness. It's turned out to be almost one of my MVPs at this event somehow. And so the team just kind of built up from there. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much for your answers. I've got a couple questions for you as well, Patoman. Patoman, you've been to this exact same situation so many times before. How do you come to this? Are you cool and composed, or are you still a little bit nervous after all these attempts?
So I'm gonna say that for this final in specific, I'm not nervous. Maybe just because I consider Maxi a great friend of mine. I know him since I think one of my first regionals, even the first one in Liverpool 2023. So it's kind of nice to have him on a final. Also, when he got to another final, he was also about to get the title, and he didn't. I felt the pain, obviously because he's a great friend of mine. So yeah, it's exciting to have a final with him.
Our two friends making it really far into the competition. Both of you have got a couple of spicy Pokemon alongside what you would perceive to be the current meta. Two very spicy picks in that Forretress and the Abomasnow. What came into your mind when it came to picking those two Pokemon?
So in my mind, it came that I had nothing for this tournament. I wanted to run actually a Shadow Might Diana, which was a really good core breaker, at least in practice or the theory, you know, but I didn't get a good team with it, or at least a team I felt comfortable with. So I just went for the first idea I had, which was Abomasnow, and then I replaced my Diana for the Forretress.
Fantastic. I love the thought process that comes into making some of these teams. I have one final question for both of you. You've both come second place in a lot of tournaments recently. One of you two are going to be the one that wins it. What would it mean to you personally to win this competition? We'll go to Maxi first.
It's one of the medals I don't have yet, so it'd be a cool addition to the set, I guess. I don't know, like, I've not been in that situation, and obviously Pato has. Like, I don't know what it'd feel like to win, so I'd probably be speechless. I got no idea what I'd be like, honestly.
Well, best of luck
we'll
to you.
find out.
Well, best of luck to you, indeed. And Pato, man, what would it mean to you to win this competition?
It could mean a lot, to be honest, because I have been in a lot of finals recently as well. I think like 5 finals I lost. So, you know, winning 2 finals, losing 5 of them doesn't feel great, right? Losing another one wouldn't feel great as well. Like, still, if I lost this final, I will be so happy for Maxi to feel how he's winning a tournament, because it's a really emotional moment for everyone that likes Pokemon competitively. So, but yeah, I want to win, obviously. I don't want to lose more finals, so let's try.
Absolutely. Well, I'm wishing you both the absolute best of luck. We are coming towards the conclusion, the finite of this tournament, and I'm wishing you both the best of luck going forward, and I hope you both do the best that you possibly can. Thank you very much, and I'm going to be kicking this one back to the casters to tell you more.
Thanks so much, Jay. That was really exciting.
Wow.
Honestly, it gets a little bit emotional, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really, really does. I mean, both of these trainers have such incredible arcs throughout this tournament. They're so incredible in their own right. I cannot wait to see which trainer is going to come out on top. It's the battle of Gastrodon versus the Ghost. Like, I couldn't write a better storyline.
Now, Panama mentions that he's lost 5 finals, but he also won 2 finals, and one of them was the European International Championship. He's also had incredible performance and has so many trophies under his belt as well. So I think it's a good position to be in. But honestly, when you get to see these players say, look, yeah, it means a lot. I really do want to win this regional championship, but I also have a lot of love for the player that I'm against, and I'm going to be really happy for their success as well. It just puts so much heart back into the game that we've all grown up loving and playing, and I think it's one of the best things about Pokemon.
Well, the real play is the friends who make along the way. That's what they say, right? Because at the end of the day, yes, you have Pokemon, you have winning, you have all the glory, but it's those cool memories that you take with you from event. And if it wasn't for your teammates by your side, you don't necessarily have the same practice, the same experience. And I just cannot wait to see which of these two will become our Birmingham regional champion.
And we do say that so much of this game is about the community, and thank you, because we have been asking for social posts and you have delivered. So let's take a quick dive into what action is going on behind the scenes.
Oh, thank you so much, Kat, for this post. Part 1. Oh, I wonder what other parts there are to come. But lots of fun was had at the Birmingham Regionals yesterday, meeting your online friends in real life and all playing the game you love. That truly is the essence of what we were just saying. Incredible to be able to see you enjoying your time here in Birmingham.
Some great pictures there from Kat. Thank you so much. With that little plushie as well. Tinkerton is a Pokemon that we haven't got to see a lot of. I think that's one of the earlier evolutions of it, but so many exciting players, so many exciting Pokemon, and so many exciting things to do behind the scenes, even at these regional championships. You look back behind the stage and there are just tons of trainers here, tons of vendors and activities, side events, cups and challenges. And I heard earlier the TCG Juniors announcement. It was the TCG Juniors, the winner is, and it was just so heartwarming. It was so cute to see.
Of course, it's not just our game that we have for Pokemon Go, but it's not only the only regional this weekend. Hurricane Kaz was going onwards to Merida after some amazing travel, it looks like. We'd love to all the knowledge, experiences, and new birds along the way. Who am I seeing competing tomorrow at Merida? Well, Merida is going to be another tournament with some more results. I hope you've had a fantastic experience at that event, Hurricane Kaz.
Yeah, Chichenitza definitely one for the travel bucket list if you've not been. Superb picture from Hurricane Kaz, and I think it just goes to show the number of places that you're able to travel to.
Yes.
Particularly when you're competing in this game, but also with the friends that you make along the way.
Exactly. New cities, new experiences. It can always be another amazing chapter in the memory book, and we love seeing all of these social posts. Wherever you may be, whatever event you're at, do reach out to us.
And we do have one more from Andres, one of the great players here in Europe, catching a shiny Shadow Magikarp, which is in the Rocket rotation right now. Go and face Cliff, the leader, if you want a chance at getting a shiny Shadow Gyarados someday. We saw Shadow Gyarados win the Toronto Regional Championships last week. DHC United getting his first gold medal in the championship series.
I also love the laser focus from Andres here, not only catching this amazing Shadow Magikarp, but got the stream on in the background as well.
Good spot.
Not missing a moment of the action, and at the end of the day, that's why Andres is also one of our top players here in Pokemon Go.
Yes, so much excitement in-game and in these regional championships. Let's remember, we had a reminder from Tonton Batus, who is very kind to say, if you want to remove frustration from your Shadow Pokemon, do it today. The event is almost over, and you'll have to wait at least a couple of months until the next opportunity, perhaps. So this is a great time to be in the game, get involved, and bring some Shadow Pokemon, because they are doing pretty superbly so far this weekend.
Because there's so many moves that our Shadow Pokemon utilize that you need to have in order to make it competitively a superstar. But if that move Frustration is on there, then you're not able to unlock that move slot. So make sure that you do that on your Shadow Pokemon to give you more freedom to be an even better battler.
Yeah, really good opportunity to take advantage of everything that's going on. We've mentioned that Goldeen is spawning at the moment in game. That's a rare spawn, and that will be useful as we lead the way towards the European International Championships next month. And there's so much more coming up in the Championship Series as all of these players prepare for the World Championships in San Francisco. And my goodness, what an event that's going to be. We've also got the Pokemon Expo for the very first time that's going to take place, and I cannot wait for this summer.
Every single year at the World Championships, I'm like, it can't get better than this, right? They always go above and beyond your expectations. And last year, it was incredible. The year before, it was awesome. But the fact that we have this Expo just takes it to a whole new level. It's going to be epic.
Yeah, definitely one to get involved with. If you can be there as well, then it's an amazing experience. Last year, we had Eternatus spawning in-game, and so many people getting to play. Yeah, and it's amazing. So these players, they want to be there, and one of the ways that you can do so is winning a regional championships, because the first place player gets a direct qualification. Pataman, he's actually already qualified for the World Championships, but Maxi gets an opportunity in these grand finals. They are best of 5 again, but in order for him to win, because he's on the loser side of the bracket, he will need to win a bracket reset first. So he needs to win a first best of 5. The bracket would then get reset, and then he'd have to win another best of 5. So Pataman does have the advantage, and he also has a huge list of accolades to his name to put pressure onto his opponent. Look at those.
There is so much that this trainer has accomplished in his competitive career. He is our current reigning European International Champion, going to be looking to defend that title in a matter of weeks. In that same season, was able to become our world runner-up, and this year already another runner-up place at the Latin America International Championships. Honestly, this trainer is an incredible competitor.
I mean, this list alone, one to tell the grandkids, that's fantastic. And he's still just going, but Maxi as well. So many achievements. He doesn't have a goal, but again, this is clearly one of the best players in the world, without a doubt. And he jokingly said to me yesterday, he goes, once upon a time, someone called me a C-tier trainer. And I really took that to heart. And my goodness, has he come back fighting. It's not his first grand finals. Let's remember, he got a silver before, and in that match, he was one attack away from winning. He was so desperately close, and it just fell out of his fingertips. But he was so resilient in the build-up that Pataman is absolutely right. If there's one player to be scared of, Maximilian P is him.
Maybe they got that C confused for champion, and we'll have to find out if that's exactly what Maxi can become here. Zooming in on the matchup, however, these are the 6 Pokemon our trainers have opted to bring. Which Pokemon are we expecting to see? I know which one I want to see, but on Maxi's side, the one that I think absolutely has to come is that Annihilate. It's a Pokemon that has a lot of utility into the Fortress and the Abomasnow with that powerful fast attack counter, but it has to watch out for the Azumarill on Pataman's side.
I think you're absolutely right. The Shadow Annihilate could go crazy if it goes unchecked. It's also got Ice Punch, remember, which is super effective against the Univern Stunfisk and the Altaria. So Azumarill probably needs to be in consideration for Pataman. And the answer that Maxi has for that Azumarill could come in the form of the Jellicent. Jellicent, as a ghost and water type Pokemon, has really good play into both Gastrodon and to Azumarill and the Shadow Fortress as well. And actually, when you look at Shadow Fortress into Maxi's team, it might struggle a little bit. It has a really weak matchup into Shadow Steelix, into Jellicent, into Altaria, and into Shadow Annihilate. All of those can put a lot of pressure. Now, don't get me wrong, Rock Tomb is a great attack. That can put a lot of pressure on Pokemon like Altaria, but generally speaking, it's a negative matchup. So Azumarill, almost certainly, I'm very confident that we will see Azumarill a few times, if not every time, for Pataman, and I'm pretty confident that you are spot on with that Shadow Annihilate call, because it looks really strong into this team from Pataman.
I think this is how Maxi has played most successfully, is by utilizing that Annihilate, putting it in a position where it can go for Rage Fist after Rage Fist, and then just be so formidable with its boosted attack stat. He also does sometimes lean towards that double Ghost Core as well, bringing the Jellicent, and that can give a lot of pressure with the Shadow Balls with the same type attack bonus, and it's a great answer for for Gastrodon too.
Now, one of the things Padaman might do is go triple strong, or at a minimum triple neutral into the Annihilate to try and show Maxi that it doesn't have the play that we can see it could otherwise have. The players are ready. The players are locked in. The players are going here in the grand finals at the Birmingham Regional Championships.
Kicking it off, we got Wigglytuff versus Gastrodon. Going to be trying to charm down the Gastrodon and get lots of this energy stored up. Is this something Maxi wants to utilize right now or bank it for later?
Water Pulse immediately being reached for by Pataman. This will do a lot of damage, same type attack bonus, and it will hit hard. It won't threaten a knockout. Wigglytuff takes it. Maxi doesn't want to give his shields up yet, and we've seen before what he can do when Annihilate preserves both of its shields.
Yeah, Gastrodon really trying to mud slap down as much as it can, but the Swift was already charged on that Wigglytuff side. It's able to unleash it. Pataman lets it go through, needing those shields for later on, but Gastrodon still hangs on. It's at the body slam, but Wigglytuff gets there first.
Yeah, really well calculated by Maxi. He knows his matchups, and this is an example of where that comes really, really important. The Wigglytuff getting that burst shield from Gastrodon, and now the aggressive swap into the Universe Stunfisk, and here comes Annihilate with that shield advantage. Mud Bomb going through. It won't threaten a knockout, but it will do a decent amount of damage, but probably not as much damage as another attack might do later. So Maxi, very smart to not shield this.
Yep, letting that Mud Bomb come through, and now, of course, you can just keep Thunder Shocking as much as you can, but the Annihilate at that Rage Fist, even if a shield does go up here, it's still going to get that attack boost. It's still going to be formidable.
Now, the ideal situation here... Oh, actually, I wasn't expecting a shield to go up from Pataman there, so I don't think Maxi's going to complain whatsoever, because Maxi is going to reach another Rage Fist on charge attack priority. So if he shields this and throws a Rage Fist, it will do a ton of damage to the Universe Stunfisk. The question is, will it be enough to knock out?
Well, that's the thing. Both shields are down on Padaman's side, so this Rage Fist will be able to connect. There's nothing Padaman can do. And not only does that possibly mean a knockout, it means another attack boost on this Annihilate.
And now there is both a Gastrodon and an Azumarill that has to take on a full health, not Annihilate, a Jellicent in the back, but you don't want to go into it yet because you want to go into this Gastrodon. And honestly, yes, it's a catch, but that Gastrodon had energy, and so at least the energy isn't being thrown, but from Pataman's perspective, the energy was useless into the Jellicent, so you'd rather take your Gastrodon down so that your Azumarill can preserve as much health as possible.
It is a shame that, though, because Pataman did use that shield on the Gastrodon earlier in order to preserve that energy, and it's kind of been for naught. Azumarill here being able to go for these bubbles, but as you can see, Jellicent able to take these so incredibly well. It's able to pace to the Shadow Ball, and with the Hex pressure as well, it's looking very difficult for Azumarill to get out of this.
Pataman has basically let go of this game number one. He's using the extra time to prepare for game number two. That's why he's writing on his page. That's why he's not throwing an attack. He is using extra time where he can, because he knows that an Azumarill is not going to be a Jellicent in an even shield scenario, let alone when you are down one shield. Really well played by Maximilian P. He takes game number one of these grand finals.
Very calm, very controlled play coming through from Maximilian P here. Having that Annihilate in a position where it could just go for those Rage Fists and using the Wigglytuff, I think, expertly in order to set that up. The Charm put in a lot of work into that Gastrodon, and Gastrodon was just unable to really get momentum going against the Wigglytuff.
I think it was perhaps, as you called it, perhaps a mistake to shield that Gastrodon up. Yes, you got the alignment that you supposedly wanted, but actually you then gave it up immediately by aggressively going into the Universe Stunfisk. So you went down a shield, and you lost alignment, and the energy that you preserved had nowhere really to go. So there wasn't really much benefit from doing so, and I think that that's an adjustment, an easy adjustment that Pataman can make, because let's remember, it's a best of 5, and he's on the winner's side of the bracket, meaning he would have to lose 2 best of 5s before his gold medal is at risk.
Perhaps Pataman wasn't expecting to see the Jellicent in the back, and that's maybe why he wanted to preserve that Gastrodon so much, you know, shielding it, keeping the energy in case it was something like a Steelix in the back, or even the Marowak where it can hold its own a little bit more. So maybe as soon as you saw the Jellicent, as you said, he realized the energy is useless. I'm going to have to put all my cards onto the Azumarill.
So many options available to both of these players, and we've mentioned the Azumarill and we've mentioned the Shadow Annihilate. At this stage of the grand finals, you would expect the players to continue to use the Pokemon that look best in the matchup. But later on in this matchup, we might start to see what is otherwise a crazy play. And that's because you have to start making calculated risks based on the information you get from your opponent. So again, Azumarill, I think it needs to come from Pataman, and I think Shadow Annihilate needs to come from Maxi. Let's see whether or not the players agree.
The thing is, Maxi is playing so incredibly well with this Shadow Annihilate. Pokemon like Abomasnow and Forretress are going to be hesitating to come to this match. But if Pataman can find a way to maneuver them in, maybe thinking if there isn't going to be Annihilate, that could be an option. We've seen him make bold plays like that before.
Now, the other thing that we need to consider, and I've been mentioning this time and time again, Maxi, particularly when he wins game 1, often leads the same lead for game 2.
Stays consistent.
He does. And I wonder if Pataman is going to account for that, adjust for that, or if he doesn't mind. Let's see. What do we have? It's game number 2.
Well, there is going to be an adjustment on Pataman's side. The Altaria has taken to the skies against that Wigglytuff.
Wigglytuff again in the lead for Maxi, and this time it gets a hugely beneficial lead, and Annihilate is being used to counter-swap the Univan Stunfisk. Maxi is pretty confident that there's an Azumarill in the back, so this is a great position for the Annihilate to be in, generally speaking, because Pataman was playing what is arguably strong into the Annihilate, a flyer and with a fairy in the back, although I have to say, Annihilate does have play into Altaria as well.
It certainly does, but definitely having the Altaria against the Wigglytuff at the beginning was a big advantage there for Maxi. Now it's up to the Stunfisk to try and get some damage on the board. One of those pressure shields utilized already on that Annihilate.
Now, the funny thing about this matchup is if the Shadow Annihilate can counter through this Univan Stunfisk, the boosted damage into the back is so oppressive. Altaria cannot take a boosted attack. Yes, Azumarill can, but do you really want to? So there is the catch. These are the kinds of plays that win championship titles. Azumarill is going to sponge this Ice Punch like it is nothing. Really well played by Pataman.
This is exactly what Pataman needed to stay in the game. Yes, the Jellicent comes in, but he was able to take all of that energy up.
Now, we've seen it before. Eric's mentioned it time and time again. Sometimes a catch looks nice, but sometimes it could cost you. And this could be one of those moments, even though it was an amazing catch to make, Jellicent is hard locked into this Azumarill, and Wigglytuff will be against that Altaria in the end game. So I think Maximilian P is absolutely comfortable in this game.
The thing is, Pataman takes one step forward and Maxi takes a giant leap ahead of him. The Jellicent with that fast attack hex pressure is just putting on such a formidable show against this Azumarill. Once again, another Shadow Ball is ready to go. Azumarill has to make a choice. It does go for that second shield. You don't often see 2 shields being utilized on an Azumarill.
Now, Pataman is coming in aggressively with the Altaria because his best bet is to try and take advantage of misaligned switch clocks. The thing is, Maxi's Wigglytuff is already ready to go, and just as it leans up for that Icy Wind, the Altaria is going to throw a Sky Attack first.
Yeah, just gets the edge before that super effective attack could be thrown in Altaria's way. The Sky Attack will land a significant chunk to that Wigglytuff, but look at that Icy Wind, Fareed.
And there are no protect shields. Amazing. So Pataman, pen to paper once more. Is he already preparing for game number 3 as Wigglytuff takes down the Altaria and starts to charm through this Azumarill? There isn't an attack being thrown. There's the first Ice Beam. Could this draw a shield from the Wigglytuff?
We'll have to see if it's going to be able to, but Maxi's like, no, I've got 2 other Pokemon in the back. I think I've got this down against the Azumarill. Azumarill doing its best with the bubbles, but Wigglytuff already there with the Swift.
Yeah, you simply don't need to. Maxi has the Jellicent. His win condition is basically hard locked. These are some absolutely superb plays so far from the British player. Maximilian P about to take down this Azumarill, about to go 2 games up in these grand finals.
What an incredible show. This is exactly how you start off your journey to try and reset a bracket. I don't think Maximilian P lost a single Pokemon in that game.
He is really strong. He is a scary opponent to face. And Pataman said that. He said very clearly, I don't think I'm particularly confident in these grand finals. I want to win. Of course I want to win. But what an opponent to have to go up against.
I really feel for Pataman here because you've got such pressure coming through from Maxi's side. The Annihilate really giving Forretress and Abomasnow a hard time. The Wigglytuff making things difficult for the Altaria. It just means that Pataman doesn't have a lot of wiggle room on his team to make bold adjustments, whereas Maxi on the other side almost doesn't need to. You've got this incredible core with the Wigglytuff, Jellicent, Annihilate that just, at the minute, Pataman doesn't seem to be able to crack the code to beating it.
One more game for Maxi. We'll see him reset the bracket, but Pataman, he has done miracles before. He has gone 2 games down and won 3 back-to-back, but he has to do that here if he wants to stay in this side of the bracket, because as soon as he loses, he effectively drops down to the loser's bracket to join Maxi, where everything will be to play for.
The way you have to look at it sometimes is these are the 6 Pokemon on your team, but the 7th member of the team is the player, and they sometimes can find avenues and positions that are going to be able to open up doors for success, even when the matchup doesn't necessarily look so strong. If Maxi, as you said, wants to maybe stick with these 3 Pokemon, Pataman is the type of caliber player to find a path through to it, but it might just take a little bit of time.
Well, this is when we say that adjustments need to be made, and I think Pataman is recognizing that the Jellicent continues to come, and the Azumarill isn't currently getting the value
value that he wants it to. So I wouldn't be surprised if Pataman now starts to account for the Jellicent, because it seems to be putting in so much work.
Well, let's see if Maxi can indeed reset the bracket already. It's going to be the Jellicent versus the Stunfix. This is a great opening for Pataman.
Yeah, this is exactly the adjustment we were talking about. Univan Stunfist getting the advantage lead. But the problem here is Altaria, in my humble opinion, is not an answer to a Shadow Annihilate, because you can start to threaten, and even if you don't shield, right? He is shielding, but even if you don't shield the Rage Fist, Annihilate can just punch through an Altaria. So let's see how Maxi plays out this shield scenario.
Yeah, Altaria really needs to get to these Sky attacks and start putting the pressure on Maxi, because as you said, these Rage Fists are stacking up. The counters are putting in a decent amount of work for all of that energy. One shield down on Maxi's side already.
Maxi goes up to the Ice Punch and throws another Rage Fist. Will Pataman shield it, or will he make the call that this is not an Ice Punch? Even if he calls it, it's going to do a lot of damage. But now he gets to take shield advantage in this matchup. Maxi could shield and fully counter through. So he could be in a really good position as well, because all of this energy from the Shadow Annihilate still has somewhere to go into the backline. And now the Univan Stunfist comes back in. But Maxi's actually going to let it go and hard swap with the Shadow Kanto Marak, because that is now a great position. Look at the backlines, Lou. Jellicent, it's not going to be against an Azumarill, it's going to be against a Gastrodon instead, and that is still a great matchup for Maxi.
Yeah, as much as I hate to admit it, there's not a huge amount that Gastrodon can do into the Jellicent, and the Stunfisk also in a precarious situation here against this Marowak that's just going to be firing Mud Slap after Mud Slap. It is going for the Mud Bomb, but as you can see, the Marowak in a prime position already with all of that energy to start its offensive threat as well.
I love the adjustment from Maxi, dropping the Wigglytuff that put in so much work in all of the previous games, and instead going for the Shadow Kanto Marak, anticipating that the Univan Stunfist might be involved, and now you get to put Bone Club pressure into the Gastrodon as well, and Maxi will be so pleased to see that Gastrodon. I think he might just let the Shadow Kanto Marak get Mudslap down, or go straight in with the Jellicent. There it is. Jellicent comes through. You sponge all the charge attack pressure from the Gastrodon, but you charge up, and if the Altaria comes back in, you can just start to unload Shadow Balls into it instead. There it is, and there is one Protect Shield remaining for Pataman. If he doesn't use it here, Altaria will go down.
Yep, Jellicent utilizing the opportunity with Gastrodon to farm up all that energy. There's one Shadow Ball, and just after a couple more hexes, it's at a nuller. Gastrodon can try valiantly to try and get damage on the board, but we know that Jellicent is going to be able to eat this up and retaliate with the Shadow Ball. That's going to be devastating for this Gastrodon.
Yeah, one Surf being thrown. This can draw the shield. Now Maxi can either stay in with the Jellicent or go in with the Annihilate, which I think is 1 or 2 counters away from a Rage Fist. Switch clocks aren't up yet, so I think he'll just stay and force energy with the Jellicent, because Jellicent is putting in so much work in this matchup, and Pataman has to just accept and concede that this first best of 5 was not for him. He might actually ask the judges for a break in between these, because Maxi has absolutely moaned through him in this first series.
Oh my goodness, a bracket reset. You know what that means? More Pokemon action, and Maxi is still in contention to become a regional champion. He did say the only medal color he hasn't got yet is gold, and he can almost taste it now.
It looks like the judges will let the players have a break. Call a taxi for Pataman. There's no stopping Maxi. Maximilian P has now reset the bracket. Will go into those grand finals with complete parity, everything to play for. The next best of 5 will determine your Birmingham regional champion.
Oh my goodness, you couldn't write a better script if you tried. Now we have to really think from their perspective. We've obviously seen Maxi's come out so dominant, so strong, giving Pataman no room to maneuver. If you're Pataman now, you're going to take this break. How do you regain your composure and find a way through this formidable threat of the Pokemon that Maxi has been bringing?
Well, there was one Pokemon that you called out at the beginning of this series for Maxi. You mentioned his Shadow Annihilate, and my goodness were you right, Lou, because that Shadow Annihilate has done absolute damage to the team of Pataman, and probably wasn't a Pokemon that he was particularly expecting to see in this tournament. It has completely fallen out of the meta. So few were there, and even with catches like these Ice Punches, Maxi had the answer. Jellicent coming in, which does so well against both Gastrodon and the Azumarill. So anything that Pataman is throwing at the Annihilate, the alternative Ghost is the answer for.
That's the thing, the synergy between these ghosts hand in hand on the field has made things so difficult for Pataman, but also the previous contenders that Maxi has had to deal with to get to this very position. Pataman, I think, has played very interestingly with the Gastrodon. In the very opening game, we saw him try and preserve it. It then got benched. It's then come forward again here. I think he was really trying to get that Mud Slap damage off onto possibly into the Annihilate or into into that Marowak, but it just kept finding its face down against that Jellicent, and it was just a wall it could not break through.
Now, do you know what's particularly interesting? Shadow Annihilate gets so much of the attention, and it's very clear that Shadow Annihilate is so strong into Pataman's team. But what's perhaps going a little bit more unnoticed is how good Jellicent actually is.
Yeah.
Jellicent has a way to hit the whole of Pataman's team. It is so flexible into Pataman's team that Maxi can bring it freely. And Pataman is so focused on trying to suppress the Annihilate that suddenly he's given up both of his shields, and Jellicent just comes through, often with shield advantage, and just sweeps up everything else. Even the Abomasnow. It can't throw Powder Snows and Weather Balls into Jellicent to much effect. It has to go for Energy Ball. And the Jellicent has Hex and Shadow Ball, so it's actually doing neutral pressure with one of the most efficient attacks in the game against everything. Is there anything that really, really dominates against the Jellicent? Yeah, maybe the Univan Stunfisk, which takes super effective damage from the Surf anyway. And then when Maxi pairs it with an Annihilate that has Ice Punch and the Shadow Kanto Marowak, no wonder Pataman wants a break. He needs to completely reassess how he's going to try and take on this team.
That was a beautiful ode to Jellicent, if I do say so myself. It has so many options out there on the field, and even though it is one of the ghost types that's really, I think, surprised us, getting second place in Toronto, and now here at the very least going to get second place again here in Birmingham, the Shadow Annihilate has really been one of those ghost type Pokemon that I think everyone's a little bit more familiar with. It's able to have so much pressure with this fast attack counter into a lot of the steel types that we're seeing running around at the moment.
Now, it's no secret that I am absolutely a huge fan of Shadow Annihilate, and I really, really encourage everyone to have one on their roster if you don't already. And one of the reasons why it's so good is because of both offensive and defensive reasons. The offensive reason is that fighting plus ghost is what we call near perfect coverage, if not perfect coverage. There are little to no Pokemon in the game whatsoever that resist both fighting and ghost type damage, and when you pair that with the coverage of Ice Punch that's hitting those dragons and those ground types for super effective as well, Annihilate is an absolute threat. But defensively, ghost and fighting type, it's a unique type combination that we don't see really anywhere else in the Great League. It double resists the bug bites of that fortress. That's why Pataman hasn't been able to use his signature pick almost in this matchup, but it also beats all other fighters, and it completely pushes so many other fighters out of the meta. So Shadow Annihilate might not be in the top usage, but it absolutely is one of the top picks this weekend.
But I think you hit the nail on the head there with the coverage utility as well, particularly that Ice Punch into all the dragons that we're seeing at the moment. We even saw it previously in that game where there was an opportunity for Maxi to have been able to go for the Ice Punch onto the Altaria, and that's kind of one option. But the fact you had the second option to be like, actually, I can go for the Rage Fist and maybe get the extra boost up that I'm going to need for later on that can still completely destroy this Altaria, just shows how flexible the Annihilate can be.
Sometimes it's all about getting value. And one of the reasons why Credilli was so good last season was because even if Rock Tomb is shielded, you still get that attack debuff. Now Annihilate is coming in, and even if the Rage Fist goes shielded, you still do so much damage with those counters. And Shadow Annihilate with Shadow counter and Shadow boosted Rage Fist. Wow, that is damage.
I mean, we're super lucky, right? We have a literal front row seat to all of this competitive action. And if you at home maybe want to get an even closer seat and get a physical front row seat to all of the action, you can come and spectate at the next event by looking on RK9 and signing up. You can either come as a spectator or even as a competitor and maybe try your own skills against some of the best that this game has to offer.
It's really, really exciting to be here. We're back in the Championship Series. We all hope you had a great holiday break, but the action, we have been eager to get started, and even though it's cold outside, my goodness, it's been heating up indoors. Shadow Annihilate, currently the story, but Pataman, he also still has everything to play for. He still has a great opportunity to bring this back, and he's back in his seat, and he is ready to lock in and try and get his gold here in Birmingham.
And I don't think I can state this enough. Pataman is the type of player who can take a match that we just saw, a 3-over, and he is a trainer who we cannot count out at all.
Yes, he is so good, and best of fives mean that there is everything to play for and that there is opportunity to try some crazy tactics, to try something to really throw off your opponent. He did it before against Inadequance at the beginning of the day, where he played a hard ABA strategy with a Abomasnow and Shadow Fortress into a Shadow Talonflame team. What tactics can he deploy here to try and bring the momentum back in his favor? Let's find out. It's game number 1 of the Grand Final.
finals reset.
One more best of 5 to determine our champion. That's Shadow Annihilate front and center, but Panaman bringing that Azumarill straight away. Gonna try and get the bubbles down, trying to get that pressure with the play roughs.
Annihilate is not very good in a matchup against Azumarill, but when shields are up, it's protected. And so it banks that Rage Fist and goes into the Jellicent. Maximilian P. Jellicent to be met with the Altaria, and Jellicent has Shadow Ball to put decent pressure onto it.
Yeah, the thing is, Jellicent, I think, has a great time if you can get through this Altaria. There's only the Azumarill and Gastrodon in the back, so you can just let the Shadow Balls fly. That's exactly what it's done into the sky for this Altaria that's desperately trying to get to this Sky Attack.
Sky Attack will do a decent amount of damage, but you'll need more than one if you want to take out the bulky Jellicent. Jellicent continuing to hex up really efficient plays with those Shadow Balls now, and you can see how much it's charging up and how quickly it's doing so as well.
But I feel like Panaman almost needs to protect this Altaria in the sky because the Dragon Breaths and the Sky Attacks are going to be the only way to get through this Jellicent. It's just able to hang on from that Shadow, but it's not enough to be able to get to the Sky Attack. Now it's going to be up to the Water types to try and deal and get vengeance with this Jellicent.
And look at that, the Altaria, which answered the Jellicent, wasn't much of an Altaria in practice, and now it's going to be really difficult to get rid of this Jellicent. You're going to have to try and hard mud slap through because the Azumarill won't be able to bubble down. Pataman now really trying to focus on how do I start to give up shields, but still cover for that dangerous Annihilate that returns.
You're not even able to deal with the Jellicent before another Ghost types takes its place, and all this energy from the lead that has been preserved on this Annihilate is now being unleashed onto the Gastrodon. The Rage Fist is angry. It's getting a +1 attack. Gastrodon has to pull everything it can into this Water Pulse.
And the nice thing about the Annihilate's Ghost typing is that it double resists Body Slam, forcing Pataman to go up to that Water Pulse. He does throw the Water Pulse, but it goes shielded, and now Azumarill comes in to drag that next shield away with the super effective play rough.
Pataman is trying to pull out all the stops. All the energy that had been preserved is being unleashed towards Annihilate, but there's shield after shield, Rage Fist after Rage Fist. There's so much momentum on Maxi's side.
Maxi still has the Jellicent, and he's also got that Wigglytuff available as well, so it looks like he's in a pretty good position here, and the Annihilate is boosted. There is the attack coming through, and Maxi's going to switch out so he doesn't take the pressure onto the Annihilate, and he can start to charm. All shields are down, and Maxi is starting to mow through yet again in these grand finals.
There's so much energy preserved on that Annihilate as well that Wigglytuff can now just come in and take all the energy from this Azumarill so that when Annihilate rejoins the field, it can get angry once again. This Swift coming through, there's nothing Pataman can do here.
It's been so flexible. Maxi's team, Wigglytuff everywhere, Annihilate dipping in and out, Jellicent with play into everything. Altaria came in to try and beat the Water type as a Dragon type, but it couldn't hang on to the Shadow Balls. And now Wigglytuff is going to use Swift to take out the Gastrodon, and he still has 2 Pokemon left in the back.
Yeah, Gastrodon was already barely hanging on. 1 star was all it took to fell it back into its Pokeball, and now Azumarill just hanging on. But once again, these 3 Pokemon on Maxi's side, he's brought them time and time again. They are relentless, and they're still hanging on. None of them got KO'd there.
Shadow Annihilate core with the Wigglytuff. We know how strong that is, but Jellicent as the third is just so dominant in this matchup. Jellicent has play into everything. Pataman tried to bring the Altaria as an answer, and Jellicent did not care. The Annihilate is the one that takes advantage when shields go down. Wigglytuff then sweeps up the rest. What can Pataman possibly do to bring this back into his favor?
I am racking my brains for the answer to that exact question. I'm sure Pataman is doing the exact same. I mean, you've got the Stunfisk that has that electric type coverage to deal with the Jellicent. You even have, a Abomasnow with the Energy Ball. But the issue is you've got Wigglytuff right there that has so much bulk that is very difficult to get through, and Annihilate, if it can get those counters down on the Abomasnow, then it's going to be an absolute avalanche.
It might well be the case that Pataman had the team comp advantage in those winners finals against C. Leonardo, where on paper, credit to C. Leonardo for trying to fight through, but there really wasn't much that he could do. And I think now Pataman is receiving the other end of that. And this is what happens when you play anti-meta. It's almost like there's a triangle. You have, let's say, meta at the top.
Yeah.
Now, almost like rock, paper, scissors, where rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, and vice versa. Pataman's team was beating a lot of the meta. See, Leonardo brought a roughly meta team, but that Shadow Charger bug, and Pataman really dispatched it. And Maxi almost has a team that is so anti-meta. It's beating Pataman's anti-meta team as well, because we don't see that Shadow Annihilate. We don't see tons of the Shadow Steelix either, but Jellicent, it didn't feature a huge amount in Toronto, but it is stealing the show here in Birmingham.
He's truly in a league of his own right now with this team composition, and Maxi is executing it so perfectly, staying so calm, so composed, and really putting the European international champion on the back foot. I feel like Maxi knows it's just a matter of a few more games and he can taste that gold medal for the very first time. Padaman at the same time knows he has to dig deep to stop that from happening.
And he's not getting too excited. He's staying composed. He is staying focused. He is staying locked in because everything is still to play for. He needs to win 2 more games, but if he carries on playing with the caliber that he's shown so far, then the title could be his. Let's get into game number 2 of this Grand Finals reset.
Well, Fortress is here for Padaman, adjusting things rapidly. Wigglytuff in play, gets out of there. There's the Annihilate. Of course, Fortress has to go.
Fortress has to go, but Padaman had the advantage. But what we've said before is that Altaria isn't necessarily the best swap into a Shadow Annihilate. Padaman previously shielded a Rage Fist base. This time he calls it, but what he might not know is that Annihilate, if it just double shields, will still counter through an Altaria.
This is why counter is such an incredible fast attack. It's able to get through all this energy onto the charge attacks. There's the first shield. If it gets the second one, if it's able to get these Rage Fist boosts, it's going to be unstoppable.
Here we go. Maxi goes up to the Ice Punch once more, now throws a Rage Fist. It pulls the shield, but as we've said before, your attack is still boosted, and so you continue to put pressure onto this Altaria. Altaria, it's going to throw another Sky Attack, but Maxi will start to now put real pressure, and Padaman might start to realize, hold on a minute, this Annihilate is taking on what I thought was otherwise a counter to it.
I mean, these counters themselves looks like they can almost completely farm down this opposing Altaria, but hey, why don't you get another Rage Fist boost in for your troubles?
Now Padaman has to make a shield decision. He is going to shield, but does the counters continue to go through? That is the question. Look at this. He does hold on, and he is able to throw a Sky Attack, and that might just be because Maxi kept going up to the Ice Punches rather than throwing the Rage Fist straight away. So Padaman is able to preserve alignment, and that could be massive going into the end game. Jellicent comes in, gets a little bit of a head start, and now, even though Univan Stunfisk is an answer, Surfs will start to put a little bit of pressure onto this Pokemon.
I mean, if you're Padaman, you have finally dispatched that Annihilate, but at what cost? Your shields were all utilized on that Altaria, and as you've said, the Surfs coming through are now going to be devastating into the Stunfisk. It has a lot of work to do. The Thunder Shocks are helping, the Discharge are there, but Discharge is not an overwhelmingly powerful charge attack.
And now Jellicent will need to have a think as to how it wants to maneuver. Maxi might take this Discharge and farm up a tiny bit more before taking out the Univan Stunfisk so that it can then try and throw an attack into the Fortress. Fortress has a really difficult matchup into the Jellicent because the Bug Bite is resisted. Bug Bite also resisted by the Wigglytuff, but at least in that matchup, you resist the Wigglytuff's attacks as well.
Yep, here we go. We've got the Fortress in play. It's just trying as best as it can to get through, but look at this, Jellicent's on form.
So now I would expect Maxi to go straight into the Wigglytuff. That way that even when Wigglytuff gets debuffed, you can clear the debuff right at the end with the Jellicent. And Padaman's almost looking to the crowd in despair. He goes, I got the lead I wanted. I got the counter swap I wanted. I kept the alignment, and I still cannot take down this team from Maximilian P.
The amount of Shadow Ball damage that was dealt into that Fortress was devastating. It just meant that all the momentum was lost. Now Wigglytuff here to once again throw a Swift into Padaman and take Maxi one game closer.
Maximilian P, 2 games up in these Grand Finals, and we have said that this is so critical for him. He needs to keep his composure, but the big question for Padaman is what can he do? Because even though Annihilate draws away the shields, it's the Jellicent that's actually turning out to be somewhat of a star in this matchup as well. The double Ghost from Maximilian P is unstoppable. Maximilian P's Jellicent with the Surfs against the Univan Stunfisk, 2 of them were enough to take out, and there's really not very much that Padaman has been able to do so far. He has to win every game now if he wants to be our Birmingham Regional Champion.
This is the thing. I liked the Fortress. I liked the lead. I liked the way he was able to keep the alignment. But as you said, it still wasn't enough. At this point, what can Padaman do? I think the adjustment was fantastic, but at the same time, now that you've seen the Fortress, is this an adjustment that Maximilian can make?
I have so much sympathy. I have so much love for Padaman, don't get me wrong, but I have so much sympathy for this matchup.
Yeah. It's hard. It's really hard.
I hope that better players than I might be able to comment. Let me know in the Twitch chat. But I cannot work out a strategy for Padaman that is remotely reliable. you're almost banking on Maxi to try and make a horrendous mistake if you want a chance to claw this back. But Maxi is playing the games of his lives. He knows how much of an advantage he can have, and he's not letting up at all.
That can indeed be the option, though. Like I said, it's the 7th member of the team is the player, and if you maybe hesitate, make a move, particularly as you are 1 game away from becoming champion, Maxi might make a hesitation. But let's see if he can do it. Are we going to be able to crown our champion in a moment? It's Gastrodon versus Annihilate.
And here we go again in this matchup. Depending on the attack stat of the Shadow Annihilate, you can, with shields, just fully bully through the Mud Slappers. Maximilian P perfectly happy to stay in, but very interestingly, although the Jellicent remains in the backline, it's actually Shadow Steelix that has been chosen. And when we look at the backline, there is an Altaria there that is a much better matchup for it than the Univan Stunfisk.
Yeah, Maxi with the game advantage does have more time to maneuver, maybe in some options. As you see here, this is a fantastic play here for, you're getting that body slam through that is double resisted on the Annihilate side, so a wasted shield on Maxi's side.
And there, as we get towards the water path, Maxi is able to throw this Rage Fist. That will take down the Gastrodon. Does Pataman want alignment? I think on this occasion, he recognized that he can't afford to give shield advantage to a Jellicent, so he's going to try and farm down with the Univan Stunfisk. Is he successful? Yes, he is! Finally, Pataman starts to see something in his favor because Univan Stunfisk with energy has so much play into the backline, and suddenly Pataman sees light at the end of the tunnel, and Maxi knows this could be a really tricky mid-game.
A door of opportunity opened, and Pataman and the Stunfisk are walking through it. 1 discharge, a second one here. This is everything that the Stunfisk needs to deal with this Jellicent. It also has a shield up its back pocket to deal with the Surf that is incoming.
Surf shielded up correctly, it would do a lot of damage to that Univan Stunfisk, and now the Stunfisk is going to throw discharges because it is using a 2-turn fast attack in Thundershock against the 3-turn fast attack in Hex. It's very, very difficult for Maxi to try and catch one of these attacks onto his Shadow Steelix, and he tries to, but now he's in a little bit of trouble because these Mud Bombs are super effective. There are no shields remaining, and Crunch probably isn't going to be enough to knock out, whilst Thunderbang is triple resisted by the Univan Stunfisk, but Pataman's going to come in with his Altaria as Flamethrower will be enough to knock out.
Yeah, Stunfisk still has some energy bank there in the back as well, so now Altaria in a prime position to take this Crunch. It can start going for these Dragon Breaths, farming up some energy of its own, trying to even maybe get to that Flamethrower.
Maxi is going up to the Psychic Fangs. Pataman actually letting him reach it. I wasn't sure if he'd throw a Flamethrower beforehand, but he knows that he can hold on to the Psychic Fangs, so he's going to maximize his energy instead, and now he's going to go for that Flamethrower, but he is now defense dropped. He's very, very weak there with that Altaria. Does he throw a Sky Attack into the Jellicent and go straight into the Univan Stunfisk? The switch timers aren't quite up yet.
Well, Jellicent is the last remaining Pokemon here, and you have the 2-to-1 advantage. Altaria is able to get to its charge attack. It is going to be able to go for the Sky Attack into the Jellicent, and then you do have energy still banked on that Stunfisk in the back if you need it.
And it looks like Sky Attack is enough! Pataman with a grin on his face. He's like, I've done the impossible. I've taken my game off Maxi, who was on a 5-game streak against him. So is this enough to give Pataman some confidence going into game number 4 of this Grand Finals reset?
Well, the adrenaline has got to be surging right now through Pataman. He knows that it's not going to be a clean sweep. He's got scores on the doors right now, and he's in a position where he's gaining the momentum. Maxi did have a little bit of a smile at the end, being like, okay, fair enough, you've got me, but now he's got to lock in and try and get that game back off Pataman. Otherwise, Pataman's going to take this momentum and run. We've seen him do it before.
I wouldn't be surprised if Maxi very, very quickly drops that Shadow Steelix, because Univan Stunfisk is one of the few ways that Pataman can answer the Jellicent, and when it has a great matchup into the Shadow Steelix as well, which let's remember, it doesn't have Earthquake, I don't see much point bringing that Shadow Steelix, and I think that maybe Maxi tried it as an option because he was able to, being 2 games up.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised to see it again in this series.
Maybe trying to give it a moment into this grand final spotlight. I mean, one of the things that went down in that game was the interaction between the Altaria and the Annihilate. You know, Altaria was able to get that edge, and I think both trainers did a very good job of burning through their opponent's shields very early on, setting up their partner Pokemon for success. It then enabled the Stunfisk, for example, to get back-to-back discharges onto that Jellicent. It didn't have the protective cover of a shield like we've seen Maxi use on that Jellicent in the past.
Now, Maxi has to think, what adjustment does he make? If I were Maxi, I'd probably just go back to the Wigglytuff. The Wigglytuff plus Shadow Annihilate plus Jellicent in any order has so much play into Pataman. And if Pataman leans into that Gastrodon and Azumarill again in particular, then Jellicent could go crazy. So let's see. We are now into game number 4 of this Grand Finals reset.
Another championship point for Maxi, and it is that Wigglytuff back in action against the Stunfisk. We've seen this a couple of times in the leads. The Charms coming through, getting all of that energy up. The Stunfisk as well, ready for the Mud Bomb.
Maxi very happy to see the Stunfisk in the lead because it means that Jellicent is likely to have a reasonably strong matchup in the back no matter what Pokemon they are. But we can see that those Pokemon are Gastrodon and Azumarill, so it's actually the best possible situation that Maxi could be asking for here.
Yeah, the Jellicent isn't going to worry too much when it sees those water types come through. So Wigglytuff doing everything it can to deal with the formidable threat of the Stunfisk. Gastrodon reveals itself. Jellicent is here to be like, hi, remember me? I'm here to haunt your nightmares.
And I like this from Pataman because bringing the Gastrodon to bait out the Jellicent means that Azumarill might have more play in the back, particularly if Pataman can start to get shields down, because Annihilate struggles to function when shields aren't in play. The Univan Stunfisk still has enough health and enough energy perhaps to take on the Jellicent even if Gastrodon goes down first.
Well, Gastrodon's going to have a tough time doing damage, but potentially if it is able to get those shields up to leave the Annihilate more exposed, that's going to give Azumarill a window of opportunity to get damage on the board. But right now, all this energy being farmed up on the Jellicent does make it a formidable threat. There's still one shield left on Pataman's side. Is he going to use it? Yes, he's keeping Gastrodon in the game.
I really like this play from Pataman. He's committing to the Mud Slaps and now throwing a Body Slam to prevent having to take another attack. But what it does is it starts to invite shields from Maxi. Maxi is keeping those shields for the Shadow Annihilate, but it will need to potentially shield attacks from this Gastrodon. It's not going to want to take that option, so Wigglytuff's going to come in first to sponge.
Well, Gastrodon did what I think it thought was impossible and took down the Jellicent. It now has to find its way through the Wigglytuff. It gets another KO. Now it's just the Annihilate against all 3 of Pataman's Pokemon.
So can Pataman reach an attack? He's not going to be able to reach a Water Pulse without risking Rage Fist on Charge for attack priority. So he's throwing this Body Slam, and if Maxi's been counting, he knows he doesn't need to shield this. The question now for Pataman is, can fast attack pressure be enough? Because you cannot reach 3 attacks with an Azumarill against this Annihilate. So I wouldn't be surprised if Pataman is now just going to tap his way unless he thinks he can also reach an attack with the Univan Stunfisk.
That's the thing, Azumarill pace is so slow to these charge attacks, but on the other side, the Rage Fist is ready. The Rage Fist does have to come through. There's no protects here, and it's going to get a constant attack boost, but the HP is dwindling down on this Annihilate. Can the bubbles keep coming through?
I think Pataman has to just bubble. There's no point throwing a charge attack here. Just go for the bubble down, go for the full farm. That is your best chance, and I think you're going to be able to, because the Univan Stunfisk, it's going to be tricky. Come in with the Gastrodon, you force an immediate throw. That takes up some energy.
Well, let's have a look. We're going to see the energy coming through on this Annihilate. It is indeed going to be the Ice Punch coming through. This is going to be able to get the knockout, but then can Gastrodon do it?
It should be able to Mud Slap down because the Rage Fist isn't going to be reached. And now Pataman takes game number 4, 2 games to 2, and everything to play for in this best of 5 now.
That's my boy, Gastrodon and Pataman. I called it at the beginning of the day. I said Pataman with Gastrodon would be his MVP, and now regardless of our next match, he's proven why they work so well side by side together. He's in it from the jaws of defeat. He is now 1 game away from becoming your champion.
A tactic from Pataman to pull out the Jellicent. And you think, oh, is Jellicent going to just take down the Gastrodon and get out of the way for the Azumarill? But Pataman double shields the Gastrodon, and he tries to just force the Mud Slaps through. And for the first time, it's not the Shadow Kanto Marowak Mud Slap pressure that really adds up, but the Gastrodons. And wow, Pataman in the end game able to use full fast attack damage to take down the Shadow Annihilate. Definitely something that Maxi needs to be wary of.
Well, I'm out of my seat now because on the edge of it was getting dangerous. Both of these trainers, 1 game away, championship point for both of them to become our champion. I mean, Maxi, he was on such a tear, resetting the bracket, taking Pataman to 2-0, but Pataman has evened the score. Now, more than anything, they need to dig deep, have their resolve, and make the call. Which 3 Pokemon are going to make them a champion?
Clearly, the break between the 2 best of 5s has done wonders for Pataman. Even though he continued to lose the first 2 games of the series, he had enough time and opportunity to start to adjust. And what an adjustment he made, getting so much value out of that Gastrodon, the MVP that you called right at the beginning of the day. But now it's Maxi's turn. Can he take advantage of his brilliant matchup here with the Jellicent and with the Shadow Annihilate, as well as the Wigglytuff? So much to play for.
everything on the line.
This is the thing. Padaman has proven that the Annihilate, Wigglytuff, Jellicent core is not invincible. But Maxi has proved how formidable it can be. If they can just regroup and refocus, it's going to be a challenge for Padaman once again.
Yeah, when you can get a scratch against your opponent and then you get a scar, you know that you can take them down. No one is untouchable in this series, and these players will do everything they can to fight for victory, to try and achieve glory here. Shadow Annihilate features one more time up against Univ and Stunfisk.
This is it, your final match. Both these trainers battling it out. Stunfisk, Annihilate getting all of that energy up. Stunfisk gets there first, but we know those Rage Fists, how formidable they can be. Annihilate unleashing it now.
Shadow Annihilate puts out so much pressure, and when we look at those backlines, Jellicent potentially against a Gastrodon, Wigglytuff potentially against an Altaria, could switch be key here. Pataman is going to try and do everything to put pressure on this Annihilate, but if Maxi shields the Annihilate, this could get really dicey.
This is the thing, there's no Azumarill in the back for Padaman to deal with this Annihilate, so Stunfisk has to put the work in. One shield goes up, the Annihilate is still in the game, farming up all that energy, but the Gastrodon is going to be the one taking the Rage of the Fist.
Shielding that first Rage Fist, and now Maxi gets the opportunity to go into Jellicent. That would leave the Wigglytuff in the back, but the Wigglytuff comes out now! Maxi has made a very hard call to put the Wigglytuff against the Gastrodon, potentially thinking Azumarill's in the back so that Jellicent can be saved for that. Instead, Pataman's adjustment of Altaria instead could be key.
Well, that's the thing, Altaria can go for those fast Dragon Breaths and just go through the remaining HP on that Annihilate right now. Wigglytuff doing what it does best, going for this Icy Wind, trying to just slow down the offensive pressure of this Gastrodon, getting some damage in play.
Padaman absolutely over the moon to see Wigglytuff here. He knows he's got an Altaria in the back, and whatever is in the back for Maxi cannot be worse than Wigglytuff would have been for the Altaria. And Altaria aggressively comes in, and Maxi goes, oh, that isn't what I was expecting. But we've seen before, Jellicent isn't bad at all against Altaria because of the recently buffed Shadow Ball.
That's the thing, it's not great, but it's definitely not devastating. You can go for these Shadow Balls. There's the shield coming through. Now Padaman has no more of those remaining, so the Shadow Balls are going to be able to fly. Speaking of flying, however, Altaria gets to his charge attack. This Sky Attack, is it going to land? No. Maxi says, I'm preserving it. I need to get all the energy I can for these Shadow Balls.
Univ and Stunfisk still has a little bit of health. Annihilate still has a little bit of health, but doesn't have any energy. Sky Attack coming through just before this first Shadow Ball, but Pataman will be trying to reach another Sky Attack. However, Jellicent just paces so quickly, so is a catch on the cards. If you get it wrong, it could be over. At what point does Univ and Stunfisk come through? Maxi is very, very good at not throwing at the wrong time.
Every single turn counts. Shadow Ball comes through. The Stunfisk is in play. It's going for these Thunder Shocks, trying to farm down, but instead it's going to find its mark on the Annihilate. No shield in play, so we know that this Mud Bomb's going to be able to get the knockout. Then it comes down to Jellicent.
Maxi has drawn all the energy away from this Univ and Stunfisk, which means Jellicent gets to fully farm down, and I think Jellicent could be in a great position here, but the fast attacks are doing damage on both sides. Can Jellicent now land 2 attacks? One Shadow Ball against the Altaria, 1 attack against the Gastrodon. Maxi cannot afford to make a mistake. He's been in this position before, but this could be the moment because Shadow Ball can take out this Altaria, and he does have a Surf loaded too.
This is the thing, you've got to get back-to-back charge attack. One Mud Slap coming through can change the fate of the game, but no, for Maximilian P, the Jellicent comes through. It's another charge attack. It's taking down the Gastrodon. Maximilian P has done it.
Maxi takes down the Gastrodon. He is your champion. Birmingham is his, and he cannot believe it. His head in his hands, and he told us, I don't know how I would react if I win, and I can only imagine the emotions going through his mind right now, because that was one of the best series I have ever seen. The joy, the spectacle. We have had such an immense matchup here, and it could not be a more deserved winner.
Bronze, silver, and now gold. Maximilian P has the trifecta of medals. That is going to be one impressive cabinet display. I mean, wow.
We fell off our chairs in disbelief.
I can't sit down. I'm too excited.
What a match. What a hero. He is your Birmingham Regional Champion, and there is no one that we could be more happy
happy to see celebrate with his friends. This has been a tournament for the ages, one that we will have to look back on for years to come. And it's so unfortunate for Pataman, who did everything he could in that matchup, bringing it back 3-2. Gastrodon fighting the best it could. Maximilian P. He's a legend.
He's not a C-tier trainer. He is a champion.
He is a champion, and that was one of the most incredible matches I have ever seen. A bracket reset, 3-0, and then down to a best of 5. The final game was reached in that bracket reset. What a series! And we've been given such a show. We are so lucky to be able to sit here, and I'm sure and I hope that you at home have enjoyed it as well.
I mean, it's going to take me a while to recover from this. I'm not going to lie. It was phenomenal. Maximilian P had this incredible core of Annihilate, Jellicent, and Wigglytuff. Although he made a few adaptations here or there, I think one time in the whole of Grand Finals brought the Marowak before the reset and then brought the Shadow Steelix during the reset itself. But every single time he had those other 3 Pokemon there, it made Pataman work so hard for every inch of damage gained.
And after that first best of 5,
yeah.
I mean, I think everyone just assumed that Pataman would really struggle to adjust. And when you saw the first game and the second game, you go, okay, that's unfortunate, because
tough.
we love Pataman. We love what he's done for the Championship Series, and of course, no one wants to see him lose. But it just looked like it might be too easy. And at that point, it takes away some of the fun when it's that easy, when it's that dominant a matchup. You think, oh, I want to see these players really go up at the top of their level. And when Pataman brought it back, it gets scary.
Well, this is the thing. Pataman may not have won the championship, but what he just taught us was such an incredible lesson about not giving up. Taking a second, playing to all of your outs, scouting for every opportunity. And that type of resilience shows why he also, in his own right, is a champion. But just today, it was all about the Ghost. Jellicent and Annihilate, a better duo I cannot name.
And it's crazy because at the beginning of that game, that final 5-game series, in that final game, when the Jellicent was left in the back, and we said, okay, that might be to answer the Azumarill. Obviously, if it had been the other way around, obviously if Wigglytuff had been against Altaria, that could have been an easy matchup, but it made so much sense that you leave the Jellicent in the back, because the previous game, Gastrodon had swapped, Jellicent countered, Pataman gets to the Water Pulse, and then 2 shields, and the Jellicent lost a lot of its value.
Yeah.
And Maxi, throughout the series, was winning games because he got the correct value out of his picks like Shadow Annihilate, out of his picks like that Jellicent, so it made sense. Maxi then looked a bit confused. He goes, okay, I wasn't expecting to see the Altaria, but Jellicent has plenty of play into the Altaria as well. But then banking the energy, the meticulous energy management on the Jellicent and the Shadow Annihilate to close out versus the Univan Stunfisk and the Altaria, I genuinely fell off my seat in that moment.
It was just one of those moments that, I mean, I can't wait to go back and watch it. The emotions from our side are incredible. The emotions on the stage are there. I'm sure back home there are a lot of people, you know, jumping for joy at every single moment. And the way it came down to that endgame, you know, Jellicent looked to be in a very difficult situation. If you just look at it, 1 Pokemon versus 3. And yet it had all of this energy management. It had the back-to-back Shadow Balls. It even had the Surf then to be able to just get those knockouts. What an incredible play. Maxi thinking turns and turns ahead what that win condition was, and he sure found it.
And it's crazy. We've seen Maxi for so many years.
Yeah.
We remember Barcelona all those years
yes,
ago.
I do. Yes.
That was back when we were in a closed sheet format where you didn't know the attacks on your opposing side. And I remember that you were casting and Maxi was playing and he got a medal there. And he hasn't had a ton of medals since, but very recently, he really exploded. And we've known he's always very good and he hasn't seen the success that he's perhaps deserved based on his caliber. And then when he gets that silver medal, then when he goes on and does really, really well at Worlds as well, and you think, hold on a minute, Maxi's in form. And he started this weekend, and I remember I walked past him outside in the crowd. I said, how's this weekend going? And he's like, yeah, like, it's all right. And he's very, very humble. He doesn't set particularly high expectations of himself, even though he's a very passionate player.
And I'm genuinely so thrilled. He's so deserved. I'm so happy to see him take gold here in Birmingham.
Me too. It's an incredibly wholesome experience to see a trainer who has yearned and worked so hard for that title to be able to finally get it. And I was speaking to Maxi just before losers semis, once he knew he'd made it into that spot, once he knew he had a medal, and you could just see he was kind of almost all over the place with emotion because he was like, this means so much to me. Wow, I'm one step closer. I'm doing incredibly well. And now to be able to see him as a champion, having taken all of that energy, all of that adrenaline, and been generally so calm and composed throughout the entire grand finals, at the end, you could see it overwhelm him. And honestly, it's going to be one for the memory books for me.
Really, really special. And when we're in that final moment, when Maxi got his last silver medal, it was a really similar situation, down to the final Pokemon, and he was up against Nickname. And he just had one decision to make, where I think he was a Lapras, and he just had to throw at the right timing to be able to take down a Claydol. And he didn't quite get it right. He miscounted ever so slightly. He was trying to farm up and he was playing so meticulously. And you saw when his hands went to his face and his heart sank and my heart sank. And I think the nation's heart sank for him because you knew how tough that was. And this time, when his head hit his hands, the other end of the spectrum, the complete other emotion, the joy, the pride, and my goodness, he must have been absolutely beaming. I hope his friends and family are nothing but immensely proud.
I'm sure they are, and I know the audience out there as well have enjoyed following all of our trainers every step of the way. So I think it's time to give them one more moment in the spotlight. Let's get those medals on our champions. Take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Honestly, before this started, I had a note card. I was going to hold it, but honestly, those matches had me shaking. My hands are still shaking. Those were so intense. And I think you could feel it in the audience. Every single regional championship, every single international, the casters are going to say, this is the most intense a grand finals has ever been. This is the most intense tournament, the most difficult tournament of all time. But this one, I think we all mean it when we say it, was one of the most intense grand finals that we have ever seen. 160 trainers gathered here in Birmingham for the first tournament in Europe of 2026. And in the new season of Precious Pass, we saw new Pokemon shine, like Guzzlord, Licky, and even Azumarill coming back from the dead. Of course, we saw the old guard also, Altaria, Empoleon, and Furret. But overall, the trainers who did the best were the ones who brought some of the craziest picks, some of the most innovative Pokemon that I've ever seen. So, without further ado, let's get this started, because the first trainer that we are going to bring up here is one of the greatest innovators in Pokemon Go history. He is known as the Dragon Tamer. He has brought some of the craziest picks, not only at this tournament, but at every single tournament he plays. He's brought, I think, Clefable, Shadow Dragonite. We all know who it is. It is our 4th place finisher. It is Tauntaun Battus. Tauntaun, another great tournament. How does it feel just being able to make these new picks work so successfully?
I'm really happy about this performance. I wanted to make Dragonite shine this weekend. My goal was initially to go day 2, and I got the medal, so I'm really happy about this weekend.
It was so incredible to watch it just blow through those teams. Is there anyone you want to shout out? I know you really appreciate your community.
Yeah, so shout out to my Paris community. I know they love me a lot, and also shout out to the Infinity. We did a really great job this weekend.
Again, congratulations. You must be so proud of yourself, and so should your friends and family. Hope you enjoy your time celebrating tonight. You've really earned it. Our next trainer also innovated. They also brought something that was a little bit unexpected. They took something that most people expected, but changed it a little bit. Changed it into a Shadow Pokemon. Shadow Chargebug, that is. This trainer has been at the peak performance since the grassroots days of Pokemon Go. He has done so much for the community, and he has played in so many tournaments at the top level, but finally, he is earning his place here on the podium. That is C. Leonardo. You must be so proud of yourself. And the Italian community, I know who you value so much. Is there anything that you want to say about your team? Yeah, I know you brought something that was unexpected, Shadow Chargebug. What were you looking for in the future in EUIC? Anything funny?
see. It's still too early.
Oh, well, too early. But of course, it is not too early to celebrate. Do you have anyone to shout out? I know you have a lot of people supporting you at this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Asper Celto and Regin Taz. Also, Sir Koggets is over there. Emain Joke. One more friend who couldn't come today, Nicola Gratteri. He's a legend. He's one friend of mine, and I love him very much. Thank you.
That's amazing. You must be so proud of yourself, and your friends and family are also so proud of your accomplishments at this tournament. Yep. Have a great rest of your celebrations, and we hope to see you more at the next tournament.
Thank you.
And of course, this next trainer, I don't think he needs any introductions. He has finished in so many grand finals, won so many tournaments, and is one of the most humble trainers, always has captured the hearts and attention of all players around the world. He's an inspiration to many, and at this tournament, he has made it into another grand finals. Of course, we all know it's Pokémon. I know it's difficult, of course, to be so close again, but you have so much to be proud of. How did you get through your team building? How did you get to that finish line of saying, yes, I'm going to lock in a Shadow Fortress and an Abomasnow?
I mean, I thought at first instant that was a really good call for this tournament, and I mean, it went really well, only that maybe they didn't allow me a good matchup in the grand final, but that's all. I mean, I am proud of my team building and also the performance of the tournament.
I think it would be really surprising to not see these picks in Sydney or even Seattle in the next month. But of course, we know how much your family and friends mean to you. Who would you like to shout out? I know it's been a very long journey this weekend.
Yeah, I want to shout out a lot of people. Okay, so
right, let's do it.
My family, my brother, my father, my mother, my sister, Marcy, Boom, Keldeo, PP, David, Boom, Boom, I said Boom, okay.
Yeah, you got it.
And then Keldeo.
Got him as well.
That's all.
Well, that is a lot of people to shout out. And of course,
I'm my girlfriend.
Well, you have a lot to celebrate tonight and a lot to explain. But for now, that's Pokémon, your second place finisher here at Birmingham. Well, of course, everything comes to an end. And here at Birmingham, again, we had one of the most intense grand finals of all time. A trainer who has finished top 8 so many times, top 8 at the World Championships, second at the Utrecht special event earlier in 2025. He's come so close to the crown. He's played for so long, so many tournaments, and with all the people here supporting him, it's Maximilian P. I mean, Maxi, how good does it feel to be standing here? You're the last finalist of the day. You're the grand champion of Birmingham. Walk us through it.
Wasn't an easy last game, was it? It was a little close, huh? It was a little close. I honestly, I can't think of any words right now for what it feels like. In the moment that it actually happened, like right here, like it just looks like an innocent little space over here. It's like now sacred to me, I guess. But this whole experience, this tournament, when I came into this tournament, Martijn said, oh, you're running Steelix, so you've come here to lose. I guess I haven't. I guess I didn't. So yeah, what a crazy journey, and I'm so glad to actually do it at home. I love this regional. I loved Liverpool as well, but I love this event over here. I think it's a lovely place, and I'm very happy to be standing here as champ.
Well, I love Liverpool as well, but of course, overall, you have so many people supporting you here. I think the entire crowd, it was not just like a cheer, but it was an eruption, right? I think especially Martijn and Alessio there, they went absolutely crazy. I know you're gonna shout them out. Is there anyone else that means a lot to you that was supporting you on this entire journey?
Well, obviously shout out to my C-tier villains. Shout out to my C-tier villains. Shout out to the EU Emperors, shout out to Josh, shout out to Aaron, shout out to the UK community as well. Jim Breaker's team actually finally beat USA for like the first time ever, so like, it's been a pretty decent time, pretty decent time for the UK players. And shout out to the people at home. In fact, I know for a fact my mother was actually watching this for the first time like ever, so shout out to her. So Oh, there's probably so many people. Oh, LNDS, Jumanis, LATAM community as well. They're always lovely whenever I see them at Worlds and at EUIC. So everyone basically, everyone who's helped me scrim, just everyone, yeah. You know who you are.
We all know Maxi is one of the most prolific scrimmers in the community, always working so hard. You've worked so hard and so long to get to this final journey. Is there anything else you want to say? Anything we should expect from you in the future?
Well, I'm qualified for Worlds now, so I don't have to worry about points, which is really nice. I'll probably be taking it a little bit softer on the prep nowadays, maybe run some fun. Don't need to, maybe not run spy dots at EUIC, but I will be there. Go to a couple more tournaments, but like, there's no pressure now. I can now save up for Worlds, which is really nice. That's the big thing about winning a regional, which I was always envious of people for. And you're welcome Europe for an extra qualification spot as well. I know Martine's taken 2, and like, but yeah, just thank you to everyone, and it's gonna be you next year. It's gonna be you next year. So proud of Erebel as well for his furthest run. This can be him next year too. Like, who knows?
Really inspiring words, and just kind of a message to the community. Anyone can be here. Anyone can make their own memories on this stage right here. And for one last time, let's give a big round of applause for Maxi. Again, Maxi, big congratulations. We hope you enjoy the celebrations tonight. It has been a great tournament here at Birmingham. Wow, what a day it has been. All these trainers, it's so nice to see how humbling they are and just so grateful for the journeys that they have come across in the European Championship circuit, in the championship circuit in general. I know for one, I'm grateful for everybody watching this tournament here and that are so excited for not only this, but for the next tournaments, for the European International Championships that are coming real soon. But for now, this has been the Birmingham Regional Championships.
It's gonna be the KO. He won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing. Another day.
Here we go, which is an end to the Flutter Man, and it is gonna be enough.
The race will level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in.
Here we go, look all the pieces of
we know you're European International Champion. He's going to win this dream. Oh, sweet for the grand finals.
Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up.
10 seconds left on the clock, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming's gonna stop them. What you got? Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands.
What a weekend we have had here in Birmingham. We've had highs and we've had lows, but we've had so much excitement and fun. And I'm really excited to hear what all of the other casters here have had to say about this weekend. I personally have really enjoyed the strange picks that we've seen in the current meta. We've seen the current meta, but the little twangs we've seen along the way to add a little bit of spice to the situation.
The Shadow Annihilate, I think, has to be what part of the conversation. But I just had a quick chat with Maxi and we asked him, Lou and I asked him, what was your MVP? And it was Jellicent. Jellicent was the Pokemon that closed it out in the end game, so I'm not surprised that it was his favorite and one of mine as well.
Absolutely, I really enjoyed watching that Jellicent end up just taking it over in the end. It's little Pokemon like that you don't expect to maybe win it all, but to end up taking it away.
I mean, we saw Shadow Knight also take it down in Auckland for the same weekend. So I think the meta is shifting towards Annihilate in the next couple of tournaments. So if you're not ready for it, you better be, because it absolutely blew through 2 teams in the grand finals.
Well, we've got to remember that obviously the next tournament in the Championship Series is going to be the European International Championships that we're very excited about. And Maxi's saying there that he might take that a little bit easier. And I think that that's so much pressure that he's able to take off his own shoulders.
I mean, I have been talking a lot about the ghost types this weekend, and did we get them in force from Maxi's team? I mean, I know I speak a lot about Gastrodon. That was also in the final. So I feel like this whole weekend has just been a load of treats for me personally and for the audience at home.
Absolutely, and we have got the event winners here for us to see, and what an absolute star-studded lineup we have here.
Yeah, look at that, Maxi with the Jellicent and the Shadow Annihilate that we've mentioned, but huge shout-out to both Pataman and C. Leonardo for some sensational performances this weekend here in Birmingham.
Honestly, look at the way C. Leonardo stares you down. That is a trainer you don't want to face. He had his Shadow Charger Bug. We saw Shadow Fortress and then Shadow Annihilate. A lot of Shadow Pokemon on all these teams. And honestly, it's so nice pairing those with the more bulkier Pokemon. Finally, I think the meta is quite balanced.
Absolutely. Well, they are the winners, and 3 absolutely fantastic trainers. Something to behold absolutely in front of you. Now we have the EU Regional Championships. These are all of our winners so far. And these are the ones to look out for.
Yeah, we're halfway through the season on the European side a little bit here. You can see we've got, I want to say 5, but actually it's 4 different contenders who have locked up their invitation to the Pokemon World Championships. And what I love is at the beginning of the weekend, that was a Pikachu. But now it has evolved into a Maximilian P.
And what an evolution that it'll be proud of. But we've mentioned again, this is a brand new winner. And I think one of the most exciting things about the Championship Series is even years and years into these tournaments, we still get brand new faces, even though Maxi has been there right at the beginning, his first ever gold medal, and we couldn't be more proud.
Absolutely. And it's so nice to see Maximilian P finally win his first, and you can see by his face at the end of it just how much it meant to him. But we've gone around halfway through our total EU schedule, but there's still plenty more to go.
As we said, London European International Championships is going to face down on a pretty different meta. A lot of bug types and a lot of ice types coming, but of course, a couple more regional championships to come, and then New Orleans, and then all roads lead to San Francisco, which Maxi should be so proud of. He has just locked his direct invite to there in August.
Yeah, he already mentioned that now that he's got his direct qualification, not only will he be straight to San Francisco, but the next time that we look at those leaderboards, he gets that little golden ticket as well.
Absolutely. Well, we've seen so much of the gameplay here, but there is all so much more to see here on twitch.television. We've got so much coming up ahead in the next week or so.
That's the thing. If you need a little bit of a refresher from the 2026 Pokemon Pittsburgh Regional Championships for TCG, one of the other incredible competitive Pokemon games we've got going on, the rerun will be on Wednesday between 2 to 5 p.m. However, if the competitive Pokemon game, that side of things, doesn't float your boat, we have got a double whammy of Pokemon Battle Frontier on Tuesday and Thursday, so plenty of action to behold there.
And they're all up on twitch.television/Pokemon. And we're very, very excited to see those come along. EUIC is one of the next events to come up here in February 13th. A lovely event to be attending here. EUIC in London. And after that, we also have NA Seattle, another one to potentially tune into or even attend yourself.
Yeah, I think I was speaking to a few of the players here, and they will be looking to go and play in those Seattle Regional Championships because there aren't any more events on this side of the pond coming up other than the European International Championships, which will be a completely different meta. So I'm excited to see where there are more opportunities to get involved in the Open Great League, what players bring to the format.
I'm also really excited for EUIC and the limited meta. It really brings in the amount of Pokemon that you can use, and it makes for every Pokemon you're playing against, you really have to study into your opposition. So it becomes less of, what could they possibly be bringing? And I know what they're going to be bringing, and I'm going to try and bring everything I can to try and beat them in this matchup.
And it's the second time that we're going to get a limited meta. We've obviously played LAIC before, and that went pretty well. What are your thoughts on EUIC?
Everyone knows I love the limited metas, but EUIC, I think it's a lot more a wider meta than before. LAIC was kind of 6 to 12 Pokemon. EUIC, I think you can run up to 20 to 25 different. There's so many different bug slots, so many different dark Pokemon slots, and many normals to choose from. And it's all these different combinations that are going to be super exciting to see where players differ.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to go down at EUIC, particularly after the run that we've seen of our NA trainers in Toronto and then obviously here in Birmingham for our EU scene. These trainers want to go one step further. Instead of just taking on a regional, they want to take on an international. And
this is something you're all going to want to be checking into, and make sure to catch all of the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast. You need to make sure you are there or you are square.
I think it's a great place to keep track of the schedule because all of the stream information is there, and there are a lot of tournaments, and we know you want to get involved because if you miss this, you are definitely missing out. So make sure to use all of the channels as well, all of the different ways to follow.
Absolutely. Make sure to be following all of the channels at Play Pokemon and Pokemon Go over on Twitch. It is the best place to be to find all of the Pokemon Go PvP content.
And so much content is going to be really, really exciting over the next few weeks. We've mentioned locals throughout this weekend, and whilst we don't have necessarily any other regionals in this format, locals are going to be a great place to continue building toward travel awards. I know you go to so many locals. How do you find them?
I find them on the Pokemon app, actually, the Play Pokemon app. You can find all the locals and all the tournaments within a 50-mile, 100-mile radius if you're really dedicated. And
He is very dedicated.
I usually search with the 100 miles, but who are we kidding? Of course, you can find some tournaments, get some practice in. I know a couple of local players are also running practice tournaments for the European International Championships. As Maxi said earlier, anyone could be on that stage winning the tournament. That could be you, and all has to start somewhere, so why not start at a local?
Well, looking back at Birmingham here, does anyone have any final thoughts? We're going to go through everyone and find your final thoughts on Birmingham 2026. We'll start with Lou.
Oh, I was horrified you were going to put me last then, and these two might poach my answer. I mean, it's pretty obvious. That grand final for me is going to be one that stays so close to my heart. The fact that you had a Gastrodon in the final versus the Ghost, and the way that Maximilian was finally able to get that gold medal, the emotions, the comeback from Padaman right at the end. There's just so much to unpack within that finals. I can't wait to watch it again.
Yeah, Maximilian P with his first gold, C. Leonardo with his first ever medal, Smejo with his first ever top 8 performance as well, taking down some of the world's best players. So I think it's a really exciting time to definitely get involved, because if you're not inspired after this, then I don't know what you've been watching.
And if it's more inspiring, Potterman, someone who's made so many grand finals, so consistent, and anyone can get to that level. He just puts in so much work, so much dedication to his team building. Of course, this weekend was still a Shadow Annihilate show. Everybody, be careful of that, because in your next couple tournaments, definitely expect it.
Well, thank you everyone for watching today. We hope to catch you at the next one, and we're here to leave you with some clips of the event from this weekend. Thank you very